Anyone who has experienced the Doomsday disaster knows that it is a world full of devastation and corpses. Every day, people fought heart-wrenchingly for a piece of moldy bread or a tattered piece of clothing. In order to survive, they had to become as cruel and ruthless as wild animals. What about me? An inconspicuous worker, living an almost absurd life in the ruins of the apocalypse. Eating delicious food, swimming leisurely, and enjoying the cool breeze of air conditioning every day. Does it sound incredible? Like this is a ridiculous dream? However, the turning point of all this actually came from a refrigerator. My name is Ron Ning, and I recently discovered something that completely panicked me. It happened yesterday. I bought a piece of beef and cooked it in hot pot with my colleagues. Who would have thought that when I opened the refrigerator this morning, the piece of beef was actually lying in the refrigerator again, in exactly the same position as yesterday? To confirm, I looked up the photos that my colleague posted on WeChat Moments last night, which clearly showed the beef slices we cut ourselves. The more I looked, the more heartbroken I became. Not only had the beef in the refrigerator resurrected, but there were also 2 more bottles of mineral water. The number of eggs had returned to 10, and even the Wangzai milk that I had finished drinking last night was back in the freezer. I took the red can of milk out of the refrigerator and stared at the doll on the bottle, momentarily distracted. If it was just the beef, I could have made a mistake, but now so many things had returned quietly. How could I have fooled myself? The food in the refrigerator was actually regenerating itself. To verify all this, I immediately went out to the supermarket downstairs. Our community is a new building with a low occupancy rate and a few supermarkets. I had a bold guess in my mind. If food can really regenerate, then wouldn't I be able to stockpile a lot of supplies? Thinking of the disasters described in apocalyptic novels, I felt a little creepy, but also a little excited. I entered the supermarket and went straight to the meat counter. I weighed 5 pounds of pork and bought 2 pounds of beef, thinking that if the refrigerator really had that ability, I would make a fortune. Then, I picked some vegetables that can be stored for a long time, such as cabbage, bok choy, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, and took 2 boxes of mineral water. I threw almost all the green peppers, chili peppers, hot pot base, tofu, and various seasonings into the shopping cart. I pushed the heavy shopping cart in my hands, but I felt so relaxed. Before I knew it, I had bought a whole cart of food. I thought that if I really traveled back to an era of scarcity, food would be the guarantee of survival, so I didn't skimp. The clerk helped me take the things home, and I rushed to the snack shop without stopping. My goal this time was to buy imported snacks and high-calorie foods. I filled 2 large bags with instant noodles, chocolate, self-heating rice, and ham sausages, and stuffed them into the refrigerator as soon as I got home. Every corner of the refrigerator was filled to the brim, and even the cooked food was squeezed into the freezer. After working for several hours, I finally stopped to take a breath. Looking at the refrigerator filled with food, I smiled with satisfaction. If the refrigerator can really regenerate these supplies, I will at least not starve in the end times. However, just as I lay down to rest, I suddenly remembered the most important thing: medicine. If it really is the end of the world or a time of chaos, medicine will be more precious than food. I immediately rushed to the pharmacy downstairs and bought anti-inflammatory drugs, painkillers, antipyretics, emergency supplies such as alcohol, bandages, iodine, and even 2 bottles of vitamins. I stuffed everything into the refrigerator one by one, leaving no space at all. However, when I woke up the next day, I was no longer at home. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a strange room. The room was very modern and much more luxurious than my original home. Just as I was still in a daze, a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in my ears. "Hello, host, system number 00125 is at your service." My whole body froze, and it took me several seconds to react. "Are you the system?" "Yes, host. You have entered the end of the world. The world you are in now is about to face disasters such as floods, ice disasters, and high temperatures. Please be prepared for survival." The system's voice was calm, but my heart was pounding like thunder. I asked hurriedly, "My refrigerator came with me?" "Yes, the host plugin has arrived. The refrigerator will automatically replenish all lost food at 12 o'clock every night." The system answered promptly and concisely. Hearing this, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Food was guaranteed. At least I wouldn't starve to death in the apocalypse. But the next words from the system made my heart tighten. "However, the host's parents will be teleported here in 3 months, and then your family will be reunited in the end times." My head was buzzing with excitement. My parents were coming too? How could they survive in this apocalyptic world? I was in a mess and couldn't help asking, "Can we not let them come?" "No, host. Don't you want to be reunited with your family? The system's voice was cold, but I couldn't help but want to curse. Reunion? In this apocalypse, it's good enough that we can be reunited alive. I gritted my teeth and asked the last crucial question. What exactly is this end of the world like? What is my identity? The host is in a post-apocalyptic novel. In 10 days, the sun will erupt in a super flare, the blue planet will be cut off from communications, and most electronic equipment will be damaged. The system's voice sounded coldly in my ears. The city will soon be flooded. Floors below the 7th will be completely submerged. Your room is on the 13th floor. The system paused and continued. Then the system continued to add. In the original book, you were a cannon fodder female supporting role. You caused the hero's death because you asked for help. But now the hero has been reborn, and he will not make the same mistake again. I frowned and thought. It turned out that this was a male-oriented apocalyptic novel. The hero might have been killed by me in his previous life, and he must hate me to the core after his rebirth. Thinking of this, I smiled bitterly. It seems that I not only have to fight against natural disasters, but also have to guard against the vengeful male protagonist. The system continued. For every day you survive, you will gain 10 cubic meters of time stagnation space. As a novice reward, you will be given 100 cubic meters of initial space today. I took a deep breath, and my heartbeat gradually calmed down. Even though the end of the world had come, I still had a refrigerator and space, which were my greatest assets. The most important thing now is how I can stock up enough supplies before the flood comes to protect myself and my parents who are coming soon. The first step after entering the book is to stay away from the hero. The hero died because of the original owner in his previous life, and he must be full of hatred for me after his rebirth. I don't want to become his target of revenge. So I immediately decided to leave my current residence and stay away from this dangerous person. Fortunately, the house was rented and the balance in the bank was enough to support me to rent another house. Opening the map on my phone, I quickly locked onto several high-end residential areas, selected areas with higher terrain, and quickly contacted the agent, demanding that the deal be done today, even if the rent was a bit more expensive. Soon, the agent came with news that there was an east unit on the 18th floor available for viewing immediately. The landlord was abroad, and all matters would be handled by the agent. I packed my things decisively, stored all my belongings quickly into the space, and took a taxi to the newly rented house. The rental process went quite smoothly. I didn't waste time bargaining. I paid 1 month's deposit and 3 months' rent in advance. After signing the house contract, I didn't plan to wait until I paid the 4th month's rent. After all, the end of the world would come in 10 days. After getting the keys, I also rented a shabby warehouse in the suburbs to use as a transit station for supplies. Next, I immediately went to the building materials market, found a door and window store, and took the boss to my newly rented house to measure the size. In addition to replacing the thickest anti-theft door, I also asked to install explosion-proof glass. After measuring the size, the boss was a little hesitant and asked me if I was sure I wanted to use such high-end materials. I smiled and said, as long as the quality is the best, the price is not a problem. But you have to promise that it must be installed by tomorrow. The boss was a little embarrassed, so I said directly, add more money. After I paid more money, everything went smoothly. The boss quickly agreed to my request and agreed to start work at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. At this time, it was already late, and there were still 9.5 days to the end of the world. I returned home, turned on my computer, and started shopping online like crazy. Since the flood was imminent, a boat was a must. I bought 2 kayaks, a speedboat, and a set of high-end diving equipment. While I was browsing the web, the platform recommended a plastic boat for 500 yuan. I thought for a moment and thought that this cheap boat might come in handy in the end times, so I decisively placed an order for 5. Next, I found an outdoor gear store. Tents and cold-resistant sleeping bags were a must, so I bought 5 tents and 10 cold-resistant sleeping bags in one go. Then, I chose 2 sets of multifunctional toolboxes, which contained various survival tools such as cutting knives, life-saving hammers, emergency flashlights, etc., which are absolutely indispensable. When I saw the waterproof bags, I decisively placed an order for 500 of them. In the apocalypse, these small items are very useful. Even mobile phones can be waterproof. Life jackets, raincoats, and rain pants are also indispensable, so I added them all to the shopping cart. The outdoor store also has silent generators, so I bought one and later added a diesel generator and photovoltaic panels as backup. Quick-drying clothes, cold-proof clothes, and jackets were all available, especially those professional equipment used by polar expedition teams. I bought several sets without hesitation. After all, the extremely cold climate in the end times is no joke. I also prepared a few sets for my parents, and the total cost was more than 50,000 yuan. After completing this order, I started preparing for the extremely hot apocalypse. I added ice silk clothes, sun protection clothes, cooling fans, and small USB fans to the shopping cart. Especially medical ice packs and cooling patches. These things will come in handy when the temperatures are high in the apocalypse. I was particularly happy when I thought about stocking up ice cubes in the refrigerator in advance. After all, it is a great advantage to be able to take out ice cubes to cool down when it is extremely hot. Then I thought about drinks. There was only one can of Wangzai milk in the refrigerator, which was obviously not enough. I decided to enrich the variety of drinks, including milk tea powder, tea leaves, coffee, juice, and canned food. Especially milk tea powder, which is cheap and practical and much more cost-effective than buying milk tea directly. As for frozen foods, I also splurge on a few high-end ice creams, thinking that being able to eat ice cream in the apocalypse is already the ultimate enjoyment. In addition to food and drink, the problem of water for daily life is also a headache for me. Although the refrigerator can refresh 26 bottles of mineral water every day, this amount of water is only enough for drinking and is not enough for bathing and other daily life. In the apocalypse of floods, extreme cold, and extreme heat, using water has become extremely difficult, and water purification equipment is naturally indispensable. I bought a large number of water purification tablets, water purifiers, and several large-capacity water towers, the largest one being 100 tons, to store purified water. Although these water towers are painfully expensive, thinking about the scarcity of water resources in the last days, I decisively placed an order. For emergencies, I also stocked up on a large number of foldable water tanks that can be deployed in space to store water in the future. In addition, I also found an indoor soilless cultivation machine, which, although not cheap, can be used to grow vegetables. I thought about it for a long time and finally ordered two. In the apocalypse, the more food sources I can control, the better. After completing these purchases, I replenished medicines and medical equipment, especially the heart disease and high blood pressure medicines my parents needed. I also bought protective masks, respirators, and disinfectant. I even wanted to stock up on vaccines, but I couldn't find a channel, so I had to give up. At this point, the supplies have been basically stocked up. When I paid for the last order and looked at the balance on my bank card, I felt disappointed. I had originally saved 560,000 yuan, but now only 150,000 yuan remained. But when I thought that these supplies were the guarantee of survival, I felt a little more comforted. As the night progressed, the refrigerator was restocked, and a wide variety of food filled the space, making me feel a little warm. That night, I could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It was getting late, so I decided to read the original novel first. Speaking of this book, it's really a pit. After all, I'm now in this bloody harem novel. However, it is not accurate to say that this book is a harem novel. After all, there are many male protagonists in harem novels in the male channel who have harems, but are successful in their careers, relying on their extraordinary luck, strong will, or successful counterattacks with external plugins. The novel I traveled into is called I Saved My Entire Family by Expanding My Branches in the Apocalypse, and it completely refreshed my worldview. The hero Chu Dingfeng's golden finger is the spatial ability to copy objects. The way to increase this ability is through establishing a family. To put it bluntly, it is by finding a wife and making a woman pregnant to improve his ability. Every time the hero Chu Dingfeng has a child, his strength will be greatly improved. So, throughout the book, the hero is staring at women's bellies, and spreading his branches and leaves is his way of saving the world. Some male readers actually find this setting very exciting. My head almost exploded when I came across it. There have been similar settings in novels. There have been similar routines in immortal cultivation, apocalypse, and urban novels, and they were sometimes quite popular. I didn't expect that I would have this day and actually travel into such a world of stallion literature. In the novel, the original owner was also called Ruan Ning. Chu Dingfeng pursued her for more than half a year, but the original owner ignored him and chose to date a rich second-generation man from the same company. Chu Dingfeng was indignant about this and went to find the original owner to argue, but was severely taught a lesson by the rich second generation. From then on, the male protagonist completely hated both of them, thinking that the original owner was materialistic and unfaithful to her husband, while the rich second generation relied on their wealth to bully others. I read the plot and I just felt confused. First of all, the original owner never promised Chu Dingfeng So why did he get angry? Because he couldn't lick her. Secondly, the protagonist's early setting is that of a man who couldn't be more ordinary. Average-looking, poorly educated, mediocre at work, and scolded by his supervisor every day. But the male protagonist was not very smart. He charged the original owner several thousand yuan in rent and felt that he had become poor in pursuit of her. On the other hand, the second generation of rich people are handsome, graduated from prestigious schools, and have rich families. Who else should we choose but the second generation of rich people? How can we choose Chu Dingfeng? What's even more ridiculous is that after his rebirth, Chu Dingfeng makes a living by fooling women, and his greatest trick is to throw a bag of instant noodles in front of a starving woman. In the Apocalypse, the author also described him as a cold, noble, and decisive leader, but in fact he was just a wretched man. Looking at the 10 pregnant women around him and the 8 children behind him, it was just like a plot in a legal program. The original owner, Ruan Ning, did not appear much in the book, and the plot was simple. She had been with her rich second-generation boyfriend for less than 2 months. After the male protagonist was reborn, she was hungry in the apocalypse and ran to the male protagonist's house on the 18th floor for help. As a result, she was ruthlessly rejected by the male protagonist, and finally both of them were bullied by the thugs in the building. The author labeled the original owner as materialistic, as if she was unforgivable for choosing a rich second-generation boyfriend. The funny thing is that the more than 500,000 yuan in the original owner's card was all given by her rich second-generation boyfriend. Although he is now her ex-boyfriend, he is very generous and a pure little brother. He didn't even touch the original owner's finger twice before they broke up. Thinking of this, I actually wanted to remind my ex-boyfriend, but he was just a tool arranged by the author, and he would be used as a villain in the later plot, and even his father would become an important figure in the base. At present, my first priority is to survive. The system also assigned me a task, to rob the hero's luck. This task is not urgent for the time being. With the plot in hand, I decided to stock up on supplies first to ensure survival, and then find an opportunity to slowly start. The next morning, the construction team arrived. I wanted to go out and continue stocking up, but the anti-theft doors and windows of the house were too important, so I had to supervise it myself. I could continue shopping online. Yesterday, I bought mostly supplies for the apocalypse, and today I'm going to buy some daily necessities. First of all, I need cleaning supplies, fragrance-free shower gel, shampoo, laundry detergent, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and most importantly, sanitary napkins and toilet paper. After the end of the world, these supplies will become extremely precious, especially sanitary napkins. I'll have to stock up enough for several years. In order not to attract attention, I placed orders on several platforms and planned to take time to go to the wholesale market. Then there were insecticides and mosquito repellents, which are indispensable in life in the end times, especially insecticides, so I bought as much as I could. I also couldn't forget about kitchenware. Glass and porcelain are easily broken, so I decided to buy a batch of stainless steel bowls and basins, plus some disposable bowls and chopsticks. Kitchen knives and fruit knives are also essential for life in the apocalypse. Of course, although these things can be used for self-defense, they're ultimately not as good as real weapons. The country has strict control over weapons, so for now I can only consider a nail gun. However, I'd better wait until 2 days before the end of the world to buy it to avoid being checked. In addition, I also ordered some miscellaneous items such as disposable underwear, lighters, towels, needles, and thread, etc. Next, I searched for old rice. This rice that doesn't look very good is very useful in the apocalypse. A bag weighs 50 kilograms. I bought 200 bags at once, a total of 10,000 kilograms. These things can be used to exchange supplies with others in the future, and can even be used as passes to walk around the base. I felt bad seeing the balance in my bank card decreasing rapidly. My deposit of 560,000 was now reduced to 50,000, and I had also spent a lot of money on Huabei. But after stockpiling so many supplies, I felt much more at ease. Another must-have item is a fire extinguisher. In the end times, natural gas supply is cut off, and everyone has to cook with open flames, which poses a great fire hazard. I don't want to lose my life because of this negligence. Next, I thought about what else I needed to stock up on. I really wanted to buy an escape pod, the kind of round pod that can survive tsunamis and earthquakes, but unfortunately there was no online shopping platform, and the price was prohibitive. The hero in the novel got a 4-seater escape pod after his rebirth, which he bought for free after the apocalypse. Maybe I can also grab one? Go to the Science and Technology Exhibition Hall in advance to check it out, and then wait for the flood to come and grab it. Just as I was about to continue thinking about supplies, a piece of news popped up on my phone. The sun had erupted a large flare of magnitude x 6.3. I clicked on it and saw that the news content was simple, saying that the flare caused some radio outages, but experts said that this situation would not have much impact on human society. It was just that the level of this flare was quite high, and it was the 23rd X-class flare in the solar cycle. The Popular Science article below mentioned that there was a Carrington event in 1859 when a solar flare paralyzed the telegraph system, and parts of Europe and North America lost their ability to communicate. Several recent solar flares have also caused satellites to be scrapped and large-scale power outages. I sneered in my heart. In a few days, mankind will face an even greater disaster. A super flare will completely destroy the global power system, communications will be cut off, and technology will regress 100 years. This Aurora feast can be described as the ultimate knockout match. After closing the webpage, I knew what to buy. Tin foil. Simple and plain, it can also protect some electronic devices at critical moments. When the doomsday breaks out, the space will not be able to accommodate all electronic products. Wrapping them in a layer of tin foil may be able to preserve more equipment. After all, the TV series, novels, maps, etc. that I want to save all rely on electronic devices. By 10 p.m., the renovation of the house was finally completed. In addition to the newly installed anti-theft windows, I also installed 3 anti-theft doors and laid a layer of sound insulation mat on the floor. Although it looks a bit rough, at least the noise of the generator can be covered up and the safety factor is greatly improved. In the next few days, I plan to go to the physical store to replenish medicine and energy, and by the way, see if I can find any missing supplies. Before going to bed, I still took out the novel and started to catch up on the plot. After all, this is one of my golden fingers after transmigrating into the book. This novel is 1,000,000 words long, with all kinds of melodramatic plots and complicated relationships between characters. I stayed up all night yesterday to read 100,000 words, and I have to read more today to make sure I understand the next disaster direction and which evil forces will appear. While flipping through the book, I quickly skipped the scenes where the male protagonist and the supporting female characters get along. After reading this, I sighed and made a new shopping list. Iodine tablets, radiation protection suits, and so on. After all, the world where Ning lives is gradually collapsing, shrouded in the shadow of nuclear war. Resources are scarce, wars break out, and countries are caught in a frenzy of conflict over ocean resources and polar freshwater. The doomsday scene caused by the nuclear explosion plunged the blue planet into a nuclear winter, but this was still far away for Ning. The most important thing at this moment was to make full preparations for the end of the world. In the morning, Ning got up from her bed and quickly started her daily survival tasks. She first checked the supplies at home, and the refrigerator was filled with mineral water, hot pot, meat, and other ingredients she had accumulated in the past 3 days. The refrigerator is almost filled to the brim with chicken hot pot, duck hot pot, stewed beef, and spicy crab. Vegetables and bacon are piled up like mountains, and the amount of pork has even been refreshed to 15 kilograms. The refrigerator was no longer able to hold more food, so Ning had to sort out the ingredients, pack them into cartons, and temporarily store them in her mysterious space. This space seemed to have stopped time. Nothing would spoil, and the supplies were properly preserved. Facing the gradually expanding inventory, Ning felt an inexplicable sense of urgency. She knew that this was just the beginning and the end was far from over. Ning checked her phone and counted the 520,000 yuan in cash, plus her savings, a total of 610,000 yuan. According to the plan, she needed a car big enough to store more supplies. So she went to a car rental company. The owner of the car dealership was a middle-aged man who was a bit fat. He greeted her enthusiastically. Ning clearly stated her needs. "I want a car with a big fuel tank." The boss was a little surprised, but still recommended several cars. Ning finally chose a Lexus SUV, which has a fuel tank capacity of up to 138 liters, several times larger than ordinary cars. Ning calculated that the 8-day rental would cost 11,600 yuan. Although the price was not cheap, she signed a contract without hesitation. Ning specifically reminded her boss, Mr. Wu, "Keep some cash on hand, you will need it in the future." The boss smiled and didn't take it seriously, but she knew that in the future chaos, cash would become hard currency and mobile payments would quickly become paralyzed. After renting the car, Ning did not hesitate to start the next step of her plan. She bought 3,200-liter oil drums and then filled up the gas at gas stations in the city one by one. Ning's space can automatically absorb liquid, which saves her the trouble of pumping oil and saves a lot of trouble. Every time she passed a gas station, Wan Ning paid in cash carefully. Although the gas station employees were surprised that she used cash, Wan Ning knew that using cash was the safest way and would not leave any traceable traces. After a busy day, the space was almost filled with oil drums, and the medicines purchased by the pharmacy were also properly stored. Wan Ning stood in front of the full supplies, feeling a sense of fulfillment and a faint pressure. The space was already a little insufficient. Just as she was thinking about how to expand the space, the system suddenly issued a prompt. Seize the hero's luck, and you can be rewarded with space expansion. Wan Ning's eyes suddenly lit up, and she secretly thought about how to change the fate of the male protagonist Chu Dingfeng. Wan Ning suddenly received a call, and the caller ID showed Zhou Xiaoran, a colleague of Wan Ning and one of the male protagonist's future harem members. During the call, Zhou Xiaoran asked Wan Ning with concern why she didn't go to work. Wan Ning made up a reason. I was in a bad mood and planned to resign. Wan Ning successfully got away with it by saying that they had just broken up. After hanging up the phone, an idea suddenly popped into her mind. Wan Ning knew that in the original novel, Chu Dingfeng quickly accumulated resources and power by establishing relationships with the Zhou sisters, especially by mastering Zhou Xiaoqiue's management skills. For the survival of his sister Zhou Xiaoran, Zhou Xiaoqi had to sacrifice himself and devote himself to Chu Dingfeng in the end times. Wan Ning comes up with a plan. If she can anonymously provide the Zhou sisters with enough supplies ahead of time, she can delay their contact with Chu Dingfeng and hinder his rise. Wan Ning quickly opened a Tmall supermarket and made a detailed list of supplies. Compressed biscuits, water purification tablets, freeze-dried fruits and vegetables, rice, flour, as well as essential medicines and women's products. Wan Ning calculated carefully and spent a total of more than 3,000 yuan to ensure that these supplies could help the Zhou sisters survive in the early days of the apocalypse and prevent them from falling into Chu Dingfeng's control. The system excitedly reminded Wan Ning, successfully interfered with the hero's luck, and rewarded the host with an expansion of space to 1,000 cubic meters, and the refrigerator refresh speed doubled. A smug smile flashed across Wan Ning's eyes, but she was soon attracted by the question, refrigerator refresh doubled? The system explained seriously. Refreshing double means multiplying the daily food quantity by 2. For example, a bottle of mineral water can now be refreshed into 2 bottles. Wan Ning understood what he meant. Although she was so happy that she wanted to dance, she frowned and complained on the surface. Just double it? After all, I might make the male protagonist have 13 fewer children. The system responded helplessly. Host, you also said it was just maybe da. Okay. Wan Ning held the steering wheel and finally couldn't hold it back anymore, so she smiled secretly. I'm in a good mood today. I'll treat myself to a meal when I get home. After a day of hard work, Wan Ning decided to have a good meal. After all, the refrigerator refresh speed doubled, and there was a great harvest of food. Wan Ning took out a variety of ingredients from the space. Lemon shrimp, duck legs, duck clavicles, chicken feet, potatoes, dried tofu, edamame, and even spicy crabs and squid. But Wan Ning was still not satisfied, so she took out durian, grapes, watermelon, cherries, and bananas and filled the coffee table with them. How can there be no ice cream in summer? Wan Ning even took out a bottle of matai, intending to taste the cool taste and pair it with a cup of sweet milk tea. Wan Ning, who hadn't eaten properly for 3 days, was almost moved to tears when she saw the food. She turned on the TV and found the most popular variety show and ate heartily while relaxing herself until she was full and burped. At this time, Wan Ning finally lay comfortably on the sofa, enjoying a moment of relaxation. However, the peaceful time was short-lived. When the clock struck midnight, Wan Ning immediately became alert and entered a combat state. She quickly sat up from the sofa and opened the refrigerator space to verify the system's double refresh function. Wan Ning picked up a bottle of mineral water, and suddenly, there was another bottle in her left hand. Huh! She looked at the 2 bottles of water in her hand in surprise, and took out 2 kilograms of beef, which instantly became 4 kilograms. Then, Wan Ning tried to take out 5 kilograms of pork, but her hand sank and it instantly became 10 kilograms. Wan Ning was overjoyed. After a rough calculation, she could consume 10 kilograms of pork a day, 300 kilograms a month, and nearly 1,000 kilograms in 3 months. She also consumed 52 bottles of mineral water a day, which she could never finish. Wan Ning's smile grew brighter and brighter. She excitedly emptied all the supplies in the refrigerator and quickly transferred them to the storage space. The storage space had now expanded to 1,140 cubic meters, so it was a piece of cake to fit all the supplies. Ruan-Ning opened her phone to check the express delivery logistics, and the supplies would arrive in batches starting tomorrow. Considering that it was impossible for her to be in the warehouse every day to receive the goods, Ruan-Ning had already posted a job notice to hire short-term workers to help watch over the warehouse. They were paid 200 yuan a day for 6 days and only needed to watch over the receiving goods during the day, and the salary was paid daily. Ruan-Ning opened a recruitment app, but she didn't expect her phone to be flooded with countless messages and almost crash. Ruan-Ning clicked on it and realized that it was summer vacation and many college graduates were in urgent need of part-time jobs to earn money. After screening, Ruan-Ning picked a boy who looked strong in the photo and sent him a job offer. Ruan-Ning felt that the heavy objects in the warehouse needed someone to move, so she chose a strong helper. The next day, Ruan-Ning arrived at the warehouse on time at 9 o'clock and opened the door for the young man. As shown in the photo, the boy was strong and dark-skinned and seemed to be able to endure hardships. The two did not exchange much information. Ruan-Ning simply explained, "These are the goods ordered by the company. The company will send someone to pick them up in the evening. You can get off work at 6 o'clock. After finishing the warehouse business, Ruan-Ning did not continue to refuel. She felt that frequent visits to the gas station might attract attention, so she decided to buy coal instead. Ruan-Ning drove to a dilapidated coal briquette factory in the suburbs. The factory was deserted and the boss was covered in coal dust. When he saw her, he quickly came up to her and asked, "Little girl, do you want to buy coal?" Ruan-Ning nodded. "I need 20 tons of coal. Can you give me a preferential price?" The boss was obviously shocked by the quantity, but still very happy, and quoted 900 yuan per ton. After a simple bargaining, the two sides reached a deal at 880 yuan per ton. The boss quickly arranged a plan to deliver the goods in batches. Then, Ruan-Ning found a small factory that produced smokeless charcoal. Although the price was higher, she still bought 5 tons and also purchased a return air furnace. This type of furnace can not only be used for heating, but also for cooking and is very suitable for use in extremely cold environments. After completing the coal purchase, Ruan-Ning went to several wood processing plants and stockpiled several tons of their scraps. When he returned to the warehouse, the young man had already neatly stacked the supplies that had arrived that day. Among the large items were the 2 silent diesel generators that Ruan-Ning had been waiting for a long time. Ruan-Ning stored the generator in the space and then began to sort out all the supplies by category. Her space could be adjusted in size, so she divided it into food area, medicine area, tool area, fuel area, and sundries area, and further subdivided the food into staple food, vegetables, fruits, meat, etc. After 2 days of busy work, Ruan-Ning's stockpiled supplies became more and more abundant. The day of the solar flare is getting closer, with only 4 days left. Ruan-Ning knew that time was running out, so she decided to go out at night to purchase the last batch of supplies. Wearing a mask and carrying cash, Ruan-Ning prepared to act again. Ruan-Ning went out tonight to complete a big thing. A few days ago, when Ruan-Ning frequently went in and out of the gas station, a man took the initiative to talk to her and asked her if she needed diesel. Ruan-Ning initially thought she had run into law enforcement officers and quickly shook her head to deny it. "What, diesel? No, I was just refueling." But the eldest brother smiled meaningfully. "Don't be nervous, I'm just a businessman, just chatting casually. If you are worried, you can add my driver group. Many people know me, Lao Li." Although she was skeptical, Ruan-Ning knew that someone was secretly selling oil, but she didn't expect that she would be found out. Brotherly took out his phone and said, "Join the group. We guarantee the lowest price, no cheating." After some hesitation, Ruan-Ning took out her cell phone and asked, "How much is your diesel?" Brotherly posted a price in the group. "How is it? Much cheaper than at the gas station, right?" Ruan-Ning raised her eyebrows. "What about by tons?" Brotherly was a little surprised. "Calculate in tons? It seems that you're a big customer, so of course it will be more favorable. How many tons do you want?" Ruan-Ning thought to herself, "Let's order 10 tons first. If the quality is good, I will cooperate with you for a long time." 1 ton of diesel can generate about 5,000 kilowatt hours of electricity, which is a long-term energy reserve for households. Ruan-Ning has stockpiled some gasoline, but in the apocalypse, daily electricity is the key, so diesel is even more important. Then, Ruan-Ning added, "By the way, I want 3 more tons of gasoline." After agreeing on the price, Ruan-Ning and Brotherly agreed to trade at an uninhabited area in the suburbs at 3 a.m. Although she was a little nervous, After all, it was her first time doing such a thing. She made all the necessary preparations. Ruan Ning separated the space into a weapons area and prepared pepper spray, stun batons, and knives just in case. At 12 o'clock midnight, Ruan Ning went out early. After driving the car nearby, she put it into the space and walked to the transaction location. When Ruan Ning arrived, everything was silent. After waiting for an hour, everything was peaceful. At around 2:50, Brotherly arrived in a truck with 3 middle-aged men. After confirming that there was no ambush, Ruan Ning quickly took out the car from a distance, pretended to have just arrived, and started the transaction. Brotherly looked around and asked, "Girl, where is your truck?" Ruan Ning pretended to be calm. "My boss will be here soon, but he doesn't want to show up, you know." Brotherly seemed to be used to this and sighed. Rich people are cautious. As he spoke, they helped unload the oil barrel. After checking a few buckets, Ruan Ning pretended to take money from the car, but actually took it out from the space and handed the black handbag to Brotherly. After checking the money, the 4 of them left quickly. Ruan Ning waited for another hour at the spot, and after making sure that there was nothing unusual, she put all the oil drums into the space, then drove home and completely withdrew from the diesel group. After a night of fatigue, Ruan Ning finally fell into a sound sleep. In the next 3 days, Ruan Ning went to almost all the major wholesale markets to replenish her inventory to the limit. She not only replenished solid alcohol, gas stoves, and gas cylinders, but also bought liquefied gas cylinders and other doomsday necessities. In addition, Ruan Ning realized that she had forgotten the tools for traveling in extreme cold weather, so she quickly found an outdoor ski equipment store and bought ice skates, a sled, and 2 snowmobiles, as well as anti-skid chains and vehicle repair tools. Surviving in the apocalypse requires not only resources, but also a variety of supplies. Ruan Ning even bought some items commonly known as small umbrellas, with a full range of varieties and thoughtfully selected different flavors, ready to meet various needs in the apocalypse. Ruan Ning spent several days downloading a large number of movies, TV series, and books in case of emergency. When the countdown to the Doomsday came, Ruan Ning rushed to the warehouse early and prepared a 40-kilogram bag of rice, a barrel of oil, and a bag of noodles for the young man who came to help. Ruan Ning gave it to him as a company benefit. Although the young man was surprised, he smiled bitterly and said that he could not cook in the place he rented. Ruan Ning urged him to go home more often to visit his family, especially his mother. Knowing that he was working away from home during the summer vacation, she advised him earnestly to go home tomorrow. Ruan Ning knew that after the end of the world, not going home would mean a permanent separation. After some struggle, the young man promised to seriously consider it. After seeing the young man off, Ruan Ning began to clean up the warehouse, unpacking all the cartons, and didn't finish cleaning until 10 o'clock in the evening. Looking at the empty warehouse, Ruan Ning felt mixed emotions. Thinking of the disaster that was about to happen on this land tomorrow, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness. When the last day arrived, Ruan Ning got up early, emptied the refrigerator, and checked the list again. Everything was ready, except for the most difficult weapons. Ruan Ning decided to buy a nail gun first. After all, self-protection was the top priority in the apocalypse. Ruan Ning bought nails at several hardware stores and successfully bought 3 nail guns. When she was ready, the system suddenly said, "Host, look across the street. Who is that?" Ruan Ning looked up across the street. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, wow. The man standing opposite was about 1.74 meters tall, with an ordinary appearance and looked thin. This man was the son of luck in this world, the famous Chu Dingfeng, who was thriving in the end times. Ruan Ning suddenly became alert. What is he doing here? In order to know both herself and the enemy, Ruan Ning did not hesitate to open the virtual novel and quickly read the purpose of Chu Dingfeng's action today. When she saw the relevant chapters, a complicated expression appeared on her face. The reason why Chu Dingfeng went out today was really not a serious matter. According to the novel, his golden finger was a replicable space. He only needed to stock up 1 copy of each item, and he could use the family contribution points to copy it infinitely. This made Chu Dingfeng less stressed in the early stage of stockpiling, but he still borrowed money everywhere, even at high interest rates. As for the reason, it was very simple. The end of the world was approaching, and Chu Dingfeng wanted to take the opportunity to be cool. The purpose of Chu Dingfeng's going out today was to have a big meal at a Michelin restaurant. Chu Dingfeng planned to show off to Ruan Ning in a WeChat message after the lavish meal, inadvertently revealing the expensive bill and extravagant dishes, showing how much material resources he had, making her jealous and even wanting to curry favor with him. The system asked in a low voice, "Host, should we stop him?" Ruan Ning tapped the steering wheel lightly and smiled. "No need. Let him have some fun for a while. We'll just keep developing." The system was stunned for a moment. Ruan Ning started the car without explaining and left the area. Next, Ruan Ning completed the last round of purchases and bought 4 more nail guns, completely filling out her arsenal. Now, Ruan Ning only had 50,000 yuan left. 20,000 yuan was for backup, and she planned to spend the remaining 30,000 today and tomorrow so that the money would not become a pile of waste paper after the end of the world. Just as Ruan Ning was thinking about what to stock up next, the WeChat notification sounded on her phone. Ruan Ning slowly opened WeChat, and it was indeed a photo sent by Chu Dingfeng. In the center of the photo, he was holding a red wine glass in his right hand, and the dining table was filled with expensive bills and exquisite Michelin dishes. The note was, "The taste of this Michelin restaurant is average." Ruan Ning saw this message and smiled. Chu Dingfeng obviously didn't understand the essence of Michelin, thinking it represented foreign goods. In fact, most of the Michelin restaurants in this city serve local cuisine. He ate at the wrong place. No wonder he thought the taste was average. However, Ruan Ning did not intend to remind him. Instead, she quit WeChat and had a new plan in mind. Chu Dingfeng's boasting gave Ruan Ning an idea. Dessert. She quickly found several nearby cake shops and swept through them one after another, buying all the ready-made desserts. After visiting 10 stores in a row, Ruan Ning's cake space was finally filled up, and the 30,000 yuan was almost spent. When she got home, it was almost 10 p.m. Ruan Ning sat on the bed, picked up her phone, and decided to send a warning on Weibo. Although she knew no one would believe her, she still typed the words "Don't take a plane tomorrow," repeated them 3 times to make sure they were important, and then sent them out. After scrolling, she saw that the number of views showed 52 and no one had commented, but she comforted herself. At least 52 people had seen it. Just as Ruan Ning was doing the final comparison with the material list, WeChat on her phone rang again. Ruan Ning knew that this time it was Chu Dingfeng who sent her photos of the stockpiled goods. Ruan Ning opened WeChat with a smile. As expected, the photo revealed the large amount of supplies his family had stored. Food, compressed biscuits, and canned meat were piled all over the floor, with fruits as decoration. Next to it was a newly replaced floor lamp. Chu Dingfeng also attached a message. "The lamp is broken, and I only bought a new one for 8,000 yuan. Ruan Ning laughed as she looked at the photo. "I give this one full marks for showing off." She quickly forwarded the photo to their 3 common groups, the company group, the department group, and the community owner group, and added a sentence righteously. "Chu Dingfeng, don't send me this kind of weird photos anymore. I don't like you." The group immediately went wild. The gossip spread instantly, and the owners group also began to boil, with some people joking that young people really know how to have fun. But Ruan Ning knew that the real focus was not the gossip, but the material information in these photos. Once the apocalypse broke out, these materials would become priceless treasures. Ruan Ning sneered and exited WeChat. She checked her Weibo again, and the number of views had risen to 125. Although she didn't know how many people she could save, she had tried her best. The date has come to September 2nd, 2024, and a super flare will erupt this evening. It was already 11 a.m. when Ruan Ning woke up. With mixed feelings, she washed up, emptied the refrigerator, and checked her preparations for the last time. Although she had enough supplies, she still felt an inexplicable sense of urgency. Ruan Ning checked last night's Weibo, and the number of views was 137. She felt a little disappointed. What if they saw it? How many people would believe it? Sighing, Ruan Ning was about to go out when she noticed that there were a lot of unread messages on WeChat. She took a quick look and found that many boring people wanted to add her as a friend. Even her rich second-generation ex-boyfriend sent her a message, but she was too lazy to respond. However, the message sent by Zhou Xiaoran caught Ruan Ning's attention. Zhou Xiaoran said that Chu Dingfeng had resigned, and she was shocked to learn that he had borrowed money from a loan shark to pretend to be a rich man to pursue Ruan Ning. Ruan Ning smiled and replied, asking her to be careful of Chu Dingfeng. The two chatted briefly. Ruan Ning put down her phone, walked to the elevator, and unexpectedly met a young lady. The young lady had a slender figure and a classical and elegant temperament. She smiled and greeted Ruan Ning. After a few pleasantries, she learned that she was her neighbor across the street. Ruan Ning had a good impression of this gentle neighbor and guessed that her brother might also be a gentleman. At 6 p.m., Ruan Ning returned to her residence, ready to face the end of the world. She put all her cell phones and other electronic devices into the space and checked all her supplies. At this moment, the super flare erupted quietly without any warning or sound, as if the world had stopped for a moment. A strange sound came from the air, breaking the tranquility of the moment. A child screamed outside the window, "Mom, there's a plane? What a big plane!" Then the child's voice became panicked. The plane fell down. The disaster caused by the super flare was far beyond human expectations. Thousands of flights around the world lost control and crashed instantly, and the death toll caused by air crashes is difficult to count. Later, when the world was scrambling for resources, everyone got together and roughly calculated that there were more than 17,000 civilian airliners in the air at the time, and the estimated death toll exceeded 1 million, not including the secondary casualties on the ground caused by the plane crashes. Ruanning's neighborhood was in chaos. Residents who witnessed the plane crash were panicked, and the power and communication systems suddenly failed. People didn't know what happened for a while. A group of people tried to call the police, but found that their cell phones were not working. Some people still spontaneously organized to go to the property, hoping to find a way to call the police, and some people planned to venture into the mountain where the crash occurred to see if there were any survivors. "Aren't you afraid of danger, going into the mountains so late?" someone advised worriedly. "Maybe there are still people alive," said another person with a fluke mentality. "A living person? Don't get yourself involved if you fail to find the person," a man said sarcastically. Just as everyone was discussing this, a little girl of about 15 or 16 ran out breathlessly, her face flushed. "Mom and Dad, something's wrong in the city. There's no electricity. It's pitch black." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Someone hurried back to the building and looked towards the city. The whole city was plunged into darkness, and the high-rise buildings that were brightly lit in the past now had no light at all. A man rushed to the underground parking lot and tried to drive away. However, he found that his car could not start at all. In panic, he forgot the existence of the car key and kept pressing the unlock button, but there was no response. Finally, he used the key to manually open the car door, but still couldn't start the car. As more and more people poured into the underground parking lot, they found that all the cars could not start. Panic spread quickly, and some people in the crowd began to whisper their worst fears. "Isn't this the end of the world?" At the same time, the supermarket downstairs was already crowded with residents rushing to buy supplies. In the chaotic rush to buy, all the supplies were snapped up, and even the boxes of supplies were moved away. The commotion downstairs had nothing to do with Ruan-Ning for the time being. She pulled the blackout curtains tightly and lit a candle. The weak flame illuminated her pale face. Just now, she witnessed the tragic scene of the plane crash, which made her feel uneasy. That was an airplane. Ruan-Ning recalled that she had taken airplanes countless times, but she never expected to witness such a disaster one day. And this was only the first wave of damage brought by the super flare. Ruan-Ning knew clearly that in the next few days, the impact of the flare would continue, the industrial system would completely collapse, and the order of the entire world would collapse. Ruan-Ning took out the shopping list and checked it again to make sure nothing was missing. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Ruan-Ning paused, sat quietly beside the candle, and did not respond. A girl's voice soon rang out from outside the door. "Beauty, Beauty, are you home? I'm from 1802. We met at noon." Ruan-Ning didn't move, but a fruit knife appeared out of thin air in her hand, and she became wary. The voice outside the door continued. "Let me tell you, there are a lot of people outside grabbing supplies now. My brother asked me to come over and ask, do you want to go to the supermarket to stock up some things?" Hearing this, Ruan-Ning relaxed a little. In this situation, neighbors can still remind each other, which shows that human nature has not completely collapsed. Ruan-Ning also knew that if her neighbors didn't have enough food, she would eventually become their target. She blew out the candle, quickly stood up, stuffed a wad of cash in her backpack, and walked to the door to open it. Standing outside the door was the girl I had seen during the day, and next to her was a tall man with a sturdy build and heroic features. He was holding a lit candle in his hand, which was wrapped in paper to prevent it from going out. "My name is Chung Ji-Kwan, and this is my sister, Chung Ji-Li." The man took the initiative to introduce himself. Ruan-Ning was relieved. The unfamiliar names meant that they were not the dangerous characters in the novels. She also introduced herself. "I am Ruan-Ning." Chung Ji-Kwan nodded and signaled them to go downstairs as soon as possible. Ruan-Ning noticed that Chung Ji-Kwan was carrying a mountain bike on his shoulders. Chung Ji-Kwan explained, "I'm going to go get something from a far place later, so I'll leave the food shopping to you guys." Chung Jili patted his chest and promised solemnly, "Don't worry, brother. I will definitely take good care of myself and the beautiful Ruan Ning." The three of them quickly went downstairs, and Chung Ji-kwan repeatedly reminded them that it would be best if they could grab some supplies. But if they couldn't, they shouldn't force it, as safety was the most important thing. Afterwards, Chung Ji-kwan rode away on his bicycle to a farther place. When Ruan Ning and Chung Jili arrived at the supermarket at the north gate of the community, the supermarket was already crowded with people, and the scene of panic buying was chaotic. Chung Jili looked doubtful. "Can we still buy things here?" Ruan Ning held her hand and smiled mysteriously. "Follow me." Chung Jili was full of questions, but he curiously followed Ruan Ning out of the crowded supermarket and walked in another direction. Ruan Ning and Chung Jili avoided the crowds rushing to buy supplies. When they passed several small supermarkets, the people inside had already started fighting for supplies. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, Ruan Ning stopped in front of a closed Malatang restaurant. Chung Jili lit a candle and looked at the closed shop in confusion. "Is this a Malatang restaurant?" Ruan Ning smiled slightly and knocked on the shutter door. "Boss, is the boss here?" A few seconds later, there was a slight sound from inside the door. The shutter door was gently pulled open a crack, and a young male boss poked his head out. "Come in quickly." Ruan Ning and Chung Jili looked at each other and entered the store with some caution. The room was dimly lit. The male boss and his wife were standing in the store, and the female boss was holding a sleeping baby in her arms. Ruan Ning got straight to the point. "How many vegetables do you have left?" "We'll buy them all. If there are other foods, we're willing to buy them too." The male boss hesitated for a moment and said, "We still have a lot of vegetables and frozen meat, but we don't sell noodles." Ruan Ning nodded. "I understand." Soon, the boss began to pack the vegetables in the store. Cabbage, spinach, coriander, leek, enoki mushroom, etc., as well as potatoes, sweet potatoes, lotus roots, radishes, etc. Some of these vegetables have been washed, and some have not been processed yet. In addition to vegetables, the boss also took out some frozen meats, such as beef, pork belly, chicken feet, and meatballs. Seeing the dry goods in the warehouse, Ruan Ning knew that there were quite a lot of instant noodles, but she didn't say anything in a hurry. The male boss seemed to have noticed Ruan Ning's gaze. After thinking for a moment, he said, "We just received some goods. Let me give you 2 boxes of instant noodles." Chung Jili's eyes lit up. "Thank you. That's great. My brother just asked me to buy something that is easy to preserve." Seeing Chung Jili's excitement, the male boss seemed relieved and felt that he had done a good thing. After all, no one knew how the situation would develop, so any help counted. Ruan Ning looked at the couple and suddenly said, "I have a can of baby formula here. I can exchange it for 2 boxes of instant noodles. How about it?" The female boss was immediately surprised. Really? She had always had insufficient milk, and the milk powder was almost used up. When she heard Ruan Ning mention milk powder, a look of desire appeared on her face. Ruan Ning pretended to take out milk powder from her backpack, but actually took out a can from the space and handed it to them. "It's genuine, don't worry." The male boss took the milk powder and nodded quickly. "Okay, change it for 2 boxes of instant noodles." Because of the can of milk powder, the female boss insisted not to charge Ruan Ning double the price, and only settled the bill at the normal price. After Ruan Ning and Chung Jili paid, they carried the 3 large bags of food and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Ruan Ning couldn't help but remind them, "The situation is unclear right now, so you should move the food home as soon as possible. Don't leave it in the store, and don't let others see it. Don't sell it tomorrow." The male boss was stunned, then smiled gratefully and said, "Thank you for the reminder. We will pay attention to it." The two carefully carried the food back to the community and did not encounter any trouble on the way, but just as they were about to reach the building, the sky suddenly became strange. In the night sky, large patches of blood-red light shone, and the entire night sky seemed to be dyed with a strange color. Chung Jili was stunned, looking up at the sky blankly. "Is that on fire?" Ruan Ning said calmly, "That's the aurora." "Aurora?" Chung Jili recalled his limited knowledge of astronomy. "Shouldn't the aurora be green? And don't we have to go abroad to see it?" "Red auroras appear when solar activity is intense," Ruan Ning explained. Chung Jili suddenly realized, "So that's it. Then the power outage today is also caused by solar activity?" Ruan Ning shook her head. "I'm not sure, but it's safer for us to go home quickly." The two quickened their pace and climbed up the stairs. Ruan Ning told Chung Jili, "Eat the food that cannot be preserved first." If you can't finish the vegetables, make them into dried vegetables or pickles for preservation. Chung Jili nodded repeatedly to show that he understood. After returning home, Wan Ning put all the food into the space and fell exhaustedly on the sofa. She thought she would have trouble falling asleep because of the strange scene outside, but unexpectedly, she fell asleep as soon as she lay down. Wan Ning slept until the next morning, until she was awakened by a knock on the door. Wan Ning came to the door and saw Chung Jili standing outside through the peephole. After opening the door, Chung Jili said anxiously, "Ning Ning, change your clothes quickly and come with me to buy some water." Wan Ning paused for 2 seconds and nodded, "Okay." After washing up quickly, she went downstairs with Chung Jili. Chung Jili's eyes were bloodshot, and it was obvious that she didn't sleep well last night, but she was extremely excited. This morning, people in the community said that the sun erupted a super flare and many equipment were destroyed. The power will be out for at least a week. I actually don't understand it either. I just watched some science popularization on TV and know that solar activity can produce red auroras. Wan Ning responded with a smile. Chung Jili shook his head regretfully. "Why didn't I see it? But I'm usually busy with training. Alas, my brother said something is wrong, and we have to stock up some things at home." Wan Ning nodded. "Your brother is right." They finally arrived at the gate of the community and saw Chung Ji-kwan waiting there, with a tricycle parked beside him. Compared to the dim candlelight last night, Chung Ji-kwan now looked more stern and his aura was much stronger. When Wan Ning saw the tricycle with a carriage, she couldn't help but envy him. "You actually got a tricycle. You're really smart." Chung Ji-kwan nodded calmly. "I bought it this morning. Next, let's go buy some water. Each person is limited to 2 buckets." Wan Ning was stunned. "Is there a purchase restriction?" Chung Ji-kwan nodded. "Yes, there are purchase limits on water and supermarket supplies." Wan Ning secretly sighed that the government's response was really quick. They imposed purchase limits on supplies in a timely manner to prevent the entire city from falling into a buying frenzy. Seeing that Wan Ning had no objection, Chung Ji-kwan got on the tricycle and turned back to say to them, "You guys sit in the back car, we can go faster." Chung Jili and Wan Ning looked at each other. Although the carriage was rustic, it was better than walking. They climbed into the carriage and followed Chung Ji-kwan to the water station quickly. After queuing at the water station for 20 minutes, the 3 of them bought the limited purchase bottled water. On the way back, Chung Ji-kwan suggested, "We can carry the water upstairs in 2 trips, and Miss Wan can stay downstairs to watch." Wan Ning wanted to refuse, but Chung Jili immediately said with a smile, "Ning Ning, don't be embarrassed. I am a sports person. Carrying water is easy for me." Wan Ning was curious when she heard this. "What are you studying?" Chung Jili had a hint of shyness on his face and made an aiming gesture. "Shoot, my brother is even better. He participated in the World Championships and won awards." Chung Jili said proudly. Wan Ning almost dropped her jaw after hearing this, and the only thought left in her mind was, what the fuck? Chapter 10. She won't be used as a granary for others, right? Wan Ning was daydreaming downstairs and became more determined to help the brother and sister stock up on supplies, and she could also collect some for herself at the same time. She had already set aside 20,000 yuan. The 2 siblings quickly carried the buckets downstairs, and the second trip was for the 3 of them to go up together. Chung Ji-kwan still carried 2 buckets of water. Wan Ning felt that she should practice more, but was afraid that she couldn't handle the task with just 1 bucket of water, so she discussed with Chung Jili that they each carry 9 floors. Wan Ning came first. The bucket of water weighed about 36 pounds. Wan Ning took a deep breath first, but after squatting down, she almost couldn't hold it up. She used all her strength and struggled to carry the bucket to the 3rd floor. Sweating all over, Chung Jili couldn't bear it any longer. "Ning Ning, how about we go to the 3rd floor at a time and then take turns?" Wan Ning also felt that she had reached her limit, so she nodded and gave the bucket to Chung Jili. Chung Jili lifted it with one hand. Because Wan Ning was slow, the 2 arrived much later than Chung Ji-kwan. He motioned Chung Jili to put the bucket of water at the door of 1801 and said, "You 2 take a 10-minute break, and then we'll go to the supermarket together." After last night's rush to buy, the small supermarkets downstairs are out of stock, so if you want to buy anything you have to go to the nearby big supermarket. Wan Ning knew that the 2 men were accommodating her, probably because they saw that it was not easy for a little girl like her to live alone. Otherwise, they would have stocked up much faster. 10 minutes later, Wan Ning went out carrying the folding bicycles she had stockpiled. Chung Jili asked in surprise, "Ning Ning, do you have a bicycle too?" Wan Ning hummed, It's a long way to the supermarket later, so it's more convenient to have a bicycle to come back, and your brother won't have to take the trouble to carry us. Chung Jili's eyes sparkled. You're right. I'll bring my bike too. This time, the two girls rode their bikes by themselves, and they moved forward faster. As we got closer to the city, the road was filled with more and more scrapped cars. It was rush hour, and the road was jammed with cars parked next to each other. Some of the cars had their rear ends dented by large buses, leaving debris all over the ground. In just one day, the originally clean and tidy city became messy. The area near the big supermarket was full of people, with long queues that stretched as far as the eye could see. Seeing that they couldn't get any closer by bike, the three of them had to find a relatively nearby location to park their bikes and use 3 locks to lock the bikes together. Ruan Ning frowned and said, I hope no one will steal it. Chung Jili hesitated. That shouldn't be the case. You can't run away with 3 bicycles in broad daylight, and there are 3 locks on them. Ruan Ning nodded. It took the 3 of them a while to find the end of the line. Unexpectedly, a skinny man in his 40s who had just joined the queue came up to Chung Jili with a large stack of small plastic stools and said, Beauty, would you like to buy a small stool? The queue will take a long time, and these stools are only 20 yuan each. You will definitely not get cheated if you buy them. Chung Jili observed the quality of the plastic bench and said dissatisfiedly, This bench usually costs only 7 or 8 yuan each. You sell it for double the price. Be careful, or I will sue you for profiting from the national crisis. The monkey man tooted, Little girl, if you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it. My goods are rare and valuable, and don't I run errands for free? Although he said things like he was not afraid at all, his actions showed that he wanted to leave immediately. Ruan Ning stopped him. Wait, I want to buy 3. 3? The monkey man smiled immediately when he saw that a big deal had come in. This little beauty is really smart. Chung Jili grabbed Ruan Ning and said, Ning Ning, why did you buy this? It's so expensive. Ruan Ning sighed. I really can't stand anymore. I'll be more comfortable sitting down for a while. Besides, there might be a queue later. When the monkey man heard this, he quickly said, That's right, this little beauty has foresight. We don't know how long the power outage will last. Our city doesn't produce any food, and now we don't have any cars. So how can we transport the meat and vegetables in? We have to limit purchases for at least 1 month. Chung Jili was about to speak, but Chung Jiquan had already taken out the money. This is for 2 chairs. Ruan Ning took out 20 yuan. Anyone who doesn't sit on a stool is a fool. When people around saw them paying, they followed suit and bought some because the line was too long. And like the monkey man said, what if the purchase is restricted to 1 month? You will have to queue up every now and then, so it is better to buy it early and enjoy it early. Seeing that the stools had been paid for, Chung Jili sat down, but she was still not satisfied. He got the better of me. 3 chairs for 60 yuan, we should bargain. Ruan Ning shook her head. Now everyone is thinking about how to store food, but he is thinking about how to make money. I don't know if he made any money. After all, it's only $20, and it will be a piece of waste paper after tomorrow. Chung Jili thought about it and said, What do you think? Is it true that he will limit the purchase for 1 month? Will the purchase be restricted for that long? Chung Jiquan took a deep look at his naive sister and said, Maybe it will take more than a month. Chung Jili had a look of despair on his face. No way. How can I have a call in a month? The fairy tale drama I'm following is about to air its finale. Ruan Ning thought that she might never get to see the ending of the story. It was truly cruel. Chung Jili complained for a moment, then began to mutter, I don't know how things are going over there with my dad. Are they also so chaotic? Chung Jiquan said calmly. He has already started a new family, so we don't need to worry. Chung Jili chuckled and said to his brother in a flattering way, That's right, we won't care about him. Ruan Ning was smart enough not to get involved in discussions about the other party's family affairs. Chung Jili couldn't hold back any longer and continued to find topics to chat about. This time she looked at Ruan Ning and said, Ning Ning, how do you say the purchase restrictions are implemented? How much can each person buy? How would Ruan Ning know? Chung Jiquan pondered for a moment, then stood up and said, Wait here for a while. I'll go to the front to ask around. Chung Jili's eyes lit up. Brother, go quickly. I'll guard the stool. After Chung Jiquan left, Chung Jili shook his head and said, My brother is just too serious. Even I, his sister, don't want to talk to him. How can I find a girlfriend in the future? Ruan Ning agreed casually, Yes. The ant in the front seat turned around and said excitedly, Your brother doesn't have a girlfriend? It was pretty good. Do you want me to introduce one to you? Chung Jili quickly refused. No. No one can control his affairs. The aunt was quite regretful, but the situation was not good now, so she could only temporarily extinguish her matchmaking wish and sighed, I don't know what's going on in this world. Why is there a sudden power outage? And there's also the flare the community is talking about. They don't even know what happened to the sun. Sigh. How am I going to live my life from now on? Chung Jili also sighed. Yeah, how come there was no electricity in one day? I can't even watch TV series. Are you still thinking about the TV show? Annie looked around and found that no one was paying attention to them. She suddenly lowered her voice and said mysteriously, My son said that the world might end. Of course I don't believe it, but it looks weird now. You two girls should also pay attention and buy more things later. Ruan Ning said, That's what we planned. You should prepare more as well. The aunt started nagging again about how her son couldn't find a wife. About 20 minutes later, Chung Ji-kwan came back from the supermarket entrance and said to the two people, The prices of things have not increased. Each person is limited to buying 2 bags of 20 kilograms of rice, a barrel of oil, 1 kilogram of noodles, and a box of mineral water. The total amount of other food cannot exceed 100 yuan. You can buy 3 bags of women's products. There are specific regulations for other items, but the total amount is not much. Ruan Ning immediately asked, Are there any purchase restrictions on other items? Chung Ji-kwan looked at Ruan Ning. What do you mean? Ruan Ning. For example, quilts, clothes, and toilet water. Chung Ji-kwan recalled, There should be no purchase restrictions on these. Ruan Ning knew that everyone around was listening closely to the news, so she leaned close to Chung Ji-kwan and whispered, Then let's stay in the supermarket for a while and buy some of these. Chung Ji-kwan nodded. Okay. About 2 hours later, it was finally their turn to enter the supermarket. Each person can get a card. The 3 of them first buy enough limited food and then start to visit other areas. The big supermarket has everything. Ruan Ning took the lead and led the brother and sister to the pots and pans area. There should be a simple liquefied gas stove here. Let's buy one and buy liquefied gas later. Chung Jili was confused. Didn't the community say they would repair the system as soon as possible and give priority to the supply of natural gas? There's no need for that. Ruan Ning looked at Chung Jili solemnly. How fast is as soon as possible? Do you know? Chung Jili was unable to answer, and Chung Ji-kwan remained silent as he put the 3 simple liquefied gas stoves into the cart. Ruan Ning took out another water purifier and 5 bottles of water purification tablets. This time, Chung Jili didn't say anything more and just doubled the money. Chung Ji-kwan thought about it, called the salesperson, and got 120 bottles of water purification tablets from the warehouse. It's a pity that the supermarket doesn't usually stock too much of this stuff. Otherwise, he could buy more. Next, Ruan Ning bought some heating pads and cooling patches. Chung Jili was dumbfounded. I can understand the cooling patch, the weather is still a bit hot, but what are you going to do with the heating pad? It's only September. Ruan Ning leaned close to her ear and said, I have period pain and need to apply a compress. Don't you need it? Chung Jili wanted to say that she never felt any pain, but after thinking it over, he took a large bag, about 100 tablets. Ruan Ning brought the 2 of them to buy a bunch of things, and when they were settling the bill at the end, the staff almost had a brain short circuit. It was only after they found a big sister who was good at calculating that the bill was settled successfully. Fortunately, their bikes were not stolen. It was obvious that so many things could not be transported back in one trip. So the 3 of them once again adopted a shift strategy, with Ruan Ning guarding the things while the other 2 transported them back and forth. It took them 4 trips to move all their belongings back home. Then, the 3 of them went to buy liquefied gas, also limited to 2 cans. Ruan Ning was most interested in this thing. Due to purchase restrictions, she only got 10 cans and stored them in her space. Now she was of course happy to be able to buy 2 more cans. After everything was purchased, the sun had already set. Because of carrying supplies back and forth from the supermarket many times, the 2 siblings were exhausted. They said hello to Ruan Ning and went home to sleep. Ruan Ning didn't rest, as she had a big event tonight. Chapter 11. At midnight, Ruan Ning saw that the entire community had become quiet, so she went out quietly. Without electricity and lights, the moon and stars in the sky seemed particularly bright. With the help of this little light, Ruan Ning felt her way out of the community. When she reached an empty road section, she took out an electric bicycle from the space and rode towards the highway. The electric car was bought in advance. It is secondhand goods, and it will not be directly damaged by solar flares if placed in the space. As for whether it will be slowly damaged if taken out at night, Ruan Ning doesn't care. She also has 10 secondhand electric cars in her space, each costing 400 yuan, and they are for one-time use. Ruan-Ning had planned to go to the highway long ago. Firstly, the suburb where she lived was close to the highway entrance. It usually took about 10 minutes to drive there, or 20 minutes to ride an electric bike. Secondly, there must be a lot of trucks on the highway. It will rain heavily tomorrow, and most of the supplies on the ground will be soaked in water, especially these abandoned cars, which will be washed away to unknown places by the flood. Rather than letting it flow away like this, it would be better to let her keep it. As for whether there was anyone guarding the truck, Ruan-Ning guessed that it was probably impossible. This was not just a problem with one or two cars. All the cars could not move. The drivers would panic. In addition, no restaurants were open. These drivers were guarding the highway with no food or water. Would they starve to death? As planned, Ruan-Ning arrived at the highway entrance and found that there was no one guarding there. She quietly entered the ramp, and after getting on the main road, she found that there were more cars than she had imagined, but the accident rate was even higher. The cars were twisting and turning, either hitting each other or hitting the guardrails, with either a butt or a head missing. It was the middle of the night, the wilderness was silent, and the road was full of abandoned vehicles. The scene was a bit scary. Ruan-Ning moved forward slowly, making sure that she could only hear the sound of the wind. Anyone there? Is there anyone? No one answered. About 20 minutes later, Ruan-Ning saw an off-road vehicle in relatively intact condition. She got off the electric vehicle, walked over and looked at the body of the vehicle in the moonlight, and found that it was actually a Mercedes-Benz. Put your hand on the rear-view mirror, and the Benz disappears silently. This was exactly the effect Ruan-Ning wanted. There was no sound. In this pitch-black night, even if there was someone around, they wouldn't be able to tell what was happening. Move on. Ruan-Ning collected 5 or 6 cars that she liked. As for whether they could be driven in the future, her father had worked in car repair for 3 years, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to replace some parts. Soon, she spotted a large box truck. Probably because the vehicle lost control, the truck crashed into an SUV in front of it, and the back seat of the SUV was completely scrapped. Fortunately, no blood was found. The truck itself didn't get much benefit. The front windshield was broken, and of course there was no one in the truck. Ruan-Ning walked around to the rear of the car and found that the compartment was locked and she couldn't see what was inside. But this did not pose a problem for Ruan-Ning. She first stored the entire truck into the space, and then used the retrieval function to take out all the items in the truck and place them on the ground. Ruan-Ning walked over and pressed the package with her hand, and it turned out to be rice. The entire carriage was filled with bags of vacuum-packed rice. How many tons is this? After the initial victory, Ruan-Ning smiled, put all the rice into the space, and put the truck back to its original place. The whole process took less than 5 minutes and was silent. Ruan-Ning continued to move forward and collected another Wulinghongguang. Then she spotted the delivery truck. This is good stuff. Following the old method, Ruan-Ning first put away the truck, then took out a large pile of express boxes and placed them on the ground, and finally stuffed the express boxes back into the space. For fear that there wasn't enough space, she even filled the car with express deliveries. As for what's inside the express box, you can slowly open it after you get home. With the experience of the 2 times, Ruan-Ning's speed increased significantly, and he collected 3 express trucks and 2 freight vehicles along the way. One of the trucks was filled with vegetables, and the other was filled with potatoes. Potatoes are pretty good. Later, agricultural experts developed cold-resistant and drought-resistant potatoes. Although the quantity is small, it can barely be considered one of the circulating grains in the end times. After collecting all these, there is about 300 cubic meters of space left. Continue. About 10 minutes later, a medium-sized truck came into Ruan-Ning's sight. Ruan-Ning did the same thing and took out the goods and looked at them carefully. It was a cart of Kyoho grapes. It is the peak season for grapes now, and the seasonal fruits are fresh and delicious, so it is worth it. Ruan-Ning quietly took the grapes away and left the car behind. Not long after, another truck was spotted ahead. However, this truck is relatively small, and it says cold chain transportation on it. Now, there has been a power outage for 24 hours, and I don't know if the things inside are damaged. Ruan-Ning planned to take a look first, so she took out the goods in the same way and walked to the side to identify them. Good job. It turned out to be a truckload of imported Australian Wagyu beef and live frozen seafood. Because the car body has insulation measures, and it is not hot today, a thick layer of dry ice is laid in the box, and now the surface is still emitting icy air. Ruan-Ning didn't say anything and quickly put everything into the space. Improving the quality of life in the future depends on this. I can provide my parents with a candlelight dinner, and she can also try something new. Immediately afterwards, Ruan Ning discovered another cart of medicines. There was no way to look at this closely, but it was all medicine, so Ruan Ning accepted it with tears in her eyes. After riding for another 20 minutes, they encountered a large truck and two express trucks. Unfortunately, the trucks were carrying industrial equipment, so Ruan Ning gave up considering the space. The next one is a 20-ton tanker truck. What are you waiting for? Receive it. After collecting the car, Ruan Ning's space was at risk, and it seemed that she couldn't fit much stuff in it. So far, she has received a total of 20 tons of gasoline, about 10 tons of rice, more than 8 tons of vegetables, more than 10 tons of potatoes, more than 5 tons of Kyoto grapes, 6 courier trucks carrying countless parcels, a truck of medicines, a truck of Wagyu beef, and seafood. It feels like there are more things than what she has stockpiled. There was about 100 cubic meters of space left. Ruan Ning smiled with satisfaction and continued riding her electric bike. The car should be enough, so I won't collect it for now. After walking for about 20 minutes, Ruan Ning saw a medium-sized truck with the words "a certain snack chain store" written on it. It should be a truck full of snacks. Ruan Ning thought about it, took out the snacks, and took a look at them. There were various self-heating hot pot dishes, instant snail noodles, beef jerky, pork jerky, chocolate, dried fruits, as well as Fat House Happy Water, freshly squeezed juice, yogurt, milk, and canned fruit. Collect it first, and come back later if there is really no more space. At this time, the moon was already very far to the west, and it seemed that it was already the second half of the night. Ruan Ning continued to move forward for more than 10 minutes, and this time she saw a dangerous goods transport truck. What was she waiting for? She ran quickly. About 10 minutes later, Ruan Ning saw some supplies that could be collected or not. Tobacco cart. You can say it is useless. It is a luxury in the end times, but you can't eat or drink it, and no one in their family smokes. Ruan Ning thought for a moment and decided to collect the entire truckload of tobacco. Maybe she could exchange it for something good in the end times. The rest of the journey went smoothly, and 2 more express trucks were added, making a total of 8 express trucks delivering goods. She had something to do at home in the end of the flood. Later, they encountered a truck full of drones. Ruan Ning's space was too small to hold them all, so she could only throw out some snacks that could be refreshed and stuff half of the drones in. There are probably several hundred of them. After packing up all the spoils, Ruan Ning's smile widened and she happily rode her electric bike back home. She didn't notice it when she came here, but when she went back, Ruan Ning realized that she had walked a long distance. It was already dawn when she reached the highway exit. After putting the electric car back into the space, Ruan Ning walked carefully towards the ramp. At this time, she found that there was a group of people heading towards a highway not far away. They all carried large backpacks and held crowbars in their hands. Chapter 12. Fortunately, there was a small hill next to the ramp covered with trees and grass. Ruan Ning quickly hid in the bushes. The dozen or so men were getting closer and closer. The leader was a burly man with a scar on his right eyebrow. There was a young man next to him who kept looking around, seeming a little scared. "Boss, why don't we come at night?" The big man glared at him unhappily. "What are you afraid of? The city is in chaos. Who has time to take care of this place? There are only a few drivers on the highway, so why should we be afraid of them when there are so many of us? There is no power, no surveillance, no evidence, and there is no way we can do anything even if we kill you. You all know what the price of food is now. As long as you can find something to eat, it will be better than Lao San and his gang selling drugs. If you don't want to go, that's fine. Just get out now. Of course, you won't make any money." The young man quickly smiled flatteringly. "Boss, how could I not want to make money? My wife and children are still waiting for me to support them. Everything is up to you, boss." The big man nodded in satisfaction, turned around and warned everyone. "Be honest later, hand over all the food you find, and sell it out when the price is higher." Ruan Ning thought, "You might not be able to find it. If we find something worse, we may never come back." After they walked away, Ruan Ning tiptoed down the hill, brushed off the grass debris on her body, and concealed her achievements and fame. However, this incident also reminded her that it was not safe to go out alone in the last days, and she must improve her physical fitness and practice her weapon skills. After returning home, Ruan Ning drank half a bottle of orange juice and fell on the sofa. Comfortable. After being busy all night, my whole body aches. I would be lying if I said I wasn't tired, but I was happy at the same time, especially since she was extremely excited and couldn't sleep anyway. Ruan Ning decided to check the supplies again. She closed her eyes and sank her consciousness into the space. She felt both happy and worried when she saw the mountains of supplies. How to organize it? There are just too many things. It is better to partition as before. First, Ruan Ning built a new transportation area and moved all the Mercedes-Benz and other cars collected last night, as well as the electric cars, bicycles, snowmobiles, etc. that had been stockpiled before, to that area. Then she built a new express delivery area. Fortunately, the space can be stacked with one thought. Otherwise, it would take her forever to deal with this mountain of express deliveries. Likewise, the car must be filled with express deliveries. There were too many new things added to the food area, so Ruan Ning compressed the miscellaneous area so that it was barely enough. Feeling more excited the more she organized, Ruan Ning simply took out a basin of washed cherries and continued to work while eating. The energy zone has not added much, just 20 tons of gasoline in total, but because it is stored with cars, it takes up a considerable amount of space. Ruan Ning didn't want to waste any corners. Since the shape of her space could be adjusted at will, she compressed the space into a cylinder like retouching a picture, fitting it tightly into the tanker truck's compartment. Perfect. The medicine truck was collected last night. She couldn't take a close look at it then, but now she has time. Ruan Ning found that there was alcohol, 84 disinfectant, masks, bandages, protective clothing, etc., and then various medicines. Ruan Ning was too lazy to distinguish them for the time being, so she put this batch of medicines aside and would pick out the commonly used medicines when she had time. There are also drones. These drones are brand new and have no batteries installed, so the scrap rate should be relatively low. Ruan Ning thought that these things should be classified as transportation, so he increased the size of that piece and stacked them up. After some tidying up, the space looks a lot cleaner, and there is an extra 30 or 40 cubic meters. Ruan Ning was very satisfied. Just as I was thinking of a way to compress it further, there was a knock on the living room door. The person who would come to see her these 2 days would most likely be Chung Jili. Ruan Ning stood up and looked around to make sure there were no strange items. I walked to the door and looked through the peephole, and the person standing outside was Chung Ji-kwan. Why is it him? Ruan Ning blinked and asked, "Who's outside?" Chung Ji-kwan's voice came. "Miss Ruan, it's me. We bought a new stove together yesterday. Jili was afraid that you wouldn't know how to install it, so he asked me to come over and ask if you wanted help." Ruan Ning's eyes lit up, and she quickly scanned the items in the house again and said, "I need help. Brother Chung, wait for me to change my clothes." Ruan Ning ran to the kitchen, made sure there was nothing strange, then returned to the front door and opened them one by one. Chung Ji-kwan glanced at her 3 doors. Ruan Ning smiled awkwardly. "I live alone. Those who understand will understand. You have to be careful about safety." Chung Ji-kwan didn't dwell on this. "Where is your stove?" Ruan Qing brought him a pair of slippers. "They are in the kitchen. These are the new slippers I bought. No one has worn them yet. They are very clean." Chung Ji-kwan looked down and found that his shoes were a little small, but he didn't say anything. After changing his shoes, he followed Ruan Ning into the kitchen. "The liquefied gas stove I bought yesterday is placed on the cupboard, and the outer packaging has not yet been unpacked." Ruan Ning found a pair of scissors and handed them to Chung Ji-kwan. "Thank you for your help." "No trouble." Chung Ji-kwan had practiced it once before. He unpacked the cardboard box skillfully and began to assemble the liquefied gas stove. The kitchens in both apartments are very large, but Chung Ji-kwan is so tall and strong that the kitchen seems small. Ruan Ning walked around to the kitchen door and looked. Suddenly, an idea occurred to her. "Brother Chung, I actually have something I want to discuss with you and Ji Li." Chung Ji-kwan continued working without looking up. "What?" Ruan Ning said, "My colleague came to me last night and said that the situation is very complicated. Our company is not working and the boss is still collecting supplies. He said they got a batch of rice and didn't plan to give it to the boss, so he asked me if I wanted to buy it, but the price was quite expensive." This was the inspiration Ruan Ning got from meeting the big man today. Their appearance meant that the black market must exist, and she could use this as an excuse to sell some food to Chung Jili and his sister. If Chung Ji-kwan hadn't come to help today, she wouldn't have thought of this. To be honest, these 2 siblings have decent character and their fighting skills should be pretty good too, so Ruan Ning wants to make friends with them. On the other hand, the neighbors lived too close, and if they had no food at all, Ruan Ning would not be able to sleep well at night. Chung Ji-kwan stopped what he was doing and looked up at her. "Do you want to ask me if I want to buy it?" "Yes." Ruan Ning looked very troubled. "I want to buy some rice to store because our boss is well informed, and he must have a reason for hoarding supplies. But my colleague said that they have to buy 30 bags of rice at a minimum, and each bag weighs 40 kilograms. I can't buy so much." Ruan Ning looked at Chung Ji-kwan sincerely. "Brother Chung, what do you think about our 2 families buying together?" Chung Ji-kwan remained calm. "How much do they cost?" Ruan Ning couldn't tell if he was tempted or not. Rice is 40 kilograms per bag, vacuum-packed, and usually costs more than 100 yuan. The price is very high in the market now. For the sake of my colleagues, they said they can give me this price. Ruan Ning stretched out 4 fingers. Chung Jiquan lowered his eyes and said, "Those 30 bags of rice are worth 12,000. Ruan Ning nodded and said, "Actually, the price is not bad, but I'm afraid I can't eat so much, so I'll probably just need 10 bags. This was Ruan Ning's rough estimate of the amount, a total of 800 kilograms of rice, enough for the people next door to make ends meet and live on the minimum living allowance for a while. After she finishes eating these, it will be about time for her to move out, and she won't have to worry about her neighbors having bad intentions. If the relationship between the two families is still good by then, she can quietly leave some food behind when she leaves, just as a favor." After thinking for a moment, Chung Jiquan said, "How about this? If your colleague really has the goods, I want to buy 2,000 kilograms, which is 50 bags. However, I don't have that much cash, so I can only pay with gold." "You're buying so much?" Ruan Ning's eyes lit up. On the one hand, she was happy that the other party was so generous to buy enough food. On the other hand, she was already prepared to collect waste paper, and she didn't expect to make gold. Gold still has circulation value, so this deal is a huge profit. Ruan Ning was reluctant to agree directly, so she said she would ask her colleagues and give Chung Jiquan a reply later. Chung Jiquan suddenly asked, "Does that require a deposit?" "Deposit?" Ruan Ningjin hadn't expected this. After thinking for a while, she said, "I think it should be necessary. If you are not afraid that I will cheat you, you can give me a deposit first." Chung Jiquan said okay and continued to install the liquefied gas stove. After the installation was completed, he returned to the next room and brought over a box, opening it to show Ruan Ning. "This is the gold bar I bought at the bank. The certificate is still inside. The weight is 50 grams. I know that gold is generally not collected at the market price. You can negotiate with them." Ruan Ning paid attention to it a few days ago. The price of gold bars is about 480. According to the market price, 50 grams is 4,000 yuan more than the full amount. "That's quite nice." Ruan Ning raised her eyebrows, looked at Chung Jiquan, and said teasingly, "Brother Chung, if you give me so much directly, aren't you afraid that I will run away with the money?" Chung Jiquan closed the box and handed it to her. "If you are a liar, this risk is within my tolerance. If not, my profit should be huge, so it is worth the risk." Ruan Ning smiled and took the box. "Okay, I won't run away for 20,000 yuan, and I can't run far now." Chung Jiquan paused and said, "Then be careful when you go out, and be careful when using the liquefied gas stove that was just installed." Ruan Ning felt amused. "Brother Chung, don't worry, I will pay attention." Chung Jiquan nodded and left Ruan Ning's house. Afterwards, Ruan Ning walked around outside, found the warehouse that she had rented, and threw 60 bags of rice into it. She returned to the community and knocked on the door next door. The one who opened the door was Chung Jili, who had a bunch of playing cards in her hand. When she saw Ruan Ning, her eyes sparkled. "Ning Ning, are you here to play with me?" Ruan Ning smiled and said, "I'm looking for you, but I'm also looking for your brother." Chung Jiquan must have heard the noise. He walked out of the room and looked at her. Ruan Ning said, "Brother Chung, my colleague agreed, and they have already transported the rice to the warehouse. We need to move it back ourselves, but we have to finish moving it before noon." Chung Jiquan nodded. "Okay, how much more do we need to pay?" Ruan Ning, "No need, the prices outside are in a mess right now. They like gold very much, and they say the price of gold will go up." Chung Jili was confused when she heard what was going on. After the two explained it, she was dumbfounded. "Brother, are we buying so much rice? What if it goes bad?" Chung Jiquan said, "Don't worry, I won't let you eat it. If it's useless by then, I'll take it to the shooting range." Chung Jili still felt that her brother was exaggerating, but her advantage was that she was obedient. "Okay, but we can't finish so much, what do you think?" It took some effort for the 3 men to transport the 60 bags of rice back. On the way, they even covered the tricycle with tricolor plastic sheeting to avoid any problems. The residents in the community are now busy with their own affairs or stockpiling food outside, and no one is paying attention to them. When the last trip was made, the sky was already covered with dark clouds. Chapter 13. Under the residential building, Chung Jili stared at the dark sky in confusion. It was fine this morning. Why did it suddenly change? These dark clouds really look like the end of the world in the movies. Chung Jiquan looked solemn, his brows furrowed. "Let's move the rice to the corridor first. Let's move quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, Raindrops hit the ground. The three of them worked together to get the remaining 5 bags of rice to the corridor, and then Chung Ji-kwon took the lead in moving the last batch of rice to the door outside, 1802. At this time, heavy rain was pouring down, and the sky seemed to have a hole, pouring water down desperately. Chung Ji-kwon closed all the windows in the hallway in the wind and rain. His clothes were soaked by the rain. He turned around and said to Rwan Ning, "Go home and close the doors and windows. This rain is not right. Okay, you guys come in quickly too." Rwan Ning nodded, took out the key, and opened the door. She had closed the windows before going out, so there was no water in the house. Rwan Ning locked the 3 doors and walked to the living room window. The world outside is pouring with rain. Rwan Ning had never seen such a rainstorm before. It seemed as if the world had been submerged in water, and there were columns of water in front of her eyes. Suddenly, there was a loud boom in the sky and thunder rang out. Rwan Ning was startled, her pupils dilated, and she truly felt the fear. The rain is too heavy. Because she had read the novel, she knew that this was a doomsday rainstorm, but the feeling of reading the text was different from that of seeing the real scene. When she read the text, she was more amazed by the plot, but now she is more in awe of nature. Can she really survive in such an apocalypse? Rwan Ning took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. These negative emotions would have no effect on the future, so she still had to keep a calm mind. She walked away from the window and went to the kitchen to get out the stewed beef, sautéed carrots, spicy squid, and heated up some greens. After 2 busy days and collecting so many supplies, Rwan Ning decided to reward herself by filling her stomach and drinking a cup of milk tea. After finishing her meal, she took a half-hour break and took a shower. She then took out a bunch of grapes and ate them while playing the song, "I saved my entire family in the apocalypse by spreading branches and leaves." Rwan Ning had only skimmed through this book before and had missed many details. Now that she couldn't go out anyway, she decided to read it again from the beginning. After watching for a while, she fell asleep. When I woke up again, it was already the next day. Rwan Ning felt a little dizzy because she had slept for too long. She walked to the window and looked out, and found that the first floor opposite had been flooded. According to the altitude of their terrain, the 2nd and 3rd floors and other places may have been flooded. Rwan Ning thought about it, then went to the easternmost bedroom and put the bed, cabinets, and other furniture into the space. I won't be going out for the next 2 days, and it's impossible for me to stay at home and eat and sleep. So Rwan Ning decided to set up a sports room and put physical exercise and weapons training on the agenda. She first covered the floor with soundproof mats, then took out the archery target and installed it according to the instructions. Take out the recurve bow as well. The room is quite big, but it still looks empty. Rwan Ning put out a hula hoop, a skipping rope, and a hand grip strengthener. In fact, she also bought a fitness generator, which is simply a modified bicycle. As long as she pedals, she can generate electricity while completing exercise. It's a pity that I can't take it out now. By the way, I went to bed too early yesterday and haven't cleared out the refrigerator to refresh the supplies. I can't forget this. After finishing all this, Rwan Ning went to have breakfast, rest for half an hour, and start exercising. Rwan Ning took a deep breath and performed elastic exercises on the spot for 2 minutes. After finishing, she picked up the skipping rope and started jumping. She did about 70 jumps in each set and did 3 sets in a row. I was sweating profusely after finishing it. Take a 20-minute break to replenish water and move on to the next project. Rwan Ning opened the brief introduction to archery and picked up the recurve bow. She looked at the pictures in the book and learned while practicing how to hold the bow and her stance. I don't know whether it is correct or not. I can only say it is roughly the same. The morning passed quickly. I am too lazy to cook, so I will still eat ready-made food in the space at noon. I had beef yesterday, and today I will mainly eat fish and soup, as well as various braised dishes. While eating, Rwan Ning walked to the balcony and took a look, and found that the 2nd floor was in danger. The rain is still falling. It will keep raining. Rwan Ning shook her head and drank a big mouthful of fish soup. It tastes quite good. After finishing her meal and cleaning up the kitchen, Rwan Ning decided to ventilate the house. She came to the living balcony and opened the window a little bit. Because this side was sheltered from the wind, only a little rain splashed in. Rwan Ning then put a dry rag next to the window, and this shouldn't be a big problem. Then she walked to the front door and opened it, and followed suit, opening the window on the corridor next to her side a little. Although there was only a slight breeze, it felt like the air was flowing quietly. Rwan Ning decided to breathe some fresh air here. After standing there for a while, the door opposite suddenly opened from the inside. Ruan Ning subconsciously looked over and saw Cheng Jili coming out of the house with a bag of garbage. She was slightly startled when she saw Ruan Ning. Ning Ning, what are you doing here? Ruan Ning pointed to the window. Let the wind blow. Oh! Cheng Jili's face was full of worry. What do you think we should do with this garbage? Throw it out the window? Ruan Ning, what else can we do? Pile them up at home? Cheng Jili still couldn't accept littering in his heart. But there was no other way, otherwise the house would stink in 2 days. She originally wanted to put it at the door, but when she saw Ruan Ning here, she gave up the idea. Cheng Jili could only walk to the window on the other side, open the window with his right hand, quickly throw the garbage bag out with his left hand, and then quickly close the window. Although I moved quickly, I still got a little wet. She looked down at her clothes speechlessly. This rain is too much. After thinking about it, she followed Ruan Ning's example and pushed the window open a little bit, standing further away to breathe fresh air. There was someone to keep her company, so Ruan Ning simply leaned against the door and chatted. Why are you the one throwing away the garbage? Where's your brother? He went downstairs to see what was going on. Cheng Jili frowned, revealing a sadness that was completely different from usual. You don't know yet, right? A lot of people escaped from the villa area to our upper floors last night. There are more than 20 in our building alone, and now the second floor is almost flooded, so the third floor must also be prepared to move. It's okay that we're on a high floor, but the entrance corridors and stairwells on the floors below are full of people. It's a mess, even messier than a vegetable market. Cheng Jili sighed. My brother said that we must understand the situation, otherwise we will be too passive. Ruan Ning frowned. How long has he been down there? Cheng Jili said uncertainly. He should be back soon. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. Cheng Jiquan just happened to come back from downstairs. Cheng Jili's face lit up. Brother, how's the situation downstairs? Cheng Jiquan glanced at Ruan Ning, shook his head, and said in a heavy voice, Not so good. The people who escaped from the villa can't bring much with them. They will probably run out of food in less than 2 days. Cheng Jili was terrified. What should we do? Will the rescue team arrive in time? Cheng Jiquan pursed his lips and said earnestly, Jili, it is better to worry about ourselves than to worry about them now. If they have nothing to eat, no one knows what they will do. Cheng Jili was so frightened that his face turned pale. What should I do? How could it become like this in just a few days? No one can answer this question. Ruan Ning saw the heavy atmosphere and said, Brother Cheng, Jili, it's too chaotic downstairs now. Why don't we lock the security door? The safety door that Ruan Ning mentioned is the fire safety door between the stairwell and the entrance corridor. This door was installed by the developer and is made of relatively thick wooden door. When there is no power outage, it can be entered by swiping a card, and it is electronically controlled. Now that there is no electricity, it cannot be closed at all, and anyone can enter and exit. Although the quality of the door depends on the conscience of the developer, as long as it is locked, you need to fix it if you want to get in, which is equivalent to adding an extra layer of insurance. Hearing Ruan Ning's suggestion, Cheng Jiquan turned around and looked at the security door and quickly said, Okay, this is a double door. It can be locked with a chain lock. I'll go get the lock. One lock is not safe, so I'll contribute one too. Ruan Ning walked back into the room, pretending to be home, but actually took out the chain lock and 3 keys from the space. When she went out, Cheng Jiquan was already locking the security door. The method is very simple. Just use a chain lock to put the chain around the door handles on both sides. Then wrap it around a few times and then lock it. Ruan Ning simply handed the lock to him. Cheng Jiquan took it and installed it, then handed his lock key to Ruan Ning. This should be much safer. If anyone wants to come in, they will make a noise. Thanks to your quick thinking. Ruan Ning smiled and handed the 2 keys to her lock to the 2 men. Seeing that they were facing a formidable enemy, Cheng Jili took the key gloomily and said, Ning Ning, what do you think is going on now? Is this really the end of the world? Ruan Ning knew, but couldn't answer. It may be temporary. Anyway, it's safer to lock it up. Be careful not to open the door to others. Cheng Jili immediately said, I'm not that stupid. Anyone who wants to attack us will have to step over my dead body. Cheng Jiquan frowned and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Cheng Jili chuckled. Brother, I was just making an analogy. Cheng Jiquan ignored her and looked at Ruan Ning and said, Although the door is locked, it is not absolutely safe. I know you have 3 doors over there, so it should be safe. But if anything happens, you can also find us. Ruan Ning smiled and said, Of course. We are an alliance now. Cheng Jiquan smiled for the first time and said to the 2 of them, You two continue chatting. I'm going back first. After he left, Chungjili leaned close to Wan Ning and whispered, Ning Ning, I find you are very smart. Fortunately, you helped me buy so much food. Otherwise, I would be even more panicked now. Don't worry. I'll remember this favor and will definitely find a chance to repay you in the future. Wan Ning laughed in her heart. Why, you still want to stick a knife in my ribs? Chungjili said mysteriously. You don't understand. No matter what happens, I can protect you. Wan Ning raised her eyebrows, not understanding what Chungjili meant, but she did have other ideas. To be honest, I actually have something I want to ask you for help with right now. Chungjili asked quickly. What? Chapter 14. Wan Ning said, it's like this. We can go out now, right? I want to exercise at home. You happen to be a sports major, so I would like to ask you to help me develop an exercise plan. Chungjili was a little disappointed. What kind of help is this? Leave it to me. Wan Ning smiled. Also, is there a big difference between shooting and archery? Archery. Chungjili didn't understand why Wan Ning asked this. Although both require aiming, archery requires muscle strength, while we rely on firepower when shooting. Wan Ning asked curiously, have you ever tried archery? Chungjili nodded. I had a friend who liked this before, and I played it twice. Wan Ning's eyes lit up. Why don't you come to my house and try it? Chungjili looked surprised. You have a bow? Wan Ning nodded and took Chungjili to her home practice room. The room was simply decorated, and Chungjili thought it was just a hobby. She was not surprised that Wan Ning was running a gym, and she just picked up the recurve bow on the table. Is this a recurve bow? The last time I played with a compound bow. Chungjili touched the site. That one has a labor-saving pulley, and the accuracy will be higher. Wan Ning, I read in a book that this is suitable for beginners. Chungjili didn't quite understand. Maybe. How many pounds is this? Wan Ning replied, 24. Chungjili suddenly realized, that is indeed suitable for beginners. Do you have any other bows? Wan Ning nodded. Yes, there is also a 32-pound recurve bow, a 50-pound bow, and a 70-pound compound bow. Chungjili was shocked. So many. Why do you keep so many bows and arrows at home? Wan Ning said casually, my ex-boyfriend played with it. He didn't take it away. I brought it here when I moved. Chungjili nodded to show that he understood, picked up an arrow, and stood at the other end of the room ready to attack. It can be seen that she did play twice, but only twice. With a whoosh sound, the arrow went straight into the edge of the target and was firmly nailed on it. Although she didn't hit the bullseye, her result was much better than Wan Ning's. A look of surprise flashed across her face. It's true that learning shooting is different. I can't do it at all? Chungjili said shyly. No, I'm strong, so this poundage is easier for me, and this room is very small. I usually practice 50-meter air/rifle/gun. Wan Ning did not hesitate to flatter him. Anyway, it's amazing. It's just amazing. Chungjili chuckled, thought for a moment, and said, Ning Ning, are you practicing this because you feel the current situation is not good and you want a weapon? Wan Ning indeed thought so. The most important thing is that bows and arrows are long-range weapons, while nail guns are for close combat. She doesn't know how to modify it, and the nail gun she has can only be fired if there is an obstruction in front of it, which means you have to press it on a person's forehead before it can shoot out nails. In the end times, the consequence of this is that the person will die, and even if you shoot the nail out of the leg, it will be extremely difficult. The advantage of the bow and arrow is that she is safer. Chungjili said seriously, I think your 2 recurve bows are only for practice. The poundage is too low. Compound bows are made of modern technology and are more powerful. Moreover, the same poundage has multiple times the lethality of recurve bows. If you really want to fight, you still need to practice more with compound bows. It's just that its structure is more complicated, not as simple as the recurve. Wan Ning nodded. I understand. After Chungjili finished speaking, he picked up the bow and arrow basics tutorial on the table and flipped through it. Let me study this. Maybe I can learn it better and then teach you. Wan Ning's face lit up. No problem. In the afternoon, the two exercised together for half a day. Chungjili helped Wan Ning correct her standing posture and also made a simple exercise schedule for her to proceed step by step and not hurt herself. The next day, Wan Ning continued to exercise in the room. It was unusually lively downstairs. There were 25 people who escaped from the villa, from 7 families in total. They included young and old, and they didn't bring much food with them, so they were about to starve. Moreover, the living environment in the corridor is poor and it is difficult to go to the toilet. At the beginning, they went to the residents' homes to borrow their toilets, but after going there too often, people became unhappy. After all, there were not even conditions for flushing the toilets, and they had to collect rainwater. As the water became deeper and deeper, water began to seep out of the toilets of the residents on the lower floors, so no one could use them. There was no place to go to the toilet or wash, and they were facing hunger. Drinking rainwater caused diarrhea, and the atmosphere among the crowd became increasingly tense and depressing. Just then, a man named Sheen, who was in his 50s, stepped forward and said that he wanted to hold a meeting so that everyone could work together to overcome the difficulties. The meeting was scheduled to be held on the 14th floor, and the original residents of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors were also invited. Before the meeting, Uncle Sheen borrowed a broom from someone else and asked his daughter-in-law to sweep the dust on the stairs on the 14th floor, making them look nice and tidy. In fact, most people disdain to hold meetings and don't think there's anything that can be accomplished by getting together. But there's strength in numbers, and who knows, maybe they can do something by taking advantage of the situation. So when the meeting was held, every household sent a representative. Uncle Sheen stood on the top step and took the lead in introducing himself. Hello everyone, I won't say polite words today. My name is Sheen Rueda, and I am a leader in our street. Now that everyone is in such a difficult situation, I think we should unite. Someone asked, how to unite? Sheen Rueda said, first, we should form an organization. I suggest calling it the Self-Help Committee. No one spoke. Sheen Rueda was satisfied, and his slightly plump face showed high spirits. Since no one objects, let's set up a self-help committee first. The main purpose of the self-help committee is unity and self-help. A white-haired Andy asked impatiently. After saying so much, is there any specific solution? Sheen Rueda said, of course there's a way. The most important thing now is food. I suggest that we should proceed in 2 steps. First, we should centrally manage food and give priority to the elderly and children. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces suddenly became extremely interesting. Some looked at each other in surprise, some were secretly delighted, and some were secretly cursing. A man in his 20s said dissatisfiedly, what if there are no elderly or children at home? Are we just giving away the food for nothing? Sheen Rueda shook his head. How can it be given away for free? My friend, shouldn't you protect the elderly and children first in difficult circumstances? The man said directly, then I won't do it, it's impossible. As soon as he said this, a man in his 60s at the scene blushed and said, why are you like this, young man? Why don't you help the old man in this situation? No love. The man sneered. The remaining people started talking at once, especially the original residents on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors. They had brought all their food out because they lived close together. Now they were asked to hand it in. Was that a joke? The resident on the 2nd floor whispered, this is unreliable. We should leave immediately. They just want to steal our things. Seeing that the atmosphere in the meeting room was becoming increasingly tense, Sheen Rueda quickly raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. No one paid any attention to him. Sheen Rueda had no choice but to pick up the empty mineral water bottle and smash it hard against the stair rail. When everyone finally quieted down, he hurriedly said, listen to me first. What I just said is only the first step. There is also a second step. Sheen Rueda. The second step, and the reason why we centrally manage food, is that we must actively seek help from other residents and let them contribute their love. When everyone heard this, they immediately became excited. This is also the purpose of their visit today. Before this, didn't anyone ask for food from the original residents? No, many people did ask for it, but the heavy rain continued, traffic was interrupted, and it was clear that there would be no rescue in the short term. Who would donate food? The man who had just spoken out against the centralization of food stood up again. Leader Sheen, it's easy for you to say that, but will they take out the food? If they don't, what should we do? Sheen Rueda answered confidently. This is the purpose of our meeting. We should set up an action team and select people who are good at speaking as representatives to explain the situation to the residents. I believe that as long as we help each other, we will soon get out of the haze. The man smiled with a fake smile. Leader Sheen, is it still useful to talk now? Everyone knows that there was a solar flare 2 days ago. Now transportation is inconvenient, and even airplanes can't fly. How can the country provide us with emergency support? The rescue team won't be here anytime soon. Each person can only buy 2 bags of rice. Who has food in stock? So what you said cannot be implemented at all. Sheen Rueda frowned. Why can't it be implemented? I believe many people still have love. The man sneered, leaned against the wall with his arms folded across his chest, and stopped talking. Others also had their own thoughts. The unprecedented solar flare has caused such great damage that it is still unknown when the rain will stop. Who would be so stupid as to take out the food? Talking is useless. It should be. At this time, the representative of the original residents on the second floor suddenly said, "In fact, in addition to food, we should also solve the housing problem." Seeing everyone looking at him, his confidence suddenly soared. "For example, the house next to me has been vacant all year round. I believe there must be vacant houses in this building. The upper floors are fully furnished. We can find all the unoccupied houses, break down the doors, and move in. It's better than living in the corridor." Someone was stunned. "Isn't this bad?" The original resident on the second floor looked disdainful. "What's wrong with that? The law cannot punish everyone. Now is an extraordinary period. It's not like we won't compensate you when the rain stops. You all live in big villas. Don't you have the money to come up with a few thousand or tens of thousands of dollars?" Compared with Chin Rueda's proposal, this one is more exciting. The crowd began to make noise again. Even the man who had just been sarcastic was moved. He stood up and said, "I agree with this. Think about it, the solar flare and the heavy rain came so quickly. Maybe some people couldn't get home, but they still have food stored at home. We can't just starve here and let the food rot in the refrigerator, can we?" This time more people were interested. "It is wrong to smash the door, but people are starving to death now, so what's wrong? Everyone is selfish. Just like other residents are selfish and unwilling to help them. Can't they selfishly break down the door? I agree to destroy the empty households. We will centrally manage the food we find and give priority to the elderly and children." Why should we give it to the elderly and children? We should give it to those who have done the most, according to work. I agree with breaking down the door. Chin Rueda was a little hesitant, but almost 70% of the representatives in front of him agreed, and it would be inappropriate to establish his prestige if he opposed. He also wants to be the chairman of the Self-Help Association. Chin Rueda immediately said, "Okay, let's solve the housing problem first today. Please raise your hands if you agree to demolish the empty households. As long as more than 80% of people agree, we will go together today." Swish, 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 almost everyone raised their hands. And somewhere another conspiracy was quietly taking place. Chapter 15. The Self-Help Association meeting is still going on. The plan to break down the door has been approved, and the next step is to deal with people and tools. The human issue is easy to solve. Just force each household to send out an adult male. But the tools are very troublesome. You know, there is nothing wrong with people gathering together to break down doors. After all, the law does not punish the masses. But will the punishment for those who contributed the tools be increased during the liquidation? No one wants to be the first to stand out. Seeing that everyone had retreated, the young man who had been talking said, unhappily, "You guys raise your hands so actively just now. Why are you silent now? There are so many people, but no one is talking." A representative from the villa area curled his lips and said, "We were in a hurry to escape from the villa, so it's normal that we don't have anything in our hands. You must have something, right? I saw Chung on the third floor move all the mattresses out of his house." The representative of the family quickly said, "Really? I don't have any repair tools at home. Who would bring a screwdriver with them when fleeing?" The young man looked at everyone and said, "I know what you are thinking. You all don't want to take responsibility. Just now, Leader Chin said that we should unite. Did you forget about it?" When Chin Rueda heard him mention him, he immediately stood up and said, "Yes, everyone should unite." The man looked at everyone with sarcasm in his eyes and said, "Since we must unite, not only now, but also even when we restore order in the future, we must unite. Whoever reveals who contributed more and who took the tools will be the public enemy of all of us." When these words were spoken, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Chin Rueda looked at this young man in his 20s and suddenly felt that his leadership was in jeopardy. He frowned and said, "Young man, don't threaten me when you speak. We are a self-help group that unites and helps each other, not a society." The man ignored him. "To be united, we must share the risk. I can't control others. If I find out that someone doesn't follow this rule, I will comfort his whole family, even if I am released from prison." Everyone suddenly fell silent. After a while, a representative stood up and said, "Okay, I agree that we should all unite and not sell out our own people." "I agree." Seeing that no one objected, the second-floor resident who had just made the suggestion rolled his eyes and said, "Actually, I brought the toolbox out. The things in it should be enough." The man glanced at him and said, "Then hurry up and take out your things." The resident on the second floor returned to his floor, and about 5 minutes later came up with a toolbox, which he opened in front of everyone. The view before my eyes was suddenly filled with a dazzling array of good things, a whole box full of them. The young man was instantly excited, and at first glance he saw the largest and longest claw hammer. Wow, this hammer is awesome. He grabbed the claw hammer and saw that the hammer body was very hard, and the handle was covered with plastic, which was both non-slip and shock-absorbing. He loved it even more. When others saw him take it, they also came forward. The brave ones took the big wrench, the timid ones took the saw and pliers, and the owner of the second floor chose a saw himself. Everything was ready, and the 11 men began knocking on doors one by one, and fear spread rapidly in the building. At this time, in room 1801, Chung Jili was about to perform his talent for Wan Ning. Last night, she brought the number 32 recurve bow home to practice and felt that she had achieved great results. After getting up today, she couldn't wait to find Wan Ning to ask for praise. She first adjusted the target, then walked around it twice, then walked to the other end of the room, stood there, and shot an arrow after aiming for half a minute. With a whoosh, the arrow hit the center of the bull's eye. Wan Ning didn't expect the result to be so good. She looked at Chung Jili in surprise and said, "This is amazing. How did you do it in just one night?" Chung Jili raised his chin and said without any pride, "Keep a low profile. After all, I have practiced shooting for so many years. Isn't this natural?" Wan Ning was amused and kept flattering him. "But it was only one night. He must be very talented. Jili, please teach me quickly. I think a teacher like you will definitely be able to raise a good apprentice." Chung Jili put down the recurve bow. "Okay, then I'll teach you how to stand first." The two of them hesitated for a while, and Chung Jili said, "You practice first." When I practiced, I stood for several hours just to keep stable. Wan Ning hummed, raised the recurve bow with both hands, and stared at the target. Chung Jili was very bored, so he picked up the compound bow on the table and played with it. The compound bow is very powerful. It can probably penetrate 2 layers of targets like the one Wan Ning set up. Just as I was thinking about how to modify the target, all kinds of noise suddenly came from outside the house. Some people were banging on the door, some were hitting the windows, and there was also the sound of metallic collisions when chain locks were pulled. Wan Ning and Chung Jili looked at each other and realized that someone had come to their door. Chung Jili asked, "Do you want to go out and take a look?" Wan Ning put down the bow and arrow. "Of course we have to go out. We can't hide. Let's see what they're going to do first. It's only the second day. They shouldn't be so hungry and crazy so soon." Chung Jili muttered, "Maybe there is something else. They don't want to live on the 18th floor, do they?" Wan Ning didn't say anything. After the two went out, they found Chung Jiquan already standing at the door. Through the security door window, Wan Ning saw that the stairwell was crowded with people, all men, holding tools in their hands. Standing in the middle was a young man in his 20s, holding a big hammer. When he saw Wan Ning and Chung Jili, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chung Jiquan frowned and said, "Now you can see that both our houses are occupied. There is no empty house." Qin Rueda was left behind in the crowd. He squeezed through the crowd and looked inside. He saw Wan Ning and Chung Jili standing together, while Chung Jiquan stood alone on the side. "Yes, there are people in both households. Let's continue upstairs." The young man suddenly laughed. "Leader Qin, don't worry. We also need to solve the problem of locking the security door." Qin Rueda looked at him. "What do you want to solve?" "The water is still rising, and we may have to move upstairs. These two families have locked their security doors. Where will we live in the future?" Chung Jiquan said, "There's still room upstairs." The man glared at him and said, "What if I just want to live on the 18th floor? This is a public place. Why do you lock it?" "Yeah, why do they lock it?" someone said. "This is against the fire code." These two families are so selfish. Our house was flooded, but they locked the security door and left us with no place to sleep in the corridor, right? Someone got excited and banged on the wooden door. "You three, quickly open the security door or don't blame us for breaking it." Wan Ning saw that each of them had a tool in their hands, and it was obvious that they were going to do something big. Chung Jiquan then explained in a low voice, "They want to find an unoccupied house, break it open, and move in." Wan Ning was not surprised and raised her voice and said, "Brothers, aren't you looking for a house? Why do you need a corridor?" Everyone paused, and the young man said, "We can look for a house, but what if we can't find one?" Wan Ning, "There are so many households downstairs, and you didn't find any of them?" The others didn't say anything. In fact, they had already broken into two empty doors. One of them was deserted, and the other was fully furnished. There were beds in all four rooms, and with the sofas, quite a few people could sleep in it. Moreover, this family had some food which they put away. Chin Rueda tried his best to be a peacemaker. Everyone, the purpose of our self-help association is to unite and save ourselves. There is no need to have conflicts with other residents. How about this? Let's continue to look upstairs. Maybe there are still rooms and food. Everyone looked at each other. Most people didn't want to cause trouble. It was just a tiny corridor, so there was no need to worry about it. The young man had never been interested in the corridor. He glanced at Chin Rueda and said, "Okay, let's find a place to stay today. If there are no rooms left, this security door cannot be locked again." After saying this, he looked at Ruan Ning meaningfully. Ruan Ning raised her eyebrows and gave him a more meaningful look in return. But the man didn't take it to heart at all, and probably even thought Ruan Ning was attractive and hot. He smiled, approached the security door, and knocked on the window twice with his left hand like a pervert. "I haven't introduced myself to the two beauties yet. My name is Wu Jin. We will have many opportunities to meet in the future." Hearing this name, Ruan Ning was stunned at first, then she was overjoyed. Chapter 16. Led by Wu Jin, a group of people went to the 19th floor in a noisy manner. The corridor fell silent. Cheng Jiquan looked solemn. "I didn't expect them to unite so quickly. We must be more careful." Cheng Jili gritted his teeth and said, "Ning Ning, why are you pulling me? Was that Jin threatening us?" Ruan Ning said meaningfully, "He looks like a ruthless person." Cheng Jili was immediately dissatisfied. "What kind of ruthless person? I think he is just a vulgar, shameless, lewd, and shameless person." Ruan Ning was amused by her long string of words and put her arm around Cheng Jili's shoulders. Don't be angry. He won't break in for the time being. Let's practice archery first. If he dares to rush to the 18th floor, we will send him home." "Yes, send him back to his hometown." After Cheng Jili vented his anger, he looked at Cheng Jiquan and said, "Brother, I will continue to go to Ning Ning's house." Cheng Jiquan was helpless. "Miss Ruan, please take care of my sister." Ruan Ning smiled and said, "Jili taught me archery, so I should be the one to bother her. And since we are so familiar with each other, Brother Cheng, just call me by my name." Cheng Jiquan nodded and said to Cheng Jili, "Come home for dinner tonight, okay?" Cheng Jili's eyes widened. "Brother, I'm not a child. Why are you still saying this?" Ruan Ning understood what Cheng Jiquan meant. Every household was short of food now, so they certainly couldn't treat guests to a meal like they did before. She thought for a moment and said, "Brother Cheng, I actually have something I want to trouble you with. I may be out at 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I need your help to lock the security door." Cheng Jiquan was stunned. "You want to go out? How do you go out?" Ruan Ning said, "I have a rubber boat, and I want to go out and have a look tomorrow." "Go out and have a look?" Cheng Jili was shocked. "This is too dangerous. Although there is a boat, the current should be very complicated." "Ning Ning, you have nothing to eat? What are you going out for?" Ruan Ning's face was heavy. "We have food now, but what about in the near future? I feel that this heavy rain won't stop so easily. I want to go out and try my luck before the food goes bad." Cheng Jili still felt it was too dangerous. She wanted to persuade him again, but Cheng Jiquan stopped her and said, "Then I'll go with you." Cheng Jili's eyes widened. "Brother." Rather than caring about Ruan Ning, she was more confused this time. "You didn't help me persuade her, but you went crazy with her?" Cheng Jiquan looked at his sister and said, "You know how much supplies we are short of. Since Ruan Ning has a boat, we must give it a try." Cheng Jili gritted his teeth and said, "Then I'll go with you too." Cheng Jiquan shook his head. "No, those people in the villa area are gangs. If they knew that no one was home, they would definitely rush in. You have to stay here. If they try to break down the door and steal things, you know what to do." Cheng Jili's body tensed up, and he said, "Then you stay at home. Ning Ning and I will go out." Cheng Jiquan frowned. "Jili, the environment outside is complicated. I am stronger than you. If you obey me, it will be the best protection for the three of us." Cheng Jili's eyes suddenly turned red. Ruan Ning didn't expect that Cheng Jiquan would want to go out with her. She really needed a companion. Like last time on the highway, if she didn't have a place to hide, how could she cope alone? It's just too dangerous to go out. Ruan Ning hesitated and said, "Brother Cheng, why don't you and Jili stay here to guard the house? I guess there are not many people who dare to go out now, so there shouldn't be any danger." Cheng Jiquan looked at Ruan Ning and said, "I am not going with you to take care of you. I want to look for supplies together." Ruan Ning thought about it and it made sense. They were helping each other. Well, we'll gather here before dawn tomorrow. Because of this incident, Chung Jili was in a bad mood during the following training, and he wished he could give Ruan Ning a crash course. She came from a sports family, and because she was a girl, she learned a lot of self-defense and fighting skills when she was young, which she taught all to Ruan Ning at once. After a day of training, Ruan Ning felt that the effect was good, except that her muscles were sore, and she felt refreshed just lying on the sofa. She thought about it, opened the original book, and found the passage where Wu Jin appeared. According to the classification of the million-volume novels, Wu Jin is considered a character in the early to middle stages, and his role is a supporting male role. At first, he appeared as a competitor of the male protagonist, but was later conquered by Chu Dingfeng and did some dirty things for him. The novel does not describe what Wu Jin was doing in the early stages. Anyway, when he appears, he is skinny, vicious, and has lived in the sewers for a long time, giving people the impression that he is dirty and perverted. In addition to the changes in personality, there is another point. The book describes that there are many beautiful women around Chu Dingfeng, but Wu Jin has no interest in him and is too lazy to even take a second look at them. But Wu Jin is not like this today. Ruan Ning said, "System, I didn't make a mistake, did I?" The system replied, "No, host." Ruan Ning guessed that something must have happened in the early stage that caused Wu Jin to change. She thought for a moment and said, "Wu Jin is Chu Dingfeng's helper. If I prevent them from meeting, will it be considered as blocking Chu Dingfeng's luck?" System, "Of course, but how does the host plan to prevent them from meeting?" Ruan Ning blinked. "Killed Wu Jin?" The system was silent for a while. "Host, Wu Jin is the male supporting role in this book, and he also has good fortune. According to your current strength, I'm afraid it will backfire." Wen Ning sighed. The so-called luck value is actually God helping him. For example, if Chung Jiquan, the medalist of the World Championship next door, were to shoot Chu Dingfeng, not to mention whether he could shoot accurately, his gun would definitely explode first. Thinking that she had to get up early tomorrow, Ruan Ning put away the original book and prepared to go to bed. "Okay, then we should just act according to circumstances." The system suddenly shouted, "Host, there is movement over there by Chu Dingfeng." Ruan Ning raised her eyebrows and quickly took out the durian, washed cherries, grapes, melon seeds, and mineral water from the space. "What's wrong with him?" The system said, "Someone is picking his lock." "Oh, wow!" Ruan Ning threw a cherry in her mouth with great interest and then picked up the fragrant durian. "Can they pry it open?" The system monitored Chu Dingfeng's door. It's difficult, after all, the male protagonist has modified the door. I have to thank the host for helping him show off his wealth. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have come at Chu Dingfeng so early, but it would be difficult for them to achieve great things. Ruan Ning said, "Ants can kill elephants if they are in large numbers. And even if Chu Dingfeng made his home impregnable, didn't he go out to collect the escape pods these past 2 days? Is he really a coward?" The system was delighted. "Yes, so many people have been eyeing him in advance. It will be dangerous for him to go out this time. The host is indeed very smart." Ruan Ning, "Less flattery, more rewards." The system laughed and said, "No, I can't. Last time I helped the host settle the accounts in advance, the main system questioned me. In the future, I will only issue rewards after seeing the results." Ruan Ning was suspicious. "Really?" The system immediately said, "Of course. What is the relationship between me and you?" The host father. "You are my master, and I am your elf." Ruan Ning couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, are you still trying to pry the door open over there?" "Still there." Chu Dingfeng has already found it and is watching behind the door with a glass of red wine. Ruan Ning thought to himself that he was worthy of being the male lead. He had to pretend even when no one was watching. She continued to eat fruit, and the two of them monitored each other for a while. Since nothing happened, Ruan Ning took a shower and went to bed. The next day, she came into the hallway with her rubber boat and a host of equipment. Chung Jiquan and Chung Jili were already waiting for her. Seeing Ruan Ning carrying so many things, Chung Jiquan walked up silently and took the rubber boat. He was carrying a backpack and something long wrapped in cloth on his back, but no one knew what it was. Chung Jili was still unhappy and worried about the two of them going out. "You must be careful outside and retreat if you encounter danger." Ruan Ning smiled and said, "Don't worry, we're just going out to take a look." Chung Jili looked at his brother and said, "You have to protect yourself and Ning Ning. I don't need the things. We can both suffer a little. Hasn't it been like this since we were young?" Chung Jiquan. "I know." Seeing Ruan Ning standing aside waiting, Chung Ji-kwan quickened his pace and said, "You must be careful at home. Don't make mistakes because of sympathy. Even if an old person or a child begs you, you can't open the door, let alone give them food and daily necessities. Do you understand?" Chung Jili took a deep breath. "I know, brother." Ruan Ning turned around and opened the two chain locks, and the two of them walked out of the security door quietly. Chung Jili bit his lip, carefully closed the two doors, and locked the chain. Chung Ji-kwan stretched out his hand to test and confirmed that his sister did not make a mistake due to carelessness. He again told Chung Jili, "No matter what happens, don't go out." Chung Jili nodded. "I promise to complete the task." Ruan Ning could see that the two siblings were very worried about each other, so she said, "Let's go quickly and come back soon." Chung Ji-kwan nodded. Because the self-help group found the house yesterday, the stairwell and corridor have been cleared out, leaving only garbage on the floor. It was a little after 4 in the morning, and it was pitch dark in the stairwell. The two men slowly groped their way to the staircases between the 4th and 3rd floors and found that the water had already flooded here, and the residents on the 4th floor had all left. Ruan Ning said, "Let's go down from this window." After being inflated, the rubber boat could not pass through a single window. Chung Ji-kwan first handed the rubber boat and the things on his back to Ruan Ning. Then he climbed over the window and jumped into the water. Then he took the rubber boat from Ruan Ning, disassembled it, and placed it on the water. The height of the entrance lobby on the 1st floor of this building is 4.2 meters. Each floor is a little over 3 meters high, and now the 3rd floor has been submerged, which means the water depth is about 11 meters. This is a very terrifying depth. Ruan Ning was afraid that Chung Ji-kwan might have an accident, so she asked him to hold onto the window and inflate the rubber boat as soon as possible. It was late at night, and everyone was asleep, with only 2 people making a little noise. Fortunately, the people on the 4th floor had moved out, and the sound of rain helped cover it up. After nearly 20 minutes, the rubber boat was finally inflated. Chung Ji-kwan climbed aboard and turned around to ask Ruan Ning, "Do you need me to pick you up?" When Ruan Ning saw that he was soaked, she felt a little embarrassed. After all, she had actually prepared a men's waterproof jacket, but didn't take it out. She lowered her voice and said, "No, I'm fine." Chung Ji-kwan, "Then give me the backpack first, I'll take it." Ruan Ning had just put all her things on the stairs because she wanted to cheer herself up. She reached out and grabbed Chung Ji-kwan's backpack, then picked up her own backpack and handed them to him. After the handover, Ruan Ning turned around and picked up the long thing wrapped in cloth. She didn't pay much attention when she took it just now, but now holding it with one hand, Ruan Ning suddenly felt something was wrong. What does this feel like? Chapter 17. If she guessed correctly, Ruan Ning had only one comment on this. Real punishment. No wonder he didn't even grab food on the night of the blackout and rode away alone on his bike. It turned out he was going to do something like this. Handing the stick to Chung Ji-kwan, Ruan Ning saw that he looked normal, so she climbed out of the window and got on board quietly. Chung Ji-kwan put his backpack and stick on his back again and picked up the oars. "Close the window and let's go." Ruan Ning hummed. At 5 o'clock, the sky was still dark. There were no stars or moon, just the rain that was fading slightly. Ruan Ning took out a glass bottle from her backpack and carefully lit the candle under its protection. Unfortunately, it only emitted a faint light on this rainy night. Fortunately, Chung Ji-kwan was familiar with the area, so she didn't go the wrong way. When the rubber boat rode silently out of the community, Chung Ji-kwan looked at Ruan Ning and asked, "Is there anywhere you want to go?" Ruan Ning had already formed a new opinion of him in her heart. "Yes, it's just a little far from here. I know how to get there." Chung Ji-kwan didn't ask any more questions and rowed the boat according to the instructions. The sky gradually brightened and Ruan Ning extinguished the candle. At this time, they were already some distance away from their community. Someone on a nearby high-rise building spotted the two of them and shouted at the top of his voice, "Is that a rescue boat down there? Is that a rescue boat?" Ruan Ning and Chung Ji-kwan looked at each other and pretended not to hear. Because of this shout, more and more people were attracted out, and when they found that there was only one boat, they were immediately disappointed. Whose family has a rubber boat? There's no rescue supplies on board. He must be trying to find food. What damn luck! If only I had a boat. My mom is running out of heart medicine. What should I do? It's useless to have a boat. Where can I get medicine now? The child downstairs has a fever of 41 degrees. I'm almost crying after hearing this. Everyone stared at the boat downstairs with worry in their eyes. Ruan Ning couldn't see or hear these things, but she knew that these people would not sit still and wait for death. As long as the conditions were ripe, someone would build all kinds of boats and even put a baby bathtub in the water and go out to look for food. The rubber boat continued to move forward. Along the way, tall buildings gradually disappeared. Because the terrain here was higher, rowing became more difficult, and the rubber boat could only move upstream with difficulty. At about 8 o'clock, they finally arrived at the exhibition center. This exhibition center was just completed last year. It is located in a remote area, not far from an ecological protection park. The surrounding environment is beautiful and sparsely populated. The center consists of 4 buildings, a 16-story office building, and 3 exhibition halls, of which the main exhibition hall has 3 floors. The height of each floor is 5.25 meters for the first floor, 4.2 meters for the second floor, and 4.2 meters for the third floor. Ruan Ning was surprised to find that, probably because she arrived a day earlier than the male protagonist, the third floor of the main exhibition hall had not been completely flooded. Chung Ji-kwan was very surprised that she chose to come here. "What are we looking for here?" Ruan Ning said, "I remember there was a disaster prevention and emergency safety exhibition going on here recently, so I wanted to come and see if there was anything useful." "There should be," Chung Ji-kwan said. "Then let's go in quickly." Ruan Ning shook her head. "Time is precious. Take me to the exhibition hall first, and then go to the office building over there to search and see if you can find food or daily necessities." Chung Ji-kwan frowned. "Are you safe alone?" Ruan Ning, "Don't worry, there is definitely no one here." Chung Ji-kwan frowned and thought for a moment, then decided to give his companions trust and respect. "Okay, but if we encounter any problems, we must shout for help and seek rescue." Ruan Ning, "No problem." Because the exhibition hall was not completely flooded, the two stopped the rubber boat near the third floor. Through the window, Chung Ji-kwan first looked inside the house and found that there was indeed no one. Then he took out a decorating hammer from his backpack and smashed it hard on the glass. With a bang, the glass shattered into pieces. Chung Ji-kwan used a hammer to knock the glass clean, wiped the rain off his face, turned around and said, "It's done." Ruan Ning smiled and said, "Thank you. Whether we find the object or not, we will start our return journey in about 3 hours. Chung Ji-kwan, "Okay." Ruan Ning climbed into the exhibition hall and found that the water was almost up to her calves. She pretended to go in to look for something, but in fact she was keeping an eye on Chung Ji-kwan's movements. After confirming that he had rowed to the office building, Ruan Ning was delighted and quickly found a secluded place to change into a diving suit. The escape pod was still waiting for her on the first floor. As for whether it will be damaged by water, it can be used even during a tsunami, so how could it be damaged by water? Ruan Ning was very excited and looked for the stairs in her diving suit. At the same time, she discovered that the third floor was a treasure place. When the male protagonist arrived, the place had already been flooded, so he didn't know what was on the third floor. Now he sees that it is full of various life-saving supplies. There are all kinds of life jackets, diving suits, fire-resistant suits, acid and alkali-resistant work clothes, and even nuclear radiation protective suits. There are also goggles, gloves, hard hats, breathing masks, and safety helmets. There are countless other small items. Before Ruan Ning came here today, she had cleared out about 300 cubic meters of space. These items didn't take up much space, so of course she had to put them away when she saw them. As she walked, she found that she couldn't walk at all. She actually saw the bulletproof vest. Without hesitation, Ruan Ning smiled and put the 5 sets of bulletproof vests into the space, thinking that it was a good thing that she came early. Otherwise, these things would be wasted if they were soaked in water. Then she saw the binocular night vision telescope. The reason why I know the name so clearly is that it is quietly placed in the display cabinet, exuding an aura of "I am very expensive." Of course, I would accept such a good thing. There were also several telescopes and night vision goggles nearby, which Ruan Ning collected as well, and then threw the cabinet out. Then she walked into the exhibition hall of an equipment manufacturer and saw a model wearing a set of heavy-duty black safety suits, which were introduced as bulletproof, stab-proof, acid-resistant, and flame-retardant. It just looks too heavy and could weigh down her shoulders. But it's so heavy, it must be expensive, right? How can we let this kind of thing soak in water and then disperse? As for the remaining dozen or so sets of protective vests, of course they were accepted. This store also has a variety of shoulder bags, which seem to be of much better quality than those in the outdoor store, so Ruan Ning accepted them all. Of course, a disaster reduction expo is not complete without various rescue equipment. There is an exhibition company that displays various intelligent unmanned boats, such as surface life-saving robots, unmanned patrol boats, and unmanned surveying boats. These were too high-end, So Ruan Ning gave up with tears in her eyes and only accepted the simplest and most practical boats such as kayaks and speedboats. She also saw a robot dog. Ruan Ning was not sure if it could still be used, and the most important thing was that no one could repair it. However, this thing should be very useful in the end times and could help detect danger. There wasn't much space left, so Ruan Ning decided to take the escape pod and see if she would accept it. At this time, she also walked to the stairs. Further ahead is the underwater world. Ruan Ning took out the compressed air tank, buoyancy vest, goggles, and fins and put them on. She likes traveling and has tried diving in many places, so the water depth should not be a problem now. Holding the diving knife tightly in her hand, Ruan Ning entered the water. Without stopping on the second floor, Ruan Ning dived directly to the first floor in one breath. Because of buoyancy, some not-so-heavy objects were already floating on the ceiling. Looking up, it was all pitch black, and the scene was a bit scary. The exhibition hall is very large. Ruan Ning swam northward according to the novel's records, and saw all kinds of supplies and a lot of large equipment along the way, such as rescue vehicles, engineering vehicles, and amphibious terrain vehicles. There is also a helicopter. Ruan Ning stopped and took a look at the small helicopter, then continued to swim towards the escape capsule. After about 10 minutes, she finally found the big round ball on the ground. Ruan Ning's eyes lit up with joy. She swam faster to the escape pod and placed her hands on its surface. The escape pod disappeared in an instant. The system said happily, "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the escape pod. Given the uniqueness of this item and the fact that you have helped Shu Dingfeng through life and death situations many times, you will receive a high reward. There are 5 rewards in total, and you can choose 4 of them. 4 out of 5 is good," Ruan Ning said with a smile on her face. "Which 5? Chapter 18, the system replied. "The first item is to expand the space area by 1,000 cubic meters. The second item is to triple the refrigerator space and supplies on the original basis. Third item, Constitution plus 5. The fourth item, Strength plus 5. Fifth item, Agility plus 5. Ruan Ning thought about it and realized that it was urgent to expand the area. After all, the space in her refrigerator doubled every day, and she had to collect supplies today. If she continued like this, she would not be able to store anything. The benefits of triple refresh supplies are self-evident. There is nothing more satisfying than sitting at home and having food fall from the sky. But compared to refreshing supplies, increasing physical fitness, strength, and agility seems to be more tempting now. Ruan Ning decided, "Except the second option, I will choose the other 4 options." The system confirmed again. "Host, you choose to expand the space area and enhance your physique, strength, and agility by 5 points each. Do you confirm?" Ruan Ning, confirm. "Hurry up." The system beeps. "Your reward has been issued. Please check." Ruan Ning's eyes lit up. The most obvious thing was that the area of her space doubled instantly, and she had large areas of open space. Unable to feel the transformation of her body, Ruan Ning tried to swim forward and found that her body was indeed much lighter, and even her speed had increased. "What is my current strength level?" Ruan Ning asked. The system said, "Surpassing the average adult male. It is equivalent to training human strength for many years, but slightly inferior to professional players." Ruan Ning smiled. "That's enough." She swam back to the place where she had just seen the helicopter. Although she didn't know if she could use it in the future, she had a lot of space. Received it. In addition, Ruan Ning also saw many new rescue vehicles equipped with the most advanced smart equipment. There are also large drones and unmanned boats that can be used for large-scale search and rescue. The exhibition hall also has a comprehensive emergency rescue intelligent platform that can link everything together and provide timely warnings. It can be said that this is where the most advanced achievements of human response to disasters are gathered, created with the wisdom of countless people. Who could have thought that a solar flare would bring everything back to zero? Ruan Ning sighed and went back to the 3rd floor. This time there is space, so there is no need to calculate the remaining things. The 3 robot dogs can take them. Also take away safety ropes, emergency rescue kits, and countless fire extinguishers. Just now, Ruan Ning was in a hurry to find the way and did not finish touring the 3rd floor. Now continue. The remaining supplies were so rare that Ruan Ning decided to collect them carefully. She was too lazy to see what they were and just stored all that she could into the space. Try not to waste even a single drop. Unfortunately, there are not as many supplies on the 3rd floor as on the 1st and 2nd floors, and the downstairs is all flooded. After about 40 minutes, Ruan Ning felt that everything in front of her was almost clean. She took out an inflatable rubber boat from the space and inflated it. After getting on the boat, she put 2 unexpanded rubber boats, more than 20 sets of waterproof suits, more than 20 sets of acid-resistant suits, and some miscellaneous safety supplies inside. After everything was almost ready, Ruan Ning rowed the boat to the office building area. The office building has relatively low floors, and the flood only reached around the 4th floor. Ruan Ning found the window that Cheng Ji-Quan had smashed open, secured the rubber boat, and flipped over to get inside. "Brother Cheng? Teng Ji-Quan?" Ruan Ning called Cheng Ji-Quan's name as she went upstairs. On the 8th floor, someone finally responded. Cheng Ji-Quan walked out of the office carrying an oversized striped woven bag. No one knew where he found this bag, but it looked a bit funny. He was still wet. Ruan Ning held back her laughter and handed over the waterproof rescue suit she had brought with her. "I just found it over there. Why don't you change it?" Cheng Ji-Quan hummed, put the woven bag on the ground, took the waterproof suit, and took a look at it. "Do I have to wear clothes under this?" Ruan Ning really didn't know, so she thought for a moment and answered, "It depends on yourself." Cheng Ji-Quan thought for 2 seconds, then walked towards the office with his waterproof suit. After he closed the door, Ruan Ning squatted down and looked into the woven bag. She found some office snacks, tea, coffee, toilet paper, and sanitary napkins in it. Sanitary napkins come in half packs and full packs, and there are only these 2 packs in total. After Cheng Ji-Quan came out after changing his clothes, Ruan Ning said, "There are still 8 floors left to search. Let's do it separately. I'll start from the top and go down." Cheng Ji-Quan felt a little uncomfortable. "Yeah." Ruan Ning nodded, then turned around and laughed secretly. This building has a total of 16 floors. Ruan Ning went down from the 16th floor. She took out an axe from the space and decided to break the door violently. With a bang, the door handle was hammered off by her. Ruan Ning was still a little bit unbelievable. She had felt that the axe was heavy before, and it was difficult for her to lift her arms. She didn't expect that she could use it to break the door today. The system is still good. Ruan Ning put away the axe and took out the bag, pushed open the disabled door and walked in, and found that this should be a CEO's office. The room is very large, with a landscape painting hanging on the front wall. Ruan Ning was not interested in this. She looked around and found that there were only 2 packs of tea and a large number of documents in the boss's office. After thinking about it, Ruan Ning put away the boss chair that looked very comfortable. The office desks, chairs, cabinets, and a wooden coffee table can all be used for warming oneself by the fire in the future and should not be wasted. This office also has a lounge. Ruan Ning didn't expect to find anything good, but she found a box of small umbrellas in the locked bedside table. It's still a small model. Ruan Ning pondered for a moment and put the small umbrella into the bag. Although Cheng Ji-Quan may not be able to use it, he can exchange it for supplies. The second door was not locked, and it was the meeting room. Ruan Ning put away the table and chairs. There weren't many things in the office building, but Ruan Ning found bottles of water in every room, and she put the unopened ones into the living room. Going down, Ruan Ning found a total of 3.5 packs of sanitary napkins, a box of instant noodles, more than 20 packs of snacks, and bottled drinks. In a utility room, she found 10 boxes of toilet paper. This is good stuff. Ruan Ning couldn't move everything down at once, so she found Cheng Ji-Quan downstairs, and together they carried 10 boxes of toilet paper to the 4th floor. After seeing the 6.5 packs of sanitary napkins that Ruan Ning found, Cheng Ji-Quan couldn't hide his surprise on his face. "That's great. You and Ji Li can both use them. It would be great if we could find a few more." Ruan Ning smiled and said, "Yes, this thing is a luxury item now." Cheng Ji-Quan smiled and looked at the box of small umbrellas. Ruan Ning coughed and said, "This is also a luxury item. I found it in a CEO's office. Maybe I can exchange it for supplies in the future." Cheng Ji-Quan nodded. "Well, we can only exchange for supplies." Ruan Ning was very happy. The 2 men moved all their belongings onto the rubber boat and covered them with a double layer of tarpaulin. Cheng Ji-Quan looked up and asked, "Are we going home now?" Ruan Ning looked at the sky and said, "Actually, there's another place I want to go to. It's very close to here, but I don't know if I can make it in time." Cheng Ji-Quan said firmly, "Since you are out, let's go." Ruan Ning knew this man had this kind of personality. "Okay, then we'll use one rubber boat and put the other one away first." Cheng Ji-Quan had no objection. The 2 replenished their water and energy in the corridor and set off again. There were a lot of rowing oars this time, and Ruan Ning and Cheng Ji-Quan rowed together. which increased the speed a lot. Soon, Chung Jiquan knew where Wan Ning was going. After all, this place is so famous. It is the most mysterious mountain villa area in the city. No one knows how many billions a villa costs, nor what it looks like inside. The only thing we know is that there are only 16 villas here, occupying half of the hill. Chung Jiquan looked at the hill not far away with a puzzled expression. Wan Ning, what are we doing here? Wan Ning said, everyone here has run away. We can come and pick up the leftovers. Chung Jiquan frowned. How do you know that people here have run away? And this place is not flooded, right? Why did they leave? Because my boss lives here. The rich people are well informed and went to a safer place earlier. In fact, it wasn't her boss who lived here, but she saw in the book that the male protagonist would come here to search for things, and she had to not let him stay. Knowing that Chung Jiquan was confused, Wan Ning explained, are you wondering why I know where the boss lives? After hesitating for a moment, Chung Jiquan nodded. Wan Ning said, because my boss's son is my ex-boyfriend. Chung Jiquan was stunned. No wonder you said your colleagues came to see you that day. Was it your ex-boyfriend who asked them to come? Wan Ning touched her nose and said, not really. Our boss has to gather people if he wants to stock up. He sends people to look for people who know the address. It just so happened that the colleague was familiar with me, and he wanted to get something for nothing, so I got a great bargain. Cheng Yikuron, EC. Wan Ning. But if I knew that the boss and the others had run away, and it was indeed my ex-boyfriend who led them, he wanted to take me away with him. Chung Jiquan was silent for 2 seconds and did not ask Wan Ning why she didn't leave. Wan Ning interrupted his thoughts. Brother Chung, this side is close to the mountains. The water flow must be more complicated. Let's be careful. Chung Jiquan nodded. Okay. After some effort, the two finally reached the road around the mountain. There was silence all around. Wan Ning and Chung Jiquan worked together to lift all the things onto the road and put away the rubber boat. Not even a single ship could be left behind. All had to be taken away. After hiding the things, the two men went up along the road. After about 20 minutes, we finally arrived at the first villa, and the other 15 were also within sight. Wan Ning's eyes lit up, and she turned to Chung Jiquan and said, Brother Chung, I know for sure that there is no one here. Let's search separately. Chung Jiquan. Okay, be careful. As he spoke, he handed over a whistle. This is what you found among the supplies. If you are in danger, blow it and we can rescue each other. Wan Ning smiled. Okay. Chung Jiquan walked towards the second villa, and Wan Ning turned directly into the one in front of them. The gate of the villa is made of copper and cannot be broken by anything. But it doesn't matter. Although the door is made solid, the villa has many floor-to-ceiling windows. Wan Ning picked up a door at random and smashed it with a hammer. Stepping into the villa, Wan Ning couldn't help but sigh that it was good to be rich. The enviable lofted living room, luxurious decoration, and even the sofa looked more expensive than her house. Received it. The villa decorations are also very beautiful, but unfortunately, she needs more practical items now. According to the original novel, the residents of this villa area were rich and noble. They left in a hurry and did not take much with them. Wan Ning went to the kitchen first. The first thing that caught her was a variety of luxurious kitchen utensils. She curiously picked up a kitchen knife and took out a carrot. Unexpectedly, it was so smooth when she cut it. Wan Ning took out another piece of beef and experienced what it felt like cutting vegetables. Good knife. Thinking that she would settle down in this world in the future, Wan Ning took in all the kitchen utensils, even the scrapped Kasarut refrigerator. Maybe it can be used after some repairs? Then she found 2 bags of 1,000-year-old tribute rice. Wan Ning knew this thing, and it seemed to cost more than 6,000 yuan per pound. The vegetables have all gone bad, but there are still some long-lasting imported fruits that have not gone bad, which are considered good things now. Wan Ning continued to rummage through the cupboard and unexpectedly found a whole box of Australian ham in a relatively hidden corner, about 50 packages. This is meat, and it can be stored for a long time. Wan Ning put it aside first. Because 2 days had passed, there weren't many new things in the kitchen, and there were still a lot of imported snacks and drinks left. She decided to take a look at the basement, as it seemed that rich people like to store things in the basement. After going downstairs, the first thing I saw was the large living room, which was furnished with a set of high-end white sofas. Wan Ning also likes this style, but she already has one, so she can look at other ones. Then she entered the first room. This is the wine storage room. 3 walls were filled with various kinds of liquor. Wan Ning didn't recognize any of them except Mao Tai, so she accepted them all. Some of the bottles were stored separately and must be more expensive, so Ruan Ning also put them aside. Next was the audiovisual room, where Ruan Ning put away the single-seat sofa. Next was the sports room, which was filled with a variety of sports equipment, but Ruan Ning had no interest in it. Finally, she reached the garage. Seeing the car inside, Ruan Ning wanted to whistle. An Aston Martin worth tens of millions. A Maserati, 2 Lamborghinis, and a Ferrari Enzo. Ruan Ning shook her head. The owner of this villa loved playing with sports cars, and she was too lazy to collect one in the end times. But something nearby caught her attention. Chapter 19. On the wall, covered with glass, were 2 gliding suits. It can be seen that this villa belongs to a playful young man who probably sought excitement abroad and now keeps these as souvenirs. Ruan Ning thought about it, took the 2 gliding suits, and found the parachute in the secret compartment of the cabinet below. Then she went to the second floor. The master bedroom should be on the second floor. Ruan Ning discovered a ladies' dressing room filled with all kinds of brand-name bags, accessories, and high heels. Now these luxury goods cannot be exchanged for even a grain of rice, so Ruan Ning has no interest in them. But she still accepted them all. There was no other reason for this. She couldn't let Chu Dingfeng use these things to cheat women. Ruan Ning also took the mattress in the room that was worth $1 million. Continuing to walk inside, Ruan Ning found the study room of the villa. This should be the place used by the male owner for a long time. There are many books in the bookcase, and I don't know if anyone reads them normally. These wooden furniture should be of good quality. Take them all and use them as firewood. As the bookcase disappeared, a secret door appeared on the wall that was supposed to be bare. Ruan Ning tried, but couldn't open it. An ordinary axe would definitely not be able to damage such a metal door. Do you want to find a way to open it? This kind of secret room should contain a lot of valuable things, right? Money is worthless again. Ruan Ning hesitated again and again, but couldn't resist her curiosity and finally decided to take out her ultimate weapon from the space, the hydraulic door breaker. Safe, efficient, and silent, meeting the needs of various violent door-breaking situations. Ruan Ning didn't want this thing to be damaged by the impact, so she installed it quickly and pressed the start button. With a loud bang, the secret door was opened. Ruan Ning quickly put the hydraulic door breaker into the space. She pushed the door open and walked in, and was completely stunned. A whole wall is made of gold bricks. Ruan Ning knew that rich people had money, but she never imagined they were so rich. Did they treat their home as a treasury? How much money would so much gold be worth? The gold wall is not covered completely, but is arranged in a grid, with one piece placed in each grid, just like collecting red wine. Ruan Ning didn't count how many grids there were, and simply put them all into the space. With the cheating tool of space, Ruan Ning instantly knew the weight of the gold nugget, which was probably only a few hundred million. It seems that the guy who loves to buy supercars is not a spendthrift. After all, he only has a few cars. With this gain, Ruan Ning continued to look around the secret room, which contained an antique display shelf with some vases, ornaments, and antique calligraphy and paintings. I don't know whether it's true or false. Ruan Ning put them all away. Soon she found a safe. This is strange. Since there is already a secret room, why do we need a safe? Could it be jewelry that is more valuable than gold? Compared to breaking down the door, opening this safe was easy, just like when she collected supplies on the highway. She just had to go in and out of the safe. Ruan Ning immediately put the safe into the space and then took out the things inside. Unexpectedly, there was no gold or jewelry inside, only a notebook and a pile of documents. Ruan Qing blinked and opened the notebook. That bitch is finally dead. Huh? On July 5th, 1992, I finally made enough money and hired someone to kill that bitch. May 10th, 1995, it's really easy to make money. I prefer gold. January 21st, 2001. I'm already a successful real estate businessman. My business empire will be everywhere. Everyone wants to buy my house. Give me money. I bought a lot of gold, and I get excited every time I see it. You look down on me, despise me for being poor, and insulted me, but I am so successful today. Ruan Ning raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect to see such secrets. She continued to scroll down without much interest. Given to Ching XX, 2 houses, 2 million. Give to Li XX, a house, a car, 500,000. Ruan Ning simply turned to the end and saw what was written there. Someone warned of unusual solar movements. Will they really happen? But it's probably a lie. So many countries didn't notice it. So how could one person observe it? It takes a lot of special metals to stop the particles from solar flares. A ship dot. Am I crazy? But it's only a few billion, just for fun. Finally, the man wrote, "We won." The man said that the sun god would be angry in half a month and asked us to hurry to the land of the gods. But what should I do with so much gold? It is impossible to take it out of the country. The house is left to that bitch. Ha ha ha, you bitch. You won't be happy for a few days. Ruan Ning widened her eyes in disbelief. She had read the novel and confirmed that the male protagonist had not discovered this place. Could it be that some kind of changes had occurred in this world? Ruan Ning asked, "System, what's going on?" The system said, "This should be the Noah organization." Ruan Ning suddenly realized that the Noah organization was an extremely wealthy consortium that appeared in the later period. Its members came from all over the world and were also one of the bosses that finally confronted the male protagonist. I didn't expect that a member would leave her a sum of gold. I just don't know why he didn't take the notebook away or destroy it. Did an accident happen? Let's not talk about this person for now. In Ruan Ning's opinion, the setting of the Noah organization is very weird and irrational. First of all, the organization brings together many top wealthy people. With so many people knowing the secret, how is it possible that no one would reveal it? Secondly, it is impossible for so many wealthy people to make investments without being discovered. Doesn't the country have surveillance cameras? But no matter how unreasonable the author's setting is, it exists now. Ruan Ning continued to look through the documents and found that they were all real estate certificates, land certificates, shares, and the like. Apart from letting Ruan Ning know the real name of the rich man, they were useless in the end times. Finally, she found an envelope, and when she opened it, she found an invitation to Noah's Arkansas. Inside was a mysterious card that allowed the owner of the card to bring 3 people on board the Ark. After thinking about it, Ruan Ning left the diary and envelope and put the rest back into the safe. This villa has no other value. So Ruan Ning took the collected supplies and began to search the second villa. Once inside, she saw something good. RV. A super luxury off-road RV was parked in the courtyard of the villa. It had high tires and looked like a military truck. Ruan Ning quickly put it away, smashed the floor-to-ceiling window, and entered the villa. Compared to the first one, this one's decoration has a more lifelike feel, and there are more food options in the kitchen. However, these things were not what she needed urgently, so she put them on the first floor and looked at them later. Ruan Ning decided to go to the basement first to see if she could find the RV key in the garage. Unfortunately, she didn't find anything else after going down, only 2 cars. One of them was a sports car, and the other was a Mercedes-Benz 6-seater commercial vehicle. Ruan Ning took the commercial vehicle. Even though she didn't find the key, Ruan Ning still took over the wine cellar and some famous cigarettes. On the 3rd floor, Ruan Ning finally found the spare keys for the 3 cars downstairs. She was overjoyed and hurried to the courtyard to put the RV out, then opened the car door with the key. The space is large. This was Ruan Ning's first impression. Unlike ordinary RVs, the interior of this RV is very luxurious. The hall is equipped with a U-shaped leather sofa that can seat 7 or 8 people. The RV has its own shower area and kitchen, which is fully equipped with various electrical appliances. The rest area is at the rear of the carriage, which can easily accommodate 4 or 5 people. Ruan Ning also discovered that there was a solar cell array on the roof, but unfortunately it should be broken now. This RV meets Ruan Ning's wish for a mobile home. Even if it cannot be repaired, it can be used as a mobile house when she needs to stay away from home. Perfect. It would be better if it could be fixed. Ruan Ning smiled and put the RV back into the space and continued to collect supplies. Chapter 20. After searching 3 houses in a row, the sky gradually darkened. Chung Jiquan came to Ruan Ning with a pile of things and said, "There are too many things. We can't transport them all today. How about we rest here for a night?" Ruan Ning thought for a moment and said, "That's good, but Jili won't be worried about us, right? Otherwise, we should hurry back and come back tomorrow." Chung Jiquan shook his head. "No, I have discussed with her in advance that we may not be able to return that day." Ruan Ning didn't expect that he had already made a plan. "Okay, let's search again and stay in this house after dark." Chung Jiquan put down the things he was searching for and said, "You continue searching. I'll go and bring the things from the bottom of the mountain up to avoid any accidents at night." Ruan Ning paused. "Let's go together. There is strength in numbers." Now, any bit of supplies was worth a fortune. The two endured the fatigue and spent a lot of effort to bring up the things they had collected at the exhibition center. At this point, Ruan Ning was completely exhausted. They returned to the villa where they kept their things, and Ruan Ning fell on the sofa without saying a word, feeling the sore muscles all over her body. Chung Jiquan took out a piece of chocolate from the woven bag. Replenish some energy first. Ruan Ning took the chocolate with tears in her eyes, tore open the package, and stuffed it into her mouth. Chung Jiquan handed over another bottle of imported juice and opened one for himself. After Ruan Ning finished eating and drinking, she felt that she had finally regained her strength. If I had been required to work so hard before, I would have definitely scolded my boss to death. Chung Jiquan smiled and said, "Sit down for a while. I'll go boil some hot water." The natural gas and electricity in the villa had been cut off long ago, so the only way to boil water was to use an open flame. Chung Jiquan found someone's toolbox among the supplies, took out an axe from it, chopped up all the chairs in the living room, and put them in the fireplace to light them. With the firelight, the room suddenly became bright. Ruan Ning felt a hint of warmth. Chung Jiquan brought a few more pots from the kitchen and placed the largest one next to the fireplace to boil water. He used the other two to wash the rice and sausages, add diced carrots, and make a simple clay pot rice. A few long-lasting cabbages were found in these kitchens. Chung Jiquan picked half of them, washed them, and planned to add them to the clay pot rice. Ruan Ning sighed. "You have great energy." Chung Jiquan paused while adding firewood. "I've been used to it since I was a child. It was more tiring to practice when I was a kid." Ruan Ning wanted to go and help, but her physical condition wasn't up to it. If she wasn't hungry, she would have preferred to lie down and sleep. After Chung Jiquan put away the firewood, he turned around and asked, "Would you like to eat some fruit first? I found some oranges and apples in one of the villas." Ruan Ning hesitated. "Forget it." Seeing that she didn't want to move, Chung Jiquan stood up, took 2 oranges, cut them in half, and handed them to Ruan Ning. Ruan Ning asked, "Don't you want to eat?" Chung Jiquan shook his head and said, "You and Ji Li can eat the fruit. I don't need it." Ruan Ning said, "You are very good to your sister." Chung Jiquan, "She is my only relative. Our mother passed away very early, and our father didn't care much about us. He remarried and started a new family within half a year." After a pause, he said, "You eat the orange first, and I'll take off this waterproof suit." Ruan Ning nodded and watched Chung Jiquan carry his backpack into the room on the first floor. She had nothing to do, so she picked up the orange and took a bite. Her mouth was instantly filled with the sweet and fragrant taste. "Even my mood has improved a lot." When Chung Jiquan came out after changing into his wet clothes, Ruan Ning raised her chin towards him and said, "There's one more, you try it." Chung Jiquan was stunned. "I really don't need it." Ruan Ning knew what Chung Jiquan was thinking. Fruits are hard to come by now, so Chung Jiquan wanted to save these vitamin supplementing things for the girls. Not to mention Chung Jili, Ruan Ning has plenty of them anyway, so there's no need for her to eat what Chung Jiquan saves. Ruan Ning said, "If you don't want to eat it, just leave it there. I won't eat it anyway." Chung Jiquan was silent for 2 seconds, walked over quietly, took the orange, and sat back next to the fireplace. There was a fire in the room, so Ruan Ning simply took off her waterproof jacket, and she felt a lot more comfortable. The rice pot was bubbling, and the aroma of food was emitting. Ruan Ning suddenly felt even hungrier and blinked her eyes in anticipation. Chung Jiquan was amused by her appearance. "We'll have to wait another 10 minutes. Ruan Ning said quickly, "It's okay, I can wait." About 6 minutes later, Chung Jiquan took a wet rag, opened the pot, and put the cabbage in. The fragrance suddenly became stronger. Ruan Ning eats ready-made food in the space all day long. Although the food tastes good, it is bought from a restaurant after all, and the taste is a bit too strong. Although this clay pot rice is simple, it at least tastes like homely food. About 5 minutes later, the clay pot rice was finally out of the oven. Chung Jiquan took the heat-insulating placemats, placed them on the coffee table, and sat on the floor opposite Ruan Ning. Ruan Ning opened the lid of the pot with a rag and was immediately moved to tears by the fragrance. She was starving, having not eaten much today. Unable to wait, Ruan Ning picked up the spoon, scooped up the rice and sausages, blew on them twice, and took a bite. "Tasty!" Chung Jiquan smiled and said, "The seaweed soup is not cooked yet. Let's eat it slowly." Ruan Ning gave him a thumbs up. The meal made Ruan Ning feel relaxed both physically and mentally, and she felt her strength had returned. By this time, the hot water was ready. Chung Jiquan asked, "Do you want to go take a shower first?" Ruan Ning tilted her head. "You go wash first. You can go to the cloakroom to see if there are any new clothes to wear. I will wash later." This time, Chung Jiquan was not polite anymore. The next morning, the two put on waterproof equipment and continued searching for supplies. While searching the second house, Ruan Ning discovered another secret room. She opened the door excitedly and walked in with a dazed look on her face. It's not because of the gold and antiques, but because this secret room is very interesting. Ruan Ning saw the room full of props, including steel pipes, cat ear costumes, whips, candles, and quite a few ropes and handcuffs. After thinking about it, she put away the candle and handcuffs. Especially the handcuffs. They might be of great use. After collecting these two things, Ruan Ning quickly left the secret room and closed the door for her master. The remaining supplies were much more normal. In addition to food, drinks, and daily necessities, Ruan Ning also placed 3 sets of sofas, 4 million-level mattresses, and 3 high-end commercial vehicles in the space in addition to the RV. In addition, there are small pieces of jewelry, mainly gold jewelry, which are easier to cash in. Of course, there is always cash in wealthy areas. Ruan Ning probably received about 1 million yuan, which she could use as paper money when she got home. It's hard to count the other miscellaneous items, but what she is most satisfied with is that all the knives are very sharp and much better than the ones she bought online. Around noon, the two met at the villa where they stayed last night. The supplies in front of us have piled up into a small mountain. Cheng Jiquan was shocked. I'm afraid it will take 4 trips to transport all of this. Ruan Ning hadn't expected there would be so many. What should we do? Should we use 2 ships? Cheng Jiquan frowned. It's too far to go home. Do you have the stamina to row for that long? Ruan Ning estimated that she had been strengthened by the system after all. It should be no problem. Ruan Ning replied, besides, it's not like we can't take a break in between. We have enough time to make 2 trips today. Cheng Jiquan nodded and looked at Ruan Ning. Everything else is fine. I'm just afraid that someone will be jealous when I go back. Ruan Ning didn't care. Then let them try. Seeing her so confident, Cheng Jiquan couldn't help but laugh. The 2 men first moved some of the supplies down the mountain and left the rest in the villa. The way back was during daylight hours and not as difficult as going out yesterday. In addition, this time they were sailing downstream, so the 2 of them returned to the community in about an hour. The person in the building closest to the road was the first to spot the 2 people because they didn't know when Ruan Ning and Cheng Jiquan went out. The person immediately shouted, "There's a boat! Boat! There's a boat coming to our neighborhood." This call almost immediately woke up the entire community, and countless people leaned over the windows to look downstairs. Is it a rescue ship? How is that possible? Have you ever seen a rescue ship? Why would anyone come to our neighborhood at this time? In Ruan Ning's building, there were also countless people leaning on the windows. Cheng Jili's face was full of joy. On the 20th floor, Wu Jin's expression was unpredictable, especially after seeing the rubber boat parked under the building. His face was full of disbelief. Then he ran downstairs quickly. On the way, he met Cheng Jili, but because he was more concerned about the situation downstairs, he pretended not to see him. Cheng Jili was too lazy to pay attention to him. Compared to yesterday, the water level in the community rose a lot today, directly flooding the 4th floor. The windows on the 5th floor were locked. When Cheng Jili saw Cheng Jiquan and Ruan Ning, he happily reached out to open the window. Wu Jin was 1 step faster than her and grabbed Cheng Jili. "What are you doing?" Cheng Jili broke free from his hand and said, "What are you doing? My brother is outside. Didn't you see him?" Wu Jin glanced outside coldly and suddenly sneered. "You can open the window if you want, but you must leave half of the supplies behind." Cheng Jili's eyes widened. "What the hell do you want?" At this time, other people also rushed down and blocked the stairs. The supplies on Ruan Ning and Cheng Jiquan's boat were covered, and they couldn't see what was on it, but everyone's eyes were red. Wu Jin looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, you said that the situation is so difficult now. Since they went out and found supplies, shouldn't they donate some to us? With so many of us, we only need half of that. As long as half of the supplies are given to us, we will agree to open the windows and let them in." At first, no one responded. It wasn't long after the apocalypse began, and they were still asking themselves whether they should do this. But if they weren't stopped, should they just let them go upstairs? Are you willing? But is it okay to steal other people's things? Seeing that no one responded, the people in the Self-Help Association who had established a good relationship with Wu Jin shouted, "Yes, since you can find the supplies, you should hand them over to our Self-Help Association for processing. We distribute fairly." The resident on the 16th floor gritted his teeth and took a step forward. "They are right, just give us half. It is only natural to help each other in the face of disaster." More people are taking action. Cheng Jili felt cold all over and clenched his fists. "Do you have any shame? This was found by my brother and Ning Ning at the risk of their lives. Why do you want it? Wu Jin sneered. Then they can forget about coming in. Chung Jili was about to argue when there was a sudden bang from the window, which was smashed by someone from outside. Some children were frightened and screamed. Because Wu Jin wanted to stop Chung Jili, he stood very close to the window with his back to the window. His back was hit by the glass fragments, and he didn't know if he was scratched. Outside the window, Chung Ji-kwan was twisting a large-handled axe with a grim look on his face. Wu Jin didn't expect that this man would smash the window so quickly, and quickly took out his hammer from his waist. It's just that the two weapons are too different in size. Chung Ji-kwan's weapon is a big axe that can be used to chop wood. He glanced at Wu Jin and said, "Get out of the way." Wu Jin saw him standing on the boat and felt relieved. "What if I don't move out of the way? Are you going to chop me there?" Chung Ji-kwan gave Chung Jili a look. The two siblings had experienced fighting since childhood. Chung Jili knew what his brother meant. Seeing that Wu Jin was not paying attention to him, he carefully stepped back and quietly went upstairs. Chung Ji-kwan looked at Wu Jin. "Are you sure you don't want to move?" Wu Jin smiled and said, "What can you do standing on the boat with an axe? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Let's see who can hold on longer today." Chung Ji-kwan said nothing and put away the axe. Wu Jin was delighted, thinking that Chung Ji-kwan was willing to compromise and hand over the supplies. He could negotiate and ask for only 70%. Unexpectedly, outside, Chung Ji-kwan slowly took off the stick on his back and then untied the cloth strip. Holding up the gun and turning on the safety, Chung Ji-kwan asked, "Get out of the way?" Chapter 21. Wu Jin looked pale. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't think you can scare people with a fake gun. Besides, do you dare to shoot?" Ruan Ning raised her eyebrows, and sure enough, she saw Chung Ji-kwan slightly raise the muzzle of his gun, and the bullet shot diagonally into the sky. There was a loud noise, and everyone present had their ears buzzing. By the time everyone got used to it, Chung Ji-kwan had already pointed his gun back at Wu Jin. "Do you want to try again? Or do you want to try?" No matter how bold Wu Jin was, he would never joke with his own life. He gritted his teeth, said just wait, and left with his men. As soon as he left, the others didn't even look back. Chung Ji-kwan put the safety of his gun on and put it behind his back. He turned around and said to Ruan Ning, "Let's move the things upstairs." Seeing that he looked normal, Ruan Ning couldn't help but sigh in her heart. "Brother Chung, you are not afraid of scaring me with this move." Chung Ji-kwan was silent for 2 seconds. "Haven't you figured out what it is?" Ruan Ning smiled. Someone must watch over the supplies downstairs. Considering that a shot had just been fired, no one should have the courage to steal things for the time being, so Chung Ji-kwan will be responsible for carrying them. On the last trip, Ruan Ning wanted to go up with him to prevent him from carrying too many things. Chung Ji-kwan shook his head and said, "I can move faster alone. Let's finish the move quickly and come back quickly. I don't feel comfortable leaving Ji Li alone." Ruan Ning nodded. "Okay." After he went upstairs, the system suddenly said, "Host, Chu Dingfeng is about to arrive at the exhibition hall." Ruan Ning raised an eyebrow. "So fast." "It's because the host used other people to delay his leaving the house." The system said, "The host needs to speed up, otherwise he might bump into him in the villa area." Ruan Ning thought about it and said, "I understand." She retracted one of the dinghies, leaving only one on the water. After Chung Ji-kwan came down, Ruan Ning said, "You take a rest for a while. I will row the boat, and you can take over in 20 minutes. Chung Ji-kwan did not object. The two of them quickly climbed out of the window. Ruan Ning asked Chung Ji-kwan to eat some food, like chocolate, to replenish his energy, and she rowed the rubber boat out of the community. Because the power of the gunshot was still there was not even a single person looking around upstairs. When they were more than halfway through the journey, the system suddenly said, "Host Chu Dingfeng is going crazy." Ruan Ning, "Oh." The system laughed and said he searched for it in the main exhibition hall for so long, but couldn't find it. He also went to the other 2 exhibition halls and searched everywhere. His gas cylinders are almost used up. The most amazing thing about him is that he has saved up a can of compressed gas. Now it's almost gone. He is hesitating whether to use the initial family points to exchange for a copy. Ruan Ning lowered her head and smiled secretly, saying in her heart, "It's better to change him so that he loses both his wife and his army." System, hey. After a while, the system happily reported in real time. "Host Dad, Chu Dingfeng has exchanged for a copy. We don't have to worry. He will look for it for a while." Everyone was very happy, and Ruan Ning rowed the boat more happily than before. Soon, The two arrived at the road around the mountain. The transportation of supplies went very smoothly this time. During the last trip, Ruan Ning suddenly said, "Brother Chung, you carry it this time. I want to see if there are any supplies that have been missed." Chung Jiquan nodded. "Okay, then come down quickly." Ruan Ning gave him an okay gesture. After Chung Jiquan left, Ruan Ning hurried to the villa she had never been to. This time she did not look closely, but quickly put everything that caught her eye into her space. Anyway, she still has more than 500 cubic meters. Time was short, and the task was heavy. Ruan Ning tried not to leave even a stitch or a thread for Chu Dingfeng. Later on, she even ran, collecting things as she ran, and replaced them as soon as her hand touched them. The La Mer serum worth more than 20,000 yuan, and you bought 6 or 7 bottles and left them there. I took it. CLE de Po Beaute's luxurious cream cannot be left to Chu Dingfeng. More than 100 lipsticks are placed together, which is a spectacular scene. There's also a wide range of luxury perfumes. Chanel, Hermes, Armani, Versace, not even a belt was left for Chu Dingfeng. Don't you like to pretend? Not allowed. There are some things that Ruan Ning doesn't know how to use at all, but it doesn't matter. She can just take them out and throw them into the water. There are more bags worth millions in her space than she can count with both hands. They are useless in the apocalypse, so why not throw them away and keep them for the new year? The system said, "Host, aren't you afraid that Chu Dingfeng will find out about the problem?" Ruan Ning, "If I don't come to him to beg him after 5 days, he will know that there is something wrong with me. What difference does it make now?" The system suddenly understood. Ruan Qing searched the book and took out all the items mentioned in the book that were useful to Chu Dingfeng. He clapped his hands and left in a leisurely manner. At the foot of the mountain, Chung Jiquan had already moved all the stuff onto the rubber boat. Ruan Ning took out 5 boxes of self-heating hot pot from the space and said with a smile, "I really found a good thing. I haven't eaten it for a long time." Chung Jiquan's eyes also lit up. The two of them didn't say much and left in a hurry. This time when I returned to the community, no one dared to collect tolls. Because only Chung Jiquan came up last time, the supplies were still at his house, so this time we might as well move them in together. After everything was moved, the 3 of them stood together in front of the hill. Chung Jili's eyes lit up. "There are so many things. Where did you rob them, brother?" Ruan Ning smiled and said, "What kind of robbery? We were just picking up bargains." Yes, we found a bargain." Chung Jili picked up a pack of sanitary napkins. "Wow, I was worried that I wouldn't have them this month, and you actually found so many." The villa area is a living area, and rich people like to buy a lot of things at one time, so they brought back a lot this time. Chung Jili flipped it again. "There is still meat." "What is this?" "Fruit." Ruan Ning couldn't help laughing at her exaggerated look. "Let's divide the things into 3 parts, 1 for each of us." Chung Jiquan immediately said, "No, this time we are going out on your boat, and you are the one who took me to the villa area, so Ji Li and I can only take 1. Ruan Ning looked at Chung Jiquan. "But you were the one holding the gun downstairs, and guarding the house is also a contribution. Otherwise, what if I go out alone and my house is robbed?" Chung Jiquan shook his head. "No, we can't take that much." Ruan Ning looked at Chung Jili and saw that she also agreed with her brother. She thought for a moment and said, "How about this? We'll split it into 3 parts, but I'll only take 15%, and the rest will be for the 2 of you." Chung Jiquan thought for a moment and said, "You choose first." The 3 of them roughly divided the things into 3 parts. Of course, it was impossible to separate all of them so clearly, and some of them could not be separated at all. Let Ruan Ning choose first for those things that cannot be taken apart. For example, among the 3 rubber boats that Ruan Ning took out from the exhibition center, there was one whose ownership was unknown, and Ruan Ning could choose to take it first. The problem is that Ruan Ning has plenty of this stuff in her space. Considering that she still had to collect supplies and couldn't fit them all in, she took out only enough for what she needed. Now she would be of no use taking anything else. The remaining things are of little use to Ruan Ning. Seeing that she hadn't spoken, Chung Jiquan said, "You can take whatever you want. Don't worry about us." Ruan Ning raised her eyes and looked at him. "Actually, there is something I really want." Chung Jili asked quickly, "What?" "You can take whatever you want from these. Do you want more sanitary napkins? I can give them to you." Chung Jiquan said nothing. Ruan Ning smiled at Chung Jili, then looked at Chung Jiquan and said, "Brother Chung knows what I want." Chung Jiquan frowned. "You don't know how to use it." Ruan Ning, "Jili can teach me, and this is more useful for self-defense, and there are fewer times when I really need to use it." Chung Jili felt like a fool. "What are you talking about? Can you be more straightforward?" Ruan Ning smiled again. I want a gun. Fuck. Chung Jili's eyes widened. Ning Ning, you are so brave. I was shocked when my brother came back with a gun that day. You still want one? Ruan Ning, you saw it today too. Can I not do it? Chung Jili thought of Wu Jin and glanced at his elder brother secretly. Chung Jiquan sighed in his heart. You have helped us brothers and sisters so much, I really can't refuse you. But this thing is too dangerous, and the responsibility is too great. Are you sure you want it? Ruan Ning said, Brother Chung, you also know that my boss has run away. If the disaster could be ended so easily, would he have left behind so many things in the villa and ran away? You found a lot of cash too. I see you didn't take any. If money is no longer useful, what system can exist? Chung Jiquan pursed his lips and finally said, I can give you, but I don't have many bullets, and you can't use the Chibu Mutsong. I'll give you a pistol. Ruan Ning's eyes lit up. A pistol/gun is better. I can hide it and take it out at any time. Chung Jiquan sighed, turned and walked towards the room. After he left, Chung Jili asked nervously, Ning Ning, do you really want a gun? I think it's still too dangerous. Ruan Ning looked at her. Are guns more dangerous than people now? Chung Jili stopped talking. A moment later, Chung Jiquan came out with a gun and 2 boxes of bullets. He said, We don't have many bullets, especially pistol/gun bullets. Ruan Ning was already satisfied. She thought she would only be given 5 or 6 shots at most. Thank you, Brother Chung. To repay you, I will take half of the supplies this time. Chung Jiquan shook his head. What belongs to you is still yours, and we will continue to cooperate in the future. Ruan Ning thought for a moment and said, Okay, I'll go if there's any danger in the future. After leaving Chung Jiquan's house, Ruan Ning put all her belongings back into the space. Most of the additional 1,000 cubic meters have been used, and the interior is in a mess, with luxury goods occupying a large area. Ruan Ning was exhausted these past 2 days and decided to take a break and start sorting things out tomorrow. At this time, the system suddenly said, Congratulations to the host. You have stopped Chu Dingfeng from collecting supplies in the villa area, making him extremely angry and losing a lot of capital. You can choose 2 of the following rewards. First, the space is increased by 500 cubic meters. Second, agility +3. Third, constitution +3. Ruan Ning's tiredness disappeared. Her eyes brightened. Tong Tong, let's have a discussion. We have such a good relationship. You are my elf, and I am your master. Can you change the reward for me? For example, give me a gun/gun mastery? The system froze for a moment. Congratulations, host. You can get a lot of rewards. Please choose 2 from the following 3 items. First, the space is increased by 300 cubic meters. Second, agility +2. Third, introduction to hand/gun skills. Ruan Ning couldn't believe it. Why is there a reduction? System. Host Dad, this is already a backdoor, and the main system cannot know about it. Ruan Ning. Okay, then select the second and third options. No need to confirm. The funds will be transferred to your account immediately. She didn't feel the increase in agility, but the introduction to hand/gun skills was magical. Ruan Ning felt as if her brain was being artificially infused with knowledge. All the usage details, maintenance details, and precautions were stored in her mind one by one. When you take your hand/gun out again, even the feel is different. It was as if she had known this gun for many years. Is this just the beginning? Why do I feel like I can hit people accurately now? The system said, being able to get started is already very impressive. If you can master it, it will almost be at the national competition level. Ruan Ning smiled immediately. You are really awesome. I will rely on you from now on. If I have something delicious to eat and drink, you will definitely be a part of my life. The system said happily. Host, please complete more tasks. Ruan Ning didn't reply. She lowered her head and played with the gun, simply unable to let it go. If only I could get some more bullets. Early the next morning, Ruan Ning got up full of energy. Chapter 22. Starting today, the aftermath of the solar flare will disappear. This meant that she could now use electrical equipment. Ruan Ning was eager to try and took out the spare machine to order a song for herself. I have a little donkey. The phone is safe and working properly. The sound is smooth and pleasant without any noise. That's great. Ruan Ning almost cried for joy. She could use electricity and no longer had to sit alone in front of a candle in the dark night. After washing up and having breakfast, Ruan Ning started today's work. First, clear out space in your refrigerator. This is a top priority every day because the refrigerator space is refreshed as more items are taken out, so it must be emptied every day. Then, Wan Ning began to tidy up the space. The supplies collected yesterday were numerous and varied, and they are all still piled up in the newly added space, a large portion of which are luxury items. Still following the previous zoning principles, Wan Ning took the lead in mobilizing RVs and commercial vehicles to the transportation area and filled them with express deliveries. The knives she brought back were sharper than the ones Wan Ning had used before. She took them out to try the feel, selected a few, and put them in the weapons area, and put the rest in the sundries area. A lot of the things brought back this time were furniture, and Wan Ning thought about it and decided to open a new home decoration area. Wan Ning was troubled as to whether to put some wooden furniture in the home decoration area or the energy area. Soon, she decided to leave it alone. Open up a vault first. Wan Ning piled up an entire wall of gold into a pyramid. Looking at the glittering golden hill in front of her, she deeply felt the joy of the rich. It would be even cooler if I could take all this gold with me back with me. Unfortunately, it was just a thought. Wan Ning issued an order to collect all the gold ornaments and jewelry and place them on the gold mountain. Then, Wan Ning turned her attention to wine and luxury goods. There are 16 top-level villas, and there are so many luxury goods and wine collections that Wan Ning first set up a new section for wine. The question is how to deal with these luxury goods? Really threw it away? Wan Ning decided to first gather up the unused skincare products and put them in the daily necessities area. Of course, the used ones will be thrown away, but it is impossible to throw them down from the upstairs now. We have to set up a processing area first. The most useless luxury item is high heels. Wearing them in the apocalypse is tantamount to seeking death. All of them should be moved to the processing area. Bags at least have some use, so choose an expensive and big one worth around 100 and say goodbye to the rest. Keep all the clothes, especially the mink coat. They might be useful later. After spending a whole morning, Wan Ning finally tidied up the space and finally squeezed out more than 200 cubic meters, which was a pretty good result. Now we can use electronic products such as mobile phones, so we don't have to be alone and without any sound. During lunch, Wan Ning took out her tablet and found a variety show to watch. For the next 4 days, Wan Ning lived a very simple and comfortable life. Every day, I exercise or practice archery with Chung Jili and listen to her talk about her experience in using guns. The situation in the building became increasingly serious. The rain tended to get lighter during the 2 days she was away, and people thought they saw hope. However, the rain suddenly got heavier that night, and the 5th floor was flooded so badly that people couldn't even move out their furniture. After that, the rain was sometimes heavy and sometimes light. The people on the 6th floor were afraid of the same situation as on the 5th floor, so they moved the furniture in advance. The 4 families could only stay in the corridor. They thought about joining the self-help association, but the condition for joining was to hand over all the food. After hearing this, the 4 families ran away quickly. Compared to them, the situation of the self-help group is even more dangerous. Chin Rueda convened a self-help group at the time, saying that he wanted to give priority to distributing food to the elderly and children. However, Wu Jin intervened, gathered 4 or 5 strong men, and took control of the food distribution rights into his own hands. How could he distribute food on time? Everyone went hungry for 1 or 3 meals and had to apply for a quota for water. Some people are dissatisfied with his style, but smarter people fully support it, actively curry favor with him, and try to gain benefits from it. Those who were dissatisfied with him elected Chin Rueda as their leader, and the self-help society gradually split into 2 factions, fighting against each other while hungry every day. That morning, Chin Rueda brought his men to find Wu Jin. He had to look for it because even he had not eaten for 2 days and could only drink water to fill his stomach. His little grandson was crying loudly due to hunger, and his daughter-in-law wiped her tears and accused him of only wanting to fight for power and not caring about his grandson's life or death. Chin Rueda felt aggrieved. He was against Wu Jin not just because of a power struggle, but also because this man had evil intentions. Chin Rueda was afraid that the self-help group he had convened would eventually degenerate into an evil force. The people on his side are mainly elderly people who are taking care of their grandchildren at home. The strong men in the family are missing, and the elderly are struggling to maintain this situation. There are 3 in total. Wu Jin smiled when he saw them coming. What else could 5 60-year-old men do if they didn't die? With contempt in his heart, Wu Jin deliberately took out a small bag of bread, tore open the bag in front of them, and ate it bite by bite. People around me are very envious. Chin Rueda swallowed hard and looked at the old guys around him, all of whom had green eyes. He coughed and said, Vice President Wu, we came here today to check the inventory. Is there really no food left? Wu Jin took a bite of bread and said, No more. I ate the last piece of bread I saved because I was hungry yesterday. With a bang, an old man in his 60s slammed the table and said, Don't go too far. Everyone knows that you secretly stuff things into your thugs' pockets. Wu Jin, God is watching you. Do you really think you won't get any retribution? Wu Jin laughed. I didn't do anything. How could there be retribution? If God can really open his eyes, please stop the rain first. Besides, you are not a resident of our community at all. You are here to see Leader Chin with your grandson during the summer vacation, right? Since you are not even a resident, what qualifications do you have to speak? You. The old man was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. Chin Rueda quickly pulled him aside. You're out of heart disease medicine. Stop torturing yourself. After comforting his friend to sit down, Chin Rueda turned to Wu Jin. Well, you said the food is gone. We have to find a source. What do you think? Wu Jin said nonchalantly. What else can we do? Expand the membership. Chin Rueda was stunned. What do you mean by expanding the membership? How do we expand it? Wu Jin smiled and said, Except for the one with a gun on the 18th floor, the others are our development targets. I have already told my men that we will recruit the 4 households on the 5th and 6th floors this morning and start from the 7th floor in the afternoon and greet every household. Chin Rueda. What do you mean? They don't want to join at all. Do you want to steal their food? Wu Jin said. How can this be considered robbery? Isn't it good to join the big family and help each other in the face of natural disasters? Chin Rueda's face changed, and he stood up from the stool. Wu Jin, you are breaking the law. You can't do this. Wu Jin glanced at him and said calmly, Wasn't it illegal to break into the house? Didn't you agree to it? You are almost starving now. Don't you agree with my solution? It's okay if you disagree. What are you and your grandson going to eat? Chin Rueda looked at everyone. Most of them moved here from the villa area. We had met each other more or less before. They were always well-dressed in the past, and some of them donated a lot every year. Now, no one dared to look back at him, especially the 2 familiar families. Chin Rueda felt uncomfortable and said to a younger generation, Shaolin, I don't blame you if you don't follow me, but do you agree to rob others? The man gritted his teeth and said, Uncle Chin, we are starving to death now. How can we care about others? Chin Rueda's face turned pale, and he fell into a chair. After a while, he said, I don't agree. If we start this kind of robbery, the consequences will be unpredictable. Wu Jin glanced at the other 4 old men and said, You all disagree? If I find any food, I promise to share some with you. At this moment, except for the old man who slammed the table, the other 3 began to hesitate. Chin Rueda thought of something and suddenly said excitedly, Don't go and rob me. I have a way. We can borrow a boat from the 18th floor. Wu Jin looked at Chin Rueda and suddenly laughed after a long while. Are you sure? He's a man with a gun, definitely more ruthless than me. Will they lend you the rubber boat? Chin Rueda's expression became even more excited. How do you know if you don't try? I'll go ask right away. He looked at everyone again. If I can borrow a rubber boat, would you be willing to go out with me? This time, most people were interested, but Wu Jin didn't say anything. Whether you are willing to go out or not, wouldn't it be better to borrow a boat? There is always a choice. It's better than robbery, right? Wu Jin sneered. If you have the guts, go out and talk. I will definitely not stop you. He looked at Chin Rueda. Leader Chin, since you said you want to borrow a boat, we will wait for your good news. But you'd better hurry up, otherwise the brothers will go crazy with hunger and might expand the membership early. Chin Rueda stood up without stopping and went to the 18th floor. The security door was locked, so Chin Rueda could only knock on it hard, trying to make the loudest noise possible. He knew that many elderly people and children had come upstairs to ask for food recently, but the 3 young men had not shown up. There is little hope of borrowing a boat, but as long as there is a little hope, it is better than killing someone. Anyone there? I'm not here to beg for food. I want to borrow a boat. I'm Chin Rueda, the president of the Self-Help Association. If anyone comes out and says a few words to me, I promise I won't cheat. Ruan Ning and Chung Jili could vaguely hear such a loud noise in the exercise room, but they didn't know what was being shouted specifically. The 2 of them looked at each other. Chung Jili said, Are you looking for food again? Do you want to go out and take a look? Ruan Ning looked at her. You want to go out? Chung Jili sighed. I don't dare to go. Last time I went out, An old lady pulled her grandson to kneel there. I was so scared that I hurried home. Who would dare to give out the food in this situation? You and my brother exchanged our lives for it. Ruan Ning sighed in her heart. At this time, the sound of metal chains outside was getting louder and louder, and it seemed that the man was deliberately fiddling with the lock. She deliberately chose the exercise room as the farthest from the main door. Ruan Ning frowned. It seems something has happened. I'll go out and take a look. Chung Jili, I'll come too. Ruan Ning nodded, and the two of them walked to the corridor together. Qin Rueda's eyes lit up with joy. You finally came out. I am Qin Rueda, the president of the Self-Help Association. I want to borrow your boat. Borrow a boat? Ruan Ning was not surprised. In fact, she had long guessed that someone would come up with this idea, but no one dared to come in the past few days, probably because they were frightened by the gunshots. Qin Rueda quickly said, Yes, it is to borrow a boat. We are running out of food now and have to go out to look for supplies. You are the only one in the whole building that has 2 rubber boats, so I want to borrow them from you. Chung Jili looked at Ruan Ning. Ruan Ning had quite a few boats. She paused and said, Why should I lend them to you? Qin Rueda subconsciously said, Can't we help each other? Ruan Ning didn't say anything. Qin Rueda said, How about this? Every time we borrow a ship and come back, we will give you 10% of the supplies. Ruan Ning shook her head. This is too risky for me. What if you take my boat out and can't come back? The flood is no joke now. Qin Rueda frowned. Then what do you want to do? You can make a request, and I will go back and discuss it with the members. Ruan Ning said directly, How about this? Every time you borrow a boat, give us something in advance. It doesn't matter what it is, food, drinks, daily necessities, or gold. The main reason why Ruan Ning made the request was to prevent herself from being considered a good person. These days, if people think you are a good person, you will be in big trouble. Qin Rueda thought about the fact that he did bring some gold jewelry with him when he left home, and he was delighted. Okay, then I'll go back and discuss it with the members. If everything goes well, I'll come down to see you right away. Ruan Ning nodded and watched Qin Rueda turn around and go upstairs. Chung Jili looked at Ruan Ning. Ning, we only have 4 rubber boats in total. Do you want to lend them? 4 are enough. Ruan Ning said, We won't use them for the time being. If we don't let them go out to find food, it will be troublesome. Chung Jili thought of the old lady who came to beg every day. That's right. Over there. Qin Rueda climbed up to the 20th floor with heavy legs and a look of joy on his face. Wu Jin lives there, and if this old man wants to see him, he has to climb the stairs. He had been hungry for 2 days and had no strength left. Plus, he was old, and after running back and forth twice, he was sweating all over. Unexpectedly, Wu Jin was smoking at the stairs on the 20th floor. Qin Rueda thought about completing his mission, straightened his back, and smiled complacently. Vice President Wu, I'm back. Wu Jin smiled as well, put out his cigarette, and put the remaining but into his pocket. Leader Qin, let's go upstairs and talk. I have something I want to discuss with you. Qin Rueda couldn't climb the stairs anymore and frowned. Can't we do it here? Wu Jin, I want to discuss with you the list of people who will go out. After all, it's dangerous outside, and it's not easy to mobilize people. Let's discuss it privately first, so we can make arrangements when the time comes. Qin Rueda was satisfied with his quick change of mind. Okay, let's hurry up and don't let them wait anxiously. Wu Jin smiled. Okay. The building has a total of 21 floors. For the first time, Wu Jin helped Qin Rueda to the stairs to the top floor. He opened the fire door to let in fresh air. It's raining heavily outside. Qin Rueda was soaked and frowned. Why did you open the door? Let's discuss a preliminary list quickly. Wu Jin turned around, reached for the back of his pants with his right hand, and quickly pulled out a hammer to pry the door open. He has never returned the hammer since that day. With a bang, the hammer hit the top of the person's head, making a dull sound. Qin Rueda didn't even cry for help. When Wu Jin dragged him into the heavy rain, there was still a look of disbelief in his eyes. Seeing that he was not unconscious yet, Wu Jin hit him hard with the hammer again. The heavy rain quickly washed away the blood. Although Wu Jin was very strong, the wall of the top floor was high. He lifted Qin Rueda up with difficulty and threw his head on the top of the guardrail wall. Old thing, you're still so heavy after being hungry for so long. You like to call me Vice President, right? Wu Jin cursed as he walked to Qin Rueda's feet, lifted up his legs, and pushed his entire body down against the rough wall. Qin Rueda's face scraped against the rough wall, leaving one bloody mark after another. When the person fell, No sound was heard on the top floor. Qin Rueda disappeared silently. No one even looked out the window at this time. Wu Jin stretched out a broad smile, adjusted his facial expression, and quickly ran to the 20th floor. "Oh no!" he yelled. "Oh no! Qin Rueda committed suicide." Hearing the sound, all the people who were waiting for news on the 20th floor ran out. They saw Wu Jin covered in water outside the door. The old man who just slammed the table asked, "What's going on? What did you just shout?" Wu Jin said, "Just now I was smoking on the stairs, and Leader Qin came back and said he failed to borrow the boat, and then he went crazy and rushed to the roof. I should have been able to stop him, but he was really crazy at the time. Before I could react, he ran upstairs and jumped off the building." The old man's eyes widened. "Impossible. He can't commit suicide." Wu Jin looked at him leisurely. "He committed suicide. The facts are before us." The old man felt a chill in his heart and a chill down his spine. "It's all the fault of the 18th floor," Wu Jin said. "If they were willing to borrow the boat, this wouldn't have happened." Everyone remained silent. It is impossible to tell how many people there are who believe it and how many who don't. But everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This is no longer the world they knew. Wu Jin said, "Leader Qin established our self-help association and left a pair of orphans and a widow on the 14th floor. I suggested that I send the last half piece of bread I just ate down to them, to express my condolences." He paused deliberately. Sweeping everyone around, Wu Jin continued, "Also, in order to bring everyone together more closely, from now on I will be the president of the Self-Help Association. Anyone object? Raise your hand if you object." No one dared to speak. Even the old man who had just slammed the table remained silent. Wu Jin smiled and said, "Since everyone has no objection, I will take office now. The first thing we will do is to recruit members with me. Equals. On the 18th floor, Ruan Ning and Cheng Jili continued to exercise. About half an hour later, Cheng Jili asked curiously, "Why hasn't Uncle Qin come yet? Don't they agree to borrow the boat for their belongings?" Ruan Ning felt puzzled. In her opinion, these people must have gold in their hands. Why would they be reluctant to give up a gold bracelet? Shaking her head, Ruan Ning said, "I don't know. Let's continue practicing archery." Cheng Jili nodded. "I see that you have made great progress recently, especially your strength has increased rapidly. Otherwise, you can just use the compound bow. It's not like we're going to participate in a competition, so there's no need to be so demanding. The most important thing is to be able to practice." Ruan Ning thought about it and agreed. The system has now enhanced her strength by 5 points, her physique by 5 points, and her agility by 7 points. From any angle, her physical fitness has surpassed that of ordinary people, and she has no problem operating a compound bow. "Then I'll try," Cheng Jili said. "This target needs to be thicker. The compound bow is very powerful and has a long range. The distance between the rooms is too short now. Let's practice in the living room. Add the distance between the dining room as well. It will be barely enough." Ruan Ning naturally had no objection. The two men moved the target out of the room, and Cheng Jili said he wanted to take down some thick wooden boards to put behind the target. Ruan Ning's eyes swept across the living room and finally landed on the dining table. "How about we use the slate on the dining table? What is it called?" Cheng Jili touched it and said, "Is this a rock slab?" She thought for a moment and said, "We should have some glue remover left at home. Wait a minute, I'll call my brother to come over and help." Ruan Ning said, "If we can't dismantle it, we can just turn the table upside down and use it. I don't use it to eat anyway." Cheng Jili nodded and went next door to call Cheng Jiquan. Ruan Ning bent down to observe the place where the stone slab was connected to the table. She felt that no matter what kind of glue remover she used, she couldn't separate them. At this moment, a shrill scream suddenly came from downstairs. One cry was more miserable than the last. Ruan Ning was stunned. "System, what's going on?" The system said, "Host, it's the original 5th floor residents who live on the 16th floor. Their food has been stolen." Ruan Ning, speak more clearly. "It was stolen by members of the Self-Help Association. They said they wanted to recruit the residents of the 5th floor into the Self-Help Association on the condition that they hand over all their food." Ruan Ning frowned. "Didn't Qin Rueda just ask her to borrow a boat? Are you really reluctant to part with the gold?" The system said. Qin Rueda has been silenced by Wu Jin. Ruan Ning was thinking, as expected of a male supporting role, this is pretty fast, right? Why did he want to kill Qin Rueda? The system said, his initial setting is abnormal, power-hungry, likes to attract attention from others, and has a complex of controlling everyone. Wan Ning clicked her tongue. There was a knock on the door, and Chung Jili's voice came. Ning Ning, it's us. Wan Ning went over and opened the 3 doors. Chung Jili hurried in, looking panicked, and asked, "What's going on? Why is it so scary downstairs?" Wan Ning didn't say anything. Chung Jiquan said, "Maybe someone is starving and is grabbing food." Chung Jili's expression froze. "Is that so?" She sighed and said in a low voice, "It still happened." The 3 of them didn't speak for a while, and Chung Jiquan suddenly said, "Starting from tonight, we must be more vigilant and not sleep too deeply at night." Wan Ning nodded. The screaming continued downstairs. The screams came and went throughout the day, shocking the sanity of everyone in the building. At night, the quarrels and fights finally stopped. After taking a shower, Wan Ning closed the double-layer blackout curtains in the living room, turned on the night light, and took out her tablet computer. Just as she was about to play the TV series, she suddenly heard a noise from the balcony window, as if someone was throwing pebbles at her security window. Wan Ning raised her eyebrows, put the tablet and night light into the space, lit the candle, and walked to the balcony window. The curtains were opened a little bit, and it was pitch black outside, with heavy rain continuing. Suddenly, there was a bang. Wan Ning confirmed that someone was smashing the window with some unknown small object. She first looked above her head, but did not find anything unusual. Looking down, she saw a faint light coming from the window downstairs, as if a cigarette was lit. The other party must have discovered her and started knocking on his own window, making a series of inconspicuous knocking sounds in the rainy night. Then, he kept moving the cigarette in his hand upwards, as if hinting at something. Wan Ning thought about it and blew out the candle. After waiting for about 5 minutes, she opened the door and walked into the corridor. Sure enough, there was someone waiting for her there. Wan Ning lit the candle in her hand and found that it was an old man in his 60s. He was not tall and was probably thin to begin with. Hunger made him look even more skinny. His back was slightly hunched, his eyelids drooped, and he exuded a breath of death. Wan Ning walked cautiously behind the security door. "Do you want to talk to me about something?" the old man asked excitedly. "Did Qin Rueda come to see you today?" Wan Ning knew what he was doing. Yes. The old man became even more excited, leaning against the window and asking, "Did he ask you to borrow the boat? Did you borrow it?" Wan Ning said, "I promised him that as long as he paid me first, I would borrow it." The old man staggered, grief-stricken. I knew it, it is true. Old Qin, you died unjustly." As he spoke, the old man was already in tears. Wan Ning said nothing, nor did she turn around and leave. The old man wiped away his tears and looked at Wan Ning. "Girl, I'm sorry to have made a fool of myself. I have known Qin for more than 30 years. Although he likes to act like a boss, he is a good man. I didn't expect him to end up like this." Wan Ning said, "My condolences." The old man looked ashen. "We old men won't live long. I only have one grandson in my family, and Lao Qin has a daughter-in-law and a grandson at home. What are they going to do?" Wan Ning was silent for a moment, then said, "Maybe you can wait for another 2 days. Maybe there will be help." Now that the impact of the solar flare has disappeared, someone will definitely try their best to restore traffic. According to the original novel, the first batch of rescuers will arrive in 6 days. This period of time seems long, but with all means of transportation severely damaged, it is not easy to repair a helicopter capable of transportation. The first group of people who dared to fly these planes all signed a life and death agreement. Plus, with the constant rain, it's probably a gamble with your life. When the old man heard Wan Ning's comfort, his expression did not relax at all, but became even more gloomy. He said, "Little girl, you don't know, Lao Qin and I are hoping someone will come to rescue us, but we are also afraid that someone will risk their lives to rescue us. We have been busy for most of our lives and thought it was time to enjoy a peaceful life. I didn't expect a solar flare to happen." Lao Qin's eldest son was doing business in another city, and his youngest son was in the government office. They were called away overnight. There's been no news from them since then, and we don't know if they are still alive. The old man burst into tears again when he said this. "My son is still in the army, and I don't know how he is doing now." Wan Ning frowned. "Just hold on for a few more days. There will definitely be a turn for the better." The old man shook his head, and a light suddenly shone in his dim eyes. "Girl, how did you borrow your boat? Can I borrow it?" Wan Ning saw that he was skinny and pale, and frowned. "You want to go out? What should I do if I don't go out? Should I ask Wu Jin for the things he robbed? I have to go out." The old man said, "Now the orphan and the widow are counting on me. The child has been hungry all day. What do you want by borrowing the boat? Ruan Ning thought for a moment and said, You don't have anything to eat or use, so I can ask for gold. The old man muttered, Gold? I think the Qin family's wife has some. Ruan Ning said, If you insist on borrowing the boat, then come to me before dawn tomorrow, and we will exchange the money for the boat. The old man said firmly, No problem. Ruan Ning did not sleep well that night. After waking up, she picked up her phone and checked the time. It was about 4:30 in the morning. Ruan Ning thought about it, tidied herself up a little, took out the rubber boat, and walked to the safety door. As expected, there were already people there, but there were two of them. In addition to the old man from last night, there was also a young woman. Seeing Ruan Ning, the old man asked excitedly, Girl, did you bring the boat? Ruan Ning looked at the young woman next to her. She could tell that she must have been very beautiful in the past, with big eyes and fair skin. But now her hair was messy, and she looked haggard and frightened. Ruan Ning asked, Are you two going? The old man introduced, This is Lao Qin's daughter-in-law. She insisted on going, saying that it would be better for two people to go instead of taking risks alone. Also, the old man hesitated. I don't know if you would mind telling her this, but she wants to look for the body of her father-in-law. Don't worry, we will never carry it aboard. We still have some common sense. Now all garbage is thrown into the water. Although the water is flowing, we cannot see whether the water is dirty or how many bacteria are in it. Ruan Ning shook her head. I have no problem. I brought the boat. Did you bring the gold? The old man looked at the young woman beside him. She carefully took out the gold bracelet from her pocket and looked at Ruan Ning warily. We agreed to borrow the boat. Ruan Ning, of course. After hesitating for a few seconds, the young woman slipped the gold chain through the crack in the door. Ruan Ning took the gold and weighed it in her hand. Not enough. The young woman was stunned, and Ruan Ning said, The risk to you two is too great. You may not come back. This bracelet is not enough. The young woman was a little excited. We agreed to pay first and get the goods first. Then you can't bring the smallest quantity. If you don't want to add more, I can return this to you. Ruan Ning said. The young woman looked at the little old man next to her. The old man hesitated for a moment and nodded. She took out another diamond ring and said, This is my wedding ring. This is the only one I still have on me. If it's not enough, I can't do anything about it. Ruan Ning didn't believe that such a cunning old man would hand over all his cards. After taking the ring, she unlocked the security door and handed out 2 packs of sandwich cookies and 2 bottles of hot brown sugar water through the slightly larger gap in the door. The old man was stunned. What does this mean? Ruan Ning said, You haven't eaten for a long time, and you don't have the strength to row the boat. I'm afraid my boat will be destroyed, so you must eat the food in front of me and don't leave it for the children. The old man looked at the young woman and silently began to stuff biscuits into his mouth. The old man was very smart. He hid the food while eating it. He hid at least 3 pieces. Ruan Ning didn't expose him. After they finished eating and drinking, she handed over the rubber boat and said, Good luck to you. After seeing the two off, Ruan Ning locked the security door again and went back to the room to sleep. I slept until 10:30 and woke up. My head was still feeling confused when I suddenly heard a scream from somewhere. The voice was a female one, and it was very shrill. She yelled, Someone jumped off the building. Someone jumped off the building holding a child. Ruan Ning was now completely awake. She quickly walked out of the room to the balcony and drew aside the curtains. Like her, countless people went to the balcony and looked outside. All that could be seen was heavy rain. The woman who had just screamed shrilly stopped shouting, and the community became quiet again. Ruan Ning looked down at the water. There was garbage, trees, and a scrapped motorcycle that had floated in out of nowhere. There were all kinds of debris, and it was impossible to tell whether there was a corpse, let alone the body of a child. Stepping back from the window, Ruan Ning returned to the living room, picked up the compound bow, and aimed at the target. At this time, quarrels broke out again downstairs in their building. Ruan Ning knew that it was Wu Jin who broke into the house and robbed it. She suddenly thought of a question. System, I was not in this building in the original book, but Cheng Jili and Cheng Jiquan were there. Did they have a conflict with Wu Jin in the end? The system replied. The author did not give a detailed description. 00125 does not know. Ruan Ning's guess was probably true. Considering that Wu Jin was the one who survived in the end, the ending might not be very good. She shot an arrow at the target. At this time, the system suddenly said, Host, Chu Dingfeng has gone out. Ruan Ning became interested. Is the plot coming? Well, today was supposed to be the day Chu Dingfeng went out to meet Zhou Xiaoke. In the original book, Zhou Xiaoke had to go out to look for antipyretics because Zhou Xiaoran had a fever. She had no boat and could only use the dismantled door panels. Later, she was rescued by Chu Dingfeng, who gave her an antipyretic pill and half a box of bread. Ruan Ning curled her lips and smiled. Not now. System. Zhou Xiaoke did not go out, but it is hard to say what adventures Chu Dingfeng will have. After all, he is his biological son. Ruan Ning slowly loaded an arrow into the compound bow. The system knows the ropes and shuts up. Cheng Jili didn't come today, so Ruan Ning practiced compound bow by herself for the whole afternoon until her arms started to hurt. Putting away the bow and arrow, she took out a massager and asked while massaging, "Tong Tong, what's the situation with Chu Dingfeng?" The system replied dully. He did not meet Zhou Xiaoke when he went out. But when I got home, a woman came to my door. Ruan Ning. Wow. The system was depressed. Host Dad, why are you still wowed? He can get family contribution points in this way, which is a heavy blow to us. Ruan Ning changed the position of the massager. You don't think that the male protagonist will die if he is hit, and will be gone if he is targeted, right? Then why is he the male protagonist? The system immediately regained its confidence. Yes, the host is right. We must keep up the good work. Ruan Ning asked, who is the other party? She is a 31-year-old full-time wife. She has a husband at home. Her husband is lazy, and they hardly prepare anything. Ruan Ning raised an eyebrow. Chu Dingfeng is acting like a thief. The system said it didn't understand. Ruan Ning was just about to speak when there was a knock on the door. There was a security door, so the people knocking on the door could only be the two people next door. Ruan Ning put the massager back into the space, and seeing that there was nothing else in the room, she got up and walked to the door. Through the peephole, she saw that the person coming outside was Cheng Jiquan. The weird thing is that he had a mask on his face. Chapter 23. With a bad feeling in her heart, Ruan Ning reached out to open the door. Perhaps hearing the sound, Cheng Jiquan outside immediately said, Ruan Ning, no need to open the door. I came here to tell you that Ji Li has a fever. It's 38.2 degrees now. She'll be mainly with you these 2 days, so you should pay attention to your temperature at night. Ruan Ning frowned. Did you take antipyretics? She just ate. Cheng Jiquan's voice was a little muffled through the mask. She has always been in good health. You don't have to worry. Ruan Ning still felt that it was not that simple. What about you? Are you okay? Cheng Jiquan replied. It's okay, but it's too short a time to be sure whether it's contagious. Let's not meet during this period. Okay. Ruan Ning thought for a moment and made a promise. Be careful and come to me if you need anything. After Cheng Jiquan left, Ruan Ning carefully recalled the details in the original book. Diseases are easily spread in a rainy and humid environment. The book did describe many people having fever, and some even died as a result. The timing just doesn't match, but no one knows how the disease was spread, so it's hard to say whether it matches or not. I hope I can get through this peacefully. Ruan Ning sighed and took out a bunch of grapes and an apple from the space. She decided yesterday to eat dinner every other day starting tonight, otherwise everyone would be skinny and it would be a joke if she got fat. Just as I was about to continue watching the TV series at around 8 o'clock, someone smashed the living room window with a small object again. Ruan Ning knew that it was the old man who came back in the dark, so she took out a mask from the space, put it on, and left the house. After thinking for a while, she opened the corridor window a little and stood a little further away. Compared to last night, the old man was obviously much more energetic, with bright eyes. Girl, quickly open the lock. I will return the boat to you. When Ruan Ning took over the rubber boat, he said with great joy, That's good. We found some food. We can last for at least a week. Ruan Ning was also happy for him. After thinking for a while, she asked, Are you still living with those people from the Self-Help Society? The old man was immediately disdainful. How is it possible? How could I stay with Wu Jin's men? I delivered supplies to the 17th floor and lived in their house. Ruan Ning, that's good. The old man sighed. I just feel sorry for the other old guys. Wu Jin will definitely not let them have an easy time. After sighing, the old man suddenly asked curiously, Girl, why are you wearing a mask? Someone on our floor has a fever. Ruan Ning said, The situation is unclear right now, so you should pay more attention. The old man's face changed. Why is there a fever? If this is an infectious disease, how many people will die? Ruan Ning didn't say anything. The old man's eyes became listless again. What happened to God? How is your sick man? Is he having a high fever? Ruan Ning replied, It's over 38 degrees, so it should be fine for now. 38 degrees. The old man rolled his eyes and said, "Little girl, it's hard to find a doctor when you're sick now. I happen to know an old doctor who's still in this building." Ruan-Ning knew he wanted to discuss business as soon as she heard it and raised her eyebrows slightly. "Oh, you want to introduce me to him?" The old man said quickly. "What do you mean by introduction? Didn't you lend me the boat?" He stressed the word borrowed. "If anything happens to your friend at night, you can come to 1701 to find us. All you need is something to eat." Ruan-Ning remembered it in her heart. "The 17th floor, right? Is that the family you live in? How did you two know each other?" The old man said, "There are only two people in their family, an old lady and a son who is in his 30s. The son is doing some research at a research institute and can't even fart all day. The old lady is 65 years old and is a senior expert at our provincial hospital. Because both of us were busy with work, we didn't have any food stored. I just hung out in this building every day and got to know each other. If she really had nothing to eat, she wouldn't have let me live in just for some instant noodles." Ruan-Ning asked, "Will she be willing to see a doctor? After all, the risk is so great now." "Why would I care about the risk when I'm starving to death?" The old man curled his lips and said, "I'm old enough to go out and hang out all day." Ruan-Ning was amused by his tone and bargained deliberately. "Then I will come to you if I need anything. But there is one thing. I only rent you a boat for gold, and you are asking for too much." The old man's eyes widened, as if to say you are talking nonsense. "This is a doctor. He is a senior doctor, and you can't even get an appointment with a specialist if you want to. Anyway, you guys think about it. If anything goes wrong, you can come find us downstairs. If you don't want to give us food, you can just let us use the boat 3 more times." Ruan-Ning simply nodded. "Okay, we have a deal." After watching the old man go downstairs, Ruan-Ning knocked on the door next door and told Chung Ji-Quan about the matter through the door. Both hoped that no doctor would be needed. Unexpectedly, that night, Chung Jili's fever reached 39 degrees. 39 degrees for an adult is no joke. The whole person can be feverish to the point of being confused or even unconscious. Chung Ji-Quan hurriedly woke up Ruan-Ning and asked her to guard the safety door as he had to go downstairs. Ruan-Ning was nervous. The two of them were not mentioned in the original book. Would Chung Jili get sick? About 10 minutes later, Chung Ji-Quan led an old lady upstairs. Ruan-Ning quickly opened the safety door for the two of them. Chung Ji-Quan reminded her to step back a meter, then walked in with the old lady. He said to Ruan-Ning in a tired voice, "Thank you. Please help me close the security door." Ruan-Ning hummed and looked at the old expert. She looked to be in her 50s, very thin, and had a smart and capable temperament. She was also carrying a large backpack on her back, which looked quite heavy. I didn't know whether it was carrying medicine or clothes. The three of them didn't talk much, and Chung Ji-Quan took the old lady into the house. Ruan-Ning was about to close the security door, but when she turned around, she saw the old man standing outside. She looked surprised. "Old man, why did you go upstairs?" The old man said, "What do you mean by old gentleman? My name is Yu Dafu." Ruan-Ning, "Grandpa Yu, how did you catch up with me? Be careful, you might get infected." The old man pointed to the mask on his mouth and said, "The young man just gave it to me. Besides, we are so far away. There is nothing to be afraid of with a door between us. Close the door quickly. I have some gossip to share with you. I can't sleep if you don't tell me." Ruan-Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't expect the old man to go upstairs for such a simple reason. She walked over and closed the security door, then looked up and asked, "Now you can tell me, what's the big gossip?" The old man looked around and said, "You definitely don't know. I just heard about it after I came back. Wu Jin also has a fever." Ruan-Ning was stunned. The old man said, "I think he definitely doesn't have medicine. He only thought of grabbing food, not medicine. Every household has hidden their medicine now. If he has a severe fever tonight, they will definitely search for it. You must be careful." Ruan-Ning thought for a moment. "I see. Thank you for reminding me." After a pause, she continued, "Grandpa Yu, if Wu Jin goes to the 17th floor to find a doctor, just tell him that we have invited him up here. There is no need to hide it." Yu Dafu hesitated. "This," Ruan-Ning said, "we are capable of handling it. Just make sure you don't get hurt, and keep your food safe." Yu Dafu lowered his head to think and finally gritted his teeth. "Okay." Ruan-Ning turned around and went back to her room. The reason she said this was because she felt like she had guessed something. Suppose that in the original world, Chung Jili and Wu Jin both had fever tonight. If she hadn't been there to affect the development, the two siblings would probably not be able to find a doctor on the 17th floor. Wu Jin is different. He would destroy an entire building. Now the doctor is here with them, which means that Wu Jin's fate has been changed unexpectedly. Ruan Ning's eyes lit up slightly. If the assumption was true, she would make a lot of money. Not only did he weaken Wu Jin, but more importantly, he saved his teammates. Win-win. Ruan Ning was too excited to sleep, so she simply took out her compound bow and put an arrow on it. About half an hour later, crying and shouting were indeed heard from the building. That night, Wu Jin was destined to not find a cure for his illness unless he bravely went to the 18th floor. Will he come? According to Ruan Ning, Wu Jin is a perverted and cold person who alternates between inferiority and arrogance. He cares a lot about whether others look up to him and likes to brag in public. He has many shortcomings, but he has one greatest advantage, which is that he cherishes his life very much. In the novel, he appears living in the sewer for a long time, like a shady rat, poking his head out every day, and any slight movement would alarm him, and he would hide. Ruan Ning guessed that this person who cherishes his life so much would most likely come and show his civilized side. Sure enough, Ruan Ning only waited for about an hour before she heard fierce kicking on the door outside. She put on a mask, took the compound bow and quiver on her back, and quickly came to the security door and stood far away. Wu Jin and his friends were holding candles, and Ruan Ning was in darkness. Because of this, she could vaguely see the other person's flushed cheeks and a slightly crazy look. Wu Jin was not a fool after all. After seeing Ruan Ning coming out, he forced himself to calm down and said in the gentlest voice, "Is Dr. Zhu on your 18th floor? I want to ask her to see me. Is that convenient?" At this time, Ruan Ning heard the door opening in room 1802, and she shook her head at Cheng Jiquan. The other party hesitated for a while and chose to believe her. After 1802 closed the door, Ruan Ning said, "Dr. Zhu is temporarily unable to leave, so he may not be able to help you recently." Wu Jin frowned. "I know we had a misunderstanding last time. I am willing to pay 10 packs of instant noodles, or even 3 kilograms of rice, as long as you let Dr. Zhu come out, and the past will be written off." Ruan Ning pretended to be confused. "Did something happen before? Do you mean the time we pointed guns at you?" Wu Jin smiled wryly. Let's not talk about the past anymore. Are you dissatisfied with my offer? I can increase it to 5 kilograms of rice. I sincerely want to invite Dr. Zhu. Ruan Ning, "Oh, I am sincere too. I don't allow Dr. Zhu to treat you." Wu Jin knew that they couldn't reach an agreement, and he was so angry that his eyes went dark. He looked like he wanted to eat Ruan Ning alive. "Don't go too far. Aren't you just relying on your guns? With so many of us rushing forward, how many of them can you aim at?" Ruan Ning said indifferently. "Then you all come together." Wu Jin, "Don't think we don't dare. People die for money and birds die for food. You brought back so much food. You should have shared it with us long ago." Ruan Ning raised the compound bow in her hand. Because she was standing in the dark and was illuminated only by a little light, Wu Jin could vaguely see her holding up something. Whatever it was, it wasn't a gun. Wu Jin guessed that it was something like a bow and arrow. He later found out that the brother and sister on the 18th floor were involved in competitive sports, but he didn't know where this woman came from. Could he be an archer? Wu Jin felt a sharp pain in his head as he was unsure. He said, "What do you mean? Are we still negotiating? Or do you really think we have no other options?" Ruan Ning didn't want to waste any more time talking and shot an arrow out with a whoosh. Then there was a loud bang, and the window of the security door broke. This arrow was heading straight for Wu Jin. Based on her practice experience and system enhancements over the past few days, she would be 100% sure to hit this pervert. At this critical moment, Wu Jin's pupils dilated with fear, and almost subconsciously, he grabbed the men beside him. A scream was heard in the stairwell. Because this subordinate happened to be the one holding the candle, the corridor fell into darkness. The 6 people outside were in chaos. Some went to help others, while others were so scared that they wanted to run away. About 4 or 5 minutes later, Wu Jin finally got on the ground, touched the candle, and relighted it. Holding the simple candlestick, Wu Jin's eyelids twitched violently. He didn't even look at his injured and bleeding companion, but stared straight at Ruan Ning. Then he cursed in his heart. Ruan Ning had already knocked the second arrow and was looking at them leisurely with the bow in hand. When the others noticed this, they all quickly retreated 800 meters away from Wu Jin. Wu Jin couldn't even curse anymore. Not only did he have a headache now, He was also afraid that Ruan Ning would shoot him without saying a word again. Ruan Ning was communicating with the system at this time. There's no one around to catch him this time. Can I hit him? The system groaned. It's hard to say. How about we give it a try? Ruan Ning wanted to give it a try and couldn't resist the urge to do so. She thought for about 5 seconds and was about to shoot the arrow when Wu Jin suddenly shouted outside, etc. Ruan Ning waited and moved her eyes away from the sight. Wu Jin angrily smashed the candle to the ground, sparks flying everywhere. Fuck it. I wonder how you can shoot like this. Everyone hurry up. Let's hide behind the door together and take down the security door. It was pitch black all around, and I couldn't see anything. Ruan Ning quickly put the bow and arrow back into the space and took out the pistol. Are you sure? Actually, I have a gun. It should be easy to shoot through a wooden door. The stairwell suddenly fell silent. In the darkness, a man said weakly, Brother, let's go upstairs quickly. Xiao Linzi is still bleeding. Yes, let's quickly find some hemostatic medicine. Also, how do we pull out this arrow? What should I do? Xiao Linzi won't die, will he? Wu Jin quickly said, I haven't gotten my fever-reducing medicine yet. Damn it. Wu Jin looked towards Ruan Ning with vicious eyes. I didn't expect this woman to be so cruel. Ruan Ning said, It's okay. We are the same. Don't you also pull your accomplice over to block the arrows? Wouldn't it be better to dodge? There was silence outside again until Xiao Linzi cried out in pain. Wu Jin gritted his teeth. The most important thing was that he didn't know if he was fainted from anger. He felt his head getting more and more painful and his head getting heavier. He seemed a little unsteady on his feet. There was no other way. Wu Jin said, Let's retreat. Before he fled, he turned around and said fiercely, You bitch, I will remember this grudge. Don't give me a chance, or I will rape you and kill you. Ruan Ning didn't say anything. The gun in her hand silently transformed into a compound bow and shot an arrow in the direction of Wu Jin's voice. With a chi sound, I couldn't tell whether it hit the target or not. Ruan Ning did not hear the panicked cries of pain. She tilted her ear and heard a mixed sound of footsteps fleeing upstairs. Fearing that someone had set an ambush, Ruan Ning did not put down his bow and arrow immediately, but waited quietly for a moment. After about 5 or 6 minutes, she put down her bow and arrow, took out a candle, and lit it. The corridor was empty. The glass window had been shot to pieces by her. Ruan Ning walked to the door cautiously and saw several pools of blood on the ground. I don't know who left it. Ruan Ning really hopes that there is Wu Jin. System. How is it? Has the defense been broken? The system said happily. Congratulations, host. I shot you in the shoulder, but it just grazed you and scraped off some flesh. I should have used a gun earlier. Wen Ning sighed. The system said, the host's choice is correct. Using a gun might cause the gun to explode. The fact that he was injured means that his luck value is decreasing. Ruan Ning chuckled. But Wu Jin is very smart. He picked up the arrows and wanted to reduce your weapons. Ruan Ning didn't care. Just pick it up. I have plenty. System he. Ruan Ning heard the door open behind her. She turned around and saw that it was Cheng Jiquan. She subconsciously asked, How is Ji Li? Cheng Jiquan held the gun in one hand, his arm drooping. Dr. Zhu is watching. I came out when I heard no sound. Thank you for helping us stop Wu Jin. Ruan Ning couldn't say that she was on a mission, so she coughed and said, Nothing. Aren't we in alliance? Besides, Ji Li and I are good friends. Cheng Jiquan was silent for 2 seconds. I will tell you about her condition tomorrow morning. I will be on duty in the second half of tonight. You can rest first. Ruan Ning thought about it and nodded. Okay, I'll guard it during the day tomorrow. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Ruan Ning woke up feeling refreshed. Although she was busy until midnight last night, she was in a very good mood today. Ruan Ning happily washed up, emptied the refrigerator, and went outside. Cheng Jiquan moved a chair outside and was leaning back with his eyes closed, resting. After hearing the sound, he opened his eyes, which were bloodshot. Ruan Ning asked, How is Ji Li? Cheng Jiquan stood up and retreated to the door of his house. Her fever has temporarily subsided. Dr. Zhu said that she needs to be observed. She will stay at my house for 7 days to confirm whether she is contagious. Ruan Ning said, I see Wu Jin running around everywhere. I guess if there is an infection, it can't be stopped. Cheng Jiquan shook his head. It's better to be careful, especially our internal staff. We can't let them all collapse at once. Ruan Ning. That's right. Then you go back to sleep? I'll be here no problem. Cheng Jiquan lowered his eyes. Thank you for your help. Ruan Ning raised her eyebrows. thinking that this man was too polite. He was just like his sister said, a taciturn person. It's not a bother, and it won't delay me. Chung Jiquan nodded, left the chair, and went back into the house. It looks like he plans to continue keeping watch tonight. Ruan Ning couldn't just wait outside like him, so she went back into the house, thought about it, and decided to do something fun today. She collected so many express parcels before the rainstorm, but she hasn't opened any of them yet. A cushion was laid in the middle of the living room. Ruan Ning sat cross-legged on it and then randomly took out a courier box from the space. The box was labeled Vinda paper. There is no need to take this apart. Ruan Ning put it directly into the daily necessities area. The second box that was randomly taken out was not that big. A knife appeared out of thin air in Ruan Ning's right hand, and she cut open the tape. Lifting the paper cover, a dozen large, soft-seeded pomegranates were neatly arranged inside, looking attractive and bright red. She has never stockpiled this before. It's so good. The next box contained various seasonings, biscuits and snacks, and a bucket of cooking oil. It looked like a one-stop shop. The fourth box contains good stuff. A whole box of premium dog food, but unfortunately single dogs can't eat it. The items in the express boxes were truly varied, ranging from sex toys to mock college entrance examination essays. Ruan Ning even opened a fraudulent package. At this time, she had been dismantling for more than 2 hours, and there were empty boxes all around her. Ruan Ning shook her sore wrists and decided to continue dismantling. There are 11 packs of sanitary napkins in a box. I've got them. A box of Chiyue pears. Looks like good quality. Why would someone buy a whole box of rubber bands? Is it a company-wide group purchase? Ruan Ning continued to unpack until evening, when the entire living room was filled with empty boxes. My arms are so weak from opening packages. Is it so tiring to open a package? Standing up from the ground, Ruan Ning touched the boxes one by one and threw them all into the space. System. Can you help me turn them into paper shells? System. Host. I have something to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. Ruan Ning said gently, don't say it. The system obediently went to press cartons for Ruan Ning. It had to be said that it was very efficient. In less than 10 minutes, it had turned the cartons into piles of paper shells. Well done, Ruan Ning praised with a smile. Thinking of the Chiyue pears that had just been harvested today, Ruan Ning took out one and ate it while checking the results of her labor. There is a high probability that the express delivery of daily necessities open today will greatly increase her storage capacity of toilet paper, sanitary napkins, and toiletries. There were quite a few people buying fruits, and the varieties were varied, some of which Ruan Ning had never eaten before. Probably because it was close to the start of school, there were still a lot of school supplies and books in the express box, and the pens she received were enough for her to use for 3 lifetimes. Of course, there were many more things like cosmetics, skincare products, clothes, snacks, etc. Ruan Ning also found 5 brand new laptops and 2 assembled game consoles, probably those of college students preparing for the start of school. All in all, although it was a bit tiring and the total price of the items was not high, it was basically very practical. Especially collecting new types of fruits made Ruan Ning feel wonderful. At 8 o'clock, Ruan Ning took over the shift from Chung Jiquan. When she heard that Chung Jili's condition had stabilized, she felt relieved and went to bed early. As a result, at 3 o'clock in the morning, the system suddenly woke her up. Ruan Ning was confused. You'd better have something important to do, otherwise we will no longer be the best master in Elf. The system quickly said, Host Dad, there is fun. Chapter 24. Having fun? Ruan Ning's eyes lit up instantly. What kind of fun is this? System. Host, do you remember the woman who came at Chu Dingfeng? Of course, Ruan Ning remembered. Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me the details. The system smiled before it spoke. Chu Dingfeng actually doesn't like that woman very much. He thinks she is not pretty and has no culture. It's just that he is in great need of family contribution points right now. He feels that he is sacrificing his body to contribute points to the family. Ruan Ning. She burst out laughing. Is this true? Are you so narcissistic? The system chuckled. That's not the point. Because the other party has a husband, they only meet at night. Chu Dingfeng won't develop much affection with this woman. As soon as they meet, they just stay in the bedroom and have sex. It was early in the morning. Chu Dingfeng was exhausted after 2 consecutive days, so he fell asleep quickly. That woman actually ran to the living room, opened the door, and let her husband in. Now the two of them are emptying Chu Dingfeng's inventory. Ruan Ning was very happy. The system suddenly raised its volume. Host Chu Dingfeng is awake. Chu Dingfeng found two people sneaking around in the kitchen. Chu Dingfeng went crazy and took out his Tang sword from the space. The woman turned around and saw him. She screamed and dropped the box of apples she had picked up. The woman's husband took out a kitchen knife and rushed towards Chu Dingfeng. After all, Chu Dingfeng was the male protagonist of the rebirth, so he stabbed the woman's husband with his backhand. There was so much blood in the kitchen. All the food was stained with blood. The woman was begging Chu Dingfeng for mercy. She knelt on the ground and asked Chu Dingfeng to forgive her this time because she was his first woman. Chu Dingfeng stabbed her in the lower abdomen. Ruan Ning shook her head. As expected, he is a decisive and ruthless hero, choosing a place like this to strike. The husband was still bleeding, the woman was also bleeding, and the whole kitchen was full of blood. The rice, compressed biscuits, and fruits they took out of the cupboard were all stained with blood. Ruan Ning quickly said, "There's no need to describe this scene in such detail." System. Oh, because of the woman's scream just now, the other people in the building woke up. They all ran to check the situation and found that Chu Dingfeng's house was not closed. Ruan Ning exclaimed, "Wow." They all rushed into the kitchen. There were too many people, so Chu Dingfeng couldn't kill them all and was pushed to the ground. The bloodstained food on the ground was snatched away by them. After a while, the system continued the live broadcast. Everyone else ran away. Now Chu Dingfeng closed the door, threw the two half-dead bodies downstairs, and sat on the floor of the living room regretting it. By the way, he boasted to you that his floor lamp worth 8,000 yuan was also stolen by someone. Ruan Ning was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He was truly a genius to still remember to steal the lamp in such a situation. The system continued. Sitting alone on the ground, smelling the blood in the air, Chu Dingfeng felt deeply distressed for his hasty mistake and decided to be careful of women who came to him in the future. Ruan Ning? Haha. The system asked curiously. Host, do you think this matter will have an impact on Chu Dingfeng? Ruan Ning. There is definitely an impact, but it's hard to say how big it is. After all, the food in the kitchen is just what he puts out in the open, and the real inventory is in the space. It's kind of hurtful to work so hard for 2 days and get nothing out of it. The system chuckled. It's very hurtful. As long as the hero can't get the family contribution points, it's good news for us. Ruan Ning decided to put herself in Chu Dingfeng's shoes and guess what he would do next. His biggest problem now is where to find a woman. According to Chu Dingfeng's personality and his love for beautiful women, he will probably target someone he knows. System. What do you mean, host? I guess he will find a way to find Zhou, Shaoran the day after tomorrow at the latest, or maybe tomorrow. In the original book, he appeared as a lifesaver. Now that he doesn't have that condition, I guess he will make an excuse tomorrow that his house was robbed and ask Zhou Shaoran to borrow food, using her sympathy to rely on her. The system was incredulous. No way. This means we should end up in the same place by different means. Ruan Ning shook her head. Not necessarily. Zhou Xiaoke, who is food, is not that easy to deal with. Ruan Ning thought of another question, but it was hard to say it now because it felt quite weird. The next day, Ruan Ning went to take over the shift with Cheng Jiquan as usual. Cheng Jili had a recurring high fever last night, but fortunately he was taken care of by a doctor and is fine now. Ruan Ning guessed that Wu Jin upstairs must be feeling uncomfortable. After Cheng Jiquan returned home, Ruan Ning was also preparing to go back to the house to exercise, but she didn't expect to hear loud crying suddenly from upstairs. The crying sound went down the stairs until it stopped on the 18th floor. A dirty middle-aged woman in her 50s appeared at the stairs and cried loudly in the corridor. My poor child. Ruan Ning raised her eyebrows. How could she describe this voice? It was like hiring a mourning team at a funeral. They were crying and sobbing, but you couldn't feel any sadness at all. The old lady sat down in the hallway, still wailing. Is there anyone here to help my Lin Zijia? This woman shot him with an arrow, and he's almost dead. Who will pay for my son's life? Is there any justice in the world? If my son dies today, I will hit my head and die here. My son, my dearest child. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Cheng Jiquan, who had just returned from next door, heard the sound, frowned, and opened the door. In addition to him, I believe that the crying and shouting has attracted the attention of many people, but they dare not go upstairs to look and can only talk about it downstairs. Wu Jin is trying to use a self-torture tactic. Ruan Ning glanced at Cheng Jiquan and said, Did she disturb your sleep? Or should we get her away? Cheng Jiquan hesitated for a moment and said, No, I can sleep. Ruan Ning, okay, then you go to sleep. I'm going to practice compound bow. Chung Jiquan nodded. When the Annie outside saw that the two were actually leaving, she ran to the security door and stretched her arm into the window. You two black-hearted bastards. You actually ignored the victim's family. I tell you, if you don't give me antipyretic and anti-inflammatory drugs today, I will hit my head and die at your door. I want to see how you behave in the future. When the water recedes, you will be responsible for 2 lives. Ruan Ning saw that although this person was a little dirty and his hair was wild, he didn't look like an ordinary person who was starving to death. She smiled and said, Mother Lin, right? If you were killed, we wouldn't know how to live as a human being, but you wouldn't have to live as a human being anyway. The old lady glared at him and said, What do you mean? Are you just going to watch someone die without helping? How can a little girl like you have such a vicious heart? If you give me the medicine, I will write you a letter of apology and plead for you with the police in the future. Ruan Ning said, Why should I ask you to plead for mercy? Your son is a robber. He robbed a lot of people, right? I was just defending myself. Besides, your son was dragged over as a shield by others. You should go to President Wu Jin to cry and complain. The old lady blushed and said, I don't care. I need antipyretic and anti-inflammatory medicines anyway. It's better to let me take Dr. Zhu back. Otherwise, my son will die. Ruan Ning, are you sure it was your son who died, not President Wu? The aunt quickly said, Of course it's my son. Ruan Ning laughed. Your son is injured. Don't use hemostatics or bandages to cover the wound. Did he remove the arrow? Will he get tetanus if he gets infected again? The old lady choked and said, Of course he needs antipyretic medicine. His wound is infected and he has a fever, so he also needs anti-inflammatory medicine. Ruan Ning looked at her calmly. Let your president Wu use his brain. Don't say you are crying here today. Even if you really die in the stairwell, the most I can do is give you a water burial. You want medicine and a doctor? No way. The aunt took a deep breath, realizing that she could no longer get the antipyretic medicine. Her eyes rolled around, and she suddenly changed her tone. Okay, I know you have a grudge against President Wu, and I was forced to come here by him. So just give me my son's medicine. I just want a bandage and some hemostatics. Ruan Ning, sorry, I don't have one either. The old lady suddenly started to cry loudly again. My poor son. What will happen to me in the future? I might as well die instead of sending my son away. Ruan Ning and Chung Jiquan looked at each other and retreated back home. The Annie outside immediately shouted, Don't leave. Don't even think about leaving. She banged the security door so hard that it clanked loudly, but there was no response from the 2 houses. The old lady thought about it and started crying and banging on the ground again, howling for more than half an hour. No one paid any attention to her at all. Finally, she had no other choice but to tidy up her face, but not daring to go back upstairs, she simply lay down on the floor and went to sleep. In the afternoon, Ruan Ning opened the door quietly and found the old lady still sleeping on the floor. It was obvious that this person was definitely not her biological mother. Otherwise, she would definitely not be able to help but go upstairs to check on her son. After thinking for a while, Ruan Ning deliberately shook the key in her hand to make a noise and said, Let's get up and talk. The old lady didn't sleep at all. How could she sleep peacefully on this floor? She just howled for too long, and her voice became hoarse, so she was resting. Hearing Ruan Ning greeting her, the aunt sat up from the ground and looked at her with scrutiny. What do you want to do? Just chatting. Ruan Ning said, Everyone is bored now anyway. The aunt glanced towards the 20th floor to make sure no one was standing there watching. Ruan Ning asked, What is the relationship between the Lindsay and you told me about? I'm his mother, said the aunt. Ruan Ning, let's open the window and talk frankly. Maybe I can help you find a way to survive. The aunt's eyes rolled. I'm his nanny. My name is Wen Mei. When it rained heavily, he and I were the only ones in the villa. We later fled here together. We originally came here with Lao Qin, who was a nicer guy, but Lin Zian didn't trust him and ended up getting together with Wu Jin. Wen Mei sighed. Xiao Lin is not a bad person. He just feels that he can only survive by force. He gave me some of the things he had looted and said that it would be fine as long as I stayed upstairs and helped him keep an eye on the remaining supplies. Ruan Ning understood. So you don't dare to go back upstairs now because Lin Zian is in danger and you will definitely die if you go back, right? Wen Mei didn't say anything. Ruan Ning, did Wu Jin ask you to come down? Wen Mei did not answer immediately, but looked upstairs again, then walked to the security door and whispered, Yes. How is he now? He had a high fever and was coughing. He had been living alone in a room, and the food was hidden in there. We were generally not allowed to go in. Ruan-ning, you haven't eaten anything for a day since Lin Zian got injured, right? Do you want some compressed biscuits? Ruan-ning also bought this, and the quantity was quite good, and this was also distributed as part of the early relief supplies. When May's eyes lit up. Of course, what do you want me to do? Ruan-ning knew that she was a smart person. Otherwise, how could she survive on the 20th floor? I want you to go upstairs and help me keep an eye on Wu Jin. This, when May was embarrassed. You want me to be a spy? I don't have the courage. That Wu Jin dared to kill people. Ruan-ning said, I dare to do that. Aren't you afraid of me? When May looked at the young girl in front of her wearing a mask with a smile in her eyes, and suddenly her hair stood on end. Ruan-ning, besides, I'm easier to get along with than Wu Jin, and I give you food. When May gritted her teeth and said, Okay, give me 2 compressed biscuits a day, and I promise to report to you every day. Ruan-ning, 1 piece. When May knew that this girl was not easy to deal with, and $1 a day was enough for her to survive. Then she could find a way to make a living on the 20th floor, which would make her life more comfortable than many others. 1 piece is enough, but I have to go upstairs to report the situation to Wu Jin. What do you want me to say? Ruan-ning, tell me the truth. I am cruel and ruthless, and I have a heart of a snake and scorpion. No matter how you beg me, I will not respond. When May? Ruan-ning took out a small pack of compressed biscuits from her pocket and asked Wen Mei to step back and put them on the remains of the security door and window. Come back to report at night when the situation allows. You don't need to wake me up. Just tell the man on guard. Wen Mei said, oh, and after Ruan-ning walked away, she couldn't wait to grab the biscuit and stuff it in her mouth. When she choked on her food, she scooped up rainwater with her hands and drank it. After finishing the meal quickly, Wen Mei wiped her mouth with her hand and said, We agreed on 1 cookie a day. You can't cheat. Ruan-ning, of course. 20th floor. After making sure there were no traces of biscuits on her mouth or body, Wen Mei knocked on the door fearfully. Soon, someone came over to open the door and frowned. What took you so long to come back? Wen Mei said, That girl is so unsympathetic. I wanted to pester her for a while, but she still didn't want to give it to me. The man cursed. How come we met such a ruthless person? Wen Mei asked, Where is President Wu? Should I report today's situation to him? The man said impatiently, What are you reporting? There's no point in reporting if you haven't got anything. Get out of here right now. Wen Mei walked quickly to the corner of the living room. Lin Zian was lying on the ground, and no one dared to pull out the arrow from his shoulder. It was not because they were too timid to use force, but if the arrow was pulled out, the bleeding would not stop and he would definitely die. Although he's basically dead now, his face was already pale. He was breathing out more than breathing in, and he was completely unconscious. It was estimated that this would only last tonight. When Mei sat beside him with a worried look on her face, not knowing what to feel when she saw her former employer in this state. Over there, the 4 residents were not in a good mood either. Everyone followed Wu Jin just to eat and drink more, but now seeing what happened to Lin Zian, they couldn't help but back off. Especially now that Wu Jin was locked in his room. Coughing could be heard from time to time in the bedroom. You think the boss's illness isn't contagious? Someone whispered. The big man who had just opened the door whispered impatiently. Who knows? The man looked grim. Will President Wu die of illness? I see his temperature is getting higher and higher, and the fever won't go away. If we continue to live here, will we also have such a high fever and die? What the hell are you talking about? How could so many people die? Yes. Now at least we have a house to live in, and we have so much food. As for whether Wu Jin lives or dies, what does it have to do with him? It's better if he dies, because there's one less person to share food with. As soon as he dies, throw him into the water. At this moment, a burst of violent coughing suddenly rang out in the house, one after another, like a heavy hammer hitting the heart, making everyone frightened. The person who spoke first cried softly. Damn it, you're coughing so hard, will you get a lung infection? This is definitely contagious. The 4 of you looked at each other, with anxiety in your eyes. At this moment, Wu Jin's voice suddenly rang out from the westernmost bedroom. Is anyone there? Sumione komein. The 4 people's hair stood on end, and even the one who was the most active in flattering others was unwilling to enter the room. That room might already be full of germs. It makes me feel creepy just thinking about it. Who would be willing to go? The big man who just opened the door frowned and said, That nanny, go in and see what President Wu wants. Wen Mei was called the nanny on the 20th floor. She pointed at herself and said, Me? If it's not you, then who else could it be? Hurry up, said the big man. When Mei was unwilling to do so, she had heard what these people had just said, and she thought Wu Jin's illness might be contagious. Wu Jin and his loyal subordinates lived in this house. In addition to helping Lin Zian guard the remaining supplies, Wen Mei also cooked for them, washed their clothes, boiled water, etc. Standing up from the ground, Wen Mei looked at the big man and said, President Chun, it's fine for me to go in, but if I bring the virus out again, you can't blame me. Everyone was startled. Yes, the virus is not safe if there is no direct contact. It can be transmitted as long as people come in and out. Wen Mei added, also, the food is now placed in President Wu's room, and I don't know if it has been contaminated with the virus. It's also dangerous for me to cook every day. I'm too old to care, so please don't blame me. No one spoke. The house was silent. After a while, the big man called President Chun cursed under his breath. In the bedroom, Wu Jin was impatient to get up, but when he tried to get up, he found that his body was very heavy. His head was aching unbearably, and his mouth was dry. He couldn't get up at all. Is there anyone outside? What the hell are they doing? After more than 10 minutes, someone finally pushed open the door and came in. When Wu Jin looked, he saw that there were actually 4 people. He sat up from the bed with difficulty. Why are so many of you coming in? Hurry up and pour me a glass of water. I need a drink. No one paid any attention to him. Wu Jin frowned and was about to get angry, but suddenly he felt something was wrong. He had been feverish since last night and had no energy to take care of these people. What about the Annie? Didn't I ask her to go downstairs and make a scene to ask for medicine? Has she come back yet? Someone answered, I'm back, but the 18th floor is determined not to give me the medicine. Wu Jin was originally trying to change the subject. He noticed that everyone had made masks out of their clothes and were standing far away, apparently worried that he had an infectious disease. With a sneer in his heart, Wu Jin said calmly, Okay, then you guys go out, I'm going to sleep. No one went out. The big man called President Chen stepped forward and said, President Wu, you are so ill now, you need to rest well. Please put aside the matters of the Self-Help Association for now. Wu Jin grabbed the hammer hidden under the quilt and asked, What do you mean? We are concerned about your health. The big man said, We think distributing food every day takes too much of your energy. We will take care of these trivial matters ourselves from now on. President Wu, where is the food hidden in your room? Under the bed. Wu Jin's eyes swept across the faces in front of him. He could fight to the death and refuse to obey, but there was no way he could kill so many people. It's in the cabinet. Wu Jin said, You guys can take it away. I really don't have the energy to take care of it. Get out right away after you get your stuff. I need to rest. Surprise appeared on the faces behind the masks of the 4 people. One of the smaller ones quickly ran to the cabinet and found a large bag of food inside. Here, let's move it out. Others rushed forward to get food. President Chen suddenly said, Wait. He looked at Wu Jin and said, President Wu, only you know how much we have collected. A smart person like you must know that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. I wonder where you put the other food. Wu Jin narrowed his eyes and clenched the hammer with his hand hidden under the quilt. After a moment, he said, There is 1 copy under the bed. It is nowhere else. If you don't believe me, search for it yourself. The big man said bluntly, Didn't you hear what President Wu said? Search quickly. The 4 of them rushed forward, leaving no corner of the room untouched, and sure enough, they found food in other places. After searching the entire room, they didn't even leave a drop of water for Wu Jin, and the group left happily. Wu Jin was so angry that his brain felt dizzy. Moreover, after he heard those people leave, he locked the door from the outside with a chain, probably because they were afraid that he would run around and infect others. Oh shit! Wu Jin was so angry that he almost vomited blood and coughed violently on the bed. Wen Mei was thinking outside that it was now easy to control Wu Jin's whereabouts, and this spy mission was quite simple. At night, when everyone went to sleep, she secretly told Cheng Jiquan the news from upstairs. The next morning, Cheng Jiquan told Ruan Ning about this again. Ruan Ning, who was still thinking about how to kill Wu Jin. At this moment, warm cheers suddenly rang out outside the building, as if something happy had happened. Ruan Ning and Cheng Jiquan looked at each other and quickly looked out the window one by one. They couldn't see anything unusual from their position. They just heard someone shouting. Is it a rescue? So many ships, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a total of 5 ships. It must be a rescue mission. That's great. That's great. Chapter 25. 20th floor. Hearing the cheers outside, Wu Jin's eyes suddenly lit up, and the whole person seemed to have a last burst of light, and he inexplicably gained strength. He jumped off the bed in excitement and crawled all the way to the window, from where he saw what seemed to be a real boat downstairs. That's great. Wu Jin's eyes glowed with enthusiasm. I don't have to die. I don't have to die. Haha. The rescue boat must have medicine. Even if someone accuses him of murder, so what? In modern civilized society, people always go to court. Those people will definitely save him first. Do they have any evidence? As long as he insisted that Shin Rueda committed suicide, no one could prove that he murdered him, and the body would have surely been rotten by water. God is still helping me. Wu Jin laughed and started coughing hard again. I just have to hold on for 2 more hours. Thinking of this, Wu Jin quickly opened the window, leaned his upper body on the windowsill, stretched out his arms, and tried hard to reach to the side. After a while, he finally fished out a thick plastic package. When he opened it, he found chocolate biscuits, bread, and mineral water inside. There was a shelf on the side of the window where the air conditioner outdoor unit was placed. Wu Jin was sure that no one would look out the window, so he deliberately hid some food in the gap between the air conditioner outdoor unit. He won. With trembling hands, Wu Jin opened one plastic bag after another and pulled out biscuits and mineral water. After wolfing down the food, he tied a rope to the plastic bag so that he didn't have to fish it out and could just pull it up with the rope when he wanted to eat. With food in his stomach and a perfect food storage plan, Wu Jin had a proud look on his face and leaned against the window waiting for the rescue team. Just when Wu Jin was full of hope, screams were heard from Building 3. Help! Let my daughter go! Let my daughter go! I will fight you! What's going on? People in other buildings were puzzled. Didn't the rescue team just stop the boat over there? At this time, a man in Building 3 rushed to the balcony, opened the window, and shouted heartbreakingly, "It's not the rescue team! It's not the rescue team! Don't open the door! Don't open the door!" The shrill screams continued, and the other rooms were silent. The hammer in Wu Jin's hand fell to the ground. On the 19th floor, Wan Ning was confused for a few seconds when she heard about the rescue team. She actually thought someone was coming to rescue her. Soon she remembered the description in the book and felt something was wrong. Her appearance did change some minor things, but it was not enough to affect the whole world, and the rescue team could not arrive earlier. Looking away from the window, Wan Ning looked at Chung Ji-kwan and said, "We can't see the situation now, but the presence of a boat doesn't mean it's a rescue team." Chung Ji-kwan nodded, with worry in his eyes. Wan Ning guessed that he would definitely not be able to sleep at this moment, so she did not urge him to rest. The two stood quietly in the corridor for a moment, and the silence was soon broken by screams. They quickly looked up at each other. Wan Ning sighed inwardly. It doesn't look like a rescue. There are 5 ships, and they have at least 10 people, said Chung Ji-kwan. Wan Ning, there should be more than 10 people, and even if there are only 10 people this time, who knows how many more are behind them? The two of them didn't speak for a while. After a moment, Chung Ji-kwan said, "We are on the 19th floor, about 64 meters high. I have an air rifle in my hand, and the gun can accurately aim at 50 meters. If it is farther away, the power will be much reduced." Wan Ning asked curiously, "If they besiege our unit, can we defeat them?" Chung Ji-kwan nodded. "It can hit accurately, but the power may not be that strong. It should be no problem to hurt people, but it won't work if it's farther away. They will come out of Building 3 later. Should we give it a try?" Wan Ning shook her head. "The distance is too far, it can't be effective." Chung Ji-kwan, "I can go downstairs to play." "No." Wan Ning refused directly. "Building 3 is right next to the road. We can escape quickly. We can only injure 2 or 3 of them at most if we shoot. Next time they come, we will be prepared, or they will come at night, and it will be difficult for us to protect ourselves." Chung Ji-kwan paused and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Wan Ning thought for a moment and said, "People like them will definitely not stop after robbing 1 or 2 buildings. As long as they go deep into our community, it will be much easier to catch them in the trap." Chung Ji-kwan said, "Ji Li should be almost recovered. Although he still has a little strength, he has no problem pulling the trigger." Wan Ning's eyes lit up. "That's even better." The two were discussing some details on the spot. At this time, hurried footsteps were heard from downstairs, and Yudafu rushed to the security door. He saw the two of them in the corridor and said quickly, "Did you hear that? A robber ran into our neighborhood." Chung Ji-kwan didn't say anything. Wan Ning said, "It's hard not to hear it. We are discussing how to protect ourselves." Yu Dafu's eyes widened. "What are we still discussing? Just shoot them." Wan Ning said, We have to shoot, but we have limited bullets and only 3 of us. We need to discuss how to deal with more people at once to avoid being fatigued by them. Yu Dafu was stunned. You know a lot. If only my son were here, he could handle 10 of them by himself. Ruan Ning listened quietly to his bragging. Yu Dafu asked again, how is Dr. Zhu? Her son is very worried about her. Ruan Ning looked at Cheng Jiquan, and Cheng Jiquan replied, she is fine for now, with no signs of fever or cold, but she needs to be observed for 2 more days. Yu Dafu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Suddenly, there was another cry for help from Building 3. In addition to food being stolen and people being beaten, these cries for help were mostly from women screaming. Compared to the degree of evilness of the community owners, this group of people is obviously more evil. It is estimated that they have done a lot of evil things before the end of the world. Ruan Ning frowned and said, Brother Chung, don't keep watch tonight. Regain your energy. Maybe someone will come to our building tomorrow. Cheng Jiquan nodded. After returning to the room, Ruan Ning began to practice the compound bow with the maximum poundage. Although not as powerful as a gun, the compound bow actually has a range of about 70 meters, but it is too far away to be lethal. There are only 2 boxes of pistol/gun bullets, and she must save more bullets to face the increasingly difficult Doomsday. All in all, there is still not enough weapons. While thinking about how to deal with it, the system suddenly said, Host, Chu Dingfeng is out. Ruan Ning complained. It's as expected. He left home later than a robber. Bad review. After a pause, she asked, is he going to find Zhou Xiaoran? The system replied, no, he pried open the door of the place where you used to live. Ruan Ning was dumbfounded. No, what is he doing there? According to the timeline of the previous life in the original book, the original owner should have gone to Chu Dingfeng for help 2 days ago. Now that she didn't go, Chu Dingfeng probably knew that there was something wrong with her. So why did he go to pry the door open? Does he want to find out if there are any clues? The system started live broadcasting again. Chu Dingfeng was walking back and forth in the original owner's room, seemingly looking for something. But he never found it. Chu Dingfeng frowned and said to himself, nothing was left behind. Did she really receive the news in advance? What's going on? Am I not the only one who has been reborn? This bitch must be the one who is against me. I must find her. She must have some golden finger. It's even better to have a golden finger. When I take you into my harem, everything will be mine. After finishing his monologue, Chu Dingfeng left the room. Ruan Ning was speechless. Is he dreaming? The system asked. Host, do you still need a live broadcast? Ruan Ning thought for a moment and said, you can do the live broadcast. It's time for lunch too. Let's eat more meat today so we can fight well tomorrow. The system paused for a moment. Chu Dingfeng got on the boat. This time he did not go outside the community, but came to the next building. After finding the 14th floor, Chu Dingfeng deliberately messed up his clothes and ruffled his hair, pretending to be very decadent. System comment. He looks so dirty and ugly like this. Host, he actually wants to find Zhou Xiaoran and her sister. Ruan Ning was taking rice from the space. Of course, he only knows a few pretty girls, but he doesn't understand girl psychology. System. How do you say that? Ruan Ning. It's very simple. What do you think Zhou Xiaoke would think when she opened the door and saw a man like this? System. Stay away from me. Everyone looked forward to the next development eagerly. After a while, the system said. Chu Dingfeng continued to knock on the door, and knocked again, knocking impatiently, but no one responded. Ruan Ning picked up a piece of stewed chicken and said, no way, Zhou Xiaoke didn't even bother to pay attention to me. Tiske. Chu Dingfeng frowned and shouted into the house. Zhou Xiaoran, it's me, your former colleague Chu Dingfeng. Please open the door for me. My house has been robbed. I just need a little food. After he finished shouting, no one paid any attention to him. Chu Dingfeng was furious, and at this moment the door next to Zhou Xiaoran was opened. A 187 centimeters tall man came out and started to curse loudly. Psycho, idiot, this place is empty, you're yelling. If you yell again, I'll beat you to death. After cursing, the strong man slammed the door and went home, leaving Chu Dingfeng disheveled in the wind. Ruan Ning, poof. Did Zhou Xiaoke and Zhou Xiaoran move? Ruan Ning had not expected this trend. Where did they go? This is so funny. The hero is doomed now. The system said, Host, wait a minute. I will ask the main system to enable the backtracking function and give you an answer immediately. After a while, the system said, reporting to the host, it has been detected that Zhou Xiaoke and Zhou Xiaoran have indeed moved. The reason is that after receiving the food you sent, Zhou Xiaoke thought that it was a suitor who came to pester her again. So she simply moved to the high-end property she recently bought. Wan Ning was laughing so hard that she couldn't help laughing. She never expected that her unintentional action would have such an effect. The system said happily, "Great, now Chu Dingfeng's early stage is completely blocked. If he wants to earn family contribution points, he has to." Wan Ning chuckled and interrupted the system. "Tong Tong, let's ignore him for now. Now your master is facing a powerful enemy. Do you have any way to improve my strength?" The system replied obediently. "Report to the host. The only way for us to get the reward is to weaken the male protagonist Chu Dingfeng." Wan Ning, "Chu Dingfeng is too far away, and I can't go out and beat him up now." The system prompts, "You can also start with the people around him." Wan Ning knew that the system was talking about Wu Jin, and now he was the only soft persimmon. "If I kill Wu Jin, how much reward can I get?" System, "The rewards will be very generous. I can help you with some operations then." Wan Ning chuckled and took out a sip of mineral water. "Wu Jin is very sick now, and it would be a shame not to kill him while he is sick. I believe that the 4 thugs standing in the living room will not really protect the president. The problem is that I'm afraid it will backfire on me." Wan Ning didn't want to do it herself. "I have a way to kill someone with a borrowed knife, but it may not work. It depends on whether the knife is greedy or not." System, "Greed is a human nature that is difficult to control. The host can try." Wan Ning thought about it, stood up, took out some garbage from the space, and threw it at the window downstairs. By the time someone discovered her, Wan Ning had arrived at the security door. Yu Dafu came over with a puzzled look on his face. "Didn't we just finish discussing this? Do you have a new battle plan?" Wan Ning said, "I want to meet Dr. Zhu's son." Yu Dafu, "Whatever you see him do, he is a complete idiot. He lives in the laboratory every day and doesn't even know how to call for help." Wan Ning said, "Do you want to avenge President Qin?" Yu Dafu was instantly alert. "Will it not implicate Xiao Zhu?" Wan Ning almost didn't react to Xiao Zhu and quickly said, No, it's a very simple task. Just ask him to come up and I'll give him some instructions." Yu Dafu hesitated for a while and said, "Okay, I won't get involved if I tell you." "No," Wan Ning said, "I'll take 10 packs of instant noodles to guarantee it." Yu Dafu immediately ran downstairs and tricked Xiao Zhu upstairs about 3 or 5 minutes later. Xiao Zhu is very thin, about 1.76 meters tall, and wears a pair of black-framed glasses. He does not look aggressive, but he is not enough to be called a fool. Wan Ning introduced herself first. "My name is Wan Ning. There should be no need for further introduction." Xiao Zhu nodded. "My name is Zhu Liang. I am currently working in the Quantum Information Research Department, doing research on quantum precision measurement experiments and quantum simulation." "Quantum simulation is mainly—" Wan Ning quickly interrupted him. "Wait, I asked you to come up here to ask for your help. As long as you do it, I will give you 2 packs of spicy beef instant noodles." Zhu Liang swallowed his saliva. "Go ahead." Wan Ning recounted her plan in detail from beginning to end, and even decided on Zhu Liang's lines. Zhu Liang said, "I have no problem. I can cooperate with you." Wan Ning still had some doubts in her heart. She was afraid that Zhu Liang would suddenly say something about quantum physics that would make her look very funny. Zhu Liang was confident. He raised his hand and knocked on the security door to make some noise. Seeing how gentle he was, Yu Dafu, who was standing next to him, shook his head anxiously, then raised his old leg and kicked him decisively. There was a bang, and the sound of metal chains colliding. Everyone in the entire building was already paying attention to Building 3 with trepidation. They didn't expect that there would be a sudden noise in their own building, and they were all frightened, including the people on the 20th floor. They had been staying in the house for 2 days, feeling annoyed and irritated, especially since they had just cleaned up Lin Xian's body early in the morning. After waiting for a long time for the rescue team to arrive, what happened was a large-scale robbery. The people in the house felt increasingly insecure. Wu Jin's cough made them nervous, and the slightest movement could scare them to death. Hearing the noise downstairs, President Chun and the little guy sneaked to the stairs on the 20th floor. Yu Dafu shouted, "Hand Dr. Zhu out now." "Why are you keeping her in there?" Wan Ning said, "She was infected, and there is nothing we can do." Because she spoke at a normal volume, the 2 people upstairs couldn't hear clearly. President Chen asked the little man in a low voice, "Did you hear anything?" The little man shook his head. "No, is Dr. Zhu locked up?" Why do they lock him up? Don't they want the doctor to see Wu Jin? President Chin tiptoed a few steps downstairs. At this moment, crying suddenly sounded downstairs. What? You said my mom was infected and still has a high fever. Give me back my mother. I'm not afraid of being infected. Let my mom out. I'd rather die with my mom. Yu Dafu said. Xiao Zhu, don't be impulsive. Your mother doesn't want to come out. Didn't she say that it is highly contagious and you will definitely be infected if you have long-term contact with it? Let's save our own lives first. Your mother's spirit in heaven will also be comforted. The little guy's eyes widened. Fuck, is Dr. Zhu almost dead? His spirit is in heaven now. Chairman Chin's face turned black. It's bad. He must have had a lung infection like Wu Jin. The little guy's legs trembled immediately. What should we do? Will we be infected too? President Chun had no idea that he suddenly felt his temperature was a little high, his head hurt a little, and his throat was sore. Downstairs, Zhu Liangliang said, I don't care. Even if I die, I want to see her one last time. I can't be an unfilial son. With a bang, he learned his lesson and kicked the door with his foot. Let me in. Let me in. Although the voice and expression were a little off, the sound was right. Ruan Ning felt that the four people upstairs should not be able to observe so carefully. The following lines are relatively simple. In order to show that Zhu Liangliang really wants to accompany his mother and make a bigger noise, he keeps kicking the door and shouting for 5 or 6 minutes, until Ruan Ning pulled out a gun. Yu Dafu shouted, You actually threatened a son with a gun. Even if it's for our own good, you can't do this. Xiao Zhu, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Let's go downstairs first. After pretending to pull each other for a while, Yu Dafu took Zhu Liangliang downstairs. On the 20th floor, President Chun and the short man both looked pale. What should we do? The little guy said. We originally wanted to lock up Wu Jin and let him fend for himself, but we didn't expect it to be contagious. What if we get infected? President Chun said nothing. The little guy said hopefully. President Chun, why don't we move out? Living in the corridor is better than living here. President Chun glared at him and said, Are you crazy? The little guy was about to cry, but living in the same room will definitely get him infected. He's coughing in there, and that door can't keep the virus out. President Chun ignored him. The two men returned to the house in panic. Because the door was not closed tightly, the people inside could also hear the noise downstairs. They didn't hear clearly, and quickly surrounded him and asked, What happened? How dare someone kick the door on the 18th floor? The little man repeated what the two had heard, and everyone in the room fell silent. The little guy still wanted to move out. President Chun, let's move out. At most, we could just find another house and drive them away. We can still live in our house. President Chun glared at him and said, What should we do with all this food? It's all exposed to the eyes of those members. Won't they ask us for food? Someone suggested. Then why don't we send more per day? Chairman Chin's face was grim. No, food is our life. The best way now is to let that thing in the house die quickly. As long as he's dead, there's nothing that can infect us. No one else said anything. The little guy said tremblingly, President Chun, then should we kill him? But we have never killed anyone. Chairman Chin, who are we going to kill? How can we kill people? He said, We are eliminating the source of infection. You, and you, the four of us, know there's also the babysitter. The 5 of us will go in together. As long as we throw Wu Jin down the stairs, our place will be clean. The little man said weakly, But I don't dare to go in again. I went in yesterday. Then you will die slowly here. After we go in, we will throw him down the stairs without saying anything. It will only take 5 minutes at most. It is better than staying with him every day. President Chin shouted, Nanny. When Mei hurried out of the kitchen, her back hunched. President Chin, what's the matter? Tear down all the curtains in the room. We will put up a layer of protection and then go into President Wu's room together. When Mei hesitated, Should I go in too? Chairman Chin's eyes flashed fiercely. You don't want to go in? When Mei guessed that he just didn't want her to distance herself from the matter. So she quickly said, I'll go fix the curtains right away. It took Wen Mei about half an hour to sew the curtains into a simple robe, and then she rummaged through the drawers and found a box of disposable gloves. The 5 people even covered their shoes with plastic bags and wore masks on their faces. Out of concern, they tied another plastic bag around their heads. Boil hot water in advance and take a shower as soon as you come out. Because they were having difficulty breathing, the 4 men quickly opened the chains and rushed into the bedroom. Wu Jin was leaning against the window. Chairman Chin's face lit up with joy. He didn't even have to move from the bed to the window. He said quickly, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." When Wu Jin heard the sound of the chains, he knew what they were going to do. He clenched the hammer in his hand and said, "I'll see who dares to come up. I've killed people before." Chairman Chin said, "Yes, you have killed people before. We're not killing people now. What is there to be afraid of? Hurry!" The four men rushed forward, and Wu Jin raised the hammer in his hand. But he really had no strength. Even after eating so much, he still had no strength. When a hammer hits a person, it doesn't hurt. Because the window was quite high, in order to make more effort, the short guy and President Chun each brought a chair and placed them on the left and right. President Chun was responsible for lifting Wu Jin onto the windowsill, while the short guy suppressed his upper body's struggling movements, and the remaining two locked his legs and pushed Wu Jin upwards. Soon, the four men pinned him to the window. In a panic, the once invincible Wu Jin threw away the hammer and grabbed one of the men's right wrist with both hands. He didn't know who he was grabbing, and just grabbing was not enough. He was also ready to bite him. Chairman Chen noticed that he was about to bite someone, so he quickly jumped off the chair, picked up the hammer that Wu Jin had thrown on the ground, then stood on the chair and smashed it hard on his forehead. With a bang, blood flowed all over his face. Chairman Chen smashed the hammer hard again, and a dull sound of breaking head was heard. Wu Jin's brain, which had been burned for 3 nights, finally stopped functioning and he fell into a coma, but his hand was still tightly holding the little man's right hand and would not let go. The shorter guy was timid to begin with, and now he was about to cry, because he wanted to suppress Wu Jin's upper body. The two of them were very close. He kept using his left hand to pry Wu Jin's claws apart. "Let go! Let go! Why are you holding me?" After hitting the man, President Chun, who was nervous, threw the bloody hammer out of the window and frowned, saying, "What are you doing? Throw him down quickly." Without waiting for the other 3 to react, Chairman Chin jumped off his chair in panic, pushed the other 2 aside, and pushed Wu Jin out of the window with force. At the same time, the little guy who was standing on the chair and had an unstable center of balance was pushed down. The remaining 3 were stunned. Downstairs, Ruan Qing received a system notification. "Host, it is confirmed that the male supporting actor Wu Jin is dead. Because Chu Dingfeng lost his left and right arms, his luck value has dropped significantly, and the host will be rewarded with an expansion of the refrigerator space." Ruan Ning blinked. "Refrigerator space expansion? System. Yes, you can choose any item with a length, width, and height less than or equal to 20 centimeters and put it in the refrigerator space. The item will enjoy the double refresh service at 2400 hours every morning." Ruan Ning was surprised. "I didn't hear clearly what you just said. Say those 2 words again." Chapter 26. The system meets the requirements and repeats them again. Ruan Ning couldn't help but smile. She stretched out her hands to the sky. A gun appeared in her right hand, and 2 boxes of bullets appeared in her left hand. She looked to the left, then to the right, then placed the bullets on the coffee table and began to load the pistol magazine. The system looked at it in confusion for 10 seconds and suddenly exclaimed, "Host, what are you doing? You can't do this. It's the same as agreed. I won't refresh the bullets in my stomach." Ruan Ning patiently coaxed. "A bullet with a gun, isn't that natural and has existed since ancient times?" System. "Even if the world is created, it won't work. These are 2 different things." Ruan Ning. "No discussion?" The system said decisively. "No room for negotiation." Ruan Ning sighed. "Okay then, put these 2 boxes of bullets in." System. "I thought the most extreme was 1 box. According to the most stringent requirement, it's 1 pill." Ruan Ning. "You also said that you were the most strict. Given our relationship, will you be strict with me? Look at the people next door. They get up later than the robbers. Shouldn't I be rewarded for my hard work? Look at this bullet box. It's the smallest packaging box. There are only 50 bullets in 1 box. Finally, you've already rejected my request once. If you hurt my feelings again, I'm going to give up." "Don't give up." The system hesitated for a moment, then said shyly, "Okay, but I'm just giving you a treat by taking the blame. Host, please work harder in the future." Ruan Ning smiled and said, "I'll definitely do my best." With 200 rounds of ammunition a day, she could build an ammunition depot. As the sky gradually darkened, cheers of people returning home with a full load could be heard outside. Ruan Ning walked to the living balcony, opened the curtains, and looked in the direction of a building. She saw a group of people busy moving things onto the boat. Today they robbed 3 buildings and found spoils on 5 boats. 4 of which were rubber boats and 1 was a homemade boat. There are 14 people in total. After moving all the things, they rode away while there was still light in the sky, whistling excitedly and shouting. Ruan Ning lowered the curtains. Tong Tong, help me watch the security door at night. Let me know when 1 May comes down. System. Okay. In order to maintain her energy, Ruan Ning went to bed at 9 o'clock. At around 12 o'clock, the system woke her up and said that 1 May had come down. Ruan Ning put on a piece of clothing, walked out of the door with a candle, and saw 1 May squatting in the corridor in a daze. Seeing Ruan Ning, she immediately stood up. Where are my compressed biscuits? Ruan Ning put the compressed biscuits on the windowsill. 1 May rushed over, grabbed the biscuits and hid them in her pocket. She didn't eat it right away, and it seemed that she was not hungry today. Ruan Ning asked, "How is upstairs?" 1 May's eyes went blank for 2 seconds. 3 people died today. Ruan Ning was stunned. 3? Lin Zian is dead. He has endured for so long, and his death is a relief. Before he died, Lao Qin wanted to persuade him to leave Wu Jin. Maybe if he left, he wouldn't have died in vain at such a young age. But who knows? He might have died even faster if he had followed Lao Qin. 1 May said, Wu Jin is also dead. He was thrown off the building by his own men. When they threw him, they were careless and took a young man with them. Ruan Ning lowered her eyes and said nothing. 1 May wasn't as active as she was yesterday. Perhaps Lin Zian's death had dealt her a heavy blow. Now that Wu Jin is gone, you don't need me to watch over the upstairs anymore, right? Ruan Ning raised her head. You can continue to stare at me. I will still give you a piece of compressed biscuit every day. 1 May's withered face showed joy. Really? Ruan Ning. You can report to me any movements of the Self-Help Society, especially if they are targeting the 18th floor. The reason why Ruan Ning kept a trick up her sleeve was that she was afraid of being attacked from all sides tomorrow. 1 May nodded quickly. I see. How can I contact you if there is an emergency? You can go to 1701. Ruan Ning said, but it has to be an emergency. 1 May said she understood and recalled the noise on the 17th floor today. Was it a show they were putting on for them? Does that mean there is no infection at all? 1 May felt a wave of fear in her heart, not knowing whether it was right or wrong for her to get on Ruan Ning's boat and what the future would be like. After saying a few more words, the two separated. Ruan Ning continued to sleep and was awakened by screams early the next morning. She got up from the bed with a sullen face, walked to the window of the living balcony, and saw that it was the same group of people from yesterday. Damn, robbery is more hardworking than 996. Maybe because they tasted success yesterday. 8 boats came today, including 4 rubber boats and 4 homemade boats. The number of people also increased by 2, a total of 16 people. With the addition of 3 ships and 2 people, it is estimated that the number of people has reached the upper limit and there is no one left to send. This situation is in her favor. After returning to the room and washing up, Ruan Ning emptied the space in the refrigerator, took out 200 rounds of bullets, and took a look at them, put 9 of them into the magazine, and put the rest into the space armory. Put on bulletproof vests and stab-proof clothing. Taking a deep breath and exhaling, Ruan Ning knocked on the door of the next room. Cheng Jili replied, Ning Ning, my brother has already gone to the 3rd building to ambush. You have to be careful today. Ruan Ning, you have to be careful too. Soon, the people outside grabbed the remaining 4th building from yesterday and drove the boat towards the 5th building. They were in high spirits, and one person even sang loudly toward the sky. For others, this ugly song is the call of death, and they can only stay in the house and shiver. This group of robbers seemed to enjoy the pleasure of being superior to others, so they laughed loudly on purpose. After arriving at Building 5, one person jumped into the corridor first and spoke to his subordinates there. Soon, the 8 ships were divided into 2 groups. One group went directly into Building 5, and the other group headed for Building 7. It seems that the leader felt that the previous robbery was too slow and the labor efficiency was low, so he wanted to divide the troops to finish the robbery quickly. Ruan Ning raised her eyebrows and moved her eyes to the compound bow sight. According to the agreement, she had to shoot an arrow first before Cheng Jili would shoot. In the scope, she could see these people's appearance and clothes more clearly. Ruan Ning first aimed at the idiot who was singing, and her eyes slid over his chest, head, and limbs one by one. With a whoosh sound, the compound bow shot out an arrow. Because she had learned the basics of firearms, Ruan Ning's accuracy was quite high. She shot the arrow straight at the man, but unfortunately the wind and rain were too strong, and the arrow wobbled and fell into the water before it reached the range. Ruan Ning was stunned and didn't know whether Qing Jili received the signal. Anyway, the 8 people on the 4 boats downstairs didn't notice it at all. There was no other choice, so Ruan Ning simply took out her pistol and fired at the people downstairs. The effective range of a pistol/gun is only 15 meters, but the sound is extremely intimidating. It is still deafening in such a rainy day, which scares everyone in the community. The rowers downstairs also stopped. "What was that sound just now?" asked the person singing at the bow of the boat. The others were also confused. After all, few people had actually heard the gunshots. "Are they setting off firecrackers to scare us?" someone said. Before he could finish his words, another person on the boat suddenly fell down, holding his shoulder that was pierced by a bullet and crying out loud. The man who was speaking was so frightened that he dropped the oar and fell on the boat. "There are guns! There are guns! Someone is shooting us!" Everyone else was stunned, but the one who was singing reacted the fastest. "Quick! Row the boat back!" Of course, escaping is more strenuous than robbing. The group tried hard to paddle back, but unfortunately, they only had a rubber boat, and even turning the boat around was difficult. Chung Jili was like shooting a dead target, firing one shot after another, knocking down one person with each shot. Ruan Ning found that she basically shot at the shoulders or thighs. It must be said that since she had participated in national competitions, her shooting skills were impeccable. If Ruan Ning, who didn't have the system, aimed at the heart, it would be hard to say where in the air she would hit. There were also some smarter people on the boat who simply abandoned the boat and jumped into the water. On the other side, people who entered Building 5 also heard gunshots. The leader's face changed drastically, and the person next to him asked, "Brother, it looks like a gun. Should we go out and take a look?" The leader slapped him in the face and said, "You idiot. Why are you still looking at the gun? Run!" The man was trembling with fear. Yes, let's run quickly, but won't we be beaten if we get out?" The leader thought about it and realized that the shooting came from Building 7. It was raining so hard that visibility was poor. Besides, if he didn't run now, wouldn't he be left in trouble when the person who fired the shot finished cleaning up the area? There is no way to survive if we stay in Building 5. The leader's face darkened. "Hurry up and drag out the 2 families whose doors we just pried open. Use them as shields for us." The man's face lit up instantly. There are 7 people living in these 2 households, including 5 adults and 2 children. After his men captured the 2 families, the leader grabbed the 2 children and held them in his arms, saying, "Let's retreat quickly." A group of people took the hostages onto the ship. The shooting took place at Building 7, which was on the south side. They retreated to the north side of the road. The leader thought for a moment and held up the 2 children as shields in the south, hiding himself behind them. Others followed suit and put the hostages in front of themselves. In the panic, no one rowed the boat. The leader yelled, "Idiots!" The rowers are standing behind their own men, using one of the 2 to block the gunfire. "Get out of here!" A group of people hurriedly adjusted their positions and fled towards the road. There were still gunshots coming from Building 7, but no one was fired towards this side. The leader's face lit up with joy, thinking that his plan was indeed effective. Unfortunately, before he could smile, a bullet shot directly into the back of his head from behind. The leader died on the spot. The 2 little kids were thrown onto the boat and cried even harder, trying to find their parents. The rower in the same boat with the leader was so scared that he wet his pants. He quickly let go of the oars and stumbled around trying to pick up the 2 little shields. Unfortunately, he was shot dead as soon as he took a step. "There are guns here too. Run! Let's run separately. Which direction should I block? Why do I feel like there are guns everywhere? Woo, my parents are still waiting for me to come home." On the 10th floor of Building 3, Chung Ji-kwan continued to shoot with an expressionless face. On the 18th floor, Chung Jili stared at the people underwater and would shoot anyone who showed their head. It was a bit like whack-a-mole. She didn't want to shoot herself in the head, but this was the only way she could do it. She might go to jail or be shot in the future, but they must not be lenient today because if they were, the 3 of them might be the ones to die. If you don't die, it will be even worse if you fall into their hands. These scum will not only steal food, but also insult women. Stealing food may be for survival, but raping women is not. They must be caught in one fell swoop. Not a single one can be let go. Chung Jili kept in mind what his brother told him yesterday and stared at the water area through the scope. A moment later, she heard a gunshot. This is the gun in Ruan Ning's hand. Because it is a gunpowder gun, the sound is completely different from their gunshots and is very easy to distinguish. Chung Jili then heard a knock on the door. She knew it was Ruan Ning coming over, so she quickly put away her gun and walked to the door. Is it almost time? Ruan Ning said, it should be. You continue to stay at the high point, and your brother and I will go to the surface to take a look. Cheng Jili said anxiously. You must be careful. The same goes for you. Ruan Ning explained. Your brother and I will appear outside later. The people on the 20th floor may think that there is nothing behind us. If they try to pry open the door, you know what to do. Cheng Jili. Don't worry, I'm different now. She has killed someone. Ruan Ning thought for a moment and said, I have arranged a person on the 20th floor. When you pay attention to downstairs later, pay attention to 1701. If someone appears on the balcony and signals, you must be extra careful. After finishing her instructions, she opened the security door and left. Cheng Jili then came out and locked the corridor security door. Ruan Ning had not left the 18th floor since she went out last time. When she went downstairs this time, she found that there was a lot of water on the 6th floor. I don't know if anyone has been out recently, but that person removed the entire window frame and knocked off a few bricks to allow ships to enter and exit freely. Ruan Ning inflated the rubber boat, got on the boat, and left the building. There was still a flood outside, and there were a lot of debris in the water. Ruan Ning paddled forward carefully for a distance and saw Cheng Jiquan coming towards them. The two met up, and Cheng Jiquan said, there should be someone alive underwater. Ruan Ning, that's great. If we catch him, we can ask him about the situation and find out his tactics. Cheng Jiquan nodded. The two men first came to a rubber boat and saw some supplies inside. Cheng Jiquan jumped on and threw the things on his boat, then deflated the rubber boat and put it away. The second one is a homemade boat. The person who built it is also a genius because it is made entirely of mineral water bottles. There was nothing on it, so Cheng Jiquan asked, do you want this? Ruan Ning, use a rope to tie it to the back of my rubber boat, and I will tow it. Cheng Jiquan nodded. Okay. The two men took the 4 boats here and suddenly found bubbles coming out of the water somewhere. Ruan Ning and Cheng Jiquan looked at each other and rowed over. Perhaps because of the noise, the bubbles over there were coming out faster and faster, and there was also movement under the water. Cheng Jiquan shouted, come out yourself, or I'll shoot. Ruan Ning added, I won't kill you. Come out, and we'll ask you some questions. If you're lucky, you can still come back alive. Hearing this, the man rushed out of the water and took big gulps of fresh air. Cheng Jiquan pulled the man onto his boat and tied him up with a rope. Don't move, understand? The man nodded repeatedly and trembled. The two men did not interrogate outside, but continued to collect the remaining ships. They came to the other side where there were also 4 boats, but because there was a leader, his rubber boat was loaded with a whole boatload of supplies. When Cheng Jiquan left, the 7 people who were taken hostage had all surrounded the rubber boat and kept scooping supplies onto their own boat. Not far away, there were many people swimming towards this side. Ruan Ning and Cheng Jiquan ignored them and put away the remaining rubber boat. Over there, the 2 families were still stuffing supplies into their boat when 7 or 8 big men swam over from behind and tried to overturn the people on the boat. It was bustling for a while. After Ruan Ning collected the boat, Cheng Jiquan fired a shot into the sky. With a bang, no one dared to move. Those people looked at the 2 people in fear, as if they saw some big devil. A mother held her child tightly in her arms. Ruan Ning coughed and said in the most ferocious tone, get off my boat. The 2 families were in a dilemma. An old lady who had just been taken hostage stammered, why? How can it be your boat? It belongs to those robbers. Ruan Ning raised her eyebrows. They weren't just now, but now they are my trophies. And the food on the boat is mine too. Although everyone was angry, they didn't dare to curse at the man with the gun. One person who had finally swam over said weakly, Beauty, these are what the robbers stole from us. If you take them away, we will starve to death. Ruan Ning asked, which building are you from? The man replied, one building. Ruan Ning raised her eyebrows. Today they rob for buildings. What does this have to do with you? If you want to get your things back, you can go to their lair. How could that person have the courage to do that? He stopped talking. At this time, someone raised his hand and said, Beauty, I'm from Building 4. Can I have it? Ruan Ning looked over and said, do you have a mark? If you don't have a mark, it can't be proved that it's yours. All in all, there was no way she could give it. Everyone came here with the intention of making a fortune, but they didn't expect Ruan Ning to be so tough. They looked at each other, and some of them were already planning to swim back. Are you kidding? They can't even deal with those with knives. How can they deal with those with guns? At this time, The mother holding the child said, "Beauty, no, lady. Can we use the boat to return to Building 5? My child is still young and cannot touch these dirty waters." After sending him upstairs, I will ask the child's father to send the boat back immediately. Ruan Ning saw her sitting on a homemade boat, which was made of wooden boards and looked stronger than a mineral water bottle. She thought for a moment and said, "Don't call me a heroine, just call me a beauty. And why am I here with this broken boat? Do you have gold? If you have gold, I'll sell you this boat." Chung Ji-kwan looked at her at this time. The mother's eyes lit up. What does it mean to own a boat now? She thought quickly. Can we buy a rubber boat? I have a gold brick at home, which weighs 100 grams. Ruan Ning pretended to think for a while. So much gold? Okay then, I'll sell you a rubber boat and all the supplies on your ship. Hurry and bring me the gold. The whole family was overjoyed and was ready to row away. Ruan Ning said, "Wait, how can you all run away? Only your husband can go and get it by himself." She pointed to another boat and said, "You and your son should go to the next boat and wait until your husband comes back to redeem you." Another family also hurriedly said, "Beautiful lady, we want to buy one too. We want to buy a boat too." The people who swam over were not to be outdone. "We want to buy it. We want to buy the boat. We are not fools. As long as we have a boat, we can go out to look for supplies, which is much better than taking two things with us. And it can be bought with just gold. So what's the use of gold now?" This woman actually exchanged the boat for gold. I don't know if she was really stupid or just greedy for money. No matter which one it was, as long as they could steal the boat, they could survive. Chung Ji-kwan was responsible for collecting the money. Ruan Ning sat at the stern of the boat, watching people constantly coming out of the building. They exchanged boats or simply swam. In just over 10 minutes, she bought all 8 boats she had. In this way, their community has 8 boats available. The food on that ship could be redeemed with gold for the 4 ships, but the others could not. Half of the ship's supplies were sold out in 20 minutes. Ruan Ning decided to close the stall. At this time, she had countless gold and silver jewelry, as well as some famous cigarettes and liquors on her boat. Afterwards, they dragged the prisoner back to the 18th floor. After leaving the man in the corridor, Ruan Ning went home to take a shower, and then Chung Ji-kwan went to clean up the situation. The man looked to be in his 20s, and he was shaking the whole time, perhaps because of the cold or fear. He has dark skin and is very strong, but not the kind of strong you get in the gym. He is just tall and big. After Chung Ji-kwan came out, Ruan Ning moved a stool and sat far away. Chung Ji-kwan stood in front of the man wearing a mask, lowered his eyes, and asked, "What's your name, and what did you do before?" The man said, "My name is Zhao Chengwu." "What for?" Zhao Chengwu paused for a moment and said, "I don't do anything, I just work everywhere." Chung Ji-kwan raised the gun and put it against his forehead. "What are you doing now?" Zhao Chengwu quickly said, "I had committed some crime before, and just after I got out, the boss asked me to work as a security guard on the construction site." Chung Ji-kwan, "Where is your base camp?" Zhao Chengwu quickly replied, "Now at the Yuanshan farm." Ruan Ning didn't know where this place was and looked at Chung Ji-kwan. Chung Ji-kwan explained, "It's about half an hour's drive from here." Ruan Ning looked at Zhao Chengwu again. "Isn't that place flooded?" Zhao Chengwu said, "Not yet. We are still on the mountain. But our boss said it is unsafe if the rain lasts too long, so we should be ready to move at any time." Ruan Ning, "What are they raising in the farm?" Zhao Chengwu said, "Because the big flare was snatching food everywhere, the boss sold most of his food. When we arrived, there were more than 30 sheep and more than 20 cows left. Now there are more than 10 sheep left and quite a few cows." Ruan Ning, "Then you don't lack food? Why do you want to go down the mountain to rob?" Zhao Chengwu said, "Beautiful lady, you can't stand eating meat every day. And what should we do after we finish eating it? The boss said that we should raise cattle and sheep first, so we have to get something else to eat." Ruan Ning raised her eyebrows. "How come you have so many ships?" Zhao Chengwu, "Are you talking about the 4 rubber boats? They're our boss's fishing tools. They love fishing and go to the reservoir every now and then." Ruan Ning, "What about the homemade boat? Who made it?" "We took 7 construction workers with us when we ran, so it was pretty easy to do this." Ruan Ning did not continue to ask questions. Chung Ji-kwan asked, "How many people are left at your farm?" Zhao Chengwu thought for a moment and said, 4 or 5. Chung Ji-kwan moved the gun tip away from his temple and moved it to his thigh. "Do you think I dare not shoot? How is that possible?" Zhao Chengwu was scared. "All our people are dead. I'm telling the truth. There are not many people left. There are only 6 of us. One of them is our boss. Another was injured when he robbed another community and has become a disabled person. Ruan-Ning. No one else? Zhao Chengwu looked evasive. The workers at the farm had already run away. They were scared by the solar flare and didn't come to work. When we arrived, only the boss's family and a slaughter worker were there. Our boss. Cheng Jiquan. Don't be embarrassed, go on. Zhao Chengwu swallowed his saliva. Our boss ordered the whole family to be killed. Ruan-Ning. You are so cruel, robbing and killing people. Zhao Chengwu immediately clarified. It has nothing to do with me. I listened to our boss. He was in jail for drug trafficking before and has seen the world. Cheng Jiquan looked at Ruan-Ning. Ruan-Ning knew what he meant and asked Zhao Chengwu, "Why did you go in?" Zhao Chengwu said, "I was detained for stealing money and was released after 6 months. I really didn't do many evil things. I didn't participate in their murder, robbery, and rape." Ruan-Ning stood up and said, "Okay, as long as you didn't lie to me, I'll let you go after I check it out this afternoon." Zhao Chengwu heaved a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, beautiful lady, I definitely didn't lie to you." Ruan-Ning knew from his expression that he was not lying to her, so she turned to Cheng Jiquan and said, "Brother Cheng, please do me a favor and send him to any of the buildings 1, 2, or 3. Zhao Chengwu was shocked and asked in disbelief, "Why did you send me there?" Ruan-Ning said, "Didn't you say you've never done anything that was harmful to the world? You don't have to be afraid of the past." Zhao Chengwu's eyes bulged out and turned red. "Don't play dumb. How could I survive there? You bitch. You said you would let me go. You also said you didn't do anything bad." Ruan-Ning said, "We are all the same." About 10 minutes later, Ruan-Ning heard continuous male screams coming from Building 3, one louder than the other. Ruan-Ning was looking at the recipe at this time, silently memorizing the method of roasting lamb, and took out salt, cumin, chili, and other seasonings, and then set off for the Yuanshan farm with Cheng Jiquan. About an hour later, the two arrived at their destination. This area is a mountainous area, and in order to observe the activities in the farm more conveniently, they climbed to a higher hillside. She was shocked at the sight. Ruan-Ning thought that the Yuanshan farm was just a farm with a factory building. She didn't expect that this farm was actually engaged in ecological farming. Not only did it have a factory building, but there was also a small hill where the cattle and sheep could be let out for a walk. However, there are no signs of animals or people in the farm now. This kind of waiting was quite boring. Ruan-Ning looked around and found a group of buildings on the opposite hill. She asked Cheng Jiquan, "What is that place?" Chapter 27. Cheng Jiquan followed Ruan-Ning's gaze and shook his head, saying, "I don't have any impression. It shouldn't be a tourist industry like a hotel." Ruan-Ning said, "Oh," and became more curious. "Since it is not a hotel and it doesn't look like a villa, what kind of building is it?" The two stayed on the mountain for about an hour. No one was coming in or out of the farm, so it seemed that there were indeed not many people there. After looking at each other, they reached inside. Cheng Jiquan found a small earthen slope in advance and collected a lot of stones to step on, then climbed over the wall. A moment later, gunshots were heard from inside, and Cheng Jiquan quickly opened the door from the inside with a key. Ruan-Ning was waiting at the gate and asked, "Is there only one person guarding the gate?" Cheng Jiquan nodded. If Zhao Chengwu is telling the truth, there are still 5 people left inside. Ruan-Ning took out the pistol and held it with both hands. Cheng Jiquan asked, "You don't need a bow and arrow? It's a bit dangerous to use a gun now." Ruan-Ning said, "We have to try it anyway. It's better to try it sooner rather than later." Cheng Jiquan rarely showed humor. "I'm just afraid that you will try to use me." Ruan-Ning glanced at him, smiling. "Then stand a little behind me. I really can't tell if I'm panicking." Cheng Jiquan was silent for a few seconds. "Let's go." There is a large lawn between the gate and the farm buildings, with a cement road in the middle connecting them. Fortunately, there is this road, otherwise I would have fallen 10 times on the muddy lawn. Fearing that the other side had long-range weapons, the two walked cautiously. When they reached the first house, Cheng Jiquan kicked the door open first and found only traces of past life inside, but no one was there. The two continued to walk forward, and when they were about to enter the door, a man suddenly jumped out from the corner of the wall, holding a machete in his hand, and slashed towards Cheng Jiquan. He subconsciously raised the gun and put it against the man's heart. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, there was a bang behind him and the man in front of him fell down. Cheng Jiquan examined the body and found that he was shot around the temple. He looked up in surprise. Ruan-Ning's palms were hurt by the gunshot. She shook her hands and laughed. Luck. There was no one else in the house, so Ruan Ning and Chung Ji-kwan continued searching. Hot weapons are so useful at this stage that the remaining 3 people no longer have the desire to resist. They all cry and swear that they are good people. The staff dormitories and offices have all been searched, leaving only the last cattle and sheep house. According to Zhao Qingwu's explanation, there was only one person left. The 2 men slowly moved towards the cattle and sheep shed. Chung Ji-kwan walked in front and pushed open the door. They saw the cattle and sheep standing on their sides inside, making all kinds of mooing and bleating sounds from their mouths because of the fright. Ruan Ning felt a little uncomfortable with the smell. Come out if you are inside. These cattle and sheep can't stop you. Chung Ji-kwan was on guard with a gun. Perhaps knowing that he couldn't hide, a man in his 30s suddenly shouted, "I'm coming out, don't kill me." Ruan Ning raised her gun. "Come out quickly." A man stuck his head out from behind a cow. He had a square face full of wrinkles from time to time. Seeing that no one was going to shoot him, he raised his hands above his head and slowly stood up. "Don't kill me. I'm just a butcher. I haven't done anything else." Zhao Qingwu did say there was such a person. Ruan Ning signaled him to go out with a gun, and the 3 of them came to an office. Ruan Ning suddenly felt that the air was sweet. Chung Ji-kwan tied the man up with a rope and made him squat on the ground. As they were searching for someone just now, the 2 of them had not carefully observed the office. Ruan Ning looked around casually for a while and left the man squatting on the ground feeling uneasy. After a moment, she asked, "Are you really a butcher?" The man said loudly, "I am really a butcher of pigs and cattle." A huge flare erupted that day. Although I don't know what a huge flare is, that's what people say anyway. At that time, people were scrambling for food, and many people came to this farm to buy cattle at high prices. The farm owner asked me to come and slaughter them. Ruan Ning asked, "You didn't go to steal food?" The man said, "I am an orphan. I have no wife or children, and my boss promised to provide me with food and lodging, so I followed him back. I was busy all day and all night and didn't sleep. I took a nap the next day. If it hadn't rained heavily later, the boss would have been able to sell all the cattle and sheep." Ruan Ning asked curiously, "How many did you raise before?" The man said, "I'm a butcher, beautiful lady. Do you understand? I'm not an employee of this farm. I was just hired temporarily. But I did kill a lot of cattle and sheep in those 2 days. Some customers couldn't wait and directly dragged the animals back alive." He thought for a moment and concluded, "There are only a little over 1,000 in total." Ruan Ning looked at Chung Ji-kwan. Chung Ji-kwan said, "Since you are a butcher, why don't you just slaughter all the remaining cattle and sheep for us?" The man's face lit up. No problem. I'll kill them all and clean them up for you." Ruan Ning suddenly asked, "Since you were invited by the farm owner, do you know where he is now?" The man sighed. "Where else can he go? He's going to see the king of hell. When those people came, they killed his whole family, and now they are burying them outside. It's really tragic. Luckily, I have skills that are of some use. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to survive." Chung Ji-kwan asked, "What's your name?" The man said, "Zhou Wu," a name randomly picked by the orphanage. "If you want to slaughter an animal, you must first boil water. Fortunately, there is not much else here, but there is plenty of dry firewood and hay for burning." Chung Ji-kwan untied the rope for Zhou Wu, and they both worked together. Ruan Ning really didn't want to go into that place again, so she decided to clean up a factory that specialized in pickling meat. The first thing they caught was a cow. This creature was very strong. Fortunately, Zhou Wu was very experienced and was able to deal with it smoothly. The 2 men moved the slaughtered cattle to the cooking room together. Zhou Wu asked weakly, "Are you going to slaughter them all? But how can we preserve them if we kill them all at once?" Ruan Ning said, "Make bacon." Zhou Wu, "Oh, I can do this too, but it requires a lot of salt. You can also make air-dried meat, which means you bake the meat dry. This can also be preserved for a long time." Ruan Ning looked at him. Zhou Wu said cleverly, "I will teach you." They found a lot of containers, everything that could be used to store things in the entire farm, and they slaughtered one head after another and marinated the meat first. As for the marinade seasoning, we used the ones that the gang looted. Compared to other foods, seasonings are eaten slowly and more is left over. At dinner time, Chung Ji-kwan cut a piece of fresh, steaming beef and a piece of fresh lamb shoulder, cleaned a set of barbecue utensils he already had, and then put the beef and mutton into skewers. Ruan Ning simply went over to help. Afterwards, Chung Ji-kwan went to cook rice. During this time, Ruan Ning couldn't wait to put the skewered beef on the grill. and soon the beef skewers gave off a sizzling barbecue aroma. There are also flavors of cumin and chili powder. Ruan Ning hadn't eaten barbecue for a long time, and tears almost flowed from the corners of her mouth. She exclaimed, "It smells so good." Chung Jiquan smiled and said, "This skewer should be almost done. You can try your cooking first." Ruan Ning was very nervous about her cooking skills. She took the skewer of beef off the grill, waited for it to cool down, and immediately took a bite. Her eyes lit up. Delicious. This beef is of good quality. Chung Jiquan took over the grilling job and quickly handed her another skewer. Ruan Ning said, "Try it first, don't worry about me. I'm not a polite person." Chung Jiquan thought about it and took a bite himself. It is indeed delicious. The aroma of barbecue continued to waft. Zhou Wu, who was still slaughtering cattle nearby, raised his hand and asked, "Can I have some, please?" Ruan Ning smiled at him and said, "Of course, if you do a good job, we'll leave some meat for you when we leave." Zhou Wu immediately smiled happily. They ate while grilling. 2 large pieces of beef or mutton were not enough, so Chung Jiquan cut 3 more pieces of meat. After finishing the meal, Ruan Ning touched her stomach and said, "I'll roast some more before I leave tomorrow and bring it back for Jili to try. She hasn't eaten it for a long time, right?" Chung Jiquan nodded. "Okay." After dinner, the 3 continued to work. There are about 15 sheep and 7 cows left in the farm, and the workload of slaughtering and cooking them is quite huge. Ruan Ning was responsible for helping with the pickling and adding firewood to boil hot water. The 3 of them did not rest that night. In addition to slaughtering and pickling, Chung Jiquan also cleaned out 5 portions of beef offal. Those that were too dirty and time-consuming were not taken. The main thing was the beef liver. Ruan Ning felt quite regretful, as she used to order beef tripe when eating hot pot. After Chung Jiquan threw the offal into the corner of the factory, Ruan Ning sneaked over and put some into the space. At around 5 o'clock, she went to sleep. At about 9 o'clock, Ruan Ning got up and took over the shift with Chung Jiquan and the others. She didn't know how to slaughter cows or sheep, so she simply took out the beef that had been marinated last night and cooked it according to Zhou Wu's instructions. Not long after, Chung Jiquan and Zhou Wu also got up. The 3 of them started working busily again. Ruan Ning suddenly remembered the opposite hill she had seen yesterday and asked Zhou Wu, "What is that building on the hill opposite you? It doesn't look like a hotel." "Across the street?" Zhou Wu recalled for a moment. "I'm not familiar with it either. I've only been here twice before." Ruan Ning thought about it and didn't ask any more questions. The rain was still falling outside, and the entire farm seemed isolated from the world. At noon, they encountered a problem. The firewood was almost used up. Because they needed to dry beef and mutton for storage, they lit 5 fires separately, and the amount of dry firewood decreased rapidly. After dismantling all the furniture and beds, Chung Jiquan said he was going out to look for firewood. Ruan Ning thought for a moment and said, "I'd better go. You are still a labor force here, and I can't control those cattle and sheep." Chung Jiquan frowned. "It's not safe for you to go out alone." "Don't worry." Ruan Ning took out the gun. "If we really meet someone, we may not know who is unsafe." Chung Jiquan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and finally nodded. "You can pile up the branches you find first, and I'll move them over." "No problem." After putting on a waterproof jacket and a raincoat, Ruan Ning left the farm. There was plenty of fuel in her space, which she could use at any time. Ruan Ning decided not to waste time on this matter. She came to the foot of the mountain, thought for a while, took out the speedboat, increased the speed, and headed towards the opposite hill. This mountain is higher than the hill where the farm is located. Ruan Ning came to the highway, put away the speedboat, took out a second-hand electric car, and rode up the mountain. Halfway through, she discovered that there was a lake between the mountains. Super big lake. Ruan Ning was delighted and changed direction temporarily, heading towards the lake. When she got closer, she realized that this was not just a lake, but also the city's water supply reservoir. Because of the heavy rainfall, the reservoir's water storage function has failed, and the water flowing downstream is like a waterfall. Ruan Ning thought of the pile of water storage equipment in her space. She originally wanted to collect rainwater, but now it doesn't have to be so troublesome. System, open all those folding water tanks for me. System, okay, host. The rain was so heavy that Ruan Ning had to work hard to reach the reservoir. She hugged a big tree with one hand and put the other hand into the lake. The water storage capacity in the space increased rapidly, not only replenishing the water used previously, but also continuing to increase. A smile appeared on Ruan Ning's face, and she suddenly realized that there was not only water, but also fish in it. She was stunned. System, is this fish doomed if it comes in? System, host, don't worry. Although it is dead, it is still very alive. Ruan Ning asked, can you be smarter and separate the water and fish into a space? Just create a fresh fish area. The system was silent for a while, then compromised. Okay, you are the master. You have the final say. After storing them separately, Ruan Ning saw that the water storage capacity of the space continued to increase, and the number of fresh fish was also increasing. In about half an hour, all the water storage equipment she had prepared was filled up, so she and her parents no longer had to worry about water. The number of fresh fish also reached 1,522. This is a reservoir fish. It has little fishy smell, is large in size, and tastes delicious. The fish soup is indescribable. The only pity is that there are only more than 100 cubic meters of space left. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise on this trip. Ruan Ning thought about it, and first left the reservoir, came to the side of the road, and put out all the high heels, cardboard boxes, etc. in the area to be processed. Now, there are more than 100 cubic meters of space. But it's still not enough. Ruan Ning looked at the space again, reluctantly threw out 2 cars, and squeezed a little here and there, squeezing out a total of 275 cubic meters of space. 1 cubic meter is almost 1 ton of water, and water is the source of life. Just now she stored the fresh fish without using any containers, which opened the door to a new world for Ruan Ning. According to this logic, she doesn't need water storage equipment. Ruan Ning said, system, do you think this is the truth? I can build a new water storage area and isolate it. System, host can try. Ruan Ning began to divide the space into sections, first cutting out 100 cubes and then pouring the water from the foldable water tank into them. No leakage. Ruan Ning's eyes lit up. It really works. Next, she expanded the water storage space to 275 cubic meters, continued to fill it with water, and threw out the empty folding water tanks to expand the water storage space again. As for the 3 super large water towers, Ruan Ning just left them there. After all, they were made of metal and might be useful in the future. 40 foldable water tanks were also collected. After some tidying up, Ruan Ning had 325 cubic meters of remaining space. Although it wasn't much extra, 1 cubic meter was 1 ton of water. Ruan Ning returned to the reservoir and stored another 200 tons of water for herself. Now, in addition to refreshing mineral water, the domestic water storage capacity has reached 840 tons. Based on 5 tons of water per month, even if there is no replenishment, the family can use it for 14 years. Happy. It's a pity that there is not much space left, otherwise I would like to save more. Ruan Ning had read novels and knew that water was more expensive than gold during extremely hot periods. After leaving the reservoir, Ruan Ning took out her second-hand electric car and planned to return. Although I didn't figure out what the building above was, 3 hours had already passed, and including the return time, it would take nearly 4 hours. If we delay any further, the farm will have to shut down. Besides, she has been out for such a long time. Cheng Jiquan might be worried and go out to look for her. Ruan Ning started the electric car, but to her surprise, it made no movement. After experiencing the aftermath of the solar flare and being soaked by rain, it finally died. After 2 seconds of silence, Ruan Ning said happily, "Not bad, another cubic meter is freed up." Leaving the car where it was, she took out the second electric bike and drove down the mountain. Still using the speedboat, Ruan Ning returned to the hilltop where the farm was as fast as possible. This mountain is relatively low. The highway and houses at the foot of the mountain have all been flooded, and there are many abandoned factories on the hillside. This type of factory building is probably an antique from the era of collective economy in the village. Later, due to inconvenient transportation or poor management, all of them went bankrupt, leaving only a few dilapidated houses. Ruan Ning found one and threw a lot of secondhand wooden boards into it. Another 30 cubic meters of space were left. Ruan Ning thought about it, then moved some waste from another abandoned factory and threw it in there. Back at the farm, Ruan Ning told Cheng Jiquan that she had found a scrap warehouse with many discarded wooden boards. Cheng Jiquan's face lit up. "I'll move it right away." Ruan Ning said, "I'll go with you. 2 people are stronger." Cheng Jiquan shook his head and said, "You must be tired after being out for so long. I'll go with Zhou Wu. Anyway, the cattle and sheep that need to be slaughtered have been slaughtered." Zhou Wu was speechless. not understanding why the job of moving wooden boards fell on him again. Ruan Ning was happy and relaxed. She stayed to cook the beef and mutton, and then hung them on a rack to dry. It took them 3 full days to process all the beef and mutton. The dried meat could be eaten directly, just like the one sold outside, and the chewy texture is very touching. But in the last days, this is a rare delicacy. Before leaving, Zhou Wu slaughtered the last 2 live sheep. This was Ruan Ning's request. She did not store mutton when she stocked the refrigerator. Thinking about the future mutton stewed with radish, mutton soup, and mutton skewers, Ruan Ning really couldn't bear to turn them all into dry mutton jerky. She left the 2 sheep behind, using the excuse that she wanted to go home and deal with it herself. Chung Ji-kwan didn't ask any more questions. Fortunately, the jerky after roasting is very small in size, and it can all be loaded onto a ship in less than 1 day. The supplies that group had collected were probably enough for more than 2 ships. Ruan Ning discussed with Chung Ji-kwan and decided to tie a rubber boat behind their boat so that they could transport the items back home in 1 trip. Before leaving, Ruan Ning left some beef, mutton, and some supplies for Zhou Wu as a reward for his 3 days of contribution as agreed. This made Zhou Wu very happy, and he gave the 2 of them a large pile of wild vegetables he picked from the mountains. These wild vegetables were what Zhou Wu had eaten in the past 2 days, and there was nothing wrong with them. Afterwards, Ruan Ning and Chung Ji-kwan returned to the community. They returned during the day, and although the boat was covered with a tarp, it was still clear that they had returned with a full load. Many people looked down quietly from the balcony, trying to figure out how many goodies the 2 of them had gotten. Ruan Ning didn't want to be remembered, so she raised her gun and pointed it into the air to warn others. All the heads upstairs disappeared instantly. Ruan Ning was quite satisfied with the result and put the gun away. 3 days had passed, and Chung Jili was completely recovered. When she saw Ruan Ning and Chung Ji-kwan returning home, she hurried downstairs to greet them. Ruan Ning saw her eyes light up slightly. "Did Dr. Zhu ask you to go out?" Chung Jili said happily. "She has been fine for so many days. Dr. Zhu said it is unlikely that there is a problem, so she went home." The 3 of them moved the things to 1801 together. Chung Jili didn't expect there was so much meat, so he quickly picked up a piece to taste. They have a lot of supplies at home, but they're just enough to fill their stomachs. Meat and vegetables are luxuries, and the things they eat the most are lao gan ma and canned food. A bite of meat in the mouth, the aroma hits you in the face. Chung Jili shed tears of emotion. "That's great. With so much jerky, I finally don't have to eat white rice every day." Ruan Ning chuckled and took out the roasted beef and mutton skewers from the pile of things. "There are some good things, too." Chung Jili's eyes lit up immediately, and he took a bite without even heating it up. "It's fresh meat, woo-woo," Ruan Ning reminded. "It will be more fragrant if heated." Yes, yes, yes." Chung Jili nodded quickly and handed the beef skewers to Chung Ji-kwan. "Brother, heat it up for me quickly." Chung Ji-kwan sighed, took the skewers and put them aside. "Let's divide the food first. Do you want Ruan Ning to watch you eat?" Chung Jili's face turned red. "Sorry, I forgot about it because I was so excited." Ruan Ning smiled and said, "It's okay. I can actually watch it." Chung Jili's face turned even redder. "Let's divide the things first." Ruan Ning nodded. "That's fine, but I have something to say first." Chung Jili looked at Ruan Ning curiously. Ruan Ning apologized. "We harvested 8 ships that day, and I sold them all without your consent, so I want a smaller share this time. And this time you were the ones who fired the main shots, using a lot of bullets. Our costs are different." Chung Jili looked at his brother. Chung Ji-kwan said, "I have no objection to sharing the extra bullets, but forget about selling the boats. We don't need so many boats. Instead of wasting them, we might as well give others a chance to survive." Ruan Ning glanced at him. Chung Ji-kwan smiled and said, "You don't think I'm so overbearing and want to take everything, do you? In fact, I just want to live with Ji Li." Ruan Ning simply said, "Okay, let's split it 80-20. How about that?" Chung Ji-kwan thought for a moment and said, 7-3. Ruan Ning really had no interest in these dried meats and instant noodles, and this time the brother and sister had indeed used up too many bullets. Most importantly, she doesn't want to owe anyone a favor. "Let's just settle for 82. I didn't ask for compensation for the gun you gave me last time. If it's any lower, I won't be able to accept it. I won't dare to cooperate with you anymore." After hearing what she said, Chung Ji-kwan nodded readily. "Okay." After returning home, Ruan Ning put all her things into the space. The biggest surprise of this trip was the 800 tons of water, 1,500 fish, and 2 sheep. The rest are details. The remaining space is just too small, and Ruan Ning wants to expand it. Now that Wu Jin is dead and Chu Dingfeng is far away, Ruan Ning can't think of any solution for the moment and can only wait for the opportunity. And according to the plot of the original book, the rescue team will arrive soon. After resting at home for a day or two, Ruan Ning felt that her mental state had fully recovered, and she began to have the strength to open the express packages again. Those cardboard boxes take up too much space, so it's better to unpack them as soon as possible. After getting up in the morning, Ruan Ning ate a bowl of beef noodles and started working while sitting on the floor. Less than an hour later, a loud rumbling noise was heard outside. "Helicopter!" Someone exclaimed. "Why is there a helicopter?" Including Ruan Ning, everyone ran to the balcony and looked up at the sky. The helicopter flew towards their neighborhood and finally hovered over the rooftops of 7 buildings. This happened to be the building where Ruan Ning and her friends lived. After thinking about it, she immediately changed into waterproof clothes and picked up an umbrella. Just as I reached the door, there was a knock on the door. Ruan Ning, come out quickly, the rescue team is here," Chung Jili said happily. This time it's really the rescue team that has come, and they are wearing police uniforms. Ruan Ning opened the door with a surprised look. "Really?" Chung Jili was excited. "Really? My brother just went up and saw it. Let's go and take a look." Ruan Ning nodded. The 3 of them went to the roof of the 21st floor together. At this time, the helicopter had already flown to other buildings, and only 2 uniformed policemen were left on the rooftop. They were a man and a woman, and the male police officer was holding a first base leaflet in his hand. The female police officer was blocked by a group of people, and her appearance could not be seen clearly. Next to them, there was a pile of unknown things wrapped in waterproof cloth on the ground. Because of the arrival of the rescue team, a lot of people were already crowded on the top floor, including the new president of the Rescue Association. When they saw Ruan Ning and the other 2, they quickly made way for them so that they could walk to the front. Ruan Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and at the same time, she finally saw the appearance of the 2 policemen clearly. Suddenly a word popped up in her mind. Wow. Chapter 28. The male police officer looked to be in his 20s, and he looked like he had not experienced much of the world. He did not notice the newcomers and continued to distribute leaflets in his hand. "This is the latest notice from the country. Everything is written on it. You can take it back and read it slowly." Female police officers are completely different. She was quite pretty, about 26 or 27 years old, with a gun on her waist, and she was serious and looked like a cold fairy. Unlike the young male policeman, she was looking at Ruan Ning and the other 2 with caution. Ruan Ning's eyes lit up. If she guessed correctly, with this appearance and this temperament, this was Yin Ruoxue, Chu Dingfeng's new goddess. Ruan Ning gave her a friendly smile. Yin Ruoxue's eyes were still guarded, but not as alert as before. She said, "We also brought compressed biscuits this time. Line up, and each person gets a pack." Everyone was immediately excited when they heard this, and they all crowded together trying to get to the front. After seeing Ruan Ning and the other 2, they started to shove each other and started to line up behind Ruan Ning. Yin Ruoxue looked at Ruan Ning and the other 2 again, but didn't say anything. "Start collecting the supplies." Chung Jili stood in the first position. She took the compressed biscuits from the male police officer and said excitedly, "Thank you. You have worked hard." Seeing her like this, Yin Ruoxue suddenly didn't understand the identities of the 3 people. Judging from other people's expressions, the 3 of them seemed to be bullies. Looking at Chung Jili's expression, he seems like a naive person. Yin Ruoxue nodded. "You have worked hard, just hold on, and the situation will definitely get better." Chung Jili encouraged. "It will definitely get better." Chung Jiquan received the compressed biscuits silently, without saying a word. It was Ruan Ning's turn. Yin Ruoxue reached out and took the compressed biscuits from the male police officer and handed them to her. "Are you 3 together?" Ruan Ning replied. "We are on the same floor, on the 18th floor. They are brother and sister." Yin Ruoxue didn't ask any more questions and handed over a leaflet. "Take a good look at the contents inside. I believe it will be helpful to you." Ruan Ning took it and smiled at her. After receiving the supplies, the 3 did not leave immediately, but studied the flyers on the side. Because it was described in the original book, Ruan Ning knew the content. "First, we will inform you of the current national situation." This was a large-scale rainstorm, which affected not only the area where they were, but also the further south and toward the sea. The heavier the rain was, even causing the sea level to rise. Due to the heavy rain, mudslides and landslides are common in mountainous areas, which is very dangerous. At present, some state organs have been transferred to the Black Sea province. A command center has been established, and a large number of emergency military supplies hidden on the plateau have been activated, and production self-rescue has been actively carried out. Secondly, it is to express condolences. There is no need to read this paragraph in detail. The first two sentences of the third paragraph express that the country will do its utmost to help the people of the whole country, and then explain that the quantity of supplies is extremely limited. It is hoped that everyone will practice strict economy, work together as one, and overcome the difficulties. The fourth paragraph is the key point. It says that all the troops and police that can be mobilized have been mobilized, and conscription will be carried out. If robbery or other illegal acts are discovered, investigators have the power to shoot directly. The fifth paragraph contains encouraging words, reminding everyone to pay attention to safety and be vigilant. Ruan Ning read all the text and recalled what Yin Ruoxue had just said, confirming that she had a misunderstanding with her. But it doesn't matter. The two of them are not related at all. As long as she can make her the woman that the male protagonist cannot get, her mission will be successful. According to the plot of the novel, Yin Ruoxue will also deliver supplies to Chu Dingfeng, and the two will meet for the first time. She can find a way to get Yin Ruoxue to stay. Should she do that? Ruan Ning was thinking when the person who was collecting the supplies suddenly asked, "Officer, are you just giving out a pack of compressed biscuits? How long will this last?" Yin Ruoxue said, "1 month." "What? How is it possible that such a small amount of stuff can last for 30 days? The man was dissatisfied. "It took you so long to come to rescue us. After all the hard work, why didn't you bring more things? Don't you think we are not human beings? Or did you swallow up the supplies? What about the Red Cross?" Yin Ruoxue explained. "Haven't you seen the leaflet yet? Right now, the whole country is suffering from disasters. Soldiers risked their lives to send these supplies from the Black Sea province to all parts of the country without even an air route. They're all military supplies. Don't worry, these things have not passed through any other organization. And this is the only helicopter in our entire city that can fly right now. You are the first place where relief supplies will arrive." The man was still not satisfied. "But this is not enough to eat. Can't you give me more?" The people behind him were waiting anxiously. "Don't be so long-winded. It's good to have something to give out now. Get out of the way after you get it." "Yes, get out of the way." One person came forward and asked the male policeman, "Officer, my grandma is over 90 years old and can't get up now. Does she have to come out to pick her up too?" The other rolled his eyes and immediately said, "Yes, my son is only a little over a month old. He can't be exposed to the rain." Yin Ruoxue said expressionlessly, "If there are special circumstances that prevent you from going upstairs, I will personally come to confirm it." The man was speechless. "Aren't you guys in a hurry? You still have time to visit everyone one by one. Then won't the other communities starve to death?" Yin Ruoxue's expression was calm. "In the face of natural disasters and man-made disasters, we must not commit fraud and defraud the country of its resources." After receiving his biscuits, the man left cursing. Yin Ruoxue continued to distribute supplies. The male police officer next to her said depressedly, "Sister Ruoxue, we should actually listen to Brother Lee and use a helicopter to drop the supplies on the top floor. This is too slow. They don't understand yet, and it would take a lot of time just to explain." Yin Ruoxue looked over and said, "You don't have to follow me." The male police officer was even more depressed. "Sister Ruoxue, what do you mean by this? Do I want to be lazy? I want to improve efficiency and save more people." Yin Ruoxue pursed her lips and looked at all the people who were receiving the supplies. Will throwing the supplies on the roof really save more people? If they are all snatched away by one person or occupied by a small gang, what will happen to the other elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people? The male policeman shook his head and sighed. Yin Ruoxue, besides, I was distributing supplies while he was carrying out his plan. I didn't delay him. While the two were talking, supplies were being distributed. Like Ruan Ning, many people did not leave after receiving the supplies. They wanted to find the two to inquire about the situation outside, or do something else. Suddenly, someone in the crowd started arguing. "What are you doing? You've already received your ticket once. Why are you still waiting in line?" Ruan Ning raised her eyes and looked over. The person being squeezed was an old man in his 70s. He was soaked by the rain and had no strength due to hunger. He looked shaky. Being accused, he could only raise his voice and utter a weak voice. I didn't. "You clearly received it just now," the man said. "I saw it all." The old man said, "I got it for my wife. She can't come up." The man curled his lips and said, "The female police officer just said that if she couldn't go upstairs, she would come downstairs and deliver it herself. Didn't you hear that? You just want to take advantage of your age to eat more." The old man was shaking all over and was stammering and unable to speak. Yin Ruoshua put down the work in her hands and walked up to the two of them. "Old man, you can't take more supplies. Can't your spouse go upstairs?" The old man said no. The person who just pointed out that the old man was queuing twice immediately raised his voice. "Old man, you can come up. Why can't she? Don't you give a reason? You just want to take more." The old woman cried in the heavy rain, her face full of rain and tears. "She is dead. She is dead. I just want to get a portion and burn it for her so that she won't starve to death on her way to the underworld." There was a moment of silence on the top floor. The old man couldn't hold on any longer and sat down on the ground crying. "It's all God's fault. And that damn Wu Jin, if he hadn't stolen our rice, my wife wouldn't have died." Yin Ruoshua frowned and asked the person who just yelled, "Who is Wu Jin?" The man lost his arrogance and dared not answer. "How would I know who Wu Jin is? I still have to get some compressed biscuits, and my mom is hungry. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you." Yin Ruoshua did not force him and squatted down in front of the old man. "Old man, don't be sad. The dead cannot be resurrected. Take your biscuits and go down first, and take good care of yourself." The old man said expressionlessly, "What's the point of me living?" Yin Ruoshua thought for a few seconds and said, "How about this? Who is Wu Jin you just mentioned? I will investigate him." The old man was disheartened. "Wu Jin is already dead. How can you investigate?" Yin Ruoshua, "Then he must have accomplices, right? Tell me their names, and I can interrogate them one by one." The old man looked at Yin Ruoshua and said, "Little girl, there are more than 30 people in the Self-Help Society now. Did you arrest them all or shoot them all? You can't arrest everyone, and you can't shoot everyone. Just now you said that you would distribute supplies once a month. If you come again at that time, you might not be able to come. What will happen to me? What will happen to those who dare to tell you the news of the Self-Help Society?" Those who were deliberately waiting on the top floor felt chilled to the heart when they heard these words. They didn't dare to stay any longer, and two of them even left secretly. The old man finally said, "Little girl, I see that you are born into a good family. Let me advise you that everyone in this building is rotten. No, everyone in the world is bad. Don't worry about these messed up things. Go back to your parents." Yin Ruoshua felt a chill in her heart and pursed her lips and said, "Old man, it's not as scary as you say." The old man chuckled, struggled to get up from the ground, and then staggered away from the top floor. Yin Ruoshua looked very ugly. She was wearing a police raincoat, which was highly waterproof. Only her face was wet with rain, making her look haggard and pitiful. Ruan Ning recalled the original book's evaluation of Yin Ruoshua. She is good-looking, has good skills, and has a heart that wants to uphold justice and fairness. Unfortunately, in the end times, her ambitions are too high and her end is destined to be miserable. In the original book, Yin Ruoshua was indeed like this. She had always wanted to work hard for her ideals and wanted to change the end of the world. She was completely opposed to Chu Dingfeng's approach. Because of this, she and Chu Dingfeng fought back and forth, and it took Chu Dingfeng almost 600,000 to 700,000 words to win her over. Her family background is prominent, which also brings more benefits to Chu Dingfeng. Ruan Ning thought for a moment and said to Cheng Jili, "Let's go downstairs. It seems there is nothing else to ask." Cheng Jili nodded. The three of them were about to leave when Yin Ruoshua suddenly looked up and said, "Wait, the three of you stay and cooperate with the investigation." Chapter 29. Ruan Ning and Cheng Jiquan looked at each other, and Cheng Jiquan said, "Officer, is there anything wrong? It's raining so hard now." Yin Ruoshua's face was full of frost. "It was raining so hard just now. Didn't you stand there for a long time?" Ruan Ning smiled and said, "It seems that it is our freedom to stand for as long as we want, but we should also cooperate with the work. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask, officer." Yin Ruoshua glanced at the people queuing and took the three of them to the other side. "What happened to Wu Jin that old man just mentioned?" Ruan Ning said, "Wu Jin? He's the president of the Self-Help Association." Yin Ruoshua frowned. "Self-Help Association? What kind of organization is this?" Ruan Ning then told the story of how Qin Rueda had set up a self-help group, how Wu Jin had killed people to seize power, and how he later became seriously ill and was pushed down the stairs by his own people. Yin Ruoshua was terrified when she heard this. "Damn it! How could this happen? I will report the news of Qin Rueda's death and see if I can contact his son." As for you guys, Yin Ruoxua stared at Ruan Ning. It's abominable that this self-help group robbed people, but everyone seems to be afraid of you. You three are not simple people. Ruan Ning didn't say anything. Yin Ruoxua said, I will investigate whether what you just said is true or false and what happened in this building. You should also be careful and don't let me find out that you have done anything illegal. Chung Jili blinked. Ruan Ning said, Officer, can we leave now? Yin Ruoxua nodded. After the three people left, she and the young policeman finished distributing the compressed biscuits to the queue and looked at the two people waiting on the side. Both of them claimed that there were people with limited mobility at home and that she needed to go downstairs to verify the distribution. Taking the remaining compressed biscuits, Yin Ruoxua went downstairs with the young policeman. But the more she looked, the more frightened she became. There are few doors of residents' homes in the community that are intact, and almost all of them were broken open violently. As for the inside of the house, it was a mess too. Because there was no fuel, they burned everything they could. The house was like a garbage dump. The first resident was the old lady who was over 90 years old. When Yin Ruoxua looked over, she saw that the old lady was already dying. She handed the cookies to his grandson. The man's eyes were bloodshot, and he held the compressed biscuit tightly and refused to let go. Great, I'm saved. Yin Ruoxua didn't know whether he would really give the cookies to the old man, but she couldn't do anything about it. After thinking for a moment, she took out her share for today. This is my compressed biscuits for today. Now I'm giving it to you. You. She paused and said, give the old man some water to drink. The man was immediately overjoyed and grabbed the biscuit. Okay, I will definitely feed it. Yin Ruoxua saw that he was excited and his eyes were fixed on the compressed biscuits, but she still didn't know whether he would share any with the old man. Sighing inwardly, the two left the house. The further down the stairs Yin Ruoxua went, the more frightened she became. There are also many people living in the corridor, eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating all in this area. Not only is it dirty everywhere, but it also stinks. At the second house, Yin Ruoxua asked them again about the Self-Help Association and the situation on the 18th floor. The family just now didn't say anything, so this man hesitated and said, the people on the 18th floor are not bad people. They didn't steal our things, and they helped us. Yin Ruoxua frowned. Then what? Why are you all afraid of them? The man didn't dare to say anything more and asked the two of them to leave quickly. Back on the top floor, Yin Ruoxua looked heavy-hearted and said to the policeman beside her, when the helicopter returns, you go back with me. I will stay here to investigate. How can you do this? It's too dangerous for you to go alone. The young policeman said quickly. Yin Ruoxua frowned. Go back if I tell you to. This is an order. I will bear all the consequences myself. The young policeman lowered his head and took out half a pack of compressed biscuits from the bag. This is food. Take it yourself, and don't give it to anyone else. Yin Ruoxua nodded, looked at the heavy rain, and fell into deep thought. On the 18th floor, the system reported to Ruan Ning that Yin Ruoxua decided to stay. In this case, she won't be able to participate in the distribution of supplies tomorrow and won't have a historic encounter with Chu Dingfeng. Ruan Ning smiled. Even if you stay, there are disadvantages. She seems to have set her sights on you, the host, and I'm afraid she won't give up. Ruan Ning said, I didn't do anything. Just let her watch slowly. The system hesitated. Where's the gun? If you're not an idiot or too jealous, you won't tell anyone that we have guns. Ruan Ning explained, now everyone understands that we can't survive by just distributing supplies once a month. Besides, the notice says that the whole country is in disaster, which means that the land is basically harvested and most places where food can be stored are flooded. Without sufficient resources, the burning, killing, and looting cannot be stopped. How can the police possibly keep an eye on all places? Only when we have guns will these people in the community feel safe. The system suddenly realized, no wonder no one mentioned you just now. Ruan Ning, the main thing is that I didn't rob them. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the security door. Ruan Ning walked out to take a look and found that it was Yu Dafu from 1701. Yu Dafu was very happy to see her and said quickly, Girl, hurry up. I brought gold. I want to rent a boat. Ruan Ning raised an eyebrow, went back to the house, and took out a rubber boat. Didn't we just distribute compressed biscuits? Are you going out for adventure again? Yu Dafu said, how can that be enough? We have discussed that we should hurry up and find more while most people don't have boats. Ruan Ning nodded. Then you should be careful. Yu Dafu said, don't worry. I will go with Zhu Liang and the young wife of the Qin family this time. We have strength in numbers. As he spoke, he suddenly chuckled, with a hint of flattery in his voice. Girl, don't you still have a rubber boat? Ruan Ning raised an eyebrow. What? I have friends who also want to rent it, but they don't dare come up to see you. Don't worry, we will make sure you get back safely. Ruan Ning pondered for a while. Are they not all your old friends? Yu Dafu quickly said, we have young people, and we have now formed a salvage team. In fact, there are very few people outside now, and most of the boats are from our community, so there won't be any problems. Ruan Ning thought about it and brought him another boat, saying, don't go too far. It's not safe outside. Yu Dafu understood. After Yu Dafu left, Ruan Ning felt that she should do something as well. Since there was no need to do it outside, she continued to unpack the packages and tidy up the space. First, she cleaned up her room and took out items that didn't need a long shelf life. For example, her electric bicycle. There are also computers, televisions, washing machines, drones, etc. Also take out some clothes, as well as daily necessities that may be used up during this period, and put them outside first. Finally, there are the 2 indoor soilless cultivation machines, which take up quite a large area. I don't know whether my mother will use them when she comes over in the future. After all this, there are actually 200 cubic meters of space left. Adding the remaining volume, there are now about 400 cubic meters of space available in total. Ruan Ning continued to unpack the packages, hoping to make more space. She still wanted to fill up more water. Water resources were too precious in the apocalypse. Perhaps she would have to live here for the rest of her life, and the current water storage capacity was far from enough. Ruan Ning spent the next half day and the entire evening opening the packages. Place items that do not require a shelf life in the room and use the rest as income space. After a day's hard work, another 57 cubic meters were freed up. Ruan Ning rubbed her heavy arms and went to sleep. The next morning, the system prompted, Host, wake up. Ruan Ning's arm was still aching, and she said helplessly, What are you doing? Are you bringing the wake-up call service now? No, I just want to remind you that Yin Ruoxue did not go to Si Chu Dingfeng, and you will receive a certain reward. Ruan Ning opened her eyes immediately. Really? According to the system calculation, you will get 500 cubic meters of space. Ruan Ning's face lit up with joy at first, then she frowned. Wasn't it 1,000 cubic meters last time? How come it has shrunk? The system said, last time it was also the 2 sisters from the Zhou family. This time the rewards are also very generous. Okay. Ruan Ning got up from the bed and calculated the area of the space while rinsing her mouth. Last night, we saved 457 cubic meters and refreshed 10 cubic meters, for a total of 467. Because the refrigerator supplies were refreshed twice, a small portion of them were occupied, so there were probably less than 460 cubic meters left. Adding today's reward, it's almost 1,000 when rounded up. Let's go to the mountain again today. She needs to stockpile at least another 500 tons of water. After packing up, Ruan Ning went next door and told Cheng Jiquan and Cheng Jili that she was going out for a while. Cheng Jili asked curiously, Ning, where are you going? Let's go together. I haven't been out since the rainstorm, so I'll let my brother stay at home this time. Ruan Ning looked at Cheng Jiquan, and Cheng Jiquan said, Jili, stop messing around. Cheng Jili was depressed. How could I be fooling around? You guys were collecting supplies everywhere, but I was the only one staying at home every day. Now there are so many ships coming in and out every day, it's normal for me to want to go out. Ruan Ning said, next time, definitely next time. Cheng Jiquan sighed and shook his head, then said to Ruan Ning, but you are going out alone. Is it safe now? This time, Ruan Ning not only wanted to fetch water, she also wanted to go to the mountain to take a look, and it would be more convenient to move alone. It's safe. I won't run too far. I just want to go out and check the situation. Cheng Jiquan. Then we won't force you. Just be careful. Ruan Ning smiled at him. No problem. After opening the security door, Ruan Ning was about to go downstairs, but unexpectedly, Yin Ruoxue was sitting at the stairs. Seeing Ruan Ning coming out, she stood up and asked, What are you doing outside? Probably because she didn't sleep the whole night. She looked tired and listless. But a beautiful woman is still beautiful. Ruan Ning showed her a rubber boat and said, I'm going to go out to find something to eat. Officer, you've seen a lot of people going in and out by boat these past 2 days. Yin Ruoxue was silent for a while. Why are there so many boats in your community? Ruan Ning said, You have to ask everyone else. I don't know either. Yin Ruoxue pursed her lips. I want to go out with you, can I? Ruan Ning was stunned. Not good, officer. It's very dangerous for us to go out. Why are you following me? Yin Ruoshua said, I forgot to leave some compressed biscuits yesterday. I'm hungry now. I want to go out with you to find something to eat. Is that not okay? Ruan Ning blinked her eyes. It's not impossible, but our community rents boats for a fee. Officer Yin Ruoshua looked down at herself. She was not wearing any jewelry because she was on a mission. I will pay you as well, but I will pay you for the supplies after I find them, okay? And you don't have to worry about your safety since I will be with you. Ruan Ning knew that this person was going to follow her, so she could only say, okay. After reaching the 6th floor, the two got on the rubber boat together. Yin Ruoshua took the oars and was responsible for rowing. Ruan Ning's plan to go out and store water had failed, and she was sitting there in a daze. Yin Ruoshua suddenly asked, where are you going to find supplies? Ruan Ning said, whatever. I go wherever others go. Yin Ruoshua said, then let's go to the supermarket. Maybe we can get something to eat. Ruan Ning was noncommittal. Officer, you should also be organizing a salvage team, right? Yin Ruoshua said. Now the ships sent by the Black Sea province are all rushing to rescue supplies, and they try to grab as much as they can. The situation was so urgent at the time that all the warehouses were flooded and the government didn't have anything on hand. Ruan Ning said, are you good at swimming? Diving into a supermarket is no joke. Yin Ruoshua glanced at Ruan Ning. What about you? Ruan Ning started to brag. It's just so. I often spend money diving. Officer, I don't think you're a good swimmer. This must be your first time rowing a boat. Yin Ruoshua was stunned. Ruan Ning laughed. Your posture is wrong. It's a thankless task or I'll do it. Yin Ruoshua was silent for a moment, then returned the order to Ruan Ning. You show me how to do it, and I'll learn from you. Ruan Ning nodded and taught Yin Ruoshua some tips while rowing. Yin Ruoshua nodded repeatedly and finally said, I don't think you are a fierce person and you are young. So why are people in your community afraid of you? Ruan Ning smiled at her and handed her the oar in her hand. Sometimes you are not afraid of me as a person, but your own imagination. Yin Ruoshua looked thoughtful. The two people took over and soon arrived at the original location of the supermarket. Almost everyone with a boat will come here first. Ruan Ning didn't know all of them, so she didn't know which ones were from their community and which ones were from other communities. There were only about 7 or 8 boats in total. When those people saw Yin Ruoshua's uniform, they instantly showed guilty expressions. Seeing that she ignored them, they hurriedly continued to salvage supplies. Yin Ruoshua observed those people for a while. They all have several people on the boat, several people go into the water, and then the people who go into the water are tied up with ropes. Is it safe for you to come out alone? Ruan Ning said, if I go out alone, I won't come to the supermarket. I will search the office building. I see. Yin Ruoshua said, do you have a rope? I'll go in the water. Ruan Ning raised her eyebrows and looked at Yin Ruoshua for a while. It's dangerous to go into the water. Let me do it. Yin Ruoshua shook her head. It's not dangerous. Others are not afraid. So why should I be afraid? Ruan Ning said no more and took out a set of rescue ropes from under the tarpaulin on the boat. Yin Ruoshua was surprised. This rope is of very good quality. Ruan Ning, of course, this was searched by me and Cheng Jiquan, my neighbor, and we chose the best quality. Yin Ruoshua nodded, took the rope and tied it around her waist, then took a deep breath and jumped into the water. Ruan Ning was waiting on the boat. Most people cannot hold their breath for very long, so salvaging supplies is extremely hard and requires going into the water again and again. After half a day, I was so swollen and didn't catch much. Fortunately, this supermarket is located in a shopping mall, and the mall has a total of 6 floors. Even if you can't go deep into the supermarket, you can still get some supplies from the 6th floor. About 3 minutes later, Yin Ruoshua suddenly rushed out from underwater, and her position was a little far from Ruan Ning's boat. Ruan Ning quickly rowed over. How is it? Do you want to get on the boat and rest for a while? Yin Ruoshua shook her head. It's too complicated underwater. I couldn't find anything for a while. Ruan Ning said, it's okay, safety first. Yin Ruoshua went into the water again, and this time she stayed there for a much longer time. After about 5 minutes, Ruan Ning felt the water pulling the rope, so she quickly pulled the rope upwards. Fortunately, her strength has increased, otherwise she might not be able to pull it. It took Ruan Ning about 30 seconds to finally pull the object tied with the rope out of the water. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a can of liquefied gas. She was slightly startled and saw Yin Ruoshua popping out from the other side. This should be useful. Is it enough to pay for my boat fare? Ruan Ning exclaimed. Of course it's useful. It's enough, but I don't know if it can still be used. Will it explode? Yin Ruoshua lifted the gas tank up from the water, then climbed onto the boat and gasped for breath. Ruan Ning thought for a moment and said, "I'll go down this time." Yin Ruoshua shook her head. "I haven't found anything to eat yet." Ruan Ning took out a compressed biscuit and said, "This liquefied gas is very useful. This biscuit is my reward." Yin Ruoshua saw that this was the message she sent yesterday and took it after a moment of hesitation. "Thank you." She nibbled on the biscuit in silence. Ruan Ning took out a thermos cup. "This is the hot water I prepared. You can drink it if you don't mind." "Thank you." Yin Ruoshua said, "My name is Yin Ruoshua. Yin for strict, Ruo for some, and Shue for snowing. What's your name?" Ruan Ning said simply. "Ruan Ning." Yin Ruoshua nodded. After she had almost finished eating, she returned the cup to Ruan Ning. "Let me do it this time, since it's already wet." Ruan Ning shook her head. "I'll go down. Let's collect supplies together. We can't go up alone." Yin Ruoshua. "Okay." Ruan Ning tied the rope around herself, and after jumping into the water, she found that all the windows of the mall had been smashed. When I swam inside, I saw a lot of tables and chairs floating on the ceiling, and perhaps other things, but they were inedible after being soaked in water for so long. Only look for food that is well packaged. This is not easy. The supermarket is on the second floor. It is impossible to go down to that depth without a diving suit. Even if you reach it by chance, you will not be able to come back alive. Ruan Ning randomly found a store and tried to find some refreshing snacks, put them in a bag, and then tied them to a pillar. Whether it can be discovered, and whether it is discovered by good people or bad people, depends on its fate. After that, Ruan Ning began to float up. Yin Ruoshua felt the strength of the rope and quickly helped pull it twice. Ruan Ning came out of the water. Unfortunately, nothing was found. The sixth floor has been searched almost everywhere. Yin Ruoshua hummed. "Do you want to come up?" Ruan Ning asked, "Do you think I should try the fifth floor?" "The fifth floor usually sells clothes. You won't find anything to eat there," Yin Ruoshua said. Ruan Ning pretended to sigh and climbed onto the rubber boat. "Then we can harvest a bottle of liquefied gas this time, which is not bad," Yin Ruoshua said. "To be precise, you also reduced one compressed biscuit and half a cup of boiled water." Ruan Ning couldn't help laughing. She didn't expect the heroine to be so serious. She knew Yin Ruoshua followed her to test her, so she asked, "Should we continue? I think the water is quite dirty. I want to go back and take a bath, or I might get sick." Yin Ruoshua thought for a moment and said, "Okay." Ruan Ning started rowing again. The two returned to the community, and Yin Ruoshua planned to go back to the top floor. Ruan Ning was surprised and asked, "Aren't you going to take a shower?" Yin Ruoshua said, "Getting caught in the rain for a while can also be considered a bath." Ruan Ning didn't expect her to be so carefree. "How many days are you going to stay here? Sleeping on the top floor, every day like this?" Yin Ruoshua looked at Ruan Ning. Ruan Ning sighed and said, "I know what you mean, officer, but we on the 18th floor are really not evil people. You also know about the self-help society. Even if you kill them all, countless self-help society will emerge, and they may even be worse in nature. If you don't mind, I'd like to invite you to stay on the 17th floor for 2 days. The owner is an old doctor. This can of gas will count as your stay fee, so I won't charge you anything." Yin Ruoshua said, "You're at a disadvantage." Ruan Ning smiled and said, "Who told you that you were a police officer? Even if I make a small contribution, you can continue to stare at me if you want." Afterwards, Ruan Ning introduced Yin Ruoshua to 1701 and hurried home to take a shower. In the next 2 days, whenever Ruan Ning wanted to go out, she would run into Yin Ruoshua. She simply pretended to go for a walk and went back to the 18th floor. During this period of time, Chu Dingfeng was making a lot of noise. The first batch of relief supplies arrived, but the supplies were too little or not delivered to everyone at all. Their community is not like Ruan Ning's place where there are many boats. At present, not many people have shipbuilding skills, so everyone is trapped in the building and feels dizzy from hunger. To make matters worse, their community was also targeted by a nearby organization called Sirius, and many people had their compressed biscuits stolen just after they got them. Those in the Sirius organization don't kill people either, leaving them as leaks. Everyone in the community was so hungry that their brains were dizzy, and one after another people jumped off the building. Under such circumstances, Chu Dingfeng stood up. He took the people in his building and let them be the vanguard, repelling a wave of attacks organized by Sirius. Although 4 or 5 people were sacrificed, the results were significant. Chu Dingfeng gathered everyone together and swept his eyes over everyone's faces. The residents of the community are usually whole families, and the unmarried women are relatively young. His eyes lingered on the girls' faces for a long time. Most parents were perceptive enough to sense what this person meant, and some quickly hid their daughters behind their backs. However, there are also people who would not do this, but instead show a happy look on their faces. A man in his 50s flattered, "Chief, you have fought hard this time, and how can you not have someone to serve you? My daughter is 18 years old this year. Why don't you let her follow you?" Chu Dingfeng pretended to be impatient and asked, "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't say such things again in the future." He paused and said, "This time, we all resisted the attack of the serious organization together. I won't say much else. It is necessary to reward people according to their merits. The compressed biscuits I distributed last time are all here. I will now distribute them according to everyone's contribution." Zhao Darui. He called the name of the person who had just said he would offer his daughter to him. "You have behaved well today, so I will give you 3 packs. No, 5 packs of compressed biscuits, and I will also give you a piece of bread privately." Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. There are only so many supplies, and the flyer originally said 1 pack per person, but now 5 packs have been sent out at once, and some people can't get anything at all. Zhao Darui rubbed his hands happily. "Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief." Chu Dingfeng hummed. In the evening, Zhao Dari asked his daughter, who was crying bitterly, to take a bath and put on makeup. "What do you know? It's your blessing to be able to follow Chu Dingfeng. From now on, our family won't have to go hungry. Behave yourself when you get up there. Follow the leader's orders. Got it?" The girl's face was full of tears. That night, she was sent to Chu Dingfeng's house by her father. The wind that night also quietly turned cooler. Chapter 30. 18th floor. The system informed Ruan Ning of this matter. She opened the original book and found that this part was similar to the plot of the novel, except that in the novel, Chu Dingfeng already had the Zhou sisters under his control and was even more ambitious. Because of the family contribution points, Chu Dingfeng transformed his appearance and looked handsome. At that time, the Zhou sisters had not yet moved into the Chu family, and they didn't even know that the other had any connection with Chu Dingfeng. The girl who was sent in was resistant at first, but then she slowly compromised. At that time, she naively thought that she was the only one and that she could keep her mother and brother from going hungry. The system side, he still got the family contribution points. Ruan Ning didn't say anything and turned to the original book's description of the girl. In fact, not much is written about her. She is not outstanding among the female protagonists. She washes socks and does housework for Chu Dingfeng. She is not favored later and gave birth to about 3 children. After closing the book, Ruan Ning was so angry that she could hardly sleep. Damn, what a disgusting man. Since she couldn't sleep anyway, Ruan Ning simply got up and opened the packages, which she did all night long. It was early in the morning before she went to sleep with her head covered. At some point, there was a knock on the door. Ruan Ning knew it was Cheng Ji Quan or Cheng Jili from next door, so she got up from the bed with her head down. I opened the door and saw Cheng Jili coming. Seeing Ruan Ning's hair like a chicken coop and dark circles under her eyes, she was surprised and asked, Ning, didn't you sleep last night?" Ruan Ning said, "I haven't been out recently, and I have no place to use my energy. I can't sleep at night and can't wake up during the day." Cheng Jili held 2 rubber boats in his hands. "These were sent by Uncle Yu downstairs. He knocked on the security door and you didn't wake up, so I kept them for you." Ruan Ning nodded. "Thank you." Seeing that she looked like she was still half asleep, Cheng Jili simply didn't enter the room. "I'm going to go home first. You continue to rest. Don't stay up late tonight. We will practice physical fitness together tomorrow." Ruan Ning nodded first, then suddenly shook her head and said, "We'll go out tomorrow." "Ah!" Cheng Jili was stunned. "We?" Ruan Ning said, "Yes, I'll go with you. Go downstairs and tell them that it's best to let Uncle Yu go with us. Your brother is guarding the house this time." Cheng Jili's eyes sparkled, and he said excitedly, "Really? Can I go out?" Ruan Ning thought for a moment and said, "But it will be very hard." Cheng Jili immediately said, "Who is afraid of hard work? Now I am afraid of having nothing to eat." As agreed, the group set out early the next morning. The participants this time are 2 people from the 18th floor and 4 people from the 17th floor, namely Yu Dafu, Zhu Liangliang, Xiao Qin's wife, and the heroine Yan Ruoxue. On the way, Uncle Yu asked, "Girl, where are we going?" Ruan Ning said, "It's a good place." She figured it out. Since Yan Ruoxue wanted to keep an eye on her, she might as well just give them a clear path and let them go fishing while she quietly collected the water. With such a large reservoir, she could collect hundreds of tons without any problems. In the past, she was always cautious in doing things, fearing any mistakes, and dared not reveal anything. If she continued like this, she would have no ability to curb Chu Dingfeng at all. It's better to be a little braver, but only a little bit. As for the building on the mountain, let's give up on it for now. As the rowing time got longer, everyone was curious about where they were going until they saw the mountains. Yu Dafu asked curiously, "Are we here in the mountains to find food? There are no wild boars in this mountain, but we can get some wild vegetables." Now everyone is thinking about finding food in the city. There is no one here at all. Ruan Ning explained, "There is a reservoir here. I want to try fishing." Uncle Yu was surprised. "Then how do we catch fish? With our hands?" Ruan Ning took out a fishing net and said vaguely, "This is what I found last time. There is a fisherman in that place who has stored a lot of fishing tools." Uncle Yu was immediately delighted. "Then I'll try it later. I used the internet when I was young." Chung Jili quickly said, "Uncle Yu, I'll help you and learn a skill at the same time." The group arrived at the reservoir. Because they didn't ride bikes, they walked for about an hour, but after seeing the reservoir, everyone's tiredness was swept away. Even Zhu Liang was full of energy. Uncle Yu quickly inflated the rubber boat with his hands and feet. "The water must be deep here. We have to be careful." Ruan Ning took out a bottle of bait and handed it to him. "Although I don't know if it will work, let's try it first. Let's catch a few fish at a time, and we must not let the boat capsize." "Uncle Yu, I'm not stupid." Everyone got on their own boat. Chung Jili rushed to be on the same boat with Uncle Yu to learn how to cast a net. Yin Ruoxue came to Ruan Ning and asked, "Why did you think of fishing here? The fish won't last long, right? You can pickle it. In my hometown, pickled fish can be eaten for a long time." Yin Ruoxue lowered her head. "That's right. Their boat is not used for fishing. Their job is to stand guard and be ready to rescue people at any time." Ruan Ning pretended to play with water and put her hand into the water. After a while, 50 tons of water were collected into the space. There was no change in the water surface. Just as he was secretly happy, Yu Dafu suddenly shouted, "We've caught a fish!" Chung Girl, Xiao Zhu, quickly rowed the boat to the shore. The two young men rowed with all their might. The young wife of the Qin family stayed on the shore and ran over to help stop the boat. About 5 or 6 minutes later, the net was pulled ashore by everyone, and there were 3 big grass carps and more than a dozen small crucian carps at once. "That's great. The baby hasn't eaten meat for a long time, and we can drink fresh fish soup." Xiao Qin's wife cried with joy. The faces of the others were also beaming with joy. Ruan Ning learned from Yu Dafu that Xiao Qin's wife is called Wang Lingxia. She is only 27 years old this year, used to be a housewife, and now she is studying medicine with Dr. Zhu. Of course, medical skills are not that easy to learn, but she feels that in order to survive, she must master a unique skill. After the first attempt, fishing went smoothly afterwards. In one morning, they caught 12 big fish and more than 40 small fish of various kinds. Ruan Ning collected 300 tons of water. At noon, everyone sat down to rest, eat some compressed biscuits, and drink some hot water to replenish their energy. They brought a total of 3 rubber boats with them, and now one of them was being used to load fish. Uncle Yu was both happy and distressed at the sight of the boat full of fresh fish. "How can we get this back? We definitely can't get it alive." Zhu Liang said, "That's definitely not possible. If it jumps into the water, we won't be able to find it again." Uncle Yu said, "Then you can only take the dead ones." Wang Lingxia said, "It's the same whether they're alive or dead. There are so many fish and the smell is so strong that other people can smell it even if they don't see it. They will definitely come to us and ask where we got it. We won't say it when the time comes. If we do, it won't be our business anymore." Everyone was silent, saying that it was impossible to say that. Even though this was a bit selfish, who wouldn't be selfish in order to survive? Uncle Yu hesitated and said, "Why don't we stay here for 2 more days? Or you can go back and I'll stay here at night. How can we guard this remote place?" "We should be careful not to get sick," said Wang Lingxia. Ruan Ning thought for a moment and said, "I know there's a building on this mountain, but I don't know what it is used for." Zhu Liang. "This mountain? It's unlikely to build a research institute in this desolate wilderness, right?" Ruan Ning was speechless about his guess. Yin Ruoxue, who was sitting next to her, suddenly said, "That's the branch of the National Library of Editions." Ruan Ning was surprised. "Ah." Yin Ruoxue explained, "It is used to store publications, not only modern publications, but also ancient books from past dynasties and various versions of each book passed down. This is a branch of the National Library. There are 5 of them in the country. They were built to protect books to the greatest extent possible in the face of disasters. This branch library covers an area of more than 90,000 square meters and has a collection of more than 20 million books, as well as some antiques with local characteristics. Wang Lingxia asked, "Is there anyone guarding it up there?" Yin Ruoxue said, "Of course." Wan Ning thought to herself that it was a lucky thing that she didn't run up there. She had never expected it to be such an important place. She thought it was some rich man's manor. Wang Lingxia thought for a moment and said, "If it rains like this now, will the books move?" Yin Ruoxue shook her head. "There is no way to move them, and they are safe for the time being. This rain will not flood the highest mountain in the city." Wan Ning sighed inwardly. This rain would not flood the place, but it was hard to say what would happen during the extreme cold period that followed. Cheng Jili didn't care about such a big thing and said depressedly, "What should we do now? Will we go back after fishing today? We can probably only get 20 big fish, and there are so many of us. Each person can't get more than 3. There are some buildings on the opposite mountain, but they are too far away. If you don't have a speedboat to row over there, you will be dead." Uncle Yu said, "We can come back tomorrow, but everyone must keep it a secret and not reveal a single word to anyone else in the community." He glanced at everyone and asked, "Can you do this?" Wan Ning, "Of course I can do it. Everyone I know is here." Cheng Jili also immediately said, "I can do it." Zhu Liangliang and Wang Lingxia had no objection. Yin Ruoxue did not express her opinion, and Yu Dafu said anxiously, "It's not that we won't tell them. We'll arrest them one more day tomorrow and tell them when we get back." Yin Ruoxue shook her head. "This is the place you found. I won't tell anyone else." She paused and said, "But it will only be tomorrow. I will report back to the team the day after tomorrow. I will then report to my superiors that there are still fish here." Yu Dafu quickly said, "Okay." Wan Ning was surprised. Yin Ruoxue had always been very patient. Why did she suddenly give up this time? In order to avoid bringing too many miscellaneous items back, and since using water was already troublesome, Wang Lingxia simply took out a knife and started killing the fish on the spot. Seeing this, Wan Ning quickly collected the remaining more than 100 tons of water. In this way, her total water storage capacity reaches 1,340 tons, which combined with the refrigerator refresh capacity, should be enough for use. On the 3rd day, Yin Ruoxue was picked up by a helicopter. Wan Ning's life became completely relaxed. She ate and slept every day, exercised, and practiced various weapons. The rain gradually subsided. Since flooding the 6th floor, the water level has not risen overall, and certainly has not fallen either. This was good news for everyone. They saw hope that the rain would stop, and more people began to go out in various boats to look for supplies. The whole city seemed to have turned into a scavenger ground, and everyone was a scavenger. With so many people around, Wan Ning didn't want to run any further, lest she get into trouble and lose more than she gained. As time passed, under the brutal rainstorm, everyone discovered that nature had given them gifts again. They found food. Chapter 31. After the water flow became less turbulent, everyone noticed that a kind of algae had grown in the water. At first, no one dared to touch this thing. After all, the water was quite dirty. Now all kinds of garbage are thrown into the water, and there are even many corpses. Until someone is extremely hungry, and with the idea of rather dying than starving, he grabs a handful of algae and takes it home to cook and eat. It turned out to be just diarrhea, which went away after a while. The algae in the water are edible and spread quickly among the crowd. Although I will have diarrhea, my stomach will get used to it after 2 meals. Besides, this thing is plant-based, so it can supplement vitamins, right? Anything is better than starving to death. After long-term consumption of instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and porridge, everyone is craving for green vegetables. Seaweed became very popular overnight. Every day before dawn, everyone went out to look for seaweed. If you went too late, it would be gone. Fortunately, this thing has an amazing reproductive ability and can grow fresh ones overnight. In addition, it rained for too long, causing the air to be humid and mushrooms to grow in the corridor. This mushroom is more popular than algae and can make the neighbors beat their heads. Cheng Jili and his sister would take turns to collect algae every day, and Ruan Ning would go with them. The 2 siblings would make the leftovers into dried vegetables in case the algae were too much to collect and their family lineage would be wiped out one day. Cheng Jiquan had a strong sense of crisis. and would go out alone for a long walk every day to find some furniture planks or cut some tree branches and trunks. After getting it back, he would give some to Ruan Ning and ask her to keep it first and be careful not to restore order if the gas tank ran out. After a period of time, the second grain distribution finally arrived. Last time, too few compressed biscuits were distributed, and many families had already eaten them all up. They had to survive on boiled algae and watery soup every day and counted on their fingers every day how long it would take for supplies to be distributed. Early in the morning, people went out to pick up the algae and then stared at the sky. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, the sound of a helicopter was finally heard in the sky, and everyone rushed up and surrounded the top floor. Yen Ruashu didn't come this time. Only the young policeman came, and he brought good news. The government has decided to collect algae. 20 kilograms of algae can be exchanged for 1 kilogram of compressed biscuits, which is 5 yuan. 40 kilograms of algae can be exchanged for 1 kilogram of rice. When hearing the word rice, many people secretly swallowed their saliva. Normally, when there are vegetables, meat, and plenty of oil and water, one can't eat much rice at all. But when there are no vegetables and meat, the rice bag will quickly be empty. Almost every household had eaten up the little food that was stockpiled before the rainstorm. "Where can I change it?" someone asked quickly. The policeman replied, "We will send a large ship to collect algae every day. It will arrive at your community around 11 o'clock noon." "That's great. I can exchange it for rice, so I can make some thick porridge for my child," a mother said, crying. Everyone was delighted, but some people didn't even listen and rushed down to grab the algae. Chung Jili was the happiest because she had too much energy to use up every day, and now she could exchange the algae she picked for compressed biscuits. You have to know that this batch of compressed biscuits are military supplies, and the shortest shelf life is 5 years. They really need something with a long shelf life. Chung Jili took Ruan Ning's arm and said, "Ning Ning, from now on, we will go out to collect algae every day and try to exchange it for a pound of compressed biscuits a day." Ruan Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You still want to catch so much? With this policy, people are going crazy to buy algae. It's good to catch 10 kilograms a day. Just give it a try. It won't hurt to try. Chung Jili said, "We agreed to get up early tomorrow to fish." Ruan Ning nodded. The next day, the two set out from home before 5 o'clock, but they didn't expect that the water was already full of people. Ruan Ning thought about it and said, "Let's go farther away. The bathtubs they use can't float far. If we go to a farther place, we should be able to catch more." Chung Jili nodded. The two rode for about half an hour and found that there were indeed fewer people on this side, and the water surface was covered with dense algae. Chung Jili's eyes lit up. He quickly took out a knife, grabbed a handful of algae, and started cutting it. By 8 o'clock, the two of them had a whole boat full. However, this still did not meet the government's storage standards, and the algae had to be dried first. The two hurried home, receiving countless jealous and envious glances along the way. Ruan Ning could only pretend not to see it. After returning to the 18th floor, the two of them squeezed the moisture from the algae in the corridor, then took out a few wooden boards to build a drying rack and put the algae on it. Chung Jiquan came out to help, and seeing how much the two had done, he asked, "Did you row the boat too far?" Chung Jili sighed. "There is nothing we can do. The huge crowds are too terrifying. It seems like everyone in the world has come out to pick up algae." Chung Jiquan didn't say anything more and helped to carry the algae. Ruan Ning said, "Don't you still need to go out to get firewood?" "Don't worry about this. We can handle it." Chung Jiquan thought for a moment and said, "Okay, be careful when you go out to exchange supplies." Chung Jili said innocently, "There are fewer people snatching things now. I think the self-help groups have calmed down." Chung Jiquan shook his head and said to Ruan Ning, "Thank you for taking good care of me." Ruan Ning smiled and said, "You should get out of here quickly. It's really all right. I don't plan to exchange today. I'll go tomorrow after it's dried." Chung Jiquan nodded and left with the rubber boat. Chung Jili approached Ruan Ning and whispered, "Ning Ning, is there really anyone else who will steal the supplies? Do you know how valuable rice is now?" Ruan Ning asked. Chung Jili shook his head. Ruan Ning said, "People don't eat human flesh nowadays. I don't think I can get 5 kilograms of rice if I sell you." Chung Jili exclaimed, "Then I am only worth 200 kilograms of seaweed. Is that so exaggerated? Besides, how could anyone eat human flesh?" Ruan Ning smiled and said, "Yes, how is that possible? So let's just hurry up and do our own thing and don't worry about others." The two of them took some time to dry the algae, and Ruan Ning estimated that it would weigh no more than 24 kilograms. This is because their ship is better and can go farther, so they can get such a generous reward. The next morning, the two went to collect algae again. Afterwards, the two of them hung up the newly harvested algae to dry and packed the algae that had dried yesterday into bags, waiting for the boat to collect them. It was around 12 o'clock when the big ship finally arrived. Many people had been waiting in the rain for a long time, and when they saw the big ship, they rushed over. Because of the pushing and shoving, many people were pushed into the water. Ruan Ning and Cheng Jili did not join in the fun. They were wearing waterproof clothes and were not afraid of the rain. They lined up obediently at the back. The team's progress was slow because almost everyone questioned the weight. The common people say that what we just fished out of the water should be what we deserve. The staff in charge of weighing are different. Their requirement is to collect drier algae. If they collect them based on the current water content, they will not be able to complete the task. This time, the husband said he was right, and the wife said she was right. They argued for 10 minutes about whether 8 kilograms of algae would be 5 kilograms or 6 kilograms after removing the water. Cheng Jili was getting frustrated waiting. Why is this happening? If it continues like this, we will have to wait until the evening. Ruan Ning took out a piece of compressed biscuit. Are you hungry? If you are, let's eat this first. Cheng Jili shook his head. I'm not hungry. I'm just waiting so anxiously. There was nothing Ruan Ning could do about this. Fortunately, after an hour, an officer came out from the boat. He looked about 30 years old, 1.85 meters tall, with a straight back and a gun in his hand. After firing a shot into the sky, the officer shouted, "Everyone listen up! From now on, the water in the algae you hand in must be drained first. If you don't do that, not only will we not give you biscuits or rice, we will also confiscate the algae directly. Forget about it today, but the exact weight will be determined by the staff. If you refuse to listen to our advice, your algae will be confiscated and you will be blacklisted and will not be allowed to exchange supplies again within 5 days." As soon as these words came out, the crowd suddenly quieted down. However, some people still murmured privately, saying that this officer was too overbearing. How could he confiscate such things? This is hegemony. Ruan Ning admired it in her heart. This solution seemed very domineering. But what else could she do? I'm going to talk to you for an hour during the last days? At this time, no one knows how many people died of starvation or jumped off buildings. But everything has its pros and cons, and no policy can be perfect. Ordinary people dare not cheat on the quality of goods and get away with it. But who knows what the staff will do to the people? Because of the presence of this officer, no one dared to make a noise, and soon it was Ruan Ning and the other two's turn. The two of them handed over the algae, which weighed 25 kilograms. Because it was not as wet as the others, the staff was very happy. Yours is a good one. You can exchange it for 1 kilogram of compressed biscuits, and you can take the remaining 5 kilograms back with you or leave them here. Cheng Jili asked, "How to save it?" "I have a notebook here. I'll write down how many kilograms you have. Next time, you can collect them together when you have enough." Cheng Jili looked at Ruan Ning, and Ruan Ning said, "We have already saved some food for today, so let's just leave it here." The staff member gave them a pound of compressed biscuits and said, "Keep it safe. You two girls, be careful on your way back, and don't let anyone target you." Cheng Jili saw Biscuit's eyes sparkling and said with a smile, "I know. Thank you." The officer standing next to them glanced at the two of them, then looked at the algae on the table and looked away. Ruan Ning and her partner returned to the 18th floor with the biscuits. Cheng Jili handed over 3 pieces. "We both fished out the algae, and my brother said we should split it in half. You take 3 pieces today, and I take 3 pieces tomorrow." "Perfect." Ruan Ning thought for a moment and said, "Your brother has brought back so much firewood for me recently. Should I give him some compensation?" Cheng Jili said earnestly, "Ning Ning, it's not easy for you as a girl, and you have helped us so much. Isn't it reasonable for us to help you a little? You really are welcome." Ruan Ning smiled and put away the compressed biscuits. "Okay, I'll take you flying again when I have the chance." Cheng Jili was happy that he got compressed biscuits today, and he was amused by just one sentence. In the afternoon, the two of them were free. They practiced archery together, and when they were tired, they lay down and chatted. At night, Ruan Ning turned on the night light and opened the book, "I Saved My Entire Family by Expanding in the End of the World." According to the novel, tonight is a small plot point. Ruan Ning's current residential area is quite far away from Chu Dingfeng's residential area. Due to the problem of transportation capacity, they only distributed compressed biscuits during the day today. The serious group thinks the leeks that have been grown for a month are ripe, so they will go and harvest them tonight. Chu Dingfeng won a tragic victory last time, and this time he will still lead the people in the building to meet the enemy. The system reported in real time. Last time, the Sirius group suffered a loss in this community. This time, we will send more people, and the group leader will lead them personally. They surrounded the building where Chu Dingfeng was. The leader of the Sirius group searched a flooded police station. Today, his cannon fodder mission is to deliver guns and bullets to the hero. As long as Chu Dingfeng wins today, he can get the most important hot weapons and use the family contribution points to infinitely copy guns and bullets. Wan Ning asked, "Can he win?" The system replied, "It's hard to say. After all, he is the male protagonist. However, because he didn't get the Zhou sisters, his strength is not very good now. By the way, he immediately had a plastic surgery the last time he got the contribution points." Wan Ning, someone from the Sirius group, rushed upstairs. Someone died in the building. 2 people from the Sirius group died. As time passed, the fighting between the two sides became more and more intense. The system finally said, Chu Dingfeng killed the leader of the Tianlang group and obtained a pistol and 3 bullets. 23 people died on the spot in Chu Dingfeng's building, and 41 were injured. The loss of personnel was more serious than described in the novel. Adding those who died of starvation and disease in the previous period, as well as the last battle, 38 people have died in his building, and there are less than 300 left. Chu Dingfeng smiled. He didn't care about the death of his neighbors because they were the ones who killed him in his previous life. Now he just spent some compressed biscuits to make them the vanguard. He felt proud and had a sense of revenge in his heart. But when he thought about how he had spent all his family contribution points on becoming more handsome, he felt a little depressed. Soon, he became happy again and decided to have someone offer his daughter to him today or tomorrow night, so he can copy the gun/bullet and become invincible. At this point, the system said nervously, "Host, we have to stop him quickly. If he continues to grow like this, we will be in danger." Wan Ning was annoyed. "How can I stop him? I'll use my thousands of bullets to fight against his 3 bullets and see who will win." The system said weakly, "No, everything is up to you." Wan Ning narrowed her eyes. "If you listen to me, then go to sleep and wait for the next plot." The next day, Wan Ning went out to collect algae as usual in the morning, but there were too many people fishing, so it was not easy to catch any from a distance today. The two spent more time and finally got a boat. At 11 o'clock, they went to exchange supplies as usual. There were still a lot of people at the exchange point, but fortunately the waiting time was greatly shortened, and soon it was Chung Jili and Wan Ning's turn. The two put the algae on the scale, exchanged the compressed biscuits, and were about to leave when suddenly a male voice said, "Wait." Wan Ning looked back and saw that it was the officer who had spoken last time walking towards them. Not knowing why he called her, Wan Ning suddenly became alert. "Leader, what's the matter?" The officer said, "Can you two come aboard? I have something I want to talk to you about." Wan Ning and Chung Jili looked at each other. In front of so many people, the other party spoke politely, so nothing unexpected should happen. However, Wan Ning did not choose to board the boat, but said, "Leader, if you have something to say, just tell us directly. We are fine on the boat." The officer said, "Okay, I saw your name on the supply list. You are Wan Ning?" Wan Ning was stunned. "I am. What's wrong?" "Yin Ruoxua asked me to contact you," he said. "We were supposed to find a lady named Wang Lingxia, but she's not registered with us." Wan Ning frowned. Wang Lingxia acted together with Yu Dafu and his group. They had a large population, including elderly and children, so they did not have much algae to hand over. If they did, they would do so only when the number was sufficient, and they would not leave it on account. Why did Yin Ruoxua look for Wang Lingxia? With a bad feeling in her heart, Wan Ning said, "She lives downstairs from me. I do know her." The officer said, "Then I feel relieved. It's like this. Officer Yin Ruoxua has been helping to find her husband these days, but it's difficult to contact him now, and the situation is complicated. It wasn't until yesterday that we confirmed that Qin Bing had died." Wan Ning frowned. Chung Jili was at a loss. "What do you mean? The person is gone. What should I do?" The officer was silent for a moment. He sacrificed his life to save others. Logically, he should be given a pension, but you know the current situation. Officer Yin Ruoxua saved her own rations, and together with us, we collected 20 kilograms of compressed biscuits. There are 5 pieces of compressed biscuits in 1 pound, which means there are 100 biscuits in total. The officer added, "There are also 3 pounds of rice, which was sent to her by Yin Ruoxua's mother." She took it all out. Ruan Ning nodded. Thank you, I will go back and ask her to come and get it. The officer said, it's better if you come together. It's dangerous on the road now. Ruan Ning. Okay. After talking, the two rode into the community. Chung Jili was still confused. Although they had only known each other for a little over a month, they could now be said to have a revolutionary friendship that had seen them fight for their lives together. She almost cried. Ning, what do you say we should do? Her father-in-law just passed away. Can Sister Lingxia hold on? Ruan Ning shook her head to indicate that she didn't know. Chung Jili. How are we going to tell her later? I don't dare to tell her. Ruan Ning said, for me, she should be mentally prepared. Chung Jili felt like the sky was falling, and she couldn't imagine how Wang Lingxia felt. Soon, the two of them arrived at the 17th floor. Chung Jili did not come forward. He only knew that Ruan Ning and Wang Lingxia talked alone for a long time, and Wang Lingxia covered her mouth and cried. She didn't cry out loud, for fear that her son would hear her. After a long time, Ruan Ning called Yu Dafu, and the three of them escorted Wang Lingxia to get the things. On the way, everyone was silent. They found the officer and carefully hid the things in a cloth bag, fearing that they would be seen. If people knew that there was so much food and 3 kilograms of rice, some people would definitely try to steal it regardless of whether it was relief supplies or not. After receiving the items, the officer said to Wang Lingxia, my name is Sun Yongqiao. Come and see me if you need anything. Wang Lingxia nodded with tears in her eyes. Ruan Ning, who was standing next to him, looked up immediately when she heard the name. Isn't this the name of Yin Ruoshue's fiancé in the original book? The male supporting villain who was regarded as a thorn in the side and died tragically in the end because he repeatedly tried to stop Chu Dingfeng. I didn't expect him to be so tall and strong, and his domineering personality is exactly the same as in the novels. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, but I don't know if we can cooperate. After thinking for a while, Ruan Ning came to Sun Yongqiao and said, Leader, what is Officer Yin Ruoshua busy with recently? Sun Yongqiao glanced at her and said, she's been trying to find a way to collect supplies recently. In the original book, Yin Ruoshua had always been on the front line of the battle, and Ruan Ning didn't know why she suddenly did this. She pretended to be distressed and said, Really? Actually, I have something I want to tell her. I wonder if she has time to see me. Sun Yongqiao said, If you have any questions, just tell me. Ruan Ning showed a skeptical look. Really? Sun Yongqiao, of course it's true. If it's something that requires her help, I can tell her and see if she's willing to help. Ruan Ning immediately said, That's not the case, it's just... She lowered her voice and said, Leader, can we talk over there? Sun Yongqiao looked at her twice and nodded in agreement. Ruan Ning jumped onto the big boat and came to the corner with Sun Yongqiao. She said, It's like this, Leader. Do you know a group called Tianlang? They rob things everywhere and do all kinds of evil. Sun Yongqiao's expression froze, and he immediately became alert. Do you know this organization? Ruan Ning. We are the masses, and the masses naturally have their own channels of information. You won't be able to hear these words. Sun Yongqiao said decisively. If you provide accurate information, I can apply for 3 kilograms of compressed biscuits for you. 3 jeans. It's not a small amount. Ruan Ning didn't want this. She said, I heard from a friend that the Sirius group caused a big commotion in another community yesterday, and they also used this. She made a hand/gun gesture. Sun Yongqiao. That's right. Ruan Ning said, when you rushed over, all the bodies had been thrown into the water, so we didn't know who was dead or how many people were dead. It just so happens that a friend of mine has connections with people in that building, and he said that many people died. Sun Yongqiao didn't know what Ruan Ning meant. This isn't news, right? Ruan Ning. Then I know where the headquarters of the Sirius group is? Sun Yongqiao's eyes changed. Ruan Ning smiled at him and said, 10 kilograms of compressed biscuits. It's not that Ruan Ning must do this. The key is that she has to show that she is greedy. Otherwise, Sun Yongqiao will doubt her motives. Sun Yongqiao said directly, Impossible. At most 4 kilograms. Ruan Ning. 8 jin no less. Sun Yongqiao said, This is the reward, but I can give you an extra pound, no more. Ruan Ning thought to herself that this man was really overbearing. Okay, just 5 jin. It was easy to know where the Sirius group's lair was. She had read the novel. Ruan Ning gave the address. Leader, if you want to go, you'd better go before tonight. I heard that they suffered heavy losses last night and plan to move their nest today. This is of course nonsense. In fact, it was because Chu Dingfeng had to go collect supplies and women tonight, so he had to let Sun Yongchao go ahead. Sun Yongchao looked at her deeply and said, "Okay, I owe you 5 kilograms of compressed biscuits for now. If I find a place today, I will pay you tomorrow." Ruan Ning said generously, "No problem." After leaving the ship, the three of them sent Wang Lingxiao back to the 17th floor. Ruan Ning pretended to check the quality of the rice and secretly added some into it. Then, she turned around and reminded them to protect the food. It would be best to replace the rice with compressed biscuits, or else eat them quickly to avoid being missed by others. Wang Lingxiao nodded to indicate that she understood. After returning home, the system said with a smile, "Host, you are awesome. As long as Sun Yongchao raids the Sirius Group's lair earlier, Chu Dingfeng will definitely come back empty-handed tonight. I hope he moves quickly." Ruan Ning said. Who told Chu Dingfeng to suffer from the late stage of procrastination? He didn't take advantage of the victory last night. The system chuckled. Of course, he is no match for your quick response and wit. Ruan Ning shook her head. You should work harder when calculating the rewards. There's really no need to flatter me. System In fact, Sun Yongchao is indeed quick. Not only did he destroy the Sirius gang's hideout, he was also worried that some members might not have returned, so he deployed people to wait there. Chapter 32. Ruan Ning had not expected such a development. According to the plot of the original book, Chu Dingfeng led his men to attack the headquarters of the Sirius Group at night. Originally, he could have obtained a large amount of supplies this time, as well as a wife and a concubine. That's right, Chu Dingfeng also has a concubine. The novel describes it this way. Chu Dingfeng rescued 12 women, among whom there was a very beautiful mother and daughter. The mother begged Chu Dingfeng to take them in, so he took them home. The other women were left to fend for themselves, or those with good looks were given to his subordinates. The mother offered her daughter, whom she had protected, to Chu Dingfeng and felt that she was not worthy of Chu Dingfeng, so she took on the responsibility of a cook. But how could a character like Chu Dingfeng give up the mother-daughter play? He is so greedy. In the end, my mother became a concubine of lower status. Chu Dingfeng tasted the sweetness, and after that he had many concubines who did not have the qualifications to be a wife, and he also took in 2 maids. Ruan Ning got goosebumps when she saw it. It would be fine if they just wanted to have more children, but why was the feudal hierarchy system restored? The current situation is that Chu Dingfeng arrived at the nest as planned. The supplies of the Sirius Group have been confiscated, and those women have been placed in a temporary disaster relief camp. Chu Dingfeng was greeted by making dumplings. The two sides engaged in close combat. How could Chu Dingfeng possibly be a match for the national team? He surrendered within a minute of being beaten, and all his men were captured. Because Chu Dingfeng was standing at the end of the team, he got the opportunity to flee in panic and fled back to the community with his father-in-law. After returning home, he packed up all his things, grabbed the girl's hand, and asked her to go with him. The girl's name is Zhao Nana. She was surprised and asked, "Didn't you go out? Why are you back so soon?" Chu Dingfeng didn't have time to explain. "Are you going with me or not? Stop talking nonsense." Zhao Nana hesitated. "Where's my dad?" Chu Dingfeng was impatient. If it weren't for the family contribution points, he wouldn't bother to talk nonsense. "Of course he will go with me." Zhao Nana still didn't want to leave. "There's water everywhere. Where can we run to? And why should we run?" Chu Dingfeng, "Why else? We just want to wipe out the Tianlang group, but the place had already been occupied by the army, and all our people were captured." Zhao Nana said, "Then we don't need to run. We are fighting bandits. The army will definitely understand." Understanding is a joke. I didn't know I was in the army at the time. I fired 2 shots, and I don't know if anyone was injured or not. If anyone was killed or injured, who would understand me? Anyway, I have to leave. If you want to stay, stay. Let's break up once and for all. Zhao Nana's face turned pale instantly. She didn't expect Chu Dingfeng to be so heartless and break up with her after just 2 sentences. At this time, Zhao Darui ran up from downstairs and said anxiously, "Why haven't you finished cleaning up yet? Let's run quickly, or the troops will catch up with us." Zhao Nana's eyes widened in disbelief. "Dad, are we really going to run away?" Zhao Darui was too lazy to pay attention to her. His daughter was naive to death. They usually bullied their neighbors, took all the relief food distributed by the government for themselves, and killed so many people. Which one of these was not a capital crime? Zhao Darui coaxed, "We have to leave quickly. You have to believe that Dad is definitely doing this for your own good and for the good of our family." Zhao Nana burst into tears. not understanding how this could have happened. Not long after they left, the army surrounded the building. After hearing the system broadcast to this point, Ruan Ning was stunned. She picked up the original book and read it. The plot had already run wild and couldn't be stopped. The system said happily, "Congratulations to the host. You have prevented Chu Dingfeng from marrying a wife and concubines and gained 1,000 cubic meters of space. Congratulations to the host for destroying the power of the building that Chu Dingfeng had worked so hard to build. Gain Constitution +3, Agility +3, Strength +3. Congratulations to the host. Chu Dingfeng has lost his safe house and has been exiled from now on. He has obtained a refrigerator refresh on top of the original 1x3. Ruan Ning couldn't help but smile when she heard the last part. So, I can now refresh 600 rounds of bullets every day? System, yes. Ruan Ning said excitedly. Can I also refresh 15 kilograms of rice, 78 bottles of mineral water, 15 kilograms of pork, and 3 durians? System, not bad, host. Fuck. Ruan Ning lost her manners. Only fuck could express her current mood. Then I am rich, right? System, that's right. We are all rich. Ruan Ning laughed out loud. She decided to get another 1,000 tons of water tomorrow. In addition, 600 bullets are refreshed every day, which means that she can immediately have tens of thousands of bullets. It would be great if the guns were refreshed too. What a pity. Chu Dingfeng still has 1 bullet left, right? Ruan Ning suddenly asked. The system said, that's right, the hero still has some rationality left. It's impossible for him to run out of bullets. He is so lucky that he can run like this. Ruan Ning was heartbroken, but quickly pulled herself together. But what's the use of being lucky? Now I have no home. It's a pity that the plot is now completely off track, and I don't know what will happen next. The system comforted. It's okay. I can help you keep an eye on him. Ruan Ning smiled. You are awesome. Tongding, you're my little sweetheart. I love you the most. The system said shyly. You are also my favorite master. I admire your intelligence and will do my best to serve you. Ruan Ning thought about the conversation between the two carefully and finally understood why this system loved to flatter so much. Isn't this what it means when an object takes on the shape of its owner? It seems that I need to be more restrained in the future. The next day, Ruan Ning went to the material exchange point as usual. Sun Yongchao changed his overbearing attitude and greeted her with a smile. Ruan Ning smiled at him. Leader, how is it I didn't lie to you, did I? Sun Yongchao said. Why call me leader? Just call me Brother Sunday. He paused and said, come with me. Chung Jili's face was full of curiosity. Ruan Ning gave her a reassuring look and followed Sun Yongchao to the corner of the ship. As agreed, Sun Yongchao gave her 5 kilograms of compressed biscuits. Yesterday's news was very accurate. You can contact me if you have similar information in the future. Ruan Ning picked up the compressed biscuits and took a look at them, pretending to be very satisfied. Of course, this cooperation is so pleasant. We should cooperate more. Sun Yongchao talked nonsense with her for a while, and then they separated. After returning to the rubber boat, Chung Jili asked curiously, Ning Ning, what were you doing with that officer just now? When did you two become so familiar with each other? Ruan Ning pretended to be mysterious. I can't tell you this for now. Anyway, he will be my connection in the future. Wow, Chung Jili praised. That's great, Ning Ning. You are really amazing. It's right to follow you. Ruan Ning chuckled. In the afternoon, she came to the reservoir again. This time we're going to collect 1,000 tons, which seems like a lot. I wonder if it will have an impact on the reservoir and whether the water level will drop. As it turned out, Ruan Ning was thinking too much because the reservoir had already overflowed due to the continuous rainfall, and her tonnage could only slow down the overflow. Ruan Ning suddenly had an idea. If she had an infinite space and kept collecting water, would she be able to collect the rainstorm and the apocalypse? But this is just wishful thinking. No fish were found this time when the water was collected. It seems that the government material team did come to collect and store them. In the following days, the sky continued to drizzle, and people began to get used to collecting seaweed and exchanging it for supplies every day. In a blink of an eye, the rain has been falling for 2 months. At this time, the epidemic period in the original book arrived. The temperature is also quietly dropping. When Ruan Ning went out that day, she found many people coughing and picking seaweed weakly with pale faces. In order to survive, most people burned everything they could at home, including clothes. Now that the temperature has dropped a bit, they have to brave the cold rain to collect seaweed which makes their survival even more difficult. Even if you wear thick clothes, you will only get wetter and heavier in the rain, so it is better not to wear them. Under such conditions, more people's resistance is reduced. Wan Ning was terrified. When exchanging supplies, she pretended to be casual and said to the staff, "There are so many people catching colds recently. Will anything happen?" The staff member sighed. "Yes, there are many people in the disaster camp who have caught colds and fevers. They are asking for medicine, but where can we get it? The soldiers who are guarding us have all been transferred away. No wonder Sun Yongchao is not here." Ruan Ning sighed inwardly. "Then you have to take care of yourself. There is no mention of don't go to crowded places recently. The staff are on the material exchange ship. How can they avoid contact with people?" Just as I was about to leave, the staff member suddenly said, "By the way, did you see the notice next to it? The government is now actively recruiting doctors and nurses. As long as these two types of people go to the disaster camp to work, the doctors can get a pound of compressed biscuits every day." Ruan Ning pretended to be surprised. "So many." Staff. "That's right, so if you know any doctors or nurses, be sure to tell them." Ruan Ning said casually, Of course, of course." That night, Ruan Ning sat on the ground and began to sort out her inventory. Before traveling through time, she placed 2 boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs in the refrigerator. Now there are a total of 321 boxes, or 7,488 pills. Ibuprofen, acetaminophen tablets, and Goncong each sold 156 boxes, which means the number of antipyretic drugs was also 7,488. Goncong was less sold, with only 2,808 tablets. Vitamin Refresh has 156 bottles, and this one contains 100 capsules. Last time, she collected a truckload of medicine on the highway, but Ruan Ning had never sorted it out. She quickly took out the medicine box and sorted them out one by one. There are quite a lot of antipyretic drugs among them, especially 5 boxes of children's antipyretic suspension, each box with about 100 bottles. This can be used for the elderly and pregnant women with contraindications. Ruan Ning left 2 boxes. There are 5 boxes of other antipyretic drugs. Each box contains about 40 boxes, which means 200 boxes in total. In addition to antipyretics, there are also cold medicines, about 20 boxes in total. She couldn't finish so many medicines even if she ate them as meals. Not to mention that the refrigerator space was enough to refresh the antipyretics and anti-inflammatory drugs 3 times a day. Rather than leaving them gathering dust in her space, it would be better to take these medicines out. The question was how to get it out. There was a flood outside, and she didn't know where the provincial and municipal command posts were. It is definitely not a good idea to just throw it into a building. If someone picks it up and sells it at a high price, it will only be bought by rich people in the end. Chapter 33. Another way is to go to the material exchange point tomorrow and find a way to throw it on that ship. But the place is heavily guarded. How could she possibly get in? Sun Yongchao was sent to the disaster camp, so it would be impossible to find him. Moreover, this man is shrewd and domineering. If he knew that I had a way to get so many drugs, why didn't he interrogate me strictly? In fact, she only had more than 20,000 antipyretic pills on hand, which was a drop in the bucket for a city with a population of tens of millions. But 20,000 pills was not a small number at the same time, and it might be able to help tens of thousands of people get through this. Ruan Ning was hesitant and had no good ideas. She really didn't know what to do. The next day, Chung Jili asked her to go pick algae together early in the morning, as usual. Ruan Ning's eyes were still dazed. "Let's not go today. It seems that many people outside are sick with colds. I want to stay at home for a while." Her physical condition is still good now, but her parents are coming in 20 days, and she doesn't know how to transfer them yet. Ruan Ning doesn't want them to be infected by her as soon as they arrive. Chung Jili hesitated. "It should be fine. I just got sick because the weather is cold now." Ruan Ning said, "Jili, things are different now than before. Being sick is not just being sick." Chung Jili thought about it and said, "If you don't go out, I won't go out either, and my brother won't have to look for firewood." Ruan Ning nodded. "I also need to go downstairs and tell them, in case Mr. Yu accidentally goes outside and gets sick. He has 2 small children at home." After saying that, Chung Jili went downstairs. Ruan Ning was yawning and preparing to wait for Chung Jili to come up before going to sleep, when suddenly a scream was heard downstairs. Her brain suddenly woke up. Ruan Ning quickly opened the emergency door and ran to the stairs. "Chung Jili, what happened?" Chung Jili said, It's okay. Someone grabbed my leg and scared me." Ruan Ning was worried, so she took out a mask from the space, sorted her clothes, and went downstairs to check. This sight scared me. It turned out that these people had heard from somewhere that there was a doctor named Zhu in 1701 who was an old doctor, and many people wanted to ask her to treat their illnesses. These people were from this building, other buildings, and even other communities. Some of them carried compressed biscuits, some carried algae, and some carried dry firewood. Ruan Ning came to the door of 1701 and knocked. When the person inside saw that it was her, he quickly opened the door and pulled her in. Ruan Ning had just stood firm when Yu Dafu said, "Why are you going downstairs? It's not safe now, with so many people around. I'm worried about Ji Li." Ruan Ning said, "Are all the people outside here to see a doctor?" Yu Dafu sighed. "What disease are you treating? We don't have any medicine." Dr. Zhu frowned. "Forget about everything else. Now they all come to my door, and I can't treat them. I have to worry about everyone in the building getting infected. What should I do?" Wang Lingxia held her two children in her arms, her eyes filled with worry. Ruan Ning said, "This is definitely not a solution. I'm afraid more and more people will come. When we can't control them, they will bang on the door." Yu Dafu took a breath and said, "What should we do then?" Ruan Ning looked at Dr. Zhu. Dr. Zhu gritted his teeth and said, "How about this? I heard that the disaster camp is recruiting doctors. I might as well apply for the job and earn some compressed biscuits." "No!" Zhu Liang stood up immediately. "It's too dangerous over there. What if you get infected? Besides, I don't think the government can find much medicine. If you go there, you'll die." Dr. Zhu shook his head. "It's not like you're just going to die. There's always a way." Zhu Liang gritted his teeth and said, "Mom, if you want to go, I'll go with you. You're not a doctor or nurse. What are you going to do? They won't want you." Dr. Zhu said, "Just stay at home and listen to Uncle Yu." Zhu Liang felt upset. "It's all my fault. I should have studied medicine earlier. Why study physics?" Dr. Zhu sighed inwardly. He had no interest in debating this with his son at the moment. Ruan Ning suddenly said, "Aunt Zhu, I have something to tell you. Can we go into the room and talk?" Dr. Zhu looked at her unexpectedly and nodded. "Okay." After entering the room, Ruan Ning said, "Dr. Zhu, I won't beat around the bush with you. Actually, I have a friend who used to run a pharmacy. During the rainstorm, he urgently moved a lot of antipyretic drugs to his home." Dr. Zhu was very excited. "Really? It's true. I estimate there are 400 boxes of antipyretic drugs, 200 bottles of pediatric antipyretic suspension, and a lot of other cold medicines." Ruan Ning said, "But you also know the current value of this batch of drugs. One pill may be able to save a life." Dr. Zhu said, "Of course I know the value. What do you mean? My friend doesn't want to show up. Since you're going to the disaster camp, why not say that this batch of medicine is yours and he can split it with you 70%? Dr. Zhu immediately said, "I don't mind how much you give me. It doesn't matter if you don't give me any. This batch of medicine is really precious and can save many lives. I am willing to take on this responsibility. When the government asks me, I will say that I opened my own pharmacy. Anyway, they can't find out now. Many of my colleagues will open clinics or pharmacies after retirement." At this point, Dr. Zhu looked embarrassed. "I don't know how much the government is willing to give and what your friend wants." Ruan Ning thought for a moment and said, "How about this? I'll go discuss it with him and give you a definite answer before 11 o'clock. Dr. Zhu said firmly and seriously, "Okay, no matter what your friend wants, I will do my best to get it." Afterwards, Ruan Ning and Dr. Zhu walked out of the room, and everyone looked at them curiously. Dr. Zhu frowned and said, "What are you looking at? Just do your own thing. Xiaoqi and Xiaoyu, have you finished your math problems today?" The two kids were instantly devastated. Ruan Ning cast a sympathetic look at them. It was already the end of the world, and they still had to do math problems. There's still a lot of exercise books in her space. I will find a chance to share them with you next time. Afterwards, Ruan Ning found an excuse and went out alone. First of all, she had to find a place to release the drugs. This place had to be remote, otherwise it would be terrible if someone found it in advance. There are not many places that have not been flooded now, so Ruan Ning simply went to the mountain where the robbers happened last time, found an abandoned house, and hid the medicine inside. Second, she had to think about what supplies to exchange. Any less, and it would feel weird. There's no need to have more. Ruan Ning could still ask for the gold, but exchanging medicine for gold at this moment seemed like something only a fool would do. There is no need to eat. There is little food to begin with, and it is useless to give her food. What is something that is both convenient for trading and what she needs? The system said, "Can I have a gun?" Ruan Ning, "Okay, then I'll wait to be shot." The system pondered for a moment. "I think the host can ask for seeds." Ruan-Ning was confused. I can definitely exchange a lot of medicine for seeds. What do I need so many seeds for? The system said. I am just providing you with an option. You can refer to it yourself. Ruan-Ning suddenly had an idea and felt that her own little system would not do anything without a purpose. Okay, I want the seeds. After returning to the community, Ruan-Ning told Dr. Zhu about her conditions. Dr. Zhu was very surprised. What does your friend need seeds for? They are all flooded now. Even if they are on the mountain, they won't sprout in such rain. Ruan-Ning simply pushed the blame. How would I know what he was thinking? Anyway, he wanted seeds, a boat full of seeds. Dr. Zhu seemed to be thinking about something. Okay, I'll help you negotiate. They must have a large amount of this stuff in stock. They will be very happy to change the medicine and won't embarrass you. Ruan-Ning also hoped so, and told her where the drugs were hidden, down to the details of which house and which corner, and what was used to cover them. When the time comes, just ask them to put the seeds in that house, and my friend will go get them. Dr. Zhu nodded. Afterwards, Ruan-Ning was afraid that someone was waiting for her, so she stayed at home for 5 days without going out. That night, she sneaked out under the cover of darkness and went to the mountain. I hope those people will withdraw and not make things difficult for her. She really didn't ask for a high price. It's just a rubber boat seed, which wouldn't sell for much before the end of the world. Ruan-Ning carefully touched the house over there, confirming again and again that there was no sound at all. The system also helps monitor. Host, there is no one around. Ruan-Ning breathed a sigh of relief, walked to the abandoned warehouse, and took a look. She was immediately dumbfounded. In front of us is a small mountain of seeds. It seems that they have a misunderstanding about the definition of a ship. Did the contact on the government side think she was talking about the oil tanker? With so many seeds, I will have to plant them for 10 lifetimes. Ruan-Ning was shocked. Why are there fruit seeds? Can't these things be planted as seedlings? Ah, there are also Chinese medicinal seeds? Sure. I just happen to not have any stockpiled. I only have 2 boxes of Isatis root in my space. The problem is that I don't know how to mix Chinese medicine. Lilies? Well, I guess I'm in the mood for some flowers. What about the tropical wild plant seeds? Did they just move some of them over from the seed bank? The system hesitated. Maybe. Ruan-Ning calculated the volume of the space. It had grown by 300 cubic meters in this month, plus the remaining space from before. The total was 900 cubic meters. She wondered if she could fit it all in. Never mind, just stuff it in first. Ruan-Ning began to touch the seed box constantly, collecting and collecting, until the 900 cubic meters were filled up. There are still about 30 or 40 boxes that haven't been packed in. There's no choice but to squeeze in and squeeze again. After finally storing all the seeds into the space, Ruan-Ning suddenly felt very happy. If the natural disaster is over one day, she will find a place to settle down, grow rice and flowers, and live a pastoral life with her parents. After daybreak, Ruan-Ning did not go back directly, but went to the mountains to pick wild vegetables, intending to bring back 20 kilograms to share with everyone. It was almost 11 o'clock when we returned to the community, and the daily supply exchange boat had arrived. Each small boat was far away from the others, at least 1 meter apart, and there were soldiers with guns guarding them to see if anyone was breaking the rules. The boat was heavy with seaweed, and the weight must have been more than 20 kilograms. Ruan-Ning heard from Chung Jili that the government has opened a service to exchange seaweed for antipyretic drugs, but 1 pill can only be exchanged for 80 kilograms, and each person can only exchange 1 pill. However, the quantity of medicines was still scarce, and they were sold out early in the morning every day. Even so, there are still people queuing up in an endless stream, holding on to a little hope of getting antipyretic drugs for their families. Ruan-Ning didn't go there, but took a detour and returned to the community. After distributing the wild vegetables to 1701 and 1802, Ruan-Ning completely began her lazy life. There is only half a month left before her parents are here. I don't know if it's because she's homesick, but Ruan-Ning is both excited and scared. She's excited because she hasn't seen her parents for so long, and she feels uncomfortable being stuck at home alone and misses her family. She was afraid because it was too dangerous here, and Ruan-Ning didn't know if she could protect her parents. On November 21st, people got up from bed, rubbed their eyes, walked to the window, and were surprised to find that the rain had stopped. Then there was earth-shaking cheers. The rain has stopped! The rain has stopped! Countless people cheered and shouted. Ruan-Ning was woken up. She blinked her eyes, then quickly got up from the bed and opened the curtains. The drizzle outside really stopped, and the red sun appeared in the eastern sky. Sun. It's the sun. Countless people hugged each other and cried, shedding tears of pain and joy. The rain has finally stopped, and we don't have to suffer anymore. Chung Jili also woke up. She ran to the balcony and stared at the east without blinking. Brother, it's the sun. The sun is finally out. I've never loved the sun so much. Chung Jili's face was full of tears. Finally, there is sunshine, Mom. I finally see the sun again. Chung Ji-kwan also smiled. Is everything over? Chung Jili still felt like he was dreaming. That's great. This sunrise not only makes ordinary people happy, but also those who commit murders and arson in the apocalypse are happy. Really, it feels so much better to see the sun and stop the rain than to be a bully. As time passed, the sun turned from red to too bright to look at directly, and the sunlight fell on the windowsill. Chung Jili took out all the clothes and hung them on the balcony one by one, muttering, No, the mattress on the bed has to be dry too. I should be the one getting some sun. I don't care if these things get moldy or not. Chung Ji-kwan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You just rest over there. I'll take care of the sun. Chung Jili's eyes turned and he said, I'll go find Ningning. She ran out the door quickly and knocked on the door next door. Ningning, let's go to the rooftop. I haven't been out in the sun for a long time. I want to feel the 360-degree sun. Wan Ning thought about it and said, Forget it. We have endured for so long and have not gone out. We can't let it go to waste. We can also bask in the sun on the balcony. Chung Jili was disappointed. Okay, just bask in the sun on the balcony for a while. The two came to Wan Ning's balcony. Because her house was facing east, there would be more sunlight. Chung Jili let out a comfortable sigh. Wan Ning raised her head slightly. Because she had not been exposed to such bright light for a long time, she could hardly open her eyes. She could only squint her eyes to feel the dampness, warmth, and perhaps coldness in the air. The sun is out, but the temperature doesn't seem to be rising. Chung Jili muttered. But the sun has just come out. It will be fine in 2 days. Wan Ning knew that she didn't have to wait for 2 days. Because there are only 2 days of sunshine in total, the temperature will drop sharply to minus 48 degrees starting the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, it will reach minus 50 degrees Celsius. After that, the temperature will remain around minus 57 degrees Celsius, and may even reach an extreme value of nearly minus 70 degrees Celsius. In this city where temperatures rarely drop below zero, the extreme cold will reveal its terrifying power. After basking in the sun for half an hour, Chung Jili stopped being lazy and said he wanted to go home and clean up. Wan Ning sent her to the door and found Chung Ji-kwan was cleaning the living room next door. In order to ventilate the room, he simply opened the door. Seeing the two of them, he asked in surprise, Why did you only chat for a while? Chung Jili smiled and said, I can't let you be busy alone. Chung Ji-kwan laughed in his heart. It's okay. The sun is out anyway. We are not in a hurry to finish it today. It seemed that even he was hopeful that things would return to normal. Wan Ning thought about it and didn't say anything. Just be happy for a little longer and remind them again tomorrow. After returning to the room, Wan Ning asked the system again, How long will it take to teleport my parents? This time the system finally gave a clear answer. It will be transmitted on time at 2400 hours tonight. Wan Ning was stunned. So fast. Where is it being teleported to? Should I go to receive it? No need. It will be teleported directly to the host. Wan Ning was speechless. This is too casual. How can I explain to others why my parents suddenly appeared? System. Row a boat to find you? Wan Ning. The system said, Host, rest assured. This time the main system will intervene in this world so that they will not feel anything wrong and will accept it subconsciously. Wan Ning sighed. Your father is still the strongest. Because her parents were coming in the evening, Wan Ning decided to do a thorough cleaning. It was like this in the past. She lived alone, and if her parents came to visit her, she had to clean the house. Otherwise, her mother would nag her for 2 hours. Also prepare a little welcome gift. Her father doesn't smoke, but he drinks. Just a bottle of Matai is fine. As for Mom, can she take out the lady mask? A table of dishes is indispensable. Wan Ning hasn't cooked for herself since she traveled through time, so today she wants to show off her cooking skills. Compared to other families, Wan Ning's house was actually quite clean. After all, she didn't light a fire at home, and not many people came in and out of her house. Just clean the windows and every corner. Wan Ning decided to wash the curtains, bed sheets, and sofa covers first. Since it was a rare sunny day today, she could hang them up to dry. This job is very simple. Wan Ning throws the things to be washed into the space washing machine, and then plugs the washing machine into the space. The water inlet is connected to the water storage space, and then a sewage space is designed to easily handle large-scale cleaning without any noise. Then she started cleaning the windows, trying to make them spotless. It took a full 4 hours to finally finish the cleaning and hang out all the wash clothes to dry. Ruan Ning felt sore all over, so she took out a sofa from the space and placed it on the balcony, sitting on it to bask in the sun. Looking at the clean home, she felt endless satisfaction in her heart. In the evening, I started thinking about what to cook. Cooking produces a lot of fumes, and the aroma can now irritate the entire building. As for cooking in space, she doesn't have the microcontrol to do that, and fire cannot be lit in there. Ruan Ning thought about it and decided to focus on steamed dishes today. Small blue dragon and big crab. These two things are indispensable. Cut some pork and make steamed pork with rice flour. Then put a layer of sweet potatoes on top. It is fragrant and sweet. A bowl of duck hot pot, which she made herself before she traveled through time. She could make 3 bowls a day, and the taste was pretty good. Steamed beef doesn't seem to taste good. Australian Wagyu steaks are not fried, so just eat the ones from the restaurant. The taste is heavier, fragrant, and rich, and goes well with rice. After finishing the 5 main courses, cook another portion of shrimp, a portion of steamed cabbage with garlic, a portion of cured sausage, and a bowl of soda meat. Ruan Ning started working according to the time and finished everything. It was already 11:48 p.m. The table was cleared, and a bottle of Matai was placed on the table. Ruan Ning sat quietly on the chair at the table. The system said, "Count down 10 seconds." Ruan Ning stood up quickly. 3 seconds. Transmission has been activated and completed. Ruan Ning opened her eyes wide and saw 2 people appear in front of her, as if out of thin air. They were still wearing pajamas and had confused eyes. Soon, Zhou Sulan noticed Ruan Ning in front of her and asked in disbelief, "Ning Ning?" Ruan Ning blinked her eyes and tears fell. "Mom." Although the girl in front of her was only 70% similar to her and not as pretty as her Ruan Ning, Zhou Sulan still recognized her. Her tears suddenly stopped, and she hugged her daughter. "Where have you been? You are so heartless. You left your parents behind. Do you know how worried your parents are about you?" Ruan Ning hugged her mother. The two didn't know how long they cried. Ruan Sifeng, who was beside them, was also wiping his tears and holding them in his arms. About 20 minutes later, the family calmed down. Zhou Sulan asked, "What is going on? What is this place? Where have you been for 3 months?" Ruan Ning said, "Mom, please listen to me and I will explain it slowly." Zhou Sulan nodded. Ruan Ning took out the original book. "Can you see this?" Ruan Sifeng saw a screen suddenly appear in Ruan Ning's hand, and it was the kind without a back cover, and the entire screen was transparent. This is something that only appears in science fiction movies. Ruan Sifeng was surprised and asked, "I can see it. What is this?" Ruan Ning said, "This is the world we are in now." She took some time to explain to the two of them what it meant to travel through a book and what kind of dangerous world the novel portrayed. Zhou Sulan couldn't believe it. "How could you be in a book? Is this really a world in a book?" Ruan Ning nodded. Ruan Sifeng asked, "Can we still go back?" Ruan Ning shook her head and said, "Probably not." The two fell silent. After a while, Zhou Sulan said, "If you can't go back, then don't go back. As long as our family can be reunited, it doesn't matter where we are." Ruan Ning said, "Dad, Mom, this world is very dangerous and will experience all kinds of natural disasters. It's dark now and you can't see clearly, but you will be able to see it tomorrow. The water has already flooded the 6th floor. And tomorrow night at 2 a.m., a cold wave will suddenly break out, freezing the entire world." Zhou Sulan was still a little confused. Ruan Sifeng was also confused. After thinking for a while, he said, "No matter what, at least our family is reunited." Ruan Ning didn't want them to feel too heavy-hearted, so she smiled and said, "Although this world is dangerous, I have a golden finger." Zhou Sulan asked curiously, "What is the golden finger?" Ruan Ning explained, "You can think of the golden finger as a superpower." Spreading out her hands, she took out a box of durian from the space and placed it in her palm. "For example, I have a storage space. This space is very large. Time stops inside. Things placed in the space will not rot or expire. Don't worry, I have stockpiled a lot of food, and I can refresh it and get more." This is difficult to explain, so Ruan Ning plans to take it step by step. Unexpectedly, Zhou Sulan said to herself, "So this superpower is called the Golden Finger?" Her eyes suddenly lit up. Then I also have a golden finger. Chapter 34. Ruan Ning was stunned. What golden finger? Zhou Sulan said. I also have a space, but mine seems to be different from what you said. It is not as big as yours, and it is filled with black soil. Is it a planting space? Ruan Ning's eyes lit up. Can it be planted? How big an area is it? Zhou Sulan estimated. About 1 acre of land. Ruan Ning. Is there any height restriction? Zhou Sulan was stunned. She obviously hadn't thought about this problem. She immersed her thoughts in the planting space. It seems to be 4 or 5 meters high. 5 meters is fine. It won't work if it's higher. Ruan Ning did the math in her mind. 1 acre of land is approximately 666 square meters, plus a height of 5 meters, which means a total of more than 3,300 cubic meters. She worked hard for 3 months, but the space was only worth a little over 4,000 yuan. Of course, it is not cost-effective to use the planting space for storage, but trees generally do not grow that tall. I wonder if it is possible to store things in suspended space. Even if they don't store anything, 1 acre of land is more than enough for them to grow something. Ruan Ning suddenly thought of something. Does this planting space have time multipliers? Zhou Sulan was exposed to too many new terms. What does this mean? For example, rice takes 7 or 8 months to mature. Can this take 3 months? It means that the speed of time is faster than in the real world. Zhou Sulan shook her head. I don't know. Ruan Ning asked the system in her mind. Can my mother's golden finger grow twice as fast? The system replied, not yet. Her planting space grows with your growth. Ruan Ning understood what was going on and looked at her father. Ruan Sifeng saw the mother and daughter staring at him eagerly, and his scalp suddenly tightened. Don't look at me. I am still me. Ruan Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhou Sulan said proudly, we all travel through books. Why don't you have a golden finger? Ruan Sifeng didn't dare to say a word. Since Ruan Ning prepared a large table of food, the three of them decided to celebrate the reunion. Ruan Sifeng opened the bottle of matai and sighed. I went to Old Shin's house 5 years ago and drank his treasured matai, not the matai from Matai Town. Ruan Ning smiled and poured him a glass of wine. Zhou Sulan tasted a bite of beef and said, this isn't made by you, is it? Ruan Ning immediately said, it's inconvenient to cook now. This is a world of natural disasters. Many people are starving. If the smell of food emanates from your home, you'll be robbed. Zhou Sulan was surprised. So scary. Ruan Ning, you will know tomorrow when you look outside. Many families are out of food. Zhou Sulan sighed and said, then give me that strange book later. I can't sleep at night, so I can study it with your dad. Ruan Ning, there's no need to rush for this. You can take your time. There's an epidemic going on outside, so you can't go out for the time being. Ruan Sifeng's eyes widened. So miserable? Ruan Ning nodded and gave him a piece of duck she had made herself. So you have to wait 5 days before you can go out. By then, the virus will suddenly disappear. Zhou Sulan was curious. Why did you disappear? Maybe because the temperature is too low. It can't survive. Ruan Ning said, anyway, that's how the author set it up. Ruan Sifeng thought thoughtfully. So what do we do at home? Just read novels? Ruan Ning, of course not. You have to be busy tomorrow. First, you need to help modify the wiring in my house and make use of the batteries I have stored. At least you can use an electric blanket. Then, I also stocked up on a super large return air furnace, which also needs to be installed. I also have a silent diesel generator that will start generating electricity tomorrow. Ruan Ning looked at Zhou Sulan. We need to hang something on the window to prevent the cold wind from seeping in through the gaps. Also, the planting space must be used as soon as possible. Rice takes too long to grow. I want to plant potatoes first, then plant a circle of fruit trees around it, and then some vegetables. Zhou Sulan promised. No problem. I didn't spend much time on this meal. After all, it was too late and I had so much to do tomorrow, so I had to go to bed early and get up early. Zhou Sulan simply abandoned her husband and slept with Ruan Ning at night. The mother and daughter had a private chat. The next day, when Ruan Ning woke up, Zhou Sulan was no longer by her side. She took out her cell phone to check the time. It was only 6 o'clock in the morning. Getting up from the bed, Ruan Ning called out, Mom. Zhou Sulan's voice came from the balcony of the living room. Your father and I are looking at the water. Ruan Ning walked over. The flood that submerged the 6th floor has lasted for nearly 3 months, and Ruan Ning has long been accustomed to it. It was the first time for Ruan Sifeng and Zhou Sulan to see the vast ocean that submerged the city, and they stared out the window for a long time. unable to come back to their senses. If this much water floods the sixth floor, the water depth would be 20 meters. Ruan Sifeng exclaimed. What does 20 meters of water mean? Zhou Sulan saw many people already going out with various tools. What are they going to do? Ruan Ning said, looking for food, supplies, and firewood. She explained about seaweed and how the government was stockpiling it. It's so difficult to survive in this world. Even in the disasters before, there was nothing like this, said Zhou Sulan. Ruan Ning put her arm around her shoulders. Ruan Sifeng sighed. Let's stop looking and start working. Ruan Sifeng is a man with very strong ability to take action. He did not have much education and went out to work at the age of 16. He worked in car repair, studied electrical circuits, and moved bricks on construction sites. Later, he became a small contractor and transformed from a penniless rural boy into a new city resident. He bought his first house on a construction site. At that time, the small real estate developer was out of money, so he used the house to pay his salary. Somehow, Ruan Sifeng owned a small house of 50 square meters in the city. Later, housing prices soared sharply, which scared the young boy Ruan Sifeng. Ruan Sifeng has been working in the field of house renovation for 20 years and has participated in countless projects. Relying on his internal connections, he owns 3 houses and a storefront in the city. Zhou Sulan opened a supermarket in this small shop. Since there was no rent, she could earn some living expenses every month. They got to work right away, and the whole family began to work busily. Ruan Ning first took out the diesel generator, batteries, return air furnace, and cement, and handed them all to Ruan Sifeng, telling her to call her if she needed help. Ruan Sifeng said, no problem, just get me some more tools and I guarantee I can complete the task for you. At this time, Zhou Sulan said that the house was too humid and she wanted to dry the bedding and mattress in the sun. Fortunately, the sunlight on the 18th floor is very good, and Ruan Ning used the space to move the mattress to the balcony, which was very easy and labor-saving. The two mother and daughter were discussing how to divide the land for farming. Ruan Ning suddenly said, Mom, wait for me. I'll go to the next door to take a look. Zhou Sulan asked curiously, are they your neighbors? Do you know them? Ruan Ning explained, we are now a strategic partner and will go out together to look for supplies. He then introduced the identities of the two men, including that they had guns in their hands, and gave him one. Zhou Sulan was shocked. It's only been 3 months since we last met, and you've become so amazing. Ruan Ning chuckled. That's all because of my parents' good teaching. Zhou Sulan was annoyed. Did I teach you how to shoot? But there is no other way. The world here is different from where we are. I will go with you to get to know them. Ruan Ning nodded. The two put on masks and came to 1802, and it was Cheng Jiquan who opened the door. He saw someone standing next to Ruan Ning and was surprised. Ruan Ning, who is this? Ruan Ning introduced. It's my father and mother. They came from the county below to look for me. Cheng Jiquan's mind seemed to be stuck for 2 seconds, and he finally accepted this explanation. Really? That's really not easy. Congratulations on your family being reunited. Uncle and Aunt have worked hard. Zhou Sulan said, it's not hard, it's good to see her. Cheng Jili had no idea what he was busy with just now. When he heard the voice, he ran out of the house and said in surprise, Ning Ning, is this your mother? Great. Ruan Ning smiled and introduced Zhou Sulan. This is Cheng Jili, a good friend I made here. Zhou Sulan smiled at the little beauty. He looks like a cheerful and lively child, and he is also beautiful. Cheng Jili smiled and said, Annie is also very beautiful and has a special temperament. You can't tell that she is Ning Ning's mother at all. If she hadn't told me, I would have thought it was her sister. Zhou Sulan was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. Ruan Ning said in her heart, stop praising each other. Jili, I came here because I want to tell you something. Cheng Jili looked curious. What's the matter? Ruan Ning asked. Do you feel that the temperature has dropped again today? Cheng Jili said confusedly. It seems so, but it's almost December, and it's been raining for so long. It's hard to get warm even if the sun comes out for 2 days, right? Ruan Ning looked directly at Cheng Jiquan. Cheng Jiquan frowned. It seems that the temperature has not risen. It used to get hotter when the sun came out. Ruan Ning sighed and said, I don't know what's going on. I just feel something is wrong. I feel weird. I'm always afraid that the rain will not end. Cheng Jiquan's face darkened, and his expression became serious. Ruan Ning couldn't say too much. Ji Li, go to 1701 later and tell them that if the temperature still doesn't rise today, we need to pay more attention. I'm afraid something is wrong. Cheng Jili nodded. Okay. Ruan Ning finished speaking and said goodbye and returned home. Zhou Sulan asked curiously. Will they listen to you? Hearing this would only make us more alert. We would never have thought that the temperature would drop significantly at night. Ruan-Ning said, let's wait and see at night. Zhou Sulan nodded. Next, the two began to study farming. When Ruan-Ning was stockpiling things, she thought that Zhou Sulan would grow some vegetables, but she didn't expect there would be an acre of planting space. So she simply stocked up a few farm tools, not knowing whether she could cultivate farmland. The system then said, Host, rest assured, we provide automated intelligence services. You only need to provide seeds, water, and fertilizer. No heavy labor is required. Ruan-Ning was very happy. Not bad, not bad. You're still the best. System. Host, please plan the land divisions. The elves will serve you wholeheartedly. Ruan-Ning thought for a moment and said, Mom, let's plant half an acre of potatoes, 2 acres of cabbage, and 1 acre of lettuce, coriander, chrysanthemum, etc. How about that? Zhou Sulan. I will listen to you. Ruan-Ning said, we can plant some fruit trees in the open space around. Anyway, this kind of space doesn't care about the region, so we should be able to plant any kind of seedlings. Ruan-Ning sank her consciousness into the space and began to pick out fruit tree seeds. In reality, fruit trees are usually planted as seedlings. It is estimated that it is not easy for seeds to survive. There should be no problem with planting space, right? Ruan-Ning looked around and suddenly found a place that he had overlooked. Chapter 35. Since we can farm, can we raise animals? Ruan-Ning asked curiously. System, if I divide this acre of land into 5 parts and raise pigs and chickens, is that okay? The system said, planting space allows organisms to grow, so it's okay. Ruan-Ning's eyes lit up. Then you must raise it. She quickly looked at Zhou Sulan and said excitedly, Mom, I was just thinking that since the planting space can grow plants, it can also grow animals. What do you think we should raise some animals? Zhou Sulan was even more excited. Of course, it would be best if I could raise him. But I don't have any animals here. Ruan-Ning suddenly felt disappointed. A severe cold wave is coming tonight. Many animals will surely freeze to death. After tonight, I don't know if I can find any live chickens or ducks nearby. Zhou Sulan frowned. What should we do then? Ruan-Ning said, forget it. Let's just grow plants. Ruan Sifeng heard the two people's discussion and said, Daughter, are you afraid of the virus if you go out, and are you worried that our bodies can't handle it? Ruan-Ning nodded hesitantly. Ruan Sifeng said, since we have come to this world, we have to adapt to it. We can't always rely on your protection. Besides, so many people have survived, and you still have medicine. I don't think your mother and I are that fragile. Ruan-Ning frowned. Forget it, I have all kinds of meat here, and it will refresh. There is no need to take risks for living things. Ruan Sifeng and Zhou Sulan looked at each other, and Zhou Sulan said, that's different from living animals. You also said that not many animals can survive after the cold wave tonight. I think we should try our best to find them. Ruan-Ning hesitated, but Zhou Sulan said, there is nothing to worry about. If we can't take this step, how can the environment be as clean as before? There are viruses and germs everywhere, and your father and I can't live in a vacuum. Ruan-Ning gritted her teeth and said, okay, I'll go out and look for it. You two should get everything ready at home. Zhou Sulan immediately said, how are you going to bring it back if you go out to find it? I'll go with you. Ruan Sifeng also said, if we want to go out, let's go out together. Ruan-Ning shook her head. Dad, your task today is to install this return air furnace. Otherwise, we will be freezing at night, and you can't go out. Zhou Sulan echoed, yes, my daughter has a gun, so we have nothing to be afraid of when we go out. Ruan Sifeng was still worried about the two mother and daughter going out. Should we call the neighbors to have more people and more strength? Ruan-Ning rejected it. I have never exposed my golden finger in front of them, and it is best not to do so, so we cannot ask them to come along. Zhou Sulan thought about it and said, only our family can know this. Although I think they are good people, who knows? People's hearts are hard to predict. Ruan Sifeng could only nod. Okay, then you guys be careful. Ruan-Ning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dad, Mom, we don't know where to get the animals yet, and it's still unknown whether we can go out or not. Zhou Sulan was dumbfounded. Yes, with so much water, where can we get chickens and ducks? Ruan-Ning's idea was to go to the mountains. After all, she had once gotten cows and sheep from a farm. She took out her cell phone and searched for places like breeding farms, pig farms, chicken farms, etc. to see if there were any places still engaged in breeding in the mountains. Suddenly, she found a mountain village. There is no large-scale farming in the mountain village, but there are definitely people raising chickens and ducks. Even in the current situation, the villagers will definitely take strict precautions and be cautious with her as an outsider. This mountain village is still far away across the entire city. Or she could take the roundabout route, where there would be no people around, and she could use a speedboat. Would you like to give it a try? Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. It is not easy to defeat the male protagonist Chu Dingfo. Not only must you reduce his luck, but you must also increase your own luck so that you can compete with him head-on. Let's bet. Wan Ning put away her phone and looked at Zhou Sulan with a determined look. Mom, I found where we should go. Let's set off right away. Zhou Sulan nodded. Okay. They both put on warm clothes and then put on waterproof clothing on the outside. Fortunately, the weather is nice today, and we don't have to get wet in the rain. Without disturbing the neighbors, the mother and daughter quickly went out, first paddled to a deserted place in a rubber boat, and then changed to a speedboat. Fortunately, there were still taller buildings to be seen on the ring road. Otherwise, the two would probably have gotten lost. It took them about an hour to reach the foot of the mountain village. This place is already flooded, but the terrain is high and the water is relatively shallow. Seeing that there is no one around, Wan Ning put the speedboat into the space, then took out 2 backpacks and handed one to Zhou Sulan. It was Zhou Sulan's first time going out. Besides being nervous and scared, she was also a little excited. Should I take a knife? Wan Ning thought for a moment, then took out 5 knives of different lengths from the space. Put them in the space. Don't touch the knives easily. Be careful when you take them out, and it's best to pretend that you took them out of your bag. Zhou Sulan nodded nervously. The two climbed up the mountain and soon saw the patrol militia organized by the village. They all had weapons, either hoes, axes, or knives. Seeing Wan Ning and her daughter, the militia immediately became alert. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Wan Ning quickly raised her hands to show that it was harmless. We are from the city and want to find food here. The man asked, Are you sick? Wan Ning said, No, my mother and I are both healthy. Uncle, can we buy some food from you? The man said to the people around him, Hurry up and call the village chief over. Then he looked up at Wan Ning and said, Just stand there and don't come any closer to us. Besides, we have nothing to eat. Isn't the government giving relief food to you city dwellers? Wan Ning said, It's not enough to eat, so let's find a way. I know you all have a lot of chickens and ducks at home, and a lot of eggs. Did the government come to collect them a while ago? How much food did they give you in exchange? The militia did not answer. About 10 minutes later, the young man who had just run away hurried over with a man in his 60s. Wan Ning knew that he was the village chief. Seeing outsiders, the village chief was immediately furious. You city people, what are you doing here again? We have nothing to eat. All the crops are dead. Wan Ning guessed that someone had been here before, so she quickly said, I'm here to exchange for food. When the village chief heard about the exchange, his expression became more normal, but he looked unimpressed. What can you exchange? Didn't the government send people here to tell us to be careful of outsiders like you? Wan Ning said, We are just 2 women. Can we rob your entire village? As she spoke, she took off her backpack and said, Besides, I didn't come here on my own. The boss sent us here. I can show the boss's sincerity right away. Wan Ning took out 5 bags of salt, 5 bags of sugar, and a box of anti-inflammatory medicine from her backpack. Seeing the medicine, the village chief's eyes lit up. Do you have medicine? Wan Ning said, Yes, you also need salt and sugar. It's been 3 months, and these things are not available. How can people live without salt? The village chief hesitated. Wan Ning said, We don't want much. We just need a pair of chickens and a pair of ducks. Anyway, they should be living animals, preferably male and female. Before the village chief could answer, a militiaman asked in surprise, How about fertilized eggs? I have them at home. Wan Ning blinked. That's fine. I know this kind of thing is expensive now. You can name your price. I will definitely not treat you unfairly. After all, this is your territory. Seeing that everyone was eager to try, the village chief hesitated and said, It's not that we can't exchange, but the government took away some live chickens and ducks a while ago, and we don't have many left. We still want to keep them for laying eggs. Wan Ning said, How about this? If you only need a chicken or a duck, I will exchange it for 5 kilograms of sugar, 10 kilograms of salt, and a box of anti-inflammatory medicine. If you don't have enough food, I can use compressed biscuits. The village chief suppressed his inner surprise and looked at the two of them. You two only have 2 backpacks. How can you carry so many things? Wan Ning, we came here in a rubber boat. The boat is still hidden at the bottom of the mountain. As long as it's our turn, we can get the things up right away. The village chief winked at a member of the militia, and that person quickly ran back to the village. After about 10 minutes, he pulled out a pair of chicks. It's a real little chicken. Usually cubs are not hatched in this season. Ruan Ning was surprised. So small? The village chief said, some time ago, the government came and said they would store this so we can hatch it if we can. Ruan Ning said, oh, and took out a total of 10 packets of sugar, 20 packets of salt, and 2 boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs from her backpack and Zhou Sulan's backpack. The village chief said, you have some compressed biscuits, right? How much compressed biscuits can I get for 1 pound of sugar? Ruan Ning raised her eyebrows. 5 kilograms of compressed biscuits, but some of them are stockpiled by our boss. They are not the military rations issued by the higher-ups, so the shelf life is not that long. The village chief was delighted, because that meant that 5 kilograms of salt could be exchanged for 25 kilograms of compressed biscuits and medicine, which was much better than the purchase price given by the government. Then let's change to compressed biscuits, he said quickly. The militiaman hurriedly said, Uncle Lee, my child hasn't eaten candy for a long time. Candy can supplement nutrition. The village chief said, what kind of nutrition do you want to supplement? Isn't it more important to have a full stomach right now? The man said, it's sunny now, right? If it's sunny like this, the water will recede in 2 months at most. The village chief was annoyed. What about the stored grain? We can't grow food until at least next summer, and that requires the land to be restored to cultivation. Otherwise, there may not be new food next year. You fool. The man stopped talking. Ruan Ning quickly interrupted. Then you guys take the salt and medicine first and give me a chick. I'll go down the mountain and bring the stuff up to exchange for another one. The village chief hesitated and said, okay, I'll wait for you here. Ruan Ning did not forget to instruct. If there are ducks, pigs, sheep, and the like, we will also take them in. After exchanging the items, Ruan Ning and Zhou Sulan hurried down the mountain. She asked the system, is anyone following us? The system said, no, it seems that this village chief is quite honest. Ruan Ning breathed a sigh of relief and asked Zhou Sulan to put the chicks away. She then took out an inflatable boat from the space and piled most of the supplies into it. The two waited there for more than half an hour, then dragged the rubber boat up the mountain. Fortunately, it had rained heavily for several days and the land next to the concrete road was muddy. Otherwise, the rubber boat would have been worn out and could not have been towed. Soon, the two returned to the place where they encountered the militia. Sure enough, they were still waiting there, and a man came over with a pair of ducks. This time it's the big duck. Ruan Ning's eyes lit up, and she used 50 kilograms of compressed biscuits to exchange the chicks back. The village chief said, this duck is so big, you should increase the price, right? Ruan Ning pursed her lips and said, no, what we just agreed on is what it is. I won't lower the price even if you bring out the chicks. The village chief immediately shouted, then we won't change it. Ducks can still lay eggs and give birth to ducklings, which are much better than compressed biscuits. Ruan Ning said calmly, then I'll find another place to collect it. I can find a few more places, no problem. Zhou Sulan was anxious. If she didn't give the duck to them today, it would become a frozen duck when she returned, and it would be impossible for it to produce ducklings and duck eggs. This person would be at a great loss. The village chief may not really want to change, but the man who brought the duck was so anxious that he almost cried, Uncle Lee, I want to change. We really have no salt left, and my wife also needs medicine. Maybe we can survive this. Ruan Ning asked, does she have a fever? The man looked at Ruan Ning and agreed without saying a word. Ruan Ning thought for a moment and said, I can add 2 fever-reducing pills, but there's no more. The man was overjoyed. Change, change, change immediately. After taking the 2 ducks and putting them on the boat, Ruan Ning asked, what do you want? I want 2 kilograms of sugar, 20 kilograms of salt, 2 boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs, and 40 kilograms of compressed biscuits. Ruan Ning handed him the things and gave him 2 antipyretic pills. This is a good thing. It should be used on those who need it. The man smiled happily. Of course, I'll give it to my wife. I heard that there's not a single pill of antipyretic medicine in the city. Thank you so much. Ruan Ning smiled at him. This is a fair deal. No need to thank me. The man ran away quickly. Ruan Ning looked at the militia. No one wants to change? Then we will leave. Wait, the village chief gritted his teeth. How are you going to change the pigs? Ruan Ning learned her lesson this time. It depends on how big and heavy it is and whether it can be a male and a female. If it can be a pair, I'm willing to give more. Everyone went back to discuss for a while, and finally the village chief said, "We can get a pair of male and female pigs. Both are half-grown piglets, about 40 kilograms, and have not been castrated yet. I originally wanted to keep them for breeding." Ruan Ning said cheerfully, "Then I will try my best to satisfy whatever you want." "Medicine," the village chief said immediately. "We want medicine." Ruan Ning hesitated. "What medicine do you want? Tell me first. I don't have much antipyretic medicine here. The main thing is that the virus will be frozen to death in a few days, and antipyretic drugs will not be that useful for the time being. If all the medicines are really replaced with antipyretic drugs, the villagers will suffer a great loss." Ruan Ning felt embarrassed to take such an advantage, as her father also came from the countryside. The village chief looked disappointed. "No, what can I get in exchange?" Ruan Ning said, "In fact, eating is the most practical. Sugar may seem useless now, but it is high in calories and can quickly restore physical strength. If you can't figure it out, think about decades ago. Was sugar a good thing?" The village chief's eyes lit up. "Then let's exchange for some candy." Ruan Ning asked, "Do you still raise sheep?" The village chief said, "No, but we have a cow, but it's just one cow, and he doesn't want to sell it." Ruan Ning didn't want to force it. "Where's the goose?" Village chief. "We have geese, and one family has 2 rabbits, but they are dying." Ruan Ning's eyes lit up. "The price of geese is the same as that of chickens and ducks. Rabbits are a little cheaper. As for your 2 pigs, they are indeed very expensive. Well, after I exchange your geese and rabbits, I'll have about 70 kilograms of sugar, 100 kilograms of salt, 8 boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs, and 1 box of antipyretic drugs left. I'll exchange all of them for pigs." The village chief hesitated. "This," Ruan Ning said, "sugar and salt are both good things. They will be very expensive in the future. If our boss didn't want to keep the living things for seed, he wouldn't have taken them out so quickly." The village chief gritted his teeth and said, "Add another 50 kilograms of compressed biscuits." Ruan Ning pretended to lift the tarp of the rubber boat to take a look. There are not so many compressed biscuits left, only about 20 kilograms, but there are still 4 boxes of instant noodles and 40 bags of butter hot pot ingredients. The village chief's eyes lit up. "Okay." Ruan Ning put down the rain sheet, stood up, and said to the village chief, "I see you are organizing villagers to patrol. Do you also have to patrol at night?" The village chief proudly said, "Of course. We were the first to organize the patrol team. People from the government said we did a good job." Ruan Ning reminded, "The weather is cold now, so you should wear more clothes when patrolling at night and notify the whole village immediately if you encounter any situation." The village chief didn't understand why she said that, so he nodded and said, "You should wear more clothes at night so you don't get sick from the cold." The 2 sides exchanged things, and Ruan Ning and Zhou Sulan each carried a pig down the mountain. When the group of people on the opposite side could no longer be seen, Ruan Ning asked the system, "Is anyone following us?" The system said, "No." They returned to the village happily with their gifts. Ruan Ning finally relaxed and let Zhou Sulan put the animals into the planting space. According to the value before the end of the world, Ruan Ning might make a little profit, or even break even, among which compressed biscuits are the most expensive. According to post-apocalyptic values, sugar and salt are more effective than pork. Not eating meat will at most make people feel uncomfortable, but not eating salt may be fatal. However, she can now refresh 6 kilograms of salt and 3 kilograms of brown sugar every day, and anti-inflammatory and antipyretic drugs can also be refreshed. I just used some compressed biscuits, and it was a win-win situation overall. After returning home, Ruan Sifeng quickly opened the door for them. "How is it?" Ruan Ning and Zhou Sulan used alcohol spray to disinfect. Ruan Ning said, "We got a pair of ducks, a pair of chickens, 2 piglets, and 2 male rabbits." "Why are all rabbits male?" Ruan Sifeng wondered. Ruan Ning said, "A family raised it for their children to play with. Now it is half dead. Fortunately, it lives in the countryside and has grass to eat. If it were in the city, it would have been stewed into meat long ago." Ruan Sifeng said, "Oh." Ruan Ning and Zhou Sulan each took a hot bath and changed into more comfortable clothes. Ruan Sifeng has already completed the circuit modification. He said, "It's just that the return air furnace is more troublesome. It has a smoke exhaust duct. I think it's best to extend it through the window. It's just that the weather is so cold, I don't know how effective it will be if I open the windows a little at night." Ruan Ning thought for a moment and said, "We can't close all the windows when we are burning a fire in the house, right? We can use quilts to block the gaps under the ventilation ducts." This should be able to block the cold wind and prevent people from being poisoned. Ruan Sifeng said, "Okay." Ruan Ning took out more than 10 quilts from the space. These were the ones she bought, but of slightly lower quality and could be used as door curtains. The family worked hard all day and finally installed everything. Ruan Sifeng stuffed firewood into the return air furnace to test the effect. Soon, a big fire broke out in the furnace. Ruan Sifeng looked delighted, as if he had returned to his childhood playing with fire in the countryside, and quickly added more firewood to the stove. This fire is so big, it will probably only take 20 minutes to boil water. Zhou Sulan was even happier. You can also cook on it. I've seen it all. This girl has been here for 3 months, and the beef and duck hot pots in the space are still cold. She doesn't even know how to heat them up and store them, so she can take them out whenever she wants to eat. Ruan Ning chuckled. Isn't it me who is stupid? Mom is smart. Zhou Sulan was annoyed. You are not stupid. You are just too lazy to do it. Ruan Ning thought she was not lazy, but she would have to keep burning fire during the extreme cold period. So why should she waste energy in advance? Every bit of savings counts, so of course we should heat it now. The return air furnace burned for about half an hour, and Zhou Sulan couldn't help taking off her coat. This effect is quite good, just like when we were little and our family sat around the fire together. I think we don't need to use the electric blanket, just use this. Ruan Ning shook her head. The temperature is high now, and this can only ensure that the house will not be so cold when the temperature drops. Zhou Sulan sighed. Okay. Ruan Ning took Zhou Sulan's arm and acted cute to her. Mom, I have cherries, durian, grapes, chua pears, and ice cream here. Do you want to eat? Zhou Sulan was amused by her. Eat, eat, eat. Take it out quickly. Ruan Ning quickly took out 7 or 8 kinds of fruits from the space, and also put out cola, coconut milk, melon seeds, dried meat, candied fruits, and potato chips. After thinking about it, she took out some braised dishes and 3 cans of yellow peaches. Zhou Sulan was surprised. This is a treasure box. Ruan Ning handed her a plate of grapes. Mom, try it. It tastes sweet. She took out an ice cream and said, It's quite refreshing to eat Magnum while warming myself by the fire. Zhou Sulan quickly said, Girls should eat less ice. Do you know that? Ruan Ning smiled at her. Next time for sure. Because the cold wave came at 2 in the morning, Ruan Ning would definitely not be able to sleep well at night. After discussing it with her parents, the 3 of them decided to go to bed early. Zhou Sulan still sleeps with her daughter. At 1:30, the phone vibrated. Ruan Ning suddenly woke up, turned off the alarm on her cell phone, and woke up Zhou Sulan, who was still sleeping. The 3 of them put on thermal clothing and antifreeze clothing that they had purchased at a high price and went to the living room to make a fire. Ruan Ning took out an alcohol thermometer from the space and hung it on the wall. Ordinary thermometers can only measure minus 40 degrees Celsius at most, but this alcohol thermometer is said to be able to measure minus 100 degrees Celsius. I don't know if this is just a waste of money. At 2 o'clock in the morning, it came quietly. The windows and the front door have been covered with thick quilts and double-layer blackout curtains. Now that the lights are on in the house, no one outside can be seen. Ruan Ning walked to the alcohol thermometer and watched it suddenly drop from around 20 degrees above zero, and then continued to drop. If expressed by a line, it is a straight line that falls precipitously. 20 degrees below zero, 30 degrees below zero, 40 degrees below zero. In just a moment, it fell to this value. What a perverted setting. Ruan Ning couldn't help but exclaimed. She turned around to look at her parents and found that they were applying hot packs to each other. Ruan Sifeng shuddered. It's so cold. If I sleep here, I'll freeze to death. Ruan Ning was silent for 2 seconds and quickly put on a thick down coat. Mom and Dad, turn on all the stoves. Zhou Sulan screamed, and Ruan Ning rushed out of the house. It was even colder in the corridor. Even though she was wearing so many clothes, Ruan Ning still shivered and felt like her breathing was freezing. She quickly ran to the next door. She didn't dare to knock on the metal door directly with her hands, so she clenched her fists into her sleeves and then hammered on the door. Chung Jili, Chung Jiquan. Chung Jili, wake up! After shouting for about 10 seconds, Chung Jiquan's voice came from inside. I'm awake. Ruan Ning said loudly, hurry up and tell Chung Jili to get up, put on more clothes, and drink some hot water. I'm going downstairs. Chung Jiquan replied hastily. Be careful. Ruan Ning took out the warm gloves from the space and put them on, then hurried to unlock the door. However, perhaps because she was too cold, the chain lock could not be opened. Ruan Ning was anxious and kicked the door hard. Everyone wake up. Is anyone there? She made a sound while grabbing the lock. Ruan Ning didn't know how much time had passed, but she had no idea how long it had been. She finally opened the lock and hurried downstairs. Fortunately, Yu Dafu didn't sleep well that night and woke up before Ruan Ning went downstairs. The house was in a mess, and the two children were frightened and crying. The crying was so deafening that it woke up the entire building, even the buildings next door. Ruan Ning returned upstairs, and Zhou Sulan had already prepared ginger and brown sugar water. Hurry up and drink a bowl. I'll send 2 bowls over to the next door. Ruan Ning hummed, then sat in front of the stove and drank the hot soup. Maybe she was cold outside, but she couldn't feel the temperature of the drink when she took her first sip. It was like she was drinking cold water. It was not until the 5th bite that she felt warmth in her mouth. Ruan Ning looked at the alcohol thermometer again and found that its temperature had actually risen a little to minus 39 degrees Celsius. Looking at the electric ovens all over the room, Ruan Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Sulan came back from next door and frowned. You kid, you even forgot to put on the hot pack before running out. Ruan Ning put the soup bowl on the stove, hugged Zhou Sulan and said, I forgot about it. I should have posted it in advance. Zhou Sulan shook her head, and the mother and daughter snuggled together to warm themselves by the fire. After a while, Ruan Ning took down the alcohol thermometer and placed it in the east room, and found that the temperature was still minus 48 degrees. This place is not suitable for sleeping. Ruan Ning thought about it and simply put the bed in the room into the space, then put away the sofa and coffee table in the living room and put the bed in the living room. Zhou Sulan asked curiously, Are you going to sleep here tonight? Ruan Ning, Well, I'll put them back in the room in the morning and put the sofa out. It's very convenient. Zhou Sulan looked around and found this a good idea. Then I'll turn on the electric blanket. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Ruan Ning woke up from her sleep and saw Ruan Sifeng adding firewood into the return air furnace. She looked at the wall and saw that the alcohol thermometer had warmed up a little, reaching minus 32 degrees. It seems that this return air furnace is really powerful and can raise the room temperature just like a Kong. In one go, Ruan Ning crawled out of the warm bed and quickly put on anti-freeze clothes, anti-freeze pants, and warm shoes. This coat is quite warm. No wonder they brag that it is used by polar scientific expedition teams. At this time, the system suddenly said, Host, something happened to Chu Dingfeng last night, and 2 people were lost. Before Ruan Ning asked what was going on, she saw Zhou Sulan walking in from the balcony. She asked curiously, Mom, what are you doing on the balcony so early in the morning? Zhou Sulan sighed. You can go and have a look too. Chapter 36. Looking down from the 18th floor, people seem much smaller. In just one night, the water that had spread to the 6th floor yesterday had frozen into ice, and the entire city was covered in a thick layer of ice. Ruan Ning lifted the quilt and curtains, and the first thing she saw was the endless ice field. Soon, she saw many people on the ice, or perhaps it could not be called many people. They were lying on the frozen surface, wearing thin clothes, with stiff limbs, and could not assume a posture for peaceful death. Their relatives carried the bodies outside and either knelt or sat beside them, unable to move. If someone could record this scene, it would probably be a purgatory scene with corpses everywhere. Ruan Ning lowered her eyes and went back to the living room, where she found her parents sitting in front of the fireplace in silence. No wonder Ruan Sifeng didn't react when she just got up. Maybe he saw the tragic scene outside and was in no mood to talk to her. Ruan Ning quietly went to the bathroom to wash up, emptied the refrigerator, and then took a pot and placed it on the return air furnace. She asked softly, Dad, Mom, what's for breakfast? Zhou Sulan's eyes turned red. What to eat? I can't eat anything. Ruan Sifeng said nothing. Ruan Ning thought about it, moved the pot away, put a kettle on to boil water, and then threw a few sweet potatoes into the small oven next to it. Zhou Sulan couldn't help but ask, did so many people die at the beginning of the last rainstorm? Ruan Ning did not answer directly. You can run upstairs in a rainstorm, but there is nowhere to escape in extreme cold. Zhou Sulan couldn't figure it out. What kind of hell is this place? Can we really survive? Ruan Ning comforted her. At least we are alive now. Ruan Sifeng looked at his distraught wife and his daughter, who was pretending to be strong, and suddenly raised his voice. Yes, at least we are still alive now. Compared with others, we are lucky enough, so we must work harder. When I first came out of the countryside, I was much worse than the people around me. But now it's different. Zhou Sulan interrupted him. Don't bother with this. The important thing is to find a way to survive. Ruan Sifeng said weakly. I will definitely find a way. Don't you still have the golden finger? I will listen to you too. Ruan Ning immediately said, then you have to eat your fill first. Only when you are full will you have the strength to work. Ruan Sifeng said, yes, we can't just sit there and wait for death. We have to fill our stomachs and work hard to survive. Zhou Sulan still had no appetite. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on their door. Ruan Ning knew that it was the Chung Jili siblings next door. She gave Zhou Sulan a hug, stood up, and walked to the door. Now her house has 3 doors, and bedding is hung at the back as door curtains. Afraid that cold air would rush into the house, Ruan Ning walked into the corridor after opening the door and closed the door. The people who came were Chung Jili and Chung Jiquan. Chung Jili was wearing thick clothes and looked depressed. Ning, my brother and I want to go out and take a look. Do you want to go out? Ruan Ning frowned and asked, why are you going out now? It's too cold outside. You should wait for 2 days to get used to it. Chung Jiquan sighed and said, if we wait another 2 days, I'm afraid that everything that could be ignited will be looted. Ruan Ning knew that Chung Jiquan had stored a lot of firewood, enough to fill at least 3 rooms, but this was far from enough during the extreme cold period. There was no stove at home, so Ruan Ning thought for a moment and said, I want to wait 2 days before going out. How is the situation downstairs? Chung Jili frowned. They still have 2 children. What can we do? Fortunately, they didn't burn all the clothes like others did. Sister Lingxia is now wearing Dr. Zhou's clothes, which are the clothes that the 2 children don't have. She is wrapped tightly in a quilt. Brother Zhu left early in the morning and said he was going to the disaster camp to look for Dr. Zhou. He wanted to see the body of the doctor, alive or dead. I don't know what the current situation is. After she finished speaking, she lowered her eyes and said no more, with a look of melancholy between her brows. From the super flare to the rainstorm, Ruan Ning had never seen her like this before, as if she had become a different person overnight. Chung Jiquan then said, thank you very much for last night. If you hadn't woken us up, Ji Li and I might have needed you to collect the bodies. Ruan Ning shook her head. I just couldn't sleep at night. I was just lucky. You guys should be careful when you go out. Chung Jiquan, we will pay attention. You and your parents have just reunited. We will talk about it after you are settled. Ruan Ning hummed. After watching the 2 people leave, she locked the security door, but she always felt that the keyhole was not so smooth. Maybe the temperature is too low. I don't know if these 2 locks will be scrapped. Back inside, Zhou Sulan asked quickly, are they out? Ruan Ning nodded. They need to go out to find some firewood. Zhou Sulan immediately admired him. This is a good psychological quality. I can't come back to my senses. But isn't it dangerous to go out now? Ruan Ning said, you will have to adapt to this temperature sooner or later. People are very adaptable, and exercising might even make you feel a little warmer. Zhou Sulan took a deep breath. You are right. I should adapt as soon as possible. Ruan Sifeng had already cooked the noodles and served a bowl to each of the mother and daughter. He also heated up the beef and side dishes. Ruan Ning ate while asking the system, what's the situation with Chu Dingfeng? Why are there so few people around him? Are they frozen to death? The system said, yes and no. After escaping from the safe house, didn't he live in the villa area you searched for? Ruan Ning nodded. After Chu Dingfeng escaped from the community, he brought Zhao Dari and his family to the villa area. This place was visited by 2 more groups of people later, but they found that everything was gone, so they could only leave with some valuable-looking things. This place is far from the city, and only a few teams can find a way to come here. Chu Dingfeng settled down here. He had a big villa to live in and no shortage of food and drink. Chu Dingfeng was very happy for a while, but he soon discovered the disadvantage of living here. That is, there were no people in the villa area, let alone women. Without a woman, there would be no golden finger. Chu Dingfeng gradually became anxious and tried his best to vent his energy on Zhao Nana. After such a long time, Zhao Nana still hasn't been able to get pregnant. Chu Dingfeng was unhappy and scolded Zhao Nana for being infertile every day. He suspected that she had a fake hymen and that she couldn't have children because she had been fucked too many times in the past. Zhao Nana cried every night. Chu Dingfeng wanted to find a way out from the outside. He went out early and came back late every day and withheld food from their family in disguise. Zhao Nana's younger brother became thin due to starvation, and the Zhao couple cried secretly. The next day, Zhao Dari suddenly had a fever. No experts have given this disease a name. Everyone calls it the Doomsday virus, and the illness is called Doomsday disease. Zhao Darui's wife, Cheng Jiyue, was soon infected, and both of them were lying in bed, unable to get up. Zhao Nana had no choice. She didn't like Zhao Dari, but she had a close relationship with Cheng Jiyue. She could only beg Chu Dingfeng to ask her husband to give her the medicine. Chu Dingfeng was already very impatient at this time. On the one hand, Zhao Nana still couldn't get pregnant. He had a golden finger, and it should be easy for women to give birth. On the other hand, he felt that Zhao Dari was an unlucky person, and he had been extremely unlucky ever since he got involved with him. Chu Dingfeng said, "No medicine. Where can I get antipyretic medicine? Do you know how much one pill of antipyretic medicine costs now? You can't even get pregnant, and you still want me to give you medicine?" Zhao Nana didn't know that Chu Dingfeng could trigger the golden finger, and said depressedly, "Husband, why do you always urge me to get pregnant? Whether I am pregnant or not, I can't tell in the first 2 months. Besides, how can I give birth if I am pregnant in this situation? Do you want your child to be born on the Doomsday?" Chu Dingfeng sneered. "You just think too much. Anyway, just give birth to the baby, and I promise I can support her." At this point, he suddenly narrowed his eyes. "Zhao Nana, I was wondering why you are not pregnant. You are not taking medicine secretly, are you?" Zhao Nana's eyes widened. "How is that possible? Where can I get the medicine? I also want to ask you to give my mother a fever-reducing pill, otherwise she really can't make it." Chu Dingfeng curled his lips. "What medicine is not medicine? My medicine is only for my woman." At this point, Chu Dingfeng suddenly smiled sinisterly at Zhao Nana. "You can also want medicine. I remember that your mother is 10 years younger than your father. She is also very beautiful. I married your father because he was rich." Zhao Nana didn't react. "Husband, what do you mean?" Chu Dingfeng said slowly. "Guess what I mean." Zhao Nana's heart suddenly turned into a mess, and she even felt like vomiting. She felt that she must be wrong. Although Chu Dingfeng was unreliable and had a bad temper, he would not be so shameless and despicable. After leaving the master bedroom, Zhao Nana looked at her parents' room from a distance and felt that they were dying. Zhao Nana felt distressed and decided not to sleep with Chu Dingfeng tonight. It would be best if Chu Dingfeng came to beg her to go back to the master bedroom, so that she could take the opportunity to ask for antipyretic medicine. She went to her 4-year-old brother's room and planned to spend the night there. Unfortunately, Zhao Nana was still too naive. She didn't know that after she left, Chu Dingfeng swaggered into Zhao Dari and Cheng Jiyue's room. He was really shameless, and knowing Zhao Dari's character, he stated his purpose in a simple and straightforward manner. Zhao Darui was barely breathing due to a fever. When he heard that he could get the antipyretic medicine, he stumbled off the bed and fell to the ground. He pulled Chu Dingfeng's trouser leg and said, I do, my wife." "No, Cheng Jiyue tastes really good. Although she is a little older, she is experienced and knows how to serve a man." Cheng Jiyue cursed. "You bastard. Why would I marry you in the first place? You just saw that I have a car and a house. Otherwise, why would you marry a man who is 10 years older than you?" Cheng Jiyue's face was covered with tears. "Zhao Darui, when I was young, I saw that you were good to me, and you swore to be good to me for the rest of your life. You believe me even if I swear? Are you a fool?" Zhao Darui was too lazy to pay attention to her. He tried hard to please Chu Dingfeng and dared to say anything obscene. "Son-in-law, chief, listen to me. Messing with someone's wife is really a different experience, not to mention that this is your beautiful mother-in-law. As long as you give me antipyretic medicine, I will go out immediately and pretend that I know nothing." Chu Dingfeng thought it didn't matter whether you went out or not, but he still threw down 2 fever-reducing pills. "You decide for yourself." Zhao Dari was overjoyed. He picked up the antipyretic drugs, supported himself on the ground with both hands, and crawled out. All the way, he crawled to the kitchen. Tisk cuckold. Chu Dingfeng smiled smugly and turned to look at Cheng Jiyue. "Mother-in-law, do you want antipyretic medicine?"